What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5 Chapter 156. Let's get started. Men Chi looked at Netero and then at Lin Mo, and seemed to understand something. Rarely nodded obediently, and replied, "Oh, okay, then I'll go to the kitchen to see." 35. After speaking, Men Chi walked towards the kitchen. Ho Lin Mo, that's what I'll call you. Listen to Biscuit, the main purpose of taking the hunter exam this time is for the old man me? After seeing Men Chi leaving, Netero stepped on a uniquely shaped single clog, ta-ta, and walked over to Lin Mo with a smile. In fact, Lin Mo was not surprised that Netero would come to find him. Although he hid it well, the last look in Lin Mo's eyes before the end of the briefing session allowed Lin Mo to capture the fighting intent hidden in his calm eyes. It would be obvious that the room he released in the second exam successfully aroused the long-suppressed fighting spirit in Netero's heart. It is precisely because of Netero's eyes that Lin Mo, will not hesitate to attend the dinner party here. Because he knew that sooner or later Netero would be tempted to come to him. "Ah, that's right, President Netero, my purpose this time is indeed mainly because of you. I want to see how much the gap is between the world's number one." Since Netero has come to the door, there is no need for Lin Mo to continue to cover and tuck, and he said straight to the point. "The number one in the world. I'm not the number one in the world now, old man, but it's still good to have a little glimpse of the strength of the younger generation of this era." I ignored what Netero said in front of his self-effacement. Except for the dragon who sees the beginning and the end, and now has no idea of his life and death, Dong Free CSS is still in the world. Today, even Kim Free CSS can't surpass Netero's number one position in the world. If Kim Free CSS wants to surpass Netero, it will probably take another 6 or 7 years. When Netero's strength drops further, and Jin's strength rises further, he can officially surpass Netero in strength. No way, Netero's 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara is really too rascal. It is said to be an unavoidable attack, and its attack speed is so fast that it is impossible for people to react. And the real reason why Netero can do this is because of the existence of hard drop boxing listening. No one in the entire Hunter world can achieve such a martial arts realm except Netero. Of course, East Free CSS has never been in the scene, so I won't comment on it anymore. Lin Mo replied directly along the second half of Netero's sentence. Then I will trouble the old man to give some pointers. Advertisement. After speaking, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth began to grin involuntarily, not only because he was about to obtain the two abilities of hard drop boxing listening, and 100 styles Guanyin. It is more of an instinctive sense of excitement when facing a formidable opponent. Ho, in that case, let's go outside. After saying that, Netero took the lead and walked towards the door of the banquet hall. Seeing Netero's back, who couldn't wait, Lin Mo also smiled and followed quickly. The hotel contracted by the Hunter Association is not a hotel in the city, but a resort hotel on the outskirts of a certain city. At this moment, there is a slightly desolate open space in this suburb. Lin Mo and Netero were looking at each other from a distance, and a gust of wind blew through the open space between them, causing a wave of dust and smoke to add to the air. At this time, Netero had already taken off his slightly wide martial arts uniform, leaving only the t-shirt and shorts with the Huxia character, heart, on his body, and the clogs he was wearing on his feet had long since disappeared. Just stand on the ground wearing a pair of socks. After taking off the martial arts uniform, Netero did not look like an old man at all, with strong muscles and tight skin. Apart from a wrinkled face, gray hair and beard, there was no sign of old age at all. It seemed that he had already made up his mind to discuss with Lin Mo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have specially put on a combat uniform in the martial arts uniform. Although he didn't cut his hair and beard like he did against the War Ant King. But there is no doubt that Netero is taking the fight with Lin Mo quite seriously at this moment, but it is not a matter of life and death. At this time, the Nan on Netero's body was different from the opponents Lin Mo had encountered in the past. It did not burst out, but was like a calm lake, with no waves in ancient and modern times, only a faint white mental energy was slowing down, slowly spread out. Although it does not give people a strong visual impact, Lin Mo can feel a slight threat in it. Unsurprisingly, Netero at least had the power to hurt him. After sensing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but squinted slightly. You know, now his chi is as much as 3 million. It has reached exactly the same height as the final form of the Ant King in the original work, although he does not have the exoskeleton as hard as the Ant King and the strong physical strength. Advertisement. But it is only 3 million chi, GN, and now even if Lin Mo stands still and let others beat him, no one can break his GN. You must know that in the world of hunters, reading is everything. Even if the Ant King has an incomparably powerful body, Lin Mo's energy is enough to crush the undeveloped Ant King, enough to make up for the gap in this body. But at this moment, he felt a slight threat in Netero's body. This also made Lin Mo begin to put away his originally arrogant heart. In fact, Lin Mo forgot a very crucial point, or it was a common problem that all travelers had. That is too much belief in the original and preconceived thinking. What Lin Mo learned about Netero's strength was after 12 years, and during these 12 years, Netero's strength decreased year after year, and then it fell to less than its heyday when it was against War Ant King. Half the strength of the period. At this time, it was 12 years ago, and although Netero's strength had begun to decline, it had not declined so much. That is to say, Netero's strength is at least more than half of its heyday, that is, Netero's gas volume at this time is at least 400,000. This alone is enough to form a sense of threat to Lin Mo. 100-styled Guanyin, or Netero's own martial arts, is quite terrifying for the amplitude of power. It is estimated that the amplitude can be at least 7 times, and the increase of this multiple is the greater the base of one's own strength, the greater the power it exerts. The difference between the power exerted by 300,000 Qi and the power exerted by 400,000 Qi is as much as 700,000. 0.8 is the gap of an Ant King escort team, 400,000 times 7, which is 2,800,000. This power is enough to break Lin Mo's Ken. That's why Lin Mo still feels threatened by Netero even though he has 3 million Qi. Lin Mo looked at Netero with his hands naturally spread out, and his eyes finally became a little dignified. This is Netero's pre-action before launching the 100 style of Avalokiteshvara, to put his palms together, indicating that he is ready to fight at any time. Let's get started. With that said, Netero's hands began to spread out from the natural, and slowly folded towards his chest. An invisible wave suddenly spread from Netero. It's 5 watch, you guys are cute, some people are holding a personal field, those who have flowers are holding a flower field, and those who have tickets are holding a ticket field. Chapter 157. The horror of heart drop boxing listening. X was broken, unlimited spell, please subscribe. The surroundings. It seems to be black and white. This is Lin Mo's perception at this time. Just as Netero's hands began to spread out from the natural, he began to make a prayer fold toward his chest. Lin Mo could clearly feel that an invisible wave was suddenly released from Netero's body. It directly changed Lin Mo's perception of the surrounding into black and white, and in the whole world, only Netero's body still exudes a faint light. Under this kind of physical sensation, Netero's folded action is clearly visible in Lin Mo's eyes, and even the double image carried by his hands in the air can be clearly seen. However, Lin Mo seems to be stationary, unable to take any action. A golden light slowly lit up from Netero's clasped palms, and as the golden light continued to expand, a golden circle of sun-like circles gradually formed behind Netero. Gradually, this golden light occupied all of Lin Mo's sights, and finally contracted again, slowly condensing behind Netero into a huge 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara statue. Open black lens bracket hundreds of Avalokiteshvara close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first palm close black lens bracket. 23 Netero's right hand is released from the Namaste state, and the void is facing Lin Mo's direction with a knife. With Netero's movements, the huge 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara behind him also made exactly the same movements as Netero. One of the huge golden arms slashed down towards Lin Mo's heavy palm. Lin Mo's figure is only the size of a finger of the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, and this whole palm hits down, directly slamming Lin Mo into the ground. The surrounding ground even formed a small crater due to the power of this palm. Pooh! Lin Mo spit out bloody saliva, and wiped the blood that was slightly spilled from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Injured. In just one encounter, Lin Mo was wounded by Netero. This is the first time that Lin Mo was injured in a head-to-head battle when he was on guard. And now, Lin Mo finally knows why Netero's attack is called an unavoidable attack, let alone evasion, even defense can't do it. At the moment Netero shot, Lin Mo's body could clearly see all of Netero's movements, but his body just couldn't move. If I have to describe it with one feeling, it is the superhuman medicine used by Niuli when he entered the virtual circle against the 10 blades. Number 8. Sal Apollo glance in the god of death. Advertisement. In that short period of time, Lin Mo's feeling was extended indefinitely. But the body couldn't keep up with the feeling. That is to say, all of Lin Mo's Nen abilities cannot be activated the moment Netero shoots. But fortunately, this feeling only lasted during Netero's shot, from the start of his move until the attack was completed. After this palm was hit, everything around him returned to normal. Luckily, Lin Mo had maintained Ken at the very beginning, otherwise, Lin Mo would probably not have just spit a little at this time. Is this the legendary, hard drop boxing listening? Only when you really face this ability can you realize the horror of this ability. It's amazing. Lin Mo's eyes towards Netero have begun to become extremely hot. At this time, there was only one thought in Lin Mo's mind, that is, he must get hard drop boxing listening. Just after taking Netero's blow, open black lens bracket 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara close black lens bracket has been recorded by Lin Mo's imitation talent open black lens bracket imitation close black lens bracket from Jin Free CSS. Then all that's left is to get in touch with Netero. HO. As expected of a circle that can release a radius of 3,000 meters, I didn't hold back my hand just now, and the result was only to the extent of spitting. Netero saw Lin Mo come out of the crater, and there was a little blood on the corners of his mouth except for some damaged clothes. Instead of feeling disappointed that he failed to do effective damage to Lin Mo, Netero's eyes grew even more excited. Father, this is the first time I've been injured in a head-on battle with someone. Oh, it doesn't seem right. I was injured by a miscellaneous fish before I learned to recite. Well, yes, this trash fish refers to Oz who gave Lin Mo face very much in Meteor Street. Really, so this is the first time you've been injured after learning to recite. That's really an honor. 35. Obviously, Netero misunderstood what Lin Mo said, but none of these things matter. Then, the next one is coming. 35 at the same time, a wave of energy emanated from the two of them. Netero's is the black and white ripples of heart drop boxing listening, while Lin Mo's is the spatial fluctuation. The moment Netero started, Lin Mo activated the unlimited spell that he hadn't used for a long time. Advertisement. Just like the situation just wrapped, Lin Mo's body sensation instantly turned black and white and was extended infinitely by the ability of hard drop boxing. All I can do is watch Netero start, put his hands together, and shoot. Hundreds of Avalokiteshvara. The third palm, with Netero's third palm, hitting the 100 style of Avalokiteshvara. Behind him suddenly stretched out two hands, as if slapping a mosquito, pressing over from Lin Mo's left and right sides at the same time. 35 Just when 100 styles Guanyin, third palm, was about to hit Lin Mo, Netero felt something was wrong. No matter how much he shrinks, he just can't really slap the two hands of 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara on Lin Mo's body. It was as if another layer of invisible things was blocking his attack around him, but he felt that he had touched the energy of anything in the slightest. Ho, isn't this what it means to have never been injured after awakening? Reading, no 80's wrong ability, but too naive. 35. Drink, as Netero drank loudly, the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, behind him suddenly exerted his strength again. He actually penetrated Lin Mo's unlimited spell. Boom. Like a bronze bell, it emanated from the two hands of 100 styles Guanyin. Netero's blow fell, and the ability effect of hard drop fist listening also dissipated. Lin Mo's whole body was full of thoughts, and he directly opened the two palms of 100 styles Guanyin. Although Netero broke the defense of the unlimited spell, because Lin Mo was well prepared this time, the state of strength was much more solid than the first time. So the injury situation is not bad, it was only due to the impact of the 100 styles Guanyin, which caused some internal injuries. However, these injuries were healed by the terrifying self-healing ability of Immortal, the moment they appeared. Careless. After coming out of the palm of 100 styles Guanyin, Lin Mo reflected a little. My unlimited spell is not the real unlimited spell of Gojo Satoru. It's just the effect of making the surrounding space so close to the horizon. That is to say, if the attack can be extended to the initial distance of the unlimited spell, it will be able to break through the defense of Lin Mo's unlimited spell and attack the Lin Mo deity. Chapter 158. The Ultimate Martial Arts. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. If it's normal, it's fine. Lin Mo is very good at dealing with those ultra-long distance attacks. He can control the direction of the attack within the range of the unlimited spell, and keep it spinning in circles, so that no matter how far the attack can attack, it will never be able to break through the unlimited spell distance. Because it never came close. But the problem is when Lin Mo is under Netero's hard drop fist listening state, he can't control the attack direction within the unlimited spell range at all. Therefore, once the attack of 100 style Guanyin breaks through the range of unlimited spell, it will directly attack the Lin Mo deity. And the most terrible thing is that Lin Mo was able to bounce back the attack within the range of the unlimited spell. Unlimited spell. The space within the ability range has no resistance at all. In other words, no matter how far the attack has to cross, its power will not be weakened in any way. This is when Lin Mo bounced back the attack in the past. It was a genius idea that there was no resistance. But at this time, it was because of one of the characteristics that Lin Mo directly ate all the power of 100 styles Guanyin, third palm. This is really. Lin Mo was a little irritated after being beaten by Netero without any resistance in a row. The right hand was raised, and the familiar whirlwind began to roll up in Lin Mo's palm. Open black lens bracket. Room close black lens bracket. This whirlwind instantly completely wrapped the area of 3 kilometers. Open black lens bracket. Circle close black lens bracket. Is it? Are you planning to use it to master my attack at this time? Netero looked at the room released by Lin Mo and began to guess what Lin Mo's purpose was. So naive, boy. The power of hard drop boxing listening is not something that can be mastered with just one circle. Hundreds of Avalokiteshvara, 6th palm. Netero paid no attention to the room released by Lin Mo and slapped Lin Mo again. Just like the choice Silva made when facing Lin Mo at the time. Only ordinary nen will think that they can't attack rashly without knowing the details. A nen like them who has already achieved greatness will not hesitate when attacking. Because they have their own abilities. No matter what they face, they can find a way to deal with it. This is the critical moment of thinking ability in the battle of the nen, and at the moment of the battle, we must find the flaws in the opponent's ability. Boom. Backquote. The two palms of 100 styles Guanyin clasped their fists together to form a sledgehammer, which fell from the sky and smashed towards Lin Mo's position. Advertisement directly smashed the ground out of a huge pothole. However, Netero frowned when he saw the big pit in front of him. It just didn't feel right. Hide away. Instant. Just as Netero was thinking, Lin Mo quietly appeared behind him. Open black lens bracket. Room slaughterhouse. Close black lens bracket. Just when Netero activated 100 styles Guanyin, 6th palm, Lin Mo also activated the ability of room slaughterhouse to teleport behind Netero. Not only did he escape the 100 styles Guanyin, 6th palm, but he also caught the opportunity to counterattack. Raging, 99 crimson thoughts began to condense in Lin Mo's right fist. Open black lens bracket. Super destruction fist. Close black lens bracket. After beating me for so long, I'll give you a punch too. Just as Lin Mo punched Netero, not only did Netero not feel nervous at all, but the corners of his mouth began to reveal a sincere smile that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. When exactly did it start? Getting used to waiting for the enemy's attack. Then, raise your hand and punch. Then it is to watch the other party bow his head and admit defeat, and stretch out his hands. And I will naturally respond and shake hands with my opponent. Hyphenation point. This Not at all what I wanted. The ultimate martial arts I pursue is to fight with all my heart when facing a powerful enemy who may defeat me. Om. The moment Netero raised his hand, the ability of heart drop boxing listening followed with him, and the world seemed to stand still at this moment. The dust in the air and the stones that were about to fall seemed to freeze at this moment. And Lin Mo, of course, has become a frozen member in this static world. At this time, Lin Mo's fist was only 3 or 4 centimeters away from Netero's body. At this moment, Lin Mo finally understood the sense of suffocation that Uvajin and the others felt when facing their unlimited spell before. Hundreds of Avalokiteshvara, 10th palm, advertisement. Netero pushed his right hand upwards. In an instant, the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara behind him also synchronized with Netero to form the exact same movement, and directly sent Lin Mo out with one palm. Damn. Just a little. Lin Mo, who was knocked out, still didn't receive any effective damage, or in other words, some of the damage he received healed itself the moment it appeared. Even though he had just separated a part of his thoughts on the super destruction fist, the strength formed by his remaining thoughts was still so indestructible. What's more, the 100 styles Guanyin, 10th palm, itself is not a palm technique for the main attack. This is obviously a palm trick to clear the siege from the enemy's clothes. Soon, if one hit doesn't work, then come again. Lin Mo activates the ability of room, slaughterhouse, again. He can't find the flaw of this stinky old man after countless attempts. Lin Mo's figure that was still flying backwards flashed again and disappeared in midair. The next moment, he had appeared behind Netero again. Only this time, instead of condensing super destruction fist, he directly used bombing space. The big deal is that if Netero is short of arms and legs because of this, he will be healed by an archangel's breath. At this moment, Lin Mo can't handle so much anymore, he just wants to win. Om. Netero put his hands together again. Facing the blow of spatial fluctuation in Lin Mo's hand, Netero didn't know what ability Lin Mo was using at this time. But looking at the fluctuations in his hand, he knew that Lin Mo must be acting on the palm. Simply put, you can avoid the palm part, but don't forget, Netero's Qian Hao, 100 styles Guanyin, embodies its reading. In other words, Bai Shi Guanyin has a fault tolerance rate. Lin Mo's bombing space is no better than super destruction fist. If the space fluctuation is only observed with the naked eye, it is not clear what the specific ability is. Therefore, Netero deliberately did not avoid Lin Mo's palm and directly controlled the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara behind him and slammed it from Lin Mo's front. Katakana middle. The result can be imagined, whether it is bombing space or super destruction fist. Both abilities require touching the target to be useful. And the ability range of bombing space is simply dispensable compared to the palm area of the entire 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara. The biggest problem with Lin Mo versus Netero is that he can't attack Netero at all. So no matter whether he uses bombing space or super destruction fist, the outcome is the same. Lin Mo, who just got close to Netero, was slapped back by 100 styles Guanyin again. Advertisement Chapter 159. The 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara hyphenation point the palm of 99 open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Since melee attacks are ineffective, use ranged attacks. Lin Mo, who was still flying backwards, adjusted his body a little in midair, then raised his hand and slashed in Netero's direction. Open black lens bracket dimensional slash close black lens bracket. A crescent-shaped sword chi, composed of spatial fluctuations suddenly shot towards Netero from Lin Mo's hand. Oh, is it the spatial ability that just appeared in my hand? It seems that in addition to close-range attacks, long-range releases can also be performed. There is no doubt that although it is very small, Netero obviously noticed that when 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara hit Lin Mo, a small part of the area was shaved by the ability in Lin Mo's hands. Now this dimensional slash is obviously the external form of Lin Mo's bombing space. After learning about the attacking nature of dimensional slash, Netero would of course not choose to block, but sideways to dodge. Chance. Although Netero dodged Lin Mo's dimensional slash, he also revealed a flaw while dodging. Instant, under the ability of open black lens bracket slaughterhouse close black lens bracket, Lin Mo instantly appeared where Netero showed his flaws. It was useless to use any abilities, it was just a straight punch wrapped in a huge mind. Since in close range attack, no matter what ability is used, the result is the same, so why not use any ability at all? Moreover, the strength of Netero lies in his heart drop fist listening. As long as he touches Netero, then Lin Mo can mimic it at the moment of touch. In this way, Netero no longer has any advantage in front of him. However, just when Lin Mo's face was happy and he was about to attack Netero, a wicked smile appeared on Netero's face. Lied to you. The flaw that Netero showed when he dodged dimension slash just now was intentional. As a figure standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, how could Netero have such obvious flaws? Obviously, it was to attract Lin Mo and to play Lin Mo on purpose. 35 I saw that Netero slowly folded his hands again, and activated the ability of heart drop fist listening, again. Advertisement all the time around was slowed down infinitely. But unlike before, this time Netero put his right foot on the knee of his left leg in midair as if he had crossed Erlang's leg. The whole person presents a half-legged posture. In this one, Lin Mo seemed to see a lotus flower rising under Netero's seat. Put your hands together, then separate your hands, and make a gesture similar to, okay, to point to Lin Mo. Hundreds of Avalokiteshvara, 99 palms. The huge Avalokiteshvara statue, at this moment, seems to really come to life. All his arms, at Netero's will, blasted at Lin Mo at the same time. Once. Twice. Attack. Retract. Katakana middle. Attack again. At this time, the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara was like a weakened version of true thousands of hands, bombarding Lin Mo continuously and differently. Under Netero's 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, 99 palms, the earth was constantly cracking, and the roar and vibration caused by it even spread to the hotel more than 10 kilometers away. Earth. Is there an earthquake? 66, but I never heard of an earthquake today? Don't worry about it, just run away. Earthquake, run. 35. A kind of service staff and candidates in the hotel, at the moment when the vibration came, they all ran out of the building exclaiming. Even Men Chi, who was studying the recipes of Star Food Hunter in the kitchen, was disturbed by the shock and returned to the banquet hall with some worry. After finding that there was no Lin Mo, I felt like I ran outside, but I still didn't see Lin Mo's presence. Although Lin Mo guessed that he should be staying with Netero at this time, he was still a little worried. On the other side, in a certain room of the hotel. Looking at the swaying crystal chandelier on the ceiling, Biscuit sighed after taking a sip of tea. It's such a terrifying power that they have all spread here. It seems that they fought very fiercely. Side. Humph. Let President Netero teach that kid a lesson. How dare he openly cheat in the Hunter exam. Botobai Gigandi snorted coldly, obviously still very dissatisfied with Lin Mo's practice of cheating to help Men Chi in the final exam. Hey, it's not necessarily who will teach who. You must know that this student of mine is a complete monster. Advertisement. Seeing Botobai Gigandi's unhappy expression, Biscuit couldn't help but tease. Although she seldom stays in the association, she still has some understanding of Botobai Gigandi. In conclusion, she is the #1 fan of the stinky old man Netero. Impossible. President Netero is the strongest in the world today, and it is absolutely impossible for Lin Mo to win. Netero will be here. Oh, what you just said is now, which means you also think that Lin Mo will be able to defeat the stinky old man Netero in the future? Biscuit has clearly caught a blind spot in Botobai Gigandi's discourse. He raised his eyebrows jokingly. For a time, Botobai Gigandi was at a loss for words. As a prosecutor, Botobai Gigandi is not good at lying. After seeing Lin Mo's circle, with a radius of 3,000 meters, it is difficult for Botobai Gigandi not to admit Lin Mo's talent and strength. Given his age, he will surely surpass Netero one day. There is no doubt about that, but that is also the future. Now, Botobai Gigandi doesn't think that Lin Mo will be Netero's opponent, but he has been fortunate enough to see Netero take a shot. It was at the moment Netero shot, that Botobai Gigandi completely became a fan of Netero's brain. The moment Netero shot, Botobai Gigandi felt the truth of martial arts contained in Netero's moves. Putting both hands together, this is an extra action that is close to death in battle. But paradoxically, it has become Netero's weapon that is far superior to everyone. This is a realm that Botobai Gigandi can't understand, and it's also a realm that can't be reached by common sense. Open black lens bracket. Hard drop boxing. Listen close. Black lens bracket. That is the supreme realm of martial arts that only such people can reach. He murmured. Can't beat Netero now. It's hard to say. After all, Lin Mo is a real monster. That can't be handled with common sense. All in all, Lin Mo at this time is definitely not a match for President Netero, Botobai Gigandi replied, avoiding Biscuit's topic about the future. The only thing Botobai Gigandi could sense was that Netero was probably committing himself to an almost insane emotion. Netero has devoted his entire life to studying martial arts. Seeing this, Biscuit didn't tease him anymore, just stared at the direction of the vibration outside the window. To have this ability, there is absolutely no one in the world who will be the opponent of President Netero. Botobai Gigandi is so convinced. Chapter 160. Please don't fall down before I'm having fun. Subscribe. Boom, as the last Dao palm fell, the vibrations and roars that were so powerful that the mountains could shake the ground finally stopped. At this time, the area where Lin Mo and Netero were fighting had already become pitted under Netero's 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, 99 palms, like the surface of the moon. Even the entire area of the plate was bombarded and dropped a lot under the attack of 100 styles Guanyin, 99 palms. Boom. After the final blow of 100 styles Guanyin, the palm of 99, an extremely tyrannical thought suddenly erupted from the ground where Lin Mo was standing. Immediately, an explosion sounded in the ground, and Lin Mo's figure suddenly exploded from the ground. Father, this move of yours is really powerful, it hurts me a lot. After returning to the ground from the ground, Lin Mo stretched a little, stretched his muscles and bones, and said with admiration. Don't lie, even under such an intensive attack, you will be unscathed. Netero looked at Lin Mo, who came out of the deep pit, and made a dignified joke. Although Lin Mo looked a little embarrassed at this time, his shirt was completely shattered, revealing his perfect upper body that was strong and not bloated. Even the trousers were knocked off one side of the trousers, becoming the same pants as Kanzaki Kaori in the Magic Forbidden Art catalog. However, although Lin Mo looks rather embarrassed, in fact, there is not even a trace of scars on his body. The skin is fair and perfect, the only flaw is that it is stained with a little dust. In fact, it's not really Lin Mo's deception. Lin Mo was really hit by Netero's 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, 99 palms, but Lin Mo was beaten by Immortality the moment he was injured. Self-healing ability treats it well. That's why it gave Netero the illusion that Lin Mo was unscathed. Sure enough, there is no exoskeleton and non-human body like the Ant King. If you want to take Netero's 100 styles Guanyin, 99 palms, like the Ant King without injury, still a little reluctant. It's just that although Lin Mo doesn't have the powerful body of the Ant King, he has the terrifying self-healing ability that the Ant King said he doesn't have. So in terms of results there is not much difference. Looking at Lin Mo's unscathed body, Netero couldn't help but feel a little dignified. Forget it, anyway, this is almost the same as what I predicted before, Biscuit really taught a monster. Long before the previous Netero played 100 style Guanyin, 99 palms, he was injured according to Lin Mo's previous attack against 100 style Guanyin. It is roughly estimated that Lin Mo estimates that even in the face of 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, the palm of 99, it will not cause any effective damage to Lin Mo. Ahahaha, don't say that, old man, your martial arts realm really amazes me, I am sincere. 35. Advertisement. In order to achieve such a state, I have experienced the results of my long-term concentrated practice in the palm of the old man. This kind of realm is one level higher than cultivation to the extreme. This is a very remarkable thing and is worth admiring. In Lin Mo's calm tone, there is a kind of compliment from those at the top to those at the bottom. At this moment, the usual easygoingness of Lin Mo has completely disappeared. As his coat was taken off, Lin Mo's true nature began to be revealed. Open black lens bracket, arrogant close black lens bracket. As Lin Mo said in the battle with Tuer, no one can be more arrogant than him. If it is said that before meeting Biscuit, Lin Mo's arrogance is only superficial. After meeting Biscuit, Lin Mo's arrogance was gradually hidden by him along with his self-cultivation with Biscuit. Until this moment, he was punched out by Netero's 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, 99 palms. Open black lens bracket well, close black lens bracket. After hearing Lin Mo's arrogant words, the veins on Netero's forehead began to burst. Brad, don't talk to me in such a high-spirited tone. 5 Netero's hands started again, clasped together. The ability of hard drop boxing listening began to take effect at the same time. As Netero slashed down with his palm, the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara behind him also slashed down in Lin Mo's direction with his palm. Instant, 95 Lin Mo has begun to get used to the effect of hard drop fist listening and the rhythm of Netero, and used Slaughterhouse to dodge it at the same time it was activated. Also appeared on Netero's head. A whip leg slid towards Netero's head. Boom, one by one. Although Lin Mo is getting used to it, it can only be limited to when Netero uses 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara for long-range strikes. When Lin Mo was in a close-up state, he was still unavoidably photographed back by Netero. But it doesn't matter, Lin Mo's tactics are extremely simple, that is, just keep attacking. Advertisement because Netero's 100 styles of Guanyin is the only move that can beat Lin Mo, but at the same time, hundreds of styles Guanyin basically can't do any damage to Lin Mo. In this case, then this move is in Lin Mo's eyes. There's nothing scary about it. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. In this way, Lin Mo began to use Slaughterhouse to teleport to Netero continuously and began to try to attack Netero. And Netero constantly bombarded Lin Mo with the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara. But it couldn't bring effective damage to Lin Mo. The battle situation began to fall into a stalemate. 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara. After all, it's just a puppet's fist, and it will only move according to the established pattern. As long as I attack from the angle that the palm cannot defend, he should only be able to hit a new palm. I want to verify all the combinations of 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, and from a certain angle, I will induce him to play a new slap. 0. Then, from the dead end of his group, to attack. Although Lin Mo was the one who was constantly being beaten by Netero at this time, the more this happened, the clearer Lin Mo's mind began to become. The body and brain begin to run at full power non-stop. But gradually, Lin Mo discovered that although Netero's 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara can use a limited number of palm shapes, there are many combinations that can be changed. The number of combinations is almost infinite. Each individual must have its own unique breathing. Everyone will unconsciously form a form of liking or disliking, and spontaneously form a unique personal style. As long as he grasps the flow of his breathing, it is entirely possible to sum up his preferred play style in this nearly infinite combination, and then speculate what combination he will use next. Although this is difficult to accomplish, for Lin Mo, who has already imitated and recorded 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, he believes that he can do it. As the battle became more and more intense, Lin Mo found that he had begun to enjoy the thrill of cracking the opponent's ability step by step. Netero can be said to be. Lin Mo is the only opponent who can be called a close match since his debut. The original feeling of fighting is so smooth, no wonder so many people will gradually become a fighting maniac. Sir, please don't be exhausted before I have fun. An excited smile appeared on Lin Mo's face uncontrollably. 8. Chapter 161. The real Invincible was born. Subscribe. Seeing the excited smile on the corner of Lin Mo's mouth, Netero couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This kid is actually smiling well. In fact, the old man is also enjoying it, and it can be regarded as each other. Netero's face also started to be the same as Lin Mo's, and the same excited smile evoked from the corner of Netero's mouth. Regardless of the angle of the slap, Netero can recorrect his posture and counterattack in the shortest time possible. But the most important thing is Lin Mo's elusive teleportation ability, which is really a troublesome ability. Once my palm technique is chosen improperly, with his teleportation ability, it will be enough to seize the time for the next move, 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara. As long as there is a slight negligence, he will be countered by him before I worship and put my palms together. With his energy, I am afraid that with just one blow, the outcome will be decided. Having said that, is this kid's arrogance really what human beings can? 087. And still so young chance. Just when Netero's thinking went a little off, Lin Mo's slaughterhouse flashed in front of Netero again. The palm of the hand was a knife, and it stabbed straight at Netero's forehead. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Netero was finally able to raise his hands again when Lin Mo's knife was only 0.1 centimeters between his eyebrows. Netero also slashed Lin Mo out with a single blow. No, gotta concentrate. I must be foolproof to use my best moves to attack one after another, that is, this is a competition of endurance. The moment I'm exhausted is the moment I lose. Well, although this is not a duel of life and death, it will be a little regretful that the 0 form, of 100 forms of Avalokiteshvara, cannot be used, but it is enough. Until then, let's enjoy this martial arts feast together. Bang, instant, 35, boom. In this kind of offense and defense, they have the mentality of enjoying each other. The strength and spiritual power of both sides have risen. Lin Mo and Netero have begun to gradually forget everything at this time, and there is only one thing in their minds at this moment, and that is to kill each other. Hundreds, thousands of fist swings cause the air to roar continuously in this local area, blasting waves of airwaves. Advertisement: the arms used by the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara behind Netero began to gradually join the battlefield. He kept blasting Lin Mo out. Then, in the next instant Lin Mo was blasted away. Before the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara's arm could be retracted, he teleported to Netero again. As if nothing had happened, he launched a counterattack against him again. And in matters, Lin Mo really has nothing at all. Although the body is bombarded by the 100-styled Guanyin, he will suffer a little soreness and stinging wounds. However, these injuries will all heal on their own in an instant. Lin Mo was used to the 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara slaps, and the moment he received the slaps, he could immediately adjust his body and move back to Netero in an instant. And this changed more than 1,000 strokes, and countless sparks erupted between the two. Then that moment came founded, as if a beam of light passed through Lin Mo's mind. At the moment when Netero made this shot, Lin Mo finally found a trace of his unnaturalness in Netero's infinite combination of moves. In Netero's subconscious, there are the types of moves that he unconsciously rejects. And this tendency will limit Netero's self-knowledge in what should be infinite choices. It is this small deviation that is too small to be easily noticed by others, and it is simply not enough to be called a habit or a small deviation of a tendency. The reason why Lin Mo used his body as a shield to endure Netero's countless punches was for this moment, the moment when he found a flaw. Boom, a straight punch that contained all the strength, and a solid bombardment hit Netero's shoulders. Crack. Although Netero had already mobilized a lot of mental energy at the moment when Lin Mo attacked and defended on his shoulders. But it's still useless. In terms of pure energy, Lin Mo's thoughts are completely crushing Netero. Just the moment of contact, Netero's shoulders couldn't accept the power contained in Lin Mo's punch. The entire shoulder bone was completely shattered by Lin Mo's power. The subsequent thrust knocked out Netero completely. But these are no longer important to Lin Mo at this time. The moment he touched Netero, Lin Mo's complete mimicry recorded Netero. Advertisement among them, there is the ability that Netero can compete with Lin Mo, who has more than 400,000 chi with more than 400,000 chi, heart drop boxing listening. After completing the mimicry of Netero's heart drop boxing listening, a mysterious feeling surged up in Lin Mo's heart, which was very abrupt and very natural. In fact, regarding the ability of heart drop boxing listening, a great scientist in Lin Mo's previous life once explained this aspect. That is the very famous theory of time relativity. Simply put, it's beauty in the stove. When a man sits with a peerless beauty, he will feel that time passes very quickly, even if an hour has passed, but his somatosensory time only thinks that less than 10 minutes have passed. On the other hand, when the man sat on the stove, only 10 minutes had passed, but he would feel that an hour had passed. The conclusion from this experiment is that mental state has a very large impact on the perception of time. Heart drop refers to the flow of time, while Quan Ting refers to the opponent's thoughts. And Netero's heart drop boxing is able to freely control such somatosensory time, and convey it to the opponent to a certain extent through the ability of fist ting. That's why Lin Mo can see what Netero is doing under the flow of his own somatosensory time. The same fluctuations that Netero was in the heart drop boxing listening state radiated from Lin Mo. At this time, in Lin Mo's perspective, everything around seems to be forbidden. Activities that only you can freely do not. It's not right to say free movement. The whole somatosensory process has not been a second. This feeling of the world disappears. It didn't reach the duration of Netero's heart drop fist listening effect at all. Lin Mo looked at his hands and seemed to understand why. The reason why Netero had to do the superfluous action of hand-to-hand plus 0.8 during the battle which was close to death in battle, was not entirely for the purpose of launching the 100 style of Avalokiteshvara. Putting your hands together will also prolong the effect of hard drop boxing listening. After all, the reason why Netero can comprehend hard drop boxing listening is because of his 10,000 grateful straight punches every day. And in these 10,000 times of grateful straight fist thrusts, clasping his hands together is the preposition. Therefore, when the hands are folded together, it can bring a great degree of amplitude effect to Shin Daikwan listening. It can keep the duration of hard drop boxing listening within one shot. In a sense, this can also be regarded as the restriction and oath of hard drop boxing listening. It's a pity, hard drop boxing listening, it's not Nen, otherwise Lin Mo can do his old job again. At this time, the world still doesn't know, from the moment when Lin Mo got hard drops, the real Invincible was born. Chapter 162. Lin Mo, who has the ability to realize, please advise, subscribe. Just the current Lin Mo, if calculated by the attack power increase of 100 styles Guanyin, 1 palm is 3 million times 7, a full 21 million chi damage output. Who can withstand this palm? Not to mention the last 100 styles Guanyin, 0 style. If the attack of the previous 100 style Guanyin is likened to an ordinary one kick with 21 million chi, then 0 style is a super destruction fist with 21 million chi. Netero also has the limitation that as long as he uses the 0 form, all his thoughts will be drained by the 0 form in an instant. And Lin Mo didn't. It's not that his 0 form is not to output the energy of the whole body in an instant, but that he can be supplemented by the endless vitality of immortality in an instant after the output. In other words, Lin Mo can completely use 0 form as a flat A. I lost. Lying on the ground panting, Netero uttered his first defeat since the age of 46. Although Netero's state at this time is not very good, the entire left shoulder was completely shattered by Lin Mo, and only a few tendon-shaped objects were left to connect with the left arm, so that the left arm would not fall off completely. The original snow-white beard was even more stained with blood. After the left shoulder was hit by Lin Mo's fist, the shockwave formed by the aftermath of the power spread to the internal organs, causing Netero to spit out a mouthful of 23-year-old blood. But even though his body has become so embarrassed, at this moment Netero is not at all lonely or sad, but the corners of his mouth are clearly filled with a satisfied smile from the heart. Netero has waited too long, to be able to defeat his opponent. As a man who is always looking for martial arts, what he wants is never those easy victories. It's a defeat after a hardy battle, yes, it is defeat. What Netero wants most is never victory, what he wants most is always to be able to go further in martial arts. And only after the defeat can Netero see the upside. Learn from failures and improve yourself. For example, this time, he lost in the battle with Lin Mo. Netero saw his own inadequacies, it was his subconscious move preference, which made a flaw in his palm technique. Defeats like this would undoubtedly push Netero a step further in the martial arts. Although there are some regrets for not being able to use his ultimate move, 100 styles Guanyin, 0 style. But in fact, Netero can also predict it, even if he uses 0 form, he probably won't be able to kill Lin Mo. After reaching the back, Netero already knew quite a lot about Lin Mo's self-healing ability. Advertisement don't forget, the fist ting, in Shin Daikwan ting, can hear the opponent's situation. No matter what kind of damage his 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara does to Lin Mo, Lin Mo's self-healing ability can completely heal all injuries in an instant. If it weren't for the smell of darkness from Lin Mo, Netero almost suspected that Lin Mo was actually a non-human but a creature from the Dark Continent. Of course, Netero was only skeptical for a moment. There are all kinds of people in this world, and everyone has different talents. No matter how outrageous talents appear, they're all acceptable. In addition to Lin Mo, has there not been a talent like Kim Freecy SS that can be imitated with a single blow from Nen? That being the case, it's not too hard to accept the appearance of a natural physique like Lin Mo's vitality. Instant, Lin Mo's figure suddenly appeared beside Netero. Father, you are really embarrassed like this, it seems that I won. Looking at Netero's miserable appearance, Lin Mo not only did not have any worries and sympathy, but smiled proudly. Just kidding, after being beaten by Netero like a sandbag for so long, when would it be better not to laugh at this time? Seeing Lin Mo's sudden appearance, Netero didn't panic at all. After all, both of them were very clear about this battle from the very beginning. It was just a friendly discussion. Neither Lin Mo nor Netero really regarded the other as an enemy. Ho, cough. Faced with Lin Mo's teasing, Netero originally wanted to laugh along, but he didn't expect the laughter to affect the internal injury of the internal organs, and another mouthful of old blood coughed out. I am convinced that I lost to a little monster old man like you. This is really a fun battle. Even if I die now, I will die without regrets. After a mouthful of blood was carved out, Netero sighed a little. Facing Netero's seemingly desolate sigh, Lin Mo just pouted. Don't look at Netero as miserable. In fact, Lin Mo pulled his strength at the last moment, otherwise with Lin Mo's 3 million energy, even if it is not hard to condense all the energy. Just by maintaining Ken and attacking, with Netero's defense power of more than 400,000 chi, it is estimated that he will be directly beaten to death by Lin Mo. You must know that the amplitude of Netero's 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara is all above the attack, and it is no different from ordinary Nen in terms of defense. So Lin Mo's punch, Lin Mo knows better than anyone else. After all, he has played with Netero for so long, and Lin Mo still has a considerable say in Netero's overall strength. Except for the shoulders, there is nothing serious at all, it just looks a little miserable. Advertisement, okay, don't pretend to be pitiful, others don't know your situation, can I still not know? Don't look at Netero as a enhanced nen. In fact, when he is not in combat, he likes to deceive and mischief very much, and he is a complete old urchin. This can be seen in the ball snatching test in the face of Don Kahlua and the others, as well as in the design of the last test in the original Hunter test. Even the Bean Noodles people have mentioned Netero's chaos more than once, including the appointment of Paris Stone as the vice president of the association. Of course, even though Lin Mo said so, his right hand was still raised. A pale green gas began to emerge from Lin Mo's hand, and then condensed in the air to form a blonde girl with a faint glow all over her body. What's your order? Open black lens bracket Archangel's breath close black lens bracket. Oh, I didn't expect you to have the ability of spiritual beast, in addition to the ability of space? Seeing that he hadn't lied to Lin Mo, Netero immediately stopped pretending, and the desolate aura he once had on his body disappeared, and he regained the appearance of an old urchin full of vitality. Seeing Lin Mo materialize a girl, Netero began to observe with great interest. Ignoring Netero's question, Lin Mo spoke directly to the Archangel, help me cure President Netero, 35. Although I don't know how Archangel can tell the name of the target Lin Mo wants to treat, I think it should be based on the user's recognition. Anyway, in the original book, Gon and the others called out their names directly, and so many people present had never seen Archangel confuse. After walking through the necessary process of Archangel's breath, Archangel, a light green breeze blew out of his mouth, covering Netero. Do you have the ability to heal? You, this little monster, have so many methods. Netero is not a fool. After hearing the conversation between Lin Mo and the Archangel, he immediately guessed what the true ability of Archangel's breath is. Furthermore, it's the healing ability of the rule system, this is really. After the Archangel's breath healed Netero, Netero stood up from the ground and looked at his new body, including his beard and clothes. Even the volume, at this moment, Netero's heart began to set off a huge wave. It is still very remarkable that a person can cultivate a powerful ability, and Lin Mo's healing ability is obviously incompatible with the space system Nen he used before. Despite this, he still practiced his healing ability to the level of rules, which cannot be explained by a simple sentence, talent. Seeing Netero's doubts over and over again, Lin Mo gave himself a set of Archangel's breath, to clean up his clothes and dust and explained. Archangel's breath is not my ability, I just materialized from the Island of Greed developed by Kim Free CSS. By the way, I don't seem to have introduced myself yet, Lin Mo, manifestation, Nen, please give me more advice. Chapter 163. The Apex of the Realized Nen, add more subscription. It doesn't matter if Lin Mo doesn't say it, but as the Island of Greed becomes more and more famous, Netero will know that Archangel's breath is one of the cards in it sooner or later. So even if you say it, it doesn't matter, and you can disguise a wave of your true thoughts. So what's the point of doing nothing? Although the concealment of the mind system seems useless, in fact, before the Nen fights, they will habitually confirm the other party's mind system, and then roughly infer what their Nen may be. The most typical example is that before Kurapika in the original game played against Uvijin, Uvijin guessed that Kurapika may be of the manipulation type, or representation type. In the end, it was because Uvijin guessed from Kurapika's performance that he might be the Nen of the manipulation system, so he was used by Kurapika, hidden. Hide the chain of binding of the middle finger, and finally successfully bound Uvijin. Moreover, Kurapika himself has clearly stated that the reason why he keeps the embodiment of the chain is to cast the fog of his own mind on the enemy. Make it impossible for others to guess your own thoughts. Open black lens bracket realization close black lens bracket. Netero was obviously taken aback by Lin Mo's words. From the very beginning, Netero had guessed that Lin Mo estimated that it was either transformation or trait. After all, Lin Mo's various teleportation and space attack just now, it's hard not to make people think that his mind system is one of these two. And now that it's over, you told me that you're a Nen of the representation type? Suddenly, Netero thought of a terrifying possibility. If Lin Mo is really a Nen of the representation type, then these space abilities he uses are most likely because his embodiment has reached the level of space, conceptual stuff. Moreover, Lin Mo's teleportation ability only came out after his circle unfolded. It is estimated that space is integrated into its own circle. What a terrifying talent! This kind of embodiment can already be called the pinnacle of the manifestation type of Nen. Netero gave Lin Mo a horrified look. Lin Mo, who was standing by Netero's side, didn't know yet that Netero was not only sighing with emotion at this time, but an idea was being born in his heart. Or maybe the idea has been around since the moment Netero was defeated by Lin Mo. Advertisement after all, the moment Netero was defeated by Lin Mo, he was no longer the #1 player in the world. Now that such a title has been lost, should we simply create another title? Such as the world's top 5 Nen. Just when Netero started to write the draft in his heart, Lin Mo's voice woke Netero up. Master. Master? Put your hand on my shoulder and I'll take you back to the hotel, 35. Lin Mo called Netero, and seeing that he didn't respond, he put his hand in front of his eyes and shook it. Oh, okay. After Netero answered absent-mindedly, he put his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder. Flying Thunder God technique, activate, instant. With a flash of white light, Lin Mo and Netero instantly disappeared into the already dilapidated wilderness. Lin Mo. Are you alright? Where have you gone? There was a very strong earthquake in this area just now, and I haven't been able to find you. Do you know that I'm dying of worry? At the same time, outside the hotel, due to the earthquake just now, the official did not know the source of the earthquake, so Men Chi, who still did not return to the hotel, looked at the sudden appearance of Lin Mo and shouted with a little reproach. Road. Although I know that Lin Mo's strength is very strong, when the problem is a natural disaster like an earthquake, it is not something that manpower can contend with. This is also out of Men Chi's own cognition. After listening to Men Chi's words, both Netero and Lin Mo looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that the fight between them would cause such a big reaction. Looking at the crowd around, I guess everyone in the hotel has almost come out. Cough cough. I was just talking to President Netero about some precautions for becoming a hunter, and I didn't pay attention for a while. After coughing twice to ease the embarrassment, Lin Mo replied. Ah yes, my little friend Lin Mo and I hit it off right away, so we chatted a little more, and we really hugged. Originally, Netero wanted to cooperate with Lin Mo, but he was interrupted by Biscuit who suddenly appeared in the middle of the conversation. Stinky old man. Who exactly won the fight between you and Lin Mo? In fact, Biscuit and Bodobai Gigandi guessed that the match between Netero and Lin Mo was over the moment they felt the ground shaking completely subside. Although the shock caused by the fight between the two of them was not as strong as when Netero used 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, the palm of 99, with the strength of Biscuit and Bodobai Gigandi, even though it was an extremely subtle shock can be easily detected. Advertisement just like Lin Mo felt the slight vibration when Kong Jae rushed back and his footsteps collided with the ground during the second exam. Not to mention, even though the two people's Nyen were separated by more than 10 kilometers at that time, the strong sense of oppression was as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark night. So the moment Lin Mo and Netero's fight ended, they came out of the room and waited for them in the hotel lobby. Biscuit took a few glances at Netero and Lin Mo, and found that they were both intact, even spotless. Since Lin Mo had never used Archangel's Breath in front of Biscuit, Biscuit didn't know that Lin Mo suddenly had such a foul ability. Biscuit looked at the two of them, and it really didn't look like they had touched their hands. However, the vibration and roar of the just wound can't be faked. What is this? Ah, Lin Mo. Did you fight with President Netero? Biscuit's words immediately exposed Lin Mo's lie. Lin Mo glanced at Biscuit speechlessly. This guy who can't read atmosphere. Netero stood by and shrugged, indicating that I had done my best. It's not a fight, it's just a friendly exchange. Ah yes, that's it. So the earthquake just now was. Yes, it was the two of us, 35. In fact, it's not that Lin Mo wanted to hide from Menchi on purpose, it was mainly because Menchi was worried that he would be in danger during the earthquake when Lin Mo, Qian Zhao, first came back. P.S. Thank you for your reward and reminder. Thank you Nime Gigi for your reward, thank you two bosses for your support. This made Lin Mo's subconscious reaction to fool the past first, but he didn't expect that it would be difficult to get out of the hall now. However, the thing that Lin Mo expected that Menchi might be petty did not happen. At this time, there was only one thought in Menchi's mind, that is, Lin Mo can actually fight against the strongest in the world. But there is more tension and inferiority. In the end, the culprit of the earthquake was Lin Mo himself. Is such a weak self really qualified to be by Lin Mo's side? Menchi, who was still with Lin Mo at ease, now has nothing but admiration for Lin Mo in her heart. At this moment, Menchi had a rough idea of the power contained in Lin Mo's body. It turns out that Lin Mo has actually become the strongest level in the world. Chapter 164. The Unwillingness of the Top 5 Nen X Silva Who Created the World, subscribe. In the end, about Netero's defeat in the battle with Lin Mo, Netero himself said it. Looking at Bodobai Gigandi's unbelievable face, Lin Mo knew that Bodobai Gigandi probably couldn't accept the fact that his idol was defeated for a while. And he still lost to a young man in his 20s who was blatantly cheating in the hunter exam. The problem is that Netero didn't have to lie about this at all. So, in the end, no matter how unbelievable Bodobai Gigandi was, he finally accepted the fact that Netero lost. As for Biscuit, even though he had already guessed that there was such a possibility, he would instinctively feel a little horrified when this thing really happened in front of him. After all, Netero has occupied the world's strongest position for quite a long time, and now the end of the legend and the birth of the new strongest are actually going on in such a remote, 087, unmanned place. This kind of thing that can be recorded in the annals of history is the sense of deviation brought about by such a bright occurrence in front of his eyes. It made Biscuit's whole brain feel like it was in a dream. I even wondered if this was a reality or a dream. My own student really defeated the stinky old man Netero and became the strongest in the new world? After that, I, Biscuit Kruger, will be the teacher of the world's #1 powerhouse from today. In fact, Netero himself had no intention of concealing the news of his defeat. It is estimated that a small group of people in the world will soon receive the news that the new world's strongest is born. At the same time, Netero was ready to start implementing new ideas that flashed through his mind at the time. Now that he has lost the title of the strongest in the world, he has to get a compelling title next to him. In the end, is it better to count the top 10 strongest Nen in the world, or the top 5 Nen? Or simply count out one of the strongest for each thought system? In the case of enhancing system, the old man will definitely do his part. No, I guess that kid Bodobai Gigandi will probably surpass me in the future. Therefore, it is not possible to carry out a separate inventory of the chanting system. When the time comes, as soon as the inventory comes out, that kid Bodo by Gigandi has surpassed the old man. Isn't this a waste in the end? Advertisement. Since it's not enough to read the system alone, then it's better to come to the world's top 5 nen. It's quite enough in terms of force. If there is a candidate, then the old man, Lin Mo, and the old monster Mahadadike must also be counted for him. As for the remaining 2 candidates, at present, it seems that apart from the B********** D by Yongda, it seems that there are only 2 of them, Kim Frisi SS and Bodo by Gigandi. It's a pity that they seem to be a little short of it now, but with the talent of the 2 of them, it is estimated that in a few years, they will almost be able to reach our realm. At this time, after the hunter exam was over, Netero, who had nothing to do, was sitting in the office and began to think non-stop. When I think of the feasible place, I will pick up the brush and draw twice on the rice paper with great interest. Looking at his leisurely appearance, he really did not pay any attention to the stormy waves that swept the outside world because of a piece of news from him. Sure enough, when it comes to the ability to do things, Zhang is still old and spicy. The Republic of Batokia, Dentola region, Kakul Mountain. Silva Katakana middle. Has it been investigated? Lin Mo really defeated Netero? At present, in the depths of the Kukulu Mountain, there is a room filled with the element of dragon, in the Haka family manner. Dragon chairs, dragon beds, and even cups and cutlery are carved in the shape of a dragon. One can imagine how obsessed the owner of the room is with the element of dragon. This is really the room where Zeno beat the enemy. At this time, Zeno beat the enemy was sitting on his dragon chair with Erlang's legs crossed, holding the panlong red wine glass with his right hand, and turned his head slightly to look at Silva beating the enemy, who was sitting opposite, asked with some seriousness. "Ah, I've checked it out. This year's qualified freshman hunters include Lin Mo. If anyone can defeat the monster, Netero, it must be above it. Open black lens bracket monster close black lens bracket." At this time, the arm of Silva Beater who was cut off by Lin Mo in the Nosla family has grown back. Judging from the muscle profile of his arm, it should be no different from his own original arm. Do not. If there's any difference from 2 years ago, it's that Silva Beaton's body has grown stronger again. I really don't know, as a transformation system, Nen, why do you make yourself so strong? Taking Silva beat the enemy as a reference, it is estimated that Ilfan should have recovered completely. Although there is nothing to see from the face of Silva beating the enemy, but from the slightly tight fist under the table, it can be seen that his mind is not really as calm as his face. Advertisement, give up. As if he had seen something, Zeno Destroyer suddenly opened his mouth and said something without a beginning or end. Saying that, Zeno Punching Dyke raised his eyebrows and glanced at Silva Punching Dyke, who seemed to not care about anything. Don't think I don't know, in fact, your heart has always been haunted by what happened 2 years ago. Although you haven't said it for the past 2 years, I can still see that you are expecting someone to issue a commission about those people from Meteor Street. Zeno Dika's eyes at this moment are like a sharp sword, piercing straight to the deepest secret of Silva Dika's heart. 66. In the face of Zeno Dika's questioning, Silva Dika was silent, which also means that Zeno Dika was right. For the past 2 years, he thought that he was well hidden, but in fact he didn't know his son Mo Ruofu. Silva's little thought of beating the enemy can't escape the eyes of Zeno's beating the enemy. Even the information that Silva beat the enemy secretly investigates Lin Mo in private is clear. Although Lin Mo and the Nosla family had been raised to the first level after returning to the Haka family last time, Lin Mo himself was already at the same level as Netero. In the past 2 years, it is not that no one has commissioned the list of the Nosla family from the Haka family, but without exception, they were all scared off by the price of the Haka family. When he returned to the family that year, he indeed raised the entrustment level of Lin Mo and the Nosla family. Insane. An ordinary little leader of a soprano family in a border area dares to ask for 5 billion yuan? Even the original Krollo and the others, who came out of Meteor Street with Lin Mo, were dug up by Silva. But there are exceptions to everything. From this, it is not difficult to see that there must be some kind of connection between Krollo and Lin Mo, friends or companions. Anyway, it is estimated that it is within the concept of such a relationship. But with the power of beating the enemy Haka family, if you want to check carefully, it is not difficult to find out that Lin Mo came out of Meteor Street, a place abandoned by the world. As long as someone issues a request to the Haka family about Krollo and the others, then maybe, meet Lin Mo again. Not to mention a family leader like 0.8 Right Nosla or Adam. After discovering this, Silva beat the enemy seemed to see a glimmer of hope that he could fight against Lin Mo again. Chapter 165. Silva's misunderstanding of Lin Mo, subscribe. Regarding the loss to Lin Mo last time, or the fact that he failed to kill Lin Mo last time, Silva Beaton has always been quite mindful. Not just because of his broken arm and your me being blinded in front of his face. Sui ran yu yi bu fen j fang mian de yuan yin, bai jing zo dk jia zu sui ran open black lens bracket I close black lens bracket de ji xing. Dan bai chi hen duo y jia de jia zu. Ta man bai chi chi ta ren lai shuo yao zheng jia zu zhang open black lens bracket jia ren close black lens bracket j yi gai nian. For example, the Cajun royal family, who also has a deformed love. But it's more of a shame. The last precaution against beating the enemy Haka family will be used on him one day. For Silva, who has been determined to be a perfect killer since childhood, it is simply a great shame. Although Lin Mo is very powerful, and at the same time, his talent is also at the level of monster. But based on Lin Mo's foundation and actual combat experience, Silva beat the enemy thinks that he has a certain degree of certainty that he can win the battle if it is against the last time. Well, 23. Of course, this is simply because Silva didn't fully understand Lin Mo's strength and ability when he beat the enemy, which made him have such an illusion. Man. It is such a strange creature, and the first impression of people is often the most difficult thing to change. No matter how many things you do afterwards that are inconsistent with your first impression, many times you still cannot erase your first impression on others. At this time, there is such a cognitive misunderstanding in Silva. A large part of his cognition of Lin Mo was still when he was sleeping, and he was completely defenseless and completely behaved like a rookie. This also led to the generation of Silva beating the enemy. The next time, just make sure that Lin Mo's head is cut off, or his whole body is torn to pieces. Mo's illusion. So for the past 2 years, Silva has been waiting to beat the enemy. Waiting for the moment when their commission on Krollo comes to the door. As for why Silva beat the enemy did not take the initiative to take action, he had to wait for the commission of the police. This point has to do with the family motto of beating the enemy Haka family. There are 3 family mottos for beating the enemy Haka family. 1. Do not resist those who are stronger than yourself. Advertisement. 2nd, they will kill as long as you can afford the quest, but when the client dies before the target, the quest is cancelled. 3rd, unless necessary, do not kill people outside the mission. That is to say, beating the enemy Haka family will never arbitrarily take other people's lives because of personal grudges or preferences. And that's why they have survived for so many years as the killer family. Powerful and principled. After all, no matter how powerful the Haka family is, they still appear extremely weak in the face of human malice. If there was no such principle, the Haka family would have long since disappeared from the stage of history. Of course, although Lin Mo's first impression of Silva beat the enemy was a rookie, he never questioned Lin Mo's strength and talent. If it was a head-to-head battle, Silva beat the enemy didn't have the confidence to win against Lin Mo. So much so that when he received the news today that the freshman hunter who passed the hunter exam this year defeated Netero head-on, the first thing that came to his mind was Lin Mo's unforgettable face. After all, the 4 words of the new hunter are too suggestive, and they can be the strongest in the world when they are in the new generation. The only person he could think of that might do it was Lin Mo. When he was very young, he had wondered why Netero's commission price was set at an impossible amount. He will always remember what Zeno Beatrice said to him at that time. There are 3 reasons. First, Netero's mind was so silent that it was terrifying, and no one could guess his next attacking intention based on the direction of his mind. Second, Netero is the only person who managed to survive in this world after fighting Zeno Dodike's grandfather, Maha Dodike. The third is Netero's Nen open black lens bracket 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara close black lens bracket. This move is simply invincible. However, Netero, who was considered unsurpassable by his father, was suddenly defeated by Lin Mo, who had killed him once 2 years ago. This cognitive shift directly caused endless waves in Silva Beaton's heart. As long as it is a commission related to Lin Mo, it must be a loss-making business. Silva. Don't forget, we are killers. He was very clear about Silva beating Dike's mind, and Zeno beating Dike had never stopped him before. Advertisement after all, although Lin Mo can be said to have become the inner demon of Silva beating the enemy to a certain extent. But at the same time it is also motivating him to become stronger. You must know that they are killers, and not the same martial artist as Netero, and inner demons have never been an obstacle to their growth. But it's different now. Lin Mo can grow from a rookie who just learned reading from Silva Beater's mouth in just 2 years to a monster who can defeat monsters like Netero head-on. Although I used to be afraid of Lin Mo to a certain extent, it was not to the point of fear. After all, in Zeno's cognition, no matter how much Lin Mo grows, he will grow into a monster like Netero at most. Even so, he can't compete with such existence, but his grandfather can. As long as Maha Dodike exists for a day, they will not be afraid of the Dodike family. 090. After all, Maha Punch is a strong man at the same level as Netero. But now it's different. Lin Mo has officially surpassed Netero in just 2 years. Who knows what kind of terrifying existence he can call him if he gives him another 10 years. If you have to compare, it is estimated that only the mysterious and unpredictable Dong Free CSS who went to the Dark Continent and wrote Journey to the New World can compete with it. So the world is like this. Zeno beat the enemy had to break through the secret of Silva beat the enemy. Just to remind him that the current Lin Mo is an existence that the entire Haka family can't afford to defend. If he doesn't want to do anything, stop it immediately for me. Otherwise, the family will face the danger of extinction. I see. Silva Pudi K looked at Zeno Pudike's eyes, and was silent for a long time, but finally agreed. In fact, it's not an unanswerable thing at all. In fact, no matter how unbelievable Silva beat the enemy in his heart, it can't change the fact that he and Lin Mo are no longer level police existence. What if you don't agree? Do you drag the whole family together? Therefore, during the period of silence when Silva beat the enemy, it is not that he is considering whether to answer or not, but the time it takes to fundamentally change his attitude towards Lin Mo's cognitive problems. Chapter 166. Attitude of V5 open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. The news that the Haka clan can receive, of course, some powerful people in the world can also receive it. Although Netero did not list Lin Mo's name directly, the news released to the outside world was that he was defeated by this new class of hunters. But in fact it is no different from hanging his name directly. This kind of thing can be found by a little online search to find the number of people who have passed the hunter exam and their names. After getting the list, anyone with a little relationship can find out the approximate life of each person. Among the 4 people in this session, the other 3 are nothing special, and it is estimated that they have not even opened Nan. So it can be ruled out directly. There is only Lin Mo left. Although he looks very young, Lin Mo has raised his head a lot at this time. The owner of the 234th floor of the Sky Arena is suspected to be the advisor of the Nosla family and one of the resolvers of Princess Anna's resentment incident. Princess Anna's incident is that Biscuit casually mentioned Lin Mo's name when it was reported. Fortunately, the fact that Lin Mo replaced Netero to become the strongest in the world is only spread among the high-level human beings, and the general public is unaware of it. Although the Hunter world is a matter of extraordinary power, the world is still dominated by the power of the state, not the power of individuals. But when the individual strength reaches a certain level, even the state must be careful. Don't look at Netero in the original book. It seems that it has always been in a position of being clamped by V5. In fact, a large part of the reason Netero followed V5's orders to a certain extent was for the convenience of the Hunter Guild in the world. If it weren't for the Netero and V5 folks who have been at the negotiating table. The Hunter license, as the Bean Noodles man said, is an ordinary card with good anti-counterfeiting. How can it get so much convenience? How can the profession of Hunter obtain such superiority in social status? It all depends on Netero, the president of the Hunters Association, behind the scenes. At the same time, this is one of the reasons why Netero can have such a strong personality, although Netero can be called very willful in some aspects. But Netero can be said to spare no effort in cultivating younger generations. Originally, there were only 2 super-spec powerhouses in the entire world. One was Netero, and the other was Maha Punch. As for Dong for CSS, he has never appeared in human society, so he still does not comment. Advertisement in these 2 super-spec powerhouses have their own entanglements. Netero's is the Hunter Association, and Maha Dika's is the entire Dika family. It is precisely because of something that can tie them up that the V5 can clamp them down to a certain extent. So that they don't get too out of control. But now there's one more Lin Mo out of thin air. And what is even worse is that Lin Mo can be said to be crushing Netero and Maha, beaten the enemy in terms of age, talent and strength. However, V5 has not found anything that can be used to 100% clamp him. This makes V5, a behemoth that is used to being the world leader, very uneasy. As for V5, to be honest, Lin Mo specially learned about it after he just came out of Meteor Street, and even the entire Hunter section has a general understanding of it. After reading it, Lin Mo can only say that it is really worthy of you, old thief of Fujian. The entire Hunter world map is actually formed by the disruption and reorganization of the continental plates of the Earth in the previous life. Needless to say, V5 corresponds to the 5 rogues of Lin Mo's previous life. Whale Island Lin Mo is also seen on the map, which is completely a replica of Soccer Island. The original 214th Hunter test site was in South America, and the Haka family was in Feijo, which corresponds to the Republic of Batokia where the Sky Arena is located. Kading, the country where Gon met Kade again, is in Asia and Europe, Yukishin is in Mersigoth, and Kajin is in Tuao. Proper plagiarism of the world map. With this association, what does the dark continent outside the map correspond to? Disaster and hope completely correspond to outer space. At this moment, representatives of the 5 countries of V5 are having an emergency video conference in 5 parts of the world. Lin Mo, who can defeat Netero's existence, can't help but pay attention to it. At the moment of learning that Lin Mo defeated Netero, all the information that Lin Mo could collect was put in front of these 5 people. Are you sure? Lin Mo's origin is Meteor Street? A typical blonde Westerner in front of the screen asked. Ross, aren't you talking nonsense? You can't read the information? The ID card handled by Canby Town, the parents died, the orphanage, and even the photos are only after the age of 18. Where else can people not be from Meteor Street, people? An Oriental man with black hair and black eyes looked at Ross, who asked the first question, with disdain. His eyes were simply asking about your brain? Ross's face flushed a little, but he couldn't say anything to refute. Advertisement after all, the name is indeed written on the information, and the reason he asked one more question was just to confirm it again. Okay. The most important thing for us now is to discuss how to treat this Lin Mo, not to quarrel here. Although Ross's words are useless, but Jai Jing, don't be so direct. 35. A Caucasian man with a stubborn appearance saw that the 2 of them were about to quarrel, so he made a peacemaker to reassure them. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. It is said that he is a peacemaker, but in fact, his attitude is still very obvious. Although they are both V5s, there is an inevitable gap in national strength between countries. Today's world's most powerful country is the Dragon Country represented by Jai Jing. As for the Bald Eagle represented by Ross, it has already begun to be overtaken by the Dragon Kingdom in all aspects. Naturally, no one will let Ross to a certain extent as before. Not to mention the hairy bear he represents, he had a grudge with the Bald Eagle before the establishment of V5, so why don't you step on your feet when you see this opportunity? You. Ross was at a loss for words from Jai Jing at first, but now he seems to be comforted by the representative of the hairy bear, but in fact he has 2 sentences, is a little more anxious. But no way, national power is everything, how can it be uncomfortable? You can't play hard or soft, and they are clearly targeting you, so what can you do? Seeing that the smell of gunpowder is so strong among the top 3 bigwigs, the 2 bottom-ranked Gallic chickens, Great Britain, didn't even dare to say a word. Anyway, The existence of the two of them usually is to shout 666 next to them. They dared to be arrogant to those small countries, but they really didn't even dare to say a word in the face of the top 3 big men in national power. After all, none of them dared to offend them, so wouldn't they be courting death at this time? Okay, don't let it go. I propose to contact Meteor Street first to find out what kind of status this Lin Mo belongs to in Meteor Street. Reconsideration, 99. Reconsideration, 55. As soon as Jai Jing's voice fell, Gulji and Great Britain would only call 666 and then directly reconsider. Of course, Lao Maozi wouldn't pick on Jai Jing, so he said directly, reconsideration. As for Ross, he wanted to find fault with Jai Jing, but the problem was that Jai Jing's proposal was indeed the most suitable when he didn't fully understand anything, so he could only reluctantly say. Reconsider. Chapter 167. Half a year open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. In the blink of an eye, almost half a year has passed since Lin Mo defeated Netero, from 1989 to 1990. In the past 6 months, Lin Mo's gas volume still maintained a monthly growth rate of 100,000, which means that Lin Mo's gas volume at this time has completely surpassed the single combat power ceiling in the original work, Ant King Meruem. It has reached 3.6 million chi in the true sense, which is unprecedented in the past. Of course, the ceiling here does not refer to the level of danger, but simply the ceiling of combat effectiveness. Therefore, disasters like those in the Dark Continent are not included in the statistics. Although Lin Mo replaced Netero as the world's #1 powerhouse, the news was only spread among a handful of people in the world. It doesn't have much impact on the Hunter world as a whole. Maki and Shizuku have already relied on the relationship of the Nosla family to successfully enter the world's top medical school, and began to systematically learn about neurology. Some time ago, when I was on the phone with Lin Mo, I even complained to Lin Mo about too many papers. Compared with Maki's efforts, Shizuku is more like a mess, wondering if there is any way to improve his memory. 090 In fact, Shizuku completely forgot about it when he actually arrived. Every day, I read books with Maki, days, eat and drink. But it's okay, Shizuku doesn't have anything special he wants to do, so it's fine to just follow Maki's side all the time. As for Men-Chi, Lin Mo doesn't know if the fight with Netero stimulated her. Men-Chi has changed her character, who was only interested in food in the past, and actually chose to concentrate on her practice, Nien. The original plan according to Men-Chi and Lin Mo was to go home for a few days, and then go to Yukishin to participate in a certain food competition. But the day after Lin Mo and Netero finished fighting, Men-Chi took the initiative to ask Lin Mo to give her special training, and she didn't even plan to go back home. Although a little surprised by Men-Chi's sudden change, such a change is also what Lin Mo likes to see. For Men-Chi, Lin Mo's definition from beginning to end is very clear, that is, the little cook. But as Bodobai Gandhi said, no matter what career orientation, practicality is always the most important. Advertisement therefore, Lin Mo still has certain requirements for Men-Chi in terms of strength, at least he can have at least the ability to protect himself. But the problem is, Lin Mo found out during his time with Men-Chi that Men-Chi is too obsessed with food. This made Lin Mo have to worry that Men-Chi would stretch his hips too much in terms of strength. Despite Lin Mo's protection and the presence of Kanai, the general danger is no problem. But if the strength is too strong, and even Fei Lishan Kuwu is too late to take it out, he is instantly killed by someone? Although Lin Mo has the foul regular healing ability like Archangel's Breath, the problem is that he doesn't have the ability to revive others. If he was about to die, Lin Mo would have nowhere to cry. Therefore, Lin Mo's requirements for Men-Chi, Maki and the others are actually the same, that is, to have the minimum self-protection ability. After all, it is impossible for Lin Mo to be by their side 24 hours a day, and Lin Mo never thought of raising them like canaries. Not to mention the fact that each of them is an independent individual, every woman chosen by Lin Mo has its own uniqueness and can help him to a certain extent. Not just a vase. Maki's magical sixth sense, Shizuku's regular nen, as well as Men-Chi's cooking skills, and even Nyan's time-related spirit attribute. Each item is impossible for Lin Mo to mimic, and at the same time, it can help Lin Mo to some extent. Because they are not so-called vases. Therefore, in the future, if it is really like what I imagined, I can complete the ability of traversal. Lin Mo will definitely bring them all together to another world, as long as it is matched with the longevity food, Nidalomi, on the Dark Continent. The difference in lifespan between the girls and Lin Mo, Side, will no longer be the same. Question. Of course, it is indeed a good thing that Men-Chi has become more focused on cultivation, but Lin Mo still decided to take Men-Chi back to her house first. After all, it doesn't seem very good to kidnap someone's daughter without mentioning it. In fact, it was mainly because Lin Mo suddenly realized something when Fei Lei Shen brought Men-Chi back to the 234th floor of the Sky Arena after the Hunter briefing. That is, he can actually switch back and forth between the Island of Greed and the outside world at will. Advertisement. If that's the case, why don't you take Men-Chi to fly the Thunder God to the Island of Greed to practice the ability of mind in the daytime, and take Men-Chi to fly the Thunder God back to her house at night, wouldn't it? To be honest, considering the past and present Lin Mo, this is the first time that Lin Mo has encountered such a thing as a parent. Fortunately, on the way, Men-Chi introduced her family to Lin Mo in detail. She only has one mother and one younger brother. Menki's father died in an accident not long after Menki's younger brother was born. Although it is not good to say this, Lin Mo was actually relieved when he heard that Men-Chi's father passed away. After all, no matter where he is, his father-in-law will always be the most difficult to deal with. However, when Men Chi brought Lin Mo home at first, Men Chi's mother still looked at Lin Mo like a pervert. After all, Men Chi is only 10 years old. However, under Lin Mo's appearance, money ability, and psychological control over others, Men Chi's mother finally accepted Lin Mo's existence very happily. Although, in the end, there is still a very serious exhortation not to have too close behavior before Men Chi is a minor. In any case, this aspect of the Men Chi family is a perfect solution. After a long period of time, Lin Mo took Men Chi to and from the island of Greed in Menki's house. Although they are also very distressed that Lin Mo is out of control, Lin Mo is also a member of Meteor Street anyway. In the end, the people of V5 could only come back without success, and start thinking about how to prevent Lin Mo from getting out of control. However, the Phantom Troop is now Meteor Street's hope to get rid of the outside world, especially the monster, Lin Mo. Because he might leave this world with Men Chi forever, Lin Mo thought to let Men Chi get along with her family as much as possible before that. Although it may be a little hypocritical, at least doing so will make Lin Mo feel better. In particular, there is also the second elder, the enemy who has lost his son with V5. As for V5, they have sent people to Meteor Street in the past 6 months to inquire about Lin Mo's situation with the elders of the Presbyterian Church. So in the face of the Presbyterian Church's questions and 3 unknowns, coupled with the information that Meteor Street itself is blocked, and Lin Mo has not made much fame in Meteor Street like Uvajin and the others. Therefore, in the face of this group of V5 people, the Presbyterian Church will of course not choose to betray the news of Lin Mo. Chapter 168. Whoever provokes me, whoever I do, Jesus will not give face. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Regarding the change in V5, the Presbyterian Church notified Crollo as soon as the people from V5 left Meteor Street. Since V5 didn't reveal too much information, at this time they didn't know that Lin Mo replaced Netero to become the world's #1 powerhouse, but just reminded Crollo that V5 had noticed Lin Mo for some unknown reason. Of course, Crollo, who was the news transfer station, also informed Lin Mo of this at the first time. It wasn't much of a surprise when Lin Mo learned about this. As the upper organization of the Hunter Association, V5 cannot be ignorant of Lin Mo becoming the strongest in the new world. Therefore, Lin Mo had long anticipated that V5 would investigate itself. As for Lin Mo's attitude, they can investigate how they like, and they just don't mess with him anyway. Otherwise, Lin Mo would just pick a random country and use material realization to record the poor man's rose, or other weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear weapons in their arsenal. Anyway, in terms of Lin Mo's current room, entering those so-called military powerhouses is as simple as eating and drinking. Then run over to their country to plant mushrooms and plant flowers. Even the Dragon Kingdom is no exception. Although the Dragon Kingdom in the full-time Hunter world was created with reference to Washaw, it is not the real Washaw after all, so Lin Mo will not have any psychological obstacles when he starts. Whoever provokes him, he will do whoever. Jesus will not give face when he comes. So Lin Mo just said that he didn't pay too much attention to it after he knew it. This guy Lin Mo really treats us here as a training base for newbies? Today, Duan rarely walked out of GL City and complained to Yi Tan with a displeased face. For Lin Mo, a guy who doesn't follow the rules at all, he comes and goes when he wants, Duan really doesn't like him very much. Relying on his ability to move in space, this guy never walks through the front door of Yidden, and always walks through the back door. The mechanics that make their island of greed feel like a bummer. Of course, what Duan refuses to admit is that Lin Mo has the face of a male public enemy, which makes it easy for some men who are not broad-minded enough to feel jealous. It just so happens that Duan is that part, advertisement. No way, after all, the island of greed was originally developed to train newbies. Yi Tan's words stabbed Duan's weak heart again. Hey, don't forget that you, Yidden, were tricked into this pit by the B********* D Jin, just like us. Thinking of this Duan makes me mad. Kim Free CSS, the B******** D, originally said that he wanted to create an unprecedented epic-making game, and that he wanted to add a touch of rich color to this boring game world. It is said that several of them are all eager to prepare for a big fight. As a result, the game is indeed completed, and the effect is quite satisfactory. The only downside is that, just like Lin Mo's feeling at the beginning, the overall game tends to be younger, the level settings are relatively simple, and the playability is not high. However, these shortcomings cannot be ignored under the blessing of various magical props. However, that day Kim Free CSS came in with a baby and also made it clear that it was his son afterward. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Why does the game feel younger, why the whole game level doesn't require much use of brains, and why the monsters in the rocky area are so coincidentally corresponding to different skill usages of mind. You're not doing game development at all. What do you say to make a big move for an epic-making game? What do you say to go to the game industry to shine? These are all fake. Fake. Scars to nurture your own son. Make a novice village for your son. When Duan and the others found out that they had been pulled over by Kim Free CSS to play games with his son, the feeling was described in one sentence. Tired. Destroy it, hurry up. I can't even complain about it. But what can be done? Now it's all done. The game homework has been done, the release has been released, and all aspects have been completed. And if you look closely, you can find that the Island of Greed was completed by 11 people, but only 5 people were left on the island. Among them, Razor directly and explicitly stated that he is in charge of the system of the Greed Island release system. Advertisement, so it can be inferred from this that the other 4 people are respectively responsible for the other 4 systems in the 5 conventional mind systems. Judging from his personality, probably Dwan is in charge of the enhancing department, and List should be in charge of the change department. As for the sisters of Elena and Yi Tan, from the perspective of responsibilities, it may be that Yi Tan is in charge of the incarnation department, according to the 2 types of book and gain. When they entered the island in the incarnation department, the related magic is explained by her. For flowers, Elena is in charge of the operation system. After all, if you use magnetic force in the original book, you will fly to him. If you use peer, you will fly to Kate. The specific operator is her. The above is purely personal speculation, please take it lightly. That is to say, the 5 mind systems of the Island of Greed have all been bound to them, and now it is like quitting, unless the entire Island of Greed is shut down. Simply put, what Dwan is doing at this time is just incompetent and furious. What makes Dwan break the defense the most is that Jin Free CSS has brought Gon up, and he can even bite to death and say that he made the Island of Greed to make a great game. The reason why I brought Gon up was just to show off the game I made to my son. 0. Seeing that Kim Free CSS still has a tough mouth, Dwan would like to call him the strongest dead duck. But among the 5 people, except for Dwan, the others did not complain much about Kim Free CSS's approach. Although they are the companions of Kim Free CSS, they are not just generating electricity for love in keeping the Island of Greed running. Kim Free CSS will not only give them the ringy who sells Greed Island, but also give them a monthly salary. Kim Free CSS has always been quite generous. This is from the original book. When Jin Free CSS joined Beyond's Dark Continent team, he just met, and he directly said how much others gave you. That's without a wink at all. Although Kim Free CSS has never pursued money, the problem is that his money is just like what Wang Duoyu said, just like having the ability to reproduce people. It can be seen how rich and versatile Jin Free CSS is, and they are not only rich and powerful, but also quite generous in their shots. With such a boss, what else is there to complain about? Don't think that the inside of the team does not involve money. From the moment Kim Free CSS enters the team, it directly uses money to open the way. It can be seen that it must be because he thinks that money is useful to open the way, and he will do it. Since he thinks it is useful, it must be because he did it before, and it turns out that money is really useful, so he inherited this fine tradition to Beyond's Dark Continent exploration team. So in the face of such Kim Free CSS, they have nothing to complain about. At most, they are surprised that Kim has a child. Chapter 169. The Brigade's first gathering. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. Boom boom boom. In the rocky area of the Island of Greed, at this time, there are 2 figures that are constantly interlacing their fists and feet at a speed that is indistinguishable to the naked eye, constantly bombarding each other. Every punch and kick can cause a slight burst of air in the air. One can imagine how much power it contains. Boom. Lin Mo made the last block, and after blocking Men Chi's fist, he used his skill to push his palm slightly, and pushed Men Chi 5 or 6 meters behind him. Very good, Men Chi, your flow is almost at a high level, and the only thing left under you is the accumulation of time. Looking at Men Chi, who was wearing a sports outfit, breathing heavily, and sweating profusely, Lin Mo's eyes couldn't help showing a hint of approval. As expected of the youngest 1-star gourmet hunter in history in the original book, in addition to his culinary talent, Men Chi's martial arts talent or fighting talent is still very good. Men Chi and he had been fighting for about half an hour just now, using Ken and flow with high intensity throughout the whole process. In terms of the time that Men Chi has been in contact with Nyen, it has only taken half a year to reach this point, and its progress is much faster than Gon and Kahlua. Of course, this is not to say that Menki's talents are 0 and 90, better than Gon and Kahlua. But because Lin Mo cheated with Men Chi again, needless to say, the effect of Dr. Crazy's muscle enhancer directly pulls Men Chi's body to a strength that can use a full 100 tons of strength. Men Chi has already surpassed a large number of people based on her physical strength alone. In addition to this, there's Elder's Energy Enhancement Medicine B30. It can make a certain part of the body full of energy. The frequency and durability are impeccable. Each bottle contains 500 capsules. Close black lens bracket. After having the Elder's Energy Enhancement Medicine, take a few pills every day when you are tired from practice. Not only can you restore the energy of the body, but also can increase the endurance in a short time. Make it more durable. In the configuration, Sleeping Girl A11. A girl who can sleep for you, so that you can move 24 hours without sleep. Close black lens bracket. And advice from the Fairy King S6. Kindly tell you about your shortcomings, how to improve, etc. Good advice. Sometimes it's a bit troublesome if you don't ask him to run out. And other props to assist cultivation. Finally, I use the cartometer from time to time to adjust the psychological pressure for Men Chi. Simply perfect. I have to let Lin Mo admire the props developed by Kim Free CSS again. They are so useful. It is precisely because of the existence of these props that Men Chi can reach such a height in just half a year. One-stop service from head to toe. If the cultivation base is improved slower than Gon and the others under this kind of service, it will be a ghost. Of course, it is not only Men Chi who have this kind of treatment. Maki and Shizuku also have the same one-stop service before. Men Chi, do you have any ideas for Nen? After giving Men Chi a set of Archangel's Breath, Lin Mo asked casually. That's right, Men Chi's mind system is the representation system. In fact, to be honest, in terms of personality, Men Chi is more like a Nen who is release type. But in fact, although Men Chi has 2 knives on his body in the original animation, but not in the comics. The knife in the comic is that she turned her hand, and then suddenly changed 2 knives. Therefore, it is still based on the comics of the old thief Fujian. In the past 6 months, Men Chi has been cultivating the skills of mind at a high intensity and has no time to start developing her own Nen. After thinking about it, I still want a chopping knife. Advertisement under the Archangel's breath, Men Chi, who had fully recovered, paused and replied. Chopper, it's a good choice. It can be used not only for cooking but also as a weapon. It's very suitable for you. Lin Mo pretended to ponder for a few seconds and praised. In the world of full-time hunters, there is no chef's rule that a kitchen knife can't kill enemies. In the original work, when Men Chi faced the provocation of the wrestling fat man, he directly embodied the kitchen knife. Obviously, the fighting method of Men Chi was mainly based on the kitchen knife. Hey, Lin Mo, don't you think I should develop a pure combat ability? Men Chi was obviously surprised by Lin Mo's praise. Why do you think I want you to develop a pure combat Nen? Instead of answering Men Chi's words, Lin Mo asked instead. Because you are too strong. If you don't become stronger, wouldn't it be a burden to be by your side? Since Men Chi knew that Lin Mo had defeated Netero to become the world's #1 powerhouse, Lin Mo could clearly feel Menki's transformation. It's just that these changes of Men Chi are a good thing for now, so Lin Mo has not spoken out. In fact, only the strong can stand by the strong. This truth is not unique to Meteor Street. Although Nian is a secret that is not disclosed to the public, the existence of armed forces such as monsters, beasts, hunters, and gangsters is known to everyone. For Men Chi, who has been determined to become a food hunter since childhood, of course, he will understand the importance of strength better than ordinary people. In many cases, if you want to obtain delicious cooking materials, you must go deep into the lair of the beasts. If you find illegal poachers, the food hunters also shoulder the responsibility of arresting them. To become a food hunter, strength is essential. Although Men Chi's perception is not as deep as Maki and the others, the direct power gap between her and Lin Mo is like a chasm. The truth that was not deeply understood will also be infinitely magnified at this time. You must know that the only person in the original book who can stop Men Chi in a willful state is Netero. Netero's very peaceful voice was enough to make Men Chi regain her composure, and she admitted her mistake very simply. It can be seen that Men Chi is also a fan of Netero in his heart. At that time, Netero readily admitted that he lost to Lin Mo in front of Men Chi. Although Netero's words are an understatement, the impact of Netero's words on Men Chi is quite huge. There was even an idea of escaping, but after a night of thinking, Men Chi still couldn't give up Lin Mo. She wanted to be the person who stood by Lin Mo. It is precisely because of this that Men Chi did not even bother to study food during this period of time, in order to become stronger as soon as possible. But Nian's skills are all good to say. The problem is that Nen is about the ability of a lifetime. Although Men Chi is very eager to become stronger, but she can't let go of the pursuit of food. So she still has to develop Nen in cooking first. Unexpectedly, when I told Lin Mo about this decision, Lin Mo was not disappointed, but praised her. This made her happy but also a little overwhelmed. Puff. Lin Mo put his hand on Men Chi's small head, bent down slightly, and said to Men Chi with a smile. Is it because I think my strength is too strong, so I think that only by becoming as strong as me can you be with me? But Men Chi, have you ever thought that maybe the reason why I am so strong is to protect you better? Advertisement. If you become as strong as me, isn't my strength meaningless? 35. In terms of strength, as long as you have enough time to last until I come over when you are in danger. 35. The Men Chi I like is the one who loves food, so there is no need to change myself on purpose. After all, I also like all the food that Men Chi makes. Lin Mo didn't lie. During this period, Men Chi cooked almost every meal. It's really delicious. This is only a 10-year-old Men Chi. It is difficult to imagine how high Men Chi's cooking skills can reach after becoming a 1-star hunter. Will it be high enough to be able to use medicine? This is really worth looking forward to. Although most of what Lin Mo said was some kind of nonsense to coax little girls. But isn't Men Chi just a little girl at this time? It's time to eat, Lin Mo said. So, at this moment, Men Chi seemed to see the light. So gentle, so warm, and so handsome. Moi, Lin Mo, you are so kind. Agitated, Men Chi couldn't control herself and began to offer kisses. Lin Mo also smiled and kissed Men Chi back, then looked at the surrounding sky and said, It's almost time for today, let's go back first. Of course, Men Chi agreed to this. It is estimated that even if Lin Mo made some excessive demands, Men Chi would agree without hesitation. Of course, 0.8 Lin Mo is still very disciplined, he is not a beast after all. Instant, the white light flashed, and Lin Mo and Men Chi disappeared into the barren rocky area. Lin Mo, take a break, I'm going to cook. After arriving home, Men Chi habitually ran to the kitchen. Well, you go. After Lin Mo responded, he casually sat on the sofa in the living room. He and Men Chi's family were already quite familiar, so he wouldn't be too polite. Boom, one by one. Lin Mo just sat down when the phone in his trouser pocket suddenly vibrated. Crollo, seeing the name of the person who raised his head, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Every time Crollo contacts him, there must be something or news. Before June 14th, people who have nothing to do, go to the United States of Shigali and gather in the city of Baimaravangao. Close black lens bracket. The short line of words directly caused Lin Mo's eyes to condense. The first gathering of the brigade is finally coming? Chapter 170. The Injustice in Meteor Street X Records Rose Open Black Lens Bracket Subscription Close Black Lens Bracket. Bell, not even a second after receiving the text message from Crollo, Lin Mo's phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Hello, Maki. Lin Mo, did you see that? A text from Crollo. Maki's succinct words came from the handset. I see. So, what are you going to do? To go or not to go? Go ahead, it's the first time we've assembled. By the way, let's see how good the quality of the other new members Crollo found. 5. Lin Mo changed his posture on the sofa and said lazily. Well, since you go, Shizuku and I will go too. After getting the answer he wanted, Maki chatted with Lin Mo for a while and hung up the phone. Bell, in the end, before Lin Mo put down the phone, another call came. Lin Mo glanced casually. It was Uvijin. I guess he also called to ask Maki a similar question. Lin Mo replied with the same words as Maki and hung up the phone again, no surprise. 23 Nobunaga's call came as promised. Although Nobunaga did not have much interaction after parting with Lin Mo, it does not mean that Nobunaga will slowly forget Lin Mo's favor to him over time. On the contrary, the more Nobunaga began to engage with the outside world, the more grateful Lin Mo had done for him. Although these things may be nothing in Lin Mo's eyes. So, although Nobunaga is theoretically a member of the Phantom Troop at this point, he should have followed Crollo's lead. But in fact, the only person he believes in from beginning to end is Lin Mo. At the same time, in addition to Lin Mo and the other 4, other spiders, scattered all over the world also received Crollo's messages one after another. After seeing the information, all of them had different reactions, but they all tacitly chose not to reply to Crollo. But they all started to move in a certain direction in unison. Advertisement in that place is a certain country on the continent of Ajun. United States of Shigali. After finishing the call with Nobunaga, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to go there immediately, and there were still 5 days before the meeting time. And anyway, Uvijin and Maki both have his Flying Thunder God Kanai on them. That being the case, when they arrive, they will be done with a Flying Thunder God, and there is no need to be so troublesome and have to rush over by themselves. So instead of this, it's better to first check what the United States of Shigali is, why Crollo suddenly stared at this place. After searching the internet for news about the United States of Shigali, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Shock. The murderer who committed a horrific serial murder in Baimaravangao, the capital of the United States of Shigali, turned out to be him. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Our agency will take you to reveal the true face of the serial killer in Baimaravangao City. Close black lens bracket. It is reported that recently there was a serial murder case in which 5 pedestrians were murdered in a series of brutal methods in the area of the White Church in Baimaravangao, the capital of the United States of Chagaray. During this period, the murderer wrote to relevant units provoked, but never fell into the legal net. Close black lens bracket. Because each victim had 39 stabs on his body, 9 of them slashed his throat, his face was bruised, and some of his incisors fell off. The most cruel of which was that the victim's abdomen was cut open. The intestines were dragged out, and even the baby girl in the womb of one of the victims was severely stabbed with a sharp blade. Close black lens bracket. And the crime scene was near Whitechapel, so it was identified as a serial murder case committed by the same murderer. Close black lens bracket. His daring method of crime once aroused panic in the United States of Shigali. Close black lens bracket. Now, the suspect has finally been found, and his identity is actually a homeless man without any identity documents. Close black lens bracket. Although the homeless person himself has always advertised that he has not done it, whether it is an eyewitness or the evidence left at the scene, it all points to the homeless being the murderer of this serial murder case. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Behind all this is the annihilation of conscience, or the loss of morality, or the distortion of human nature. Close black lens bracket. The most puzzling thing is that this homeless man seems to have appeared out of thin air. He has neither the nationality of any country nor any identity information, and even his life cannot be investigated. Close black lens bracket. It is said that the official even used the International People's Data Agency to search all records for the past 60 years. Close black lens bracket. All military records, education, household registration, ID cards, cases, DNA, and even dead people have been checked in the world, but there is no trace of this homeless person. This homeless person seems to have been from it's like it didn't exist in this world from the beginning. Close black lens bracket. According to the information of the International People's Information Agency, their system is composed of 3 subsystems. In order to avoid damage, there are 2 systems that are not disturbed by the outside world. 4-hour monitoring of external systems. Close black lens bracket. Even if someone invades, destroys or modifies the data will be repaired after 0.1 seconds. Close black lens bracket. Therefore, it can also rule out the possibility that the homeless person has destroyed the data. Close black lens bracket. And he also claimed to be from a place he had never heard of, Meteor Street. Close black lens bracket. All these rhetoric once again add a touch of mystery to the already foggy case. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. After reading the news, Lin Mo finally understood why he chose to gather in this country, and also understood what the goal of this gathering was. Is it really that time? Suddenly, it has come, the time for the unjustified imprisonment of the homeless man on Meteor Street in the original book. Meteor Street is a very magical place. You have to say that it is very united and harmonious, but the people inside can kill each other for a small piece of black cake every day. But you have to say that they are not united, but in the original work, they can use their own lives to complete revenge without any scruples in order to avenge their compatriots. The homeless people mentioned in the news are wronged. According to the original timeline, 3 years after the homeless was sentenced, the official caught a murderer who was poisoned by narcotics, and also investigated the cases he committed before. This allowed the homeless case to be rehabilitated. Not long after the incident, 31 people involved in the unjust case, including officers, judges, prosecutors, eyewitnesses, jurors, and lawyers, were all killed. And in different places, 31 Meteor Street people risked their lives to die with them with bombs. Say it's a bomb. Lin Mo feels that 090 is more like the release system, Nen, paired destroyer, that Crollo later stole from an elder in Meteor Street. The backs of both hands have the marks of the sun and the moon, the left hand marks the mark of the sun, and the right hand marks the mark of the moon. When the marks touch each other, they will explode. The engraving itself can be done in an instant, but it takes 3 to 5 seconds to continuously touch the object to increase its power to maximum. And these 31 residents of Meteor Street are the body bombs that were engraved by this elder. Open black lens bracket. We don't refuse anything, so don't take anything from us either. Close black lens bracket. This message was left beside the mutilated bodies of those involved. Whatever the reason, all in all things got interesting. The residents inside have a feeling that is very difficult for ordinary people to understand about the place of Meteor Street. They kill each other without mercy on weekdays, but at critical moments they are willing to act for a compatriot who has never met before, human bomb. After all, he had neither been to the United States of Shigali, nor had he come into contact with the homeless man who was wrongfully imprisoned. The trajectory of this matter should follow the original route. Originally, Lin Mo thought that his existence should not cause too much butterfly effect on these things. That's why Lin Mo said that Meteor Street is a magical place. But I didn't expect that the Presbyterian Church would assign him to Crollo from the very beginning of the incident, and they didn't plan to take revenge after the homeless man was rehabilitated. Did your own existence give the Presbyterian the courage? I just took this opportunity to record The Rose of the Poor. Chapter 171. Collection. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. The United States of Shigali is a country that is neither big nor small. In the entire underworld, it basically belongs to that kind of unknown existence. Neither strong enough to be remembered nor weak enough to be sympathetic. At the same time, there are no attractions or features. The only thing to be commended is their fairly well-developed fishing and marine industries. The geographical location of the United States of Shigali is inclined to the north, and this natural world-class fishery formed by the convergence of cold and warm currents has created unique natural conditions for the growth and reproduction of fish. The fishery has become the pillar industry of the national economy of the United States of Chagalito, and it has also made the United States of Chagalito a major exporter of seafood in the world. Even so, most people in the world obviously don't care where the fish they eat every day comes from. Therefore, although the United States of Chagalito has a good reputation in the field of fishing, in fact most people do not know much about the situation in this country. But obviously most of them do not include the Nosla family. With the help of Lin Mo, the Nosla family has emerged in the past 3 years, not only completely unifying the underground forces of the entire Wildfang Republic. Later, after obtaining the authorization of Lin Mo, he joined the command of one of the 10 old men, and officially became one of the members, and obtained the pass that continues to develop internationally. After that, the Nosla family began to officially pass the springboard of the 10 old men, completing the leap in power. Although it is necessary to pay a portion of the proceeds to the 10 old men next year, this part of the proceeds is only in a symbolic sense, and it is not too harsh. If you think about it, you will know that the world of Underworld is the world of interests. Every family that joins the 10 old men will always pursue only one theme, and that is profit. So, 10 old men, although it is the pinnacle of the World Underworld Alliance, it is impossible to exploit the forces under its command too much, otherwise who else will follow you? Of course, at this level, it only allows you to use the title of 10 old men to get a passport to the world. If you want to borrow the power of 10 old men, that's another price. For example, the power of Yin Beast, however, does the Nothra family need the power of the 10 old men after cooperating with the Phantom Troop? No need at all. Although Nosla's international development did encounter some troubles after rushing abroad, he was hindered by several forces who also had good Nen players. Not all of them are underworld forces, there are also many companies, groups, and even mercenaries and dark intermediaries in the gray area. Advertisement. If Nosla wants to step in, it will inevitably violate the interests of the inherent forces. The cake is so big, if one more person eats the cake, the other person's cake will be lost. Even though Nosla is just a soprano family, in fact, he does whatever makes money, which is why he provokes so many interest groups at the same time. To put it simply, after Nosla entered the field, he said, "I want to take it all. You all move me out of here." With his arrogant attitude, can others stop him? If it wasn't for the fact that the punishing Dyke family had met Lin Mo beforehand, the Nosla family's position on the Dionka's side had suddenly improved a lot. Right, Nosla and Adam, the top Nosla family members, did not know how many times they had been hired by these people to beat the enemy Haka and assassinated them. However, although the development of the Nosla family has been hindered in the past 3 years, Kellet Nosla and Adam have basically not disturbed Lin Mo except for their regular monthly reports. The reason is because of the existence of other members of the fandom troupe. With the deepening of contact with the outside world, the members of the fandom troupe will inevitably encounter obstacles of one kind or another in their lives. For example, Shalnark wants the latest and most powerful computer, but this kind of computer is generally sold in limited quantities, and without a certain social relationship, it is not necessarily capable of doing it. At this time, it was time for the Nosla family to appear. Another example is that Krollo wants to get a certain ancient book, but the problem is that he only knows the name, and he doesn't know the specific location of the ancient book. Even if he wants to grab it, he doesn't know where to grab it. At this time, the Nosla family has another role to play. Even the medical university that Maki and Shizuku are currently attending was done by the Nosla family. In this way, the members of the fandom troupe gradually began to have many interactions with the Nosla family through such exchanges. Of course, although Lin Mo had instructed him, don't bother him if it's not a big deal. But I didn't say that I couldn't find other members of the fandom troupe. Well, Krollo and the others, they usually receive so many benefits from others, so now that people encounter problems, they can't help them, right? Even if it is not worldly, in order to continue to maintain such convenience in the future, if the Nosla family is accidentally killed by someone, wouldn't there be no such useful tool in the future? So it is necessary to help. And for Phaeton, Finks, Uvajin, and Nobunaga, it's a good thing to help out and have a good time at the same time. Advertisement. So in the face of the request of the Nosla family, they agreed very happily. As for the final result, everyone can imagine. Although the brigade at this time is still very immature and far from the strength in the original book, each of them is a genius-level character carefully selected by Krollo. In addition, they have come out of the fighting in Meteor Street since childhood, and after these years of growth, they have already developed various nen and have their own combat methods. Therefore, although still very young, but in the end they successfully solved each other. And at the same time, this kind of battle will also bring a certain improvement in their strength. Time flies, 5 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and time has come to the gathering time of the fandom troupe. It was night, the silent night sky, boundless, like a huge black satin covering the ground. The high-hanging full moon is like a beautiful jade, inlaid on the black satin. The moonlight shed a faint silver glow softly, shining on a shipyard in a port in Bimarwangau, the capital of the United States of Shigali. Originally, at this point in time, the shipyard should have been empty, but at this moment, 2 figures appeared for some unknown reason. One of the figures is sitting casually on a pile of wood, holding an ancient book that obviously looks a bit old, and flipping his fingers from time to time. A few candles were randomly placed around, bringing some light to the dark shipyard. This man was wearing a black windbreaker, combing his big back to reveal his entire forehead, including a cross tattoo on it. Although he has a big district policeman from 3 years ago, Nuo S, and looks a lot more mature, he can still recognize that this person is Krollo Lucifer. And standing next to the pile of wood where Krollo is sitting is the Pikenaden, who has been following Krollo. In terms of appearance, she has not changed as much as Krollo. She is similar to 3 years ago, but she has grown a little bit in appearance. However, the changes in clothing are relatively large. Compared with Lin Mo and the others when they separated, Pikenaden's clothing choices are obviously much more open. It has been turned into a women's suit without a shirt exactly like the original. But unfortunately, despite Pikenaden's efforts, Krollo's eyes did not mean to leave the book in his hand. Ta-ta-ta, the sound of footsteps from far away is particularly obvious in this silent night. When the footsteps approached, the movements in Krollo's hands paused, and he finally turned his attention from the ancient book to the door of the shipyard. Yo, Captain, Pike, long time no see, looks like I'm the second one here. Chapter 172. Deputy Head? Items? Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yo, Captain, Pike, long time no see, looks like I'm the second one here. Shalnark still had a sunny smile on his face as he greeted Krollo and the others as he walked in through the door of the shipyard. That's right. The reason why Krollo and the others are gathered here is precisely because the time has come to the 13th of June. And the gathering place they chose, that is, the shipyard, belonged to a fishing company called Alto Aquatic Group Company, Limited. Not only this shipyard, but in fact the entire wharf here belongs to Alto Aquatic Group Company, Limited. In fact, the fishing company named Alto Aquatic Group Company, Limited is actually a company owned by the Nosla family. When Krollo approached Right Nosla and said he wanted to borrow the venue, he didn't tell him why. So Nosla did not report the matter to Lin Mo. Captain, what is the purpose of calling us this time? Speaking of the city of Bimarawan in the United States of Shigali, there is a murder case that has been causing a stir recently, and it is said that the murderer came out of Meteor Street, of people. Shalnark walked up to Krollo, sitting on the wood below, and asked with a flash of light in his eyes. Apparently, Shalnark, like Lin Mo, looked into the news online after getting the call from Krollo. Well, let's wait a little longer, there should be someone else coming over, I'll answer it in a unified way. Seeing Shalnark's arrival, Krollo's face also showed a smile. Okay then. Although he already had a guess in his heart, after seeing Krollo and the others together, he made a one-time 093 explanation, and Shalnark didn't say anything more, and took out his phone from his pocket and started playing. As for Pikenaden, although Shalnark addressed her very kindly when she came in, they actually didn't get along very well, and she didn't give him a good look since she came in from Shalnark. She remembered that Shalnark had followed her and Krollo for a long time before leaving. For this light bulb, she is not at all favorable. Looking at the way Shalnark snickered from time to time, Pycnoden felt that this guy was doing it on purpose. The words are divided into two parts. Krollo's guess is correct. At this time on the way to this pier, the four figures are not in the car, just walking on the suburban highway. It was already very strange to see a figure on the highway, and with the weather at this time, I am afraid that if someone passed by at this time, they would think that they encountered something unclean. Especially among the four, there are two figures who are obviously too strong. By the way, how long has it been since we met? Franklin looked at the three people beside him and touched his chin. At this time, Franklin had cut off 10 of his fingers, and now they are only connected with small iron chains. Obviously, his two-handed machine gun has been developed. 3 years and 2 months, and this time the head of the regiment should have found all 13 members of the brigade, which means that in addition to Finks, there will be 4 new faces to join. Flytan, Seaday, who was walking in front of Franklin, replied softly after recalling it for a while. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that you and that guy named Finks had a big fight in the Elder City. How about that? Is this guy powerful? Hearing the new member, Uvajin immediately approached Phaeton excitedly and asked with great interest. Advertisement is his skill. He's quite powerful. To be honest, his Wei Tian is quite powerful, and it's still quite strong. The evaluation given by Phaeton can be regarded as quite a medium. Is that so? In terms of power, you're still trying to compete with him? Obviously, Uvajin's interest was piqued by Phaeton. Humph. I didn't expect to meet you *** hole on the way here. Nobunaga looked at Uvajin who was walking beside him, and his tone was very unfriendly no matter how he looked at it. But if you look closely at his eyes and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, it's not hard to see that Nobunaga's tone is hiding his joy at all. Compared to Nobunaga's arrogance, Uvajin is much more generous, wrapping his arms around Nobunaga's shoulders, slapping Nobunaga's back hard while laughing. Ha 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 ha, long time no see Nobunaga. I miss you so much, 35. Cough cough. Nobunaga was suddenly slapped by Uvajin, causing him to cough twice without taking his breath away. Huh? Nobunaga, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel weaker than before? Hearing Nobunaga's cough, Uvajin glanced at him suspiciously. Seeing Uvajin looking at him like a weak chicken, Nobunaga had been practicing kendo in the mountains and forests over the years, and Uvajin's nerves were instantly broken by Uvajin. You **************** D. I think you did it on purpose. You are a sneak attack. A sneak attack. While speaking, Nobunaga didn't even bother to draw the sword, he just swung the samurai sword with the scabbard. In an instant, an air-breaking sound rang out from the sky. Of course, Nobunaga's attack didn't have any thoughts, just pure physical strength. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to compare your strength with me? Nobunaga, I have to say, you are very brave. Saying that, Uvajin also waved his arm at the same time. Although Franklin and Phaeton, who were walking in front, noticed the movements of the two behind them, they didn't have the slightest intention to dissuade them. On the contrary, it is not surprising that he walks in front of himself. The situation between the two of them fighting back and forth, they had seen a lot when they were in Meteor Street. Boom, a cyclone suddenly rose from the place where the two sides collided, quickly spreading out around, blowing the slightly medium-length hair of Phaeton in front. They're here again, Franklin groaned. Don't worry, they just haven't seen each other for a long time, they're too excited and just kidding. Phaeton casually dropped a sentence and continued to walk forward on his own. Advertisement, however, this seemingly even situation only appeared for a moment. In the next second, Nobunaga clearly felt that he was facing a stormy sea at this moment and he couldn't shake Uvajin at all. This guy Uvajin. How much has his power increased in the past 3 years? A trace of horror appeared in Nobunaga's eyes. Originally, Nobunaga was quite confident about his strength growth and wanted to teach him a lesson when he met Uvajin. Unexpectedly, this just touched it, and reality gave him a slap in the face. Soon, Nobunaga could no longer resist Uvajin's seemingly endless power, and his entire arm was directly deflected by Uvajin's power. He couldn't keep his figure any longer, so he couldn't help but take a few steps back. You guy, have you been practicing strength for the past 3 years? You won't forget what the deputy head said to us at the time, right? Although I know your obsession in the improvement of strength, reading, is the most important thing. What? After stabilizing his figure, Nobunaga eagerly grabbed Uvajin's fur and questioned him. After coming back to his senses, Nobunaga thought of a possibility. Uvajin shouldn't have spent all his time on strength training in the past 3 years. If that's the case, then it's really putting the cart before the horse. Although the two of them quarrel every time they meet, they have always regarded each other as close friends. So after thinking that Uvajin has been taking a detour, Nobunaga is so urgent and even a little angry. Uvajin, who was caught by Nobunaga, was not angry at all. Of course he knew why Nobunaga did this. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. The reason why my strength has increased so fast is entirely due to the props embodied by the deputy head. Huh? Deputy head? Props? There was a hint of confusion on Nobunaga's face, and even the hand holding the fur on Uvajin's body subconsciously let go. Not only Nobunaga, Franklin and Phaeton also stopped when Uvajin mentioned Lin Mo. Although they didn't say it, they were actually surprised by Lin Mo's ability when they first met Lin Mo. Even the conceptual substance of space can materialize. Despair, saying that, a mysterious smile appeared on Uvajin's face. However, the term prop seemed to be the first time I had heard of it, so both Franklin and Phaeton stopped in their tracks and looked back at Uvajin, waiting for his further answer. Because it is too omnipotent. Lin Mo can embody all kinds of things they know. Ah, it's the item called Dr. Crazy's Muscle Enhancer. Chapter 173. Let's have an exchange of power. Subscribe. How can I fix it? I didn't expect to be able to do such a good thing with Maki. I knew I would go to the Sky Arena together. After hearing about Uvijin's practice on the Island of Greed, Nobunaga patted his forehead a little annoyed. Nima, this is really missed by hundreds of millions. Lin Mo never planned to hide his ability to manifest the props on the Island of Greed, otherwise he would not give Witch's Rejuvenation Medicine to Biscuit and use Archangel's Breath on Netero. Franklin and Faden were also very keen on the magical props mentioned by Uvijin. With the help of these props, how much less travel would it take? You must know that Franklin's physical strength has not reached 100 tons at this time. They glanced at Uvijin with envy. Of course, it's just envy, and it doesn't mean to use the identity of a member of the brigade to morally kidnap Lin Mo. Just luck in classifying it as Uvijin. After all, although most of the members of the brigade are not interested in emotional matters, it can be seen that the relationship between Maki and Lin Mo is very special. When Lin Mo took Nyan, Maki jumped out and said that he wanted to arrange the same room with Lin Mo. In this case, as long as they are not fools, they all know that there is something wrong with the two of them. So it is of course very reasonable that Lin Mo will help Maki. As for Uvijin, he was just pure luck. Ha 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 ha, I may have asked you if you wanted to go together at the beginning, but you chose not to go. 39. Uvijin was clearly satisfied with their response and smiled smugly. Uvijin, since you are so familiar with the deputy commander, do you know that he will come this time? Franklin was also a rare gossip. Lin Mo's strength in the brigade can be said to have always been the strongest, and not only is he super strong, but also extremely versatile. Both ability and mind are the same. At the beginning, they didn't understand why Lin Mo wanted to subordinate the underworld force of the Nosla family. But as their contact with the outside world is getting deeper and deeper, they finally understand the vision of Lin Mo. Let's not talk about the identity of the new members or the convenience of life. Faden alone had obtained the collector's edition, The Smell of Candy and Pain, through the Noffer family's route, which was only 500 books in the world. Therefore, Franklin is still very curious about Lin Mo, who is more like the head of the team than Crollo, in addition to personally managing trivial matters. Advertisement after all, the time they spent together at the beginning was less than a month, so it would be impossible to say how well they knew each other. The deputy head said he would come, I called him before I left. Uvijin didn't think much about it and replied directly. Speaking of which, what do you think the regiment commander is doing to gather us in this place this time? After learning that Uvijin did not buy or sell the beads to exercise his strength, he finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. While walking to the wharf of Alto Aquatic Group, he asked casually. We are thieves, we should be asked to steal something. Hearing this, Faden also replied casually. A breeze blew, raising a weed on the roadside. At this time, the group of 4 of them was almost approaching the wharf of Alto Aquatic Group. Although it was in the dark night, they could still vaguely see the outline of the wharf ahead. Whoa! The sliding door of the shipyard's warehouse was pulled open, and Uvijin and his group of 4 suddenly appeared in front of Crollo and the others. Originally the door of the shipyard Crollo was not closed, it was closed by Shalnark when he came in. Yo! Long time no see, Captain, Pike Norton. When he entered the door and saw Crollo and Uvijin of Pikenaden, he shouted with a hint of excitement on his face. Seeing Uvijin and the others walking in, a smile finally appeared on Pikenaden's face after Shalnark came in. Uvijin, Nobunaga, Franklin and Faden, long time no see. The 3 people walking behind Uvijin also raised their mouths and greeted Pikenaden. Crollo also closed the ancient books in his hands and turned his attention to them. It seems that everyone has grown sufficiently. Originally, Crollo's power of observation was very keen, although when Crollo was still in Meteor Street, when he didn't know much about Nyen, he could perceive Lin Mo at the first glance when he saw Lin Mo. The terrifying power hidden under the seemingly ordinary body. At this time, after Crollo looked at a few people a little, he could clearly feel the 4 of them, whether it was their aura or an invisible sense of oppression. It has grown a lot from 3 years ago, especially Uvijin. Ha ha ha, of course, I have been training with the deputy head for a long time. Speaking of his own strength growth, Uvijin smiled again complacently. Lin Mo. I don't know how strong he, monster, has become after 3 years. It can even attract the attention of V5. Advertisement katakana middle dot seeking flowers 0. Seeing that Uvijin mentioned Lin Mo, Crollo couldn't help but murmur in a trance. Then Uvijin moved his gaze to Shalnark's face quite naturally. After a pause, he raised his eyebrows and said, also, are you a new member? 35. Just now Shalnark was just smiling and watching while Uvijin and they were reminiscing. After all, with Shalnark's emotional intelligence, of course, he knows very well that this is the time to intervene. Not only will he not gain the favor of others, but it will make people feel annoyed. It's better to wait for them to talk about the old times and introduce themselves naturally. Sure enough, isn't this coming? You don't even need to take the initiative to speak. Hello, I'm the 6th member of the brigade. My name is Shalnark, Operation Department. Nen, please give me more advice. Shalnark introduced himself while showing his signature sunny smile. 0. Oh, Operation System. Although it's not my favorite mind system, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm idle now, let's use power to communicate. Saying that, Uvijin put a hand on his other shoulder and moved up and down to loosen his muscles. Seeing this, A little cold sweat broke out on Shalnark's forehead, and Shalnark could sense the reckless aura on Uvajan's body from a distance. Doesn't it mean that force is prohibited within the brigade? Why are you fighting when you come up? Did I not listen carefully when Krollo explained the rules of the tour? Or did I understand it wrong? Uvajan's behavior scared Shalnark back a few steps, and said a little embarrassingly, also, it's not that I don't want to, but didn't the brigade say that fighting with each other is not allowed? This seems a little bad, right? 5. However, Uvajan paid no heed to Shalnark's intention, lifted a huge stone pier from the corner, and threw it over. Then Uvajan casually put his butt on the ground, raised his right arm on the stone pier, and said with a grin, "Ha ha ha ha, although I also really want to have a real communication with you, but as you said, fighting is prohibited within the brigade. So, let's replace it with arm wrestling for the time being, let's get to know each other well." "Hey, Commander, arm wrestling shouldn't be considered a fight, right?" "It doesn't count." Krollo smiled and put down the ancient book that had been opened again. He was also very interested in the sport of arm wrestling, so much so that he temporarily put aside the ancient books. Chapter 174. Brigade Wrist Strength Ranking Open Black Lens Bracket Subscription Close Black Lens Bracket. Cull, it turned out to be arm wrestling. It turned out to be so vicious that I thought the joining ceremony was going to be a fight. Shalnark breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Uvajan meant nothing more than wrestling his wrists. To be honest, Uvajan's arm wrestling this time was not a sudden whim, but he had already had such a plan a long time ago. I think when he and Nobunaga first met, they used to wrestle their arms every day to compare the winners and losers. It was only later that Uvajan's power became more and more powerful, and Nobunaga himself liked to use long knives. Nobunaga simply refused to admit defeat and developed into a 1,000-year-old kill. Now that the brigade does not allow martial arts, Uvajan is thinking about whether to bring back the old tradition and arm wrestling. That's not even a fight. Oh, wrist wrestling? It's really nostalgic. When Nobunaga saw Uvajan and Shalnark arm wrestling, a sigh appeared on his face, obviously recalling the time when 093 had only himself and Uvajan teaming up on Meteor Street. At that time, both Nobunaga and Uvajan had high hearts and couldn't look down on other trash fish in Meteor Street, so they always lived alone in Meteor Street as a lone wolf. Knowing that these two lone wolves met, they became two huskies. Seeing the excitement, the rest of the people gathered around in a hurry. Didn't they see that even Krollo, the three-good student, had temporarily put down his books? Okay, if you're arm wrestling, there's no problem at all. Saying that, Shalnark also imitated Uvajan and sat on the ground in front of the giant stone pier. Although he was sitting down, Shalnark couldn't help swallowing when he looked at the arm that Uvajan placed on the stone pier that was thicker than his. This fist is probably bigger than a real casserole? But at this time, the arrow had to be sent on the string, and Shalnark also rolled up his sleeves and put his arms up. Uvajan and Shalnark, one white and one black, one thick and one thin, are ready-made harsh and strong contrasts. You don't have to look at the result to know that Uvajan will definitely win. By the way, what we draw is pure arm strength, so we can't use the amplitude of mind, but you can use rap to defend. The arm strength rankings of the brigade are ranked without using mind. This is known from the fact that Gon beat Shizuku and Nobunaga in the original book. Although Shizuku didn't use his dominant hand when he wrestled with Gon at the time. But once the mind is applied, it is far from being able to resist Gon, who was only half-hearted at the time, despite his dominant hand. Including the time of Nobunaga, when Gon's emotions erupted, he accidentally used sentence, so that he could suppress Nobunaga. Otherwise, with only 1 or 2 tons of Gon's physical strength, how could it possibly overwhelm Nobunaga in pure arm wrestling? Advertisement and the reason why Faden would control Gon after Gon overpowered Nobunaga, and said, "Don't go too far," this sentence. This sentence is said by the manga, it is not clear whether the animation said that. Apparently it was because Gon broke the rules and used Nan without authorization. So don't look at Faden's icy cold, bloodless and tearless appearance, but in fact, when Nobunaga was pressed down by Gon, he was the first to react. In fact, he was a really unexpected partner. After the brigade separated, he was the only one who remembered the exact day of the month. Don't look at Nobunaga's surprised look after being pinned down by Gon. In fact, the reason why Nobunaga wanted to invite Gon into the brigade and save Gon from Fightanden was entirely because Nobunaga saw that Gon had the same character as Uvajan. That's it. They will show their emotions fully, completely ignore the consequences when they get angry, and always try their best to do things for others. Uvajan has been like this since Meteor Street, even though he likes to fight alone. He's only at his best when he's fighting with Nobunaga. Well, actually, this review also means that Nobunaga is dragging Uvajan back. Of course, this is not to say that Nobunaga's strength is useless. It's just that Nobunaga's strength can only be fully exerted in a duel or some kind of limited situation. And most of the fights he and Uvajan encountered were mostly gang fights. That's right, it's the two of them fighting each other. Uvajan saw Shalnark put his hand over and began to explain the rules of arm wrestling. What he wants to compete against is pure physical strength, not someone with strong mental energy. As for tangling, Youngdu in the original book once said when he helped Kahlua and Gon open aura nodes, tangling is also mainly defensive after all, and will not increase attack power. In other words, open black lens bracket tangling close black lens bracket will not cause vibration to open black lens bracket strength close black lens bracket. Anyway, Shalnark can be well protected here, so as not to be crushed by Uvajan's huge force. Okay, I see. Shalnark still maintained a sunny smile on the surface, but he was relieved once again in his heart, and he could at least protect himself in the face of pure strength with tangling. This will not lead to the situation at hand. At the same time, it also shows that Uvajan is not targeting himself, but really just wants to understand his own power. Although the direct strength of the Nen does not depend on the strength of the strength, but when it is impossible to fight, arm wrestling can be regarded as a way to communicate with each other. Preparation. Advertisement. Start. Uvajan stared into Shalnark's eyes and said. Clap. As Shalnark suddenly exerted force, a pop sound began to be heard from the joints of his middle and phalanges. However, no matter how much power Shalnark exerted, facing Uvajan's big hand, he was still unable to move Uvajan's wrist a little bit like a mayfly shaking a tree. Such a strong force. There was a flicker of horror in Shalnark's eyes. What's the matter with this man? Is he born divine? Even Shalnark could feel that Uvajan's muscles weren't fully tensed at this time. Not to mention its hard work. Is it about 5 tons? Compared to Shalnark, who had already exerted his full strength, Uvajan was much more relaxed. After a general feeling of Shalnark's power, I made an evaluation in my heart. Although a bit unsatisfactory, considering Shalnark's age and mentality, it can be called quite good. After all, the physical body has never been the most important part of the Nen's strength. Bump. After understanding the approximate strength of Shalnark, Uvajan suddenly exerted a slight force in his hand and directly pressed Shalnark's right hand onto the stone pier. Although it is said to be slightly exerting force, in fact, the strength in Uvajan's hand is still very strong. After smashing Shalnark's right hand down, even a crack was smashed on the stone pier 0.8. Fortunately, Shalnark has maintained tangling in advance, otherwise it is estimated that this move alone will have to be abolished. And the result? Although Shalnark has used a little bit of caution, there is still no suspense in the face of absolute power. After Shalnark came off the court, Nobunaga walked over immediately, rolled up his sleeves, and said to Uvajan with a face of disapproval. Seeing Nobunaga sit down, an inexplicable light flashed in Uvajan's eyes. Come on, let me try to see how strong your power is, Uvajan. Sure enough, I still lost. 99, oh, Nobunaga, are you coming too? Why don't you just get a wrist ranking today, 35? Although Shalnark could have foreseen this outcome from the start, Shalnark had planned to give it a shot to see if he would have any chance of winning if he swooped in and attacked. After retracting his right hand, Shalnark couldn't help but toss it in the air, soothing the right hand that had just been overpowered. Chapter 175. Long time no see. Lin Mo open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket, bump. How can it be repaired? Uvajan, you are too powerful, what are you eating? Simple and powerful like a monster. At this time, a man with no eyebrows, with a big golden back, dressed in weird clothes similar to I and Pharaoh was in the shipyard where the phantom troop gathered, rubbing his wrists and watching like a monster. Uvajan laughing triumphantly. You must know that since he was very talented, he has never suffered any loss in strength since his debut, and he doesn't even need to exercise deliberately, so he can easily crush everyone around him just by his talent. I didn't expect that I would be completely defeated in strength today. This psychological gap could not help but cause a sense of frustration. Finks Maguchap. A member of the Phantom Troop, member number 5, enhanced, Nen. This person is Phaeton who almost demolished an area of the Elder City with Phaeton when he went to Meteor Street to invite him. Usually the Finks are basically the first members to arrive at the gathering place, with the exception of Krollo. In the original book, when Yukashin gathered, the brigade once said to Pike Nuadon who stepped in, isn't it basic common sense to come at least 10 minutes earlier? He is a bit unbearable in character, and is a dangerous person who gets angry at every turn. Of course, he also has a calm side from time to time. He has a straight personality and even jokes when he shouldn't. Self-satisfaction, jokes regardless of the occasion, and strong self-adjustment skills 23. And Finks is surprisingly quite gentlemanly. In the Chimera Ants, when the members of the Phantom Troop received help from Meteor Street and returned to destroy the Ant Team led by the Chimera Ant Master Killer, there was an act of lending clothes to Shizuku, who was barely clothed. After the incident, he was even teased by other members because he cared about the head of the group. She was really like a lovesick girl. Seems to get along very well with Phaetons, and will often act together even after brigade operations are over. As for dressing up, I usually like to wear sports clothes, but sometimes I wear strange hats and cloaks, making myself look like a pharaoh. Finks and Uvajan, like Nobunaga, are enhanced, Nen. Its ability is back to heaven. The specific deformation is to condense the energy in the arm. The more the arm rotates, the stronger the punch will become, but Finks seems to be less able to grasp the influence of the number of rotations on the strength. In addition, his natural grip is quite good, and he can easily crush the throat bones of the enemy, or pierce the opponent's heart with a hand knife that has been strengthened into a blade like a blade. In the original Phantom Troop arm strength ranking, he was second only to Uvajan. Compared to Shalnark, who was thinking about how to introduce himself at the beginning, Finks came in and saw Uvajan and the others were playing arm wrestling, and immediately interjected. However, Uvajan does not reject the familiarity like Finks. Ha ha ha, your strength is also very strong. If it weren't for the help of the deputy commander, I would probably be a little stronger than you in terms of strength. As expected, Phaeton said that your strength is quite good. 5. In the face of Finks' sigh, Uvajan did not hesitate to praise him. Advertisement indeed. Without Lin Mo's props, Uvijin is indeed a little stronger than Finks in power at most. After listening to Uvijin's words, Finks was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Phaeton unexpectedly. You still praise me? 35. Come on, I'm just telling the truth. Seeing Finks looking at him, Phaeton took a cut in disdain, then turned his head to the other side. If you follow Phaeton's line of sight at this time, you will find that in the scene at this time, in addition to the appearance of Finks, there is another new member. A grotesque mummified man, wrapped in bandages, was sitting on the wood below Krollo like Shalnark, watching Uvijin and the others play. I have to say, he and Finks, one wrapped himself into a mummy and the other cosplayed the pharaoh, this is really a magical fate. However, the reason why he wrapped himself in bandages was not because of the choice of clothing like Finks, but because he was actually born into a minority called the Jatundu. Flake Cleaver Undying. A member of the Phantom Troop, member number 12, Incarnate System, Nen. The nationality is Jatundu. The Jatundu people are a minority who are forced to leave their homes because of artificial development or colonization, and live a life of displacement. Men of the Jatundu ethnic group have to pierce needles all over their bodies while circumcising at the age of 3. After that, the needles should be gradually replaced with thicker sticks, and finally fixed with hollow bamboo tubes, wood, and stones, so that many windholes of different sizes are formed throughout the body. It has to be said that this is a rather inhumane race. But they are proud of it, and call themselves dancing warriors, dancing warriors. These full-body wind tunnels emit variable rhythms according to size, shape, and strength of movement. They are not only psychic mediums, but also performers of music in sacrificial or prayer ceremonies. When fighting with other hostile tribes or beasts, they will use their bodies to play warrior songs to boost morale and inspire their tribesmen to fight bravely. They believe that the more beautiful the sound, the more advanced the spirit will be. Skilled dance fighters will be regarded as god-like beings in the clan, and their speech will be more prestige than the elders in the clan. It is precisely because the Chu-Dundu people were driven out of their homes that some of the people who lived in the long wandering life gradually came to the place abandoned by the world, Meteor Street. And the Nen who peeled off the man is really a combat performance face that transforms the sound of his own performance into combat power. Like Basho who entered the Nosla family and Karapika at the same time as bodyguards in the original book, the power of fighting martial arts depends on the level of timbre played. The more beautiful the timbre played in battle, the greater its power. Of course, the judgment of this wonderful or not is judged by the subconscious mind of the peeler. Advertisement. To put it simply, if a certain psychological hint can be planted on the success of the peeling and cracking man, so that he himself thinks that the timbre he plays is perfect, then it means that his attack will have a 100% crit rate. At this time, Falcon Ripples sat on the side and didn't step forward, not because he was afraid of life or withdrawn, but because he had already competed just now, and he didn't have much to say. So after participating in the arm wrestling competition, I found a place to do it and watch the play. Speaking of which, the deputy head and Maki haven't come yet. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Nobunaga glanced at the clock hanging on the meeting wall and asked with some doubts. Ah, I forgot. I don't know if Nobunaga's words reminded Uvijin of something. Uvijin suddenly patted his forehead and shouted. B************ D Uvijin. What are you calling a dog all of a sudden? Nobunaga, who was a little startled by Uvijin's sudden action, complained. Ignoring Nobunaga's words, Uvijin hurriedly took out a handful of kunai with an unknown rune engraved on it from the waistband of 093. Uvijin, why did you suddenly switch to a weapon? Haven't you always fought empty-handed? Nobunaga asked in doubt when Uvijin took out a small iron weapon. No matter in terms of style or weapon size, this kunai is very inconsistent with Uvijin. No, I forgot that the deputy commander sent me to the place and used Flying Thor to call him over. Uvijin didn't bother to explain anymore, and immediately poured his thoughts into it after he took out the kunai. I had so much fun playing the arm wrestling contest just now that I forgot what Lin Mo ordered. After hearing Uvijin's explanation, Krollo's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat back on top of the wood. In Uvijin's words just now, there are two things that make him a little concerned. They're, Flying Thunder God, and, Shout Here. After glancing thoughtfully at the rune at the handle of Kunwu, a smile appeared on Krollo's mouth. In the past 3 years, a lot of powerful abilities should have been developed. Long time no see, Lin Mo. Although a white light suddenly flashed in the sky in front of kunai, a tall and straight figure was standing in the empty space a second ago. Hearing this, Krollo, who was sitting above the wood, also showed the same smile as him and replied. With the infusion of Uvijin's thoughts, Fei Lei Shen Kuwu began to emit a faint white light. After taking a look around, the corner of the person's mouth twitched and smiled. Everyone, it's been a long time. It seems that it should be a new ability developed by Lin Mo in the past 3 years. Moreover, it is estimated that this is not the only ability, judging from the fact that he developed 2 abilities in just over a month. Chapter 176. Fink's Provocation. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. Deputy Head. Seeing Lin Mo's arrival, Nobunaga shouted excitedly. Unlike Uvijin, Nobunaga really hasn't seen Lin Mo in a long time. Katakana middle. Nobunaga's tsunere can only be used on Uvijin. Yo, Nobunaga, how did your hair get so long? At this time, Nobunaga's hair has grown a lot compared to when they separated, and he is almost comparable to Maki. Could this guy be planning to dress as a woman and hang out with Uvijin? Lin Mo looked at Nobunaga with the long, straight black hair, and began to speculate with evil taste in his heart. Ha ha ha, I'm too lazy to cut my hair. It's too troublesome to cut my hair every few months, so I just leave it long. Deputy head, long time no see. The rest of the initial members of the brigade were not as close to Lin Mo as Nobunaga and the others, so they were not as excited as Nobunaga, and just said hello to Lin Mo. As for the new members like Finks, they looked at Lin Mo with a hint of curiosity. After all, since joining the brigade, no matter it is the application skills of Nan, at the very beginning, that is, strong, flow, circle, that Lin Mo first handed over to the brigade. Or about the convenience of the Nosla family, these are all thanks to Lin Mo. And basically everyone respects Lin Mo quite a bit, and even directly said that the strongest in the brigade is Lin Mo. Finks waited for Lin Mo and the others to chat, and then took a step forward and said with a provocative smile on his mouth, "Are you the deputy head of the team that Faden and the others have been talking about? My name is Finks, the Nen of the Enhanced Department. I heard from them, deputy head, your strength is the strongest in the entire brigade, and it happens that we are playing an arm wrestling game, so I can have a little insight into the so-called how strong is the strongest, 5. Saying that, Finks directly put his hand back on the stone satin, looking at Lin Mo's eyes full of provocation. In terms of strength, he thinks that he may not be Lin Mo's opponent. After all, there are two kinds of abilities like unlimited spell and bombing space that Lin Mo has exposed to the brigade. With Finks' character, he probably knew about Lin Mo's abilities from Faden when he joined the brigade. After all, in the original novel, Nobunaga, Franklin, Faden and Maki talked about Hisoka's strength on the way to Yukishin. Although they had never met Hisoka, Faden said at the time that both Hisoka and Shizuku were new faces. They obviously knew quite a bit about Hisoka's ability to stretch love. Even Nobunaga bluntly said that the reason why Chrollo has been letting Hisoka's waywardness all the time may be due to Hisoka's strength. This shows that within the brigade, each member's nen, effects, and even overall strength are not secrets, but information that can be disclosed within the brigade. But the fact that you can't beat your strength does not mean that you will lose in simple wrist strength. Since Lin Mo is a nen of the representation type, it means that his power is probably not too strong. Although he lost to the big guy Uvijin, but Lin Mo's figure is not a power player, so he has a great chance of winning in wrist strength. Advertisement, hey, Finks, give me some respect for my attitude. Lin Mo hadn't even said a word, but Faden came out first, his eyes like knives, and he looked at Finks with some sympathy. The surrounding atmosphere also began to become a little dignified. Uvijin, who had been laughing and complimenting Finks at first, lost his smile at this time. Nobunaga even stared at Finks slantingly, and casually started to put his right hand on the knife around his waist. It wasn't because Finks suggested that there was anything wrong with his arm wrestling with Lin Mo. After all, they are doing the wrist strength rankings within the brigade. As a member of the brigade, Lin Mo is of course no problem to invite Lin Mo to participate in this wrist strength competition. Chrollo has also played a wave before. The problem was Finks' defiant attitude. Even so, Finks still didn't seem to understand the atmosphere at all, and still seemed to be joking. What, aren't we having a wrist competition? Then I should have no problem inviting the deputy head to join us. Bar. In this regard, Chrollo has absolutely no intention of intervening. As someone from Meteor Street, Chrollo should not know too much about the arrogance of Meteor Street people. These new additions are not like him and Lin Mo, the 8 original members, and there is considerable familiarity from the beginning. They are not really fully recognized or integrated into the entire team. The reason for joining the brigade is just for various purposes. So, it's a good idea to just let Lin Mo give them a slap in the face. No way, who made Chrollo lose to Finks in the arm wrestling just now? Even if the head of the brigade was defeated, I could only ask Lin Mo, the deputy head of the group, to regain the dignity of the theoretical leadership of the brigade. As for the fact that Lin Mo will lose, Chrollo has never considered such a possibility. You guy. Just when Nobunaga couldn't help but want to draw his knife, Lin Mo reached out and stopped him. Your name is Finks, right? Since you want to communicate with me, of course I won't refuse to be so inhumane, so let's do it. 39. Even after saying this, Lin Mo didn't walk to the edge of the broken stone pier, but just put it on the open space beside him. Bump, a table made of all metal suddenly fell out of thin air. He glanced at it with some disgust. After the tattered stone pier, Lin Mo turned his head and smiled at Finks, who seemed a little dazed. Let's compare here, it's too dirty there. Seeing Lin Mo's actions, Faden, Uvijin and other initial members of the brigade couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Advertisement, it was as if I had seen this scene before. Katakana middle dot 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 Chrollo, who was still sitting on the wood, couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw Lin Mo's hands. This strong sense of sight, isn't it when I invited Lin Mo to join the group, isn't it because Lin Mo came to play Ma Wei like this? I didn't expect to see such a scene again after so many years. Same recipe, familiar taste. This made Chrollo feel a little bit of irony. Open black lens bracket material realization close black lens bracket. Seeing Lin Mo make such a move, Finks was stunned for a second and then reacted immediately. It is estimated that this is Lin Mo, the deputy captain, who is called Nen by the brigade who can offend the realm of the gods. Representing a table is just a small application in material representation. According to Faden, this embodied Nen, even the conceptual matter of space, can be embodied. This is just Lin Mo's external information. See that there are still big guys in the comment area asking about material realization. Here it is reiterated once again that material realization can only materialize while Lin Mo has been in contact with. Maybe in the future, but it will definitely not be able to materialize conceptual and fantasy things now. Really fouling ability. The promise is good. This move, are you going to give me a slap in the face? To be honest, whether it's Finks or Crollo, they think too much. At this time, Lin Mo's mentality is different from the mentality when he met Crollo before. There is a huge gap between the state of mind and the immature self at the beginning. At this time, he looked at Finks as if he was watching a child play, although Finks had a hint of provocation in his attitude, but it was not the kind of malicious provocation. It can only be said that the competitive spirit between men is at work. Not really malicious. It is estimated that they have been listening to Phaeton and the others saying how powerful they are, which has aroused the belligerence of Finks. So Lin Mo's move is really just a very simple dislike of the dirty stone pier. Not as much inner drama as Crollo thought. After adjusting his mentality, Finks walked over and put his hand on the table. At this time, the provocation in Finks' eyes has completely disappeared, only dignified and excited. Come on, Deputy Head, Chapter 177. The Finks who were almost torn apart open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. That's right, let me explain in advance, our arm wrestling is just a pure competition of arm strength, we don't have to use, Nan, but we can use, rap, to protect our hands, 99. As if remembering something, Finks introduced the rules to Lin Mo with a slightly flustered expression. His panicked appearance completely shattered his seemingly menacing aura. Finks still remembers that in addition to the foul level Nen, Lin Mo also has another BUG level talent, or ability. That is his energy that seems to never end, according to Crollo. He always thought that the real power of Lin Mo was not in his Nen at all, but as a support for him to use the energy of Nen. Without this kind of support like a monster, Lin Mo would not be able to use it 100% even if he had a powerful Nen. After all, volume is the foundation of everything. Therefore, although Finks has not really seen Lin Mo's unparalleled aura, but he is a virtuous person under his reputation, and he still gave a 3-pointer when facing Lin Mo. This idiot. Seeing Finks' cowardice, Phaeton immediately knew that he had misunderstood him when he started. Finks doesn't really want to challenge Lin Mo's status, he's just plain crazy. Seeing this, the others, like Phaeton, all came to understand. After understanding that Finks didn't want to do things. 093 immediately, the atmosphere in the shipyard began to ease. Nobunaga's hand was no longer on the samurai's sword at his waist, either intentionally or unintentionally, and the corners of Uvajan's mouth also returned from a downward arc to an upward curve. Although Pike Nodan's eyes were still displeased, they did not look like anymore. He looked at Finks like a dead man. Even Franklin returned to his original position, no longer intentionally or unintentionally using his huge body to intercept between the Finks and the exit. Almost. Finks is going to die here. Judging from the actions of the few people just now, if Lin Mo gave an order just now, it is estimated that Finks would have been torn to shreds. Phaeton didn't want anything to happen to Finks if he could, although the two of them had a fight as soon as they met. But for some reason, when he cooperated with Finks several times to eradicate the hostile forces of Nathra, he always felt that he would get along unexpectedly with Finks. That's why Phaeton immediately opened his mouth to warn Finks when he made a rude remark. Just to remind him not to do stupid things, advertisement. Because if one goes wrong, this shipyard will really become his cemetery. It's just that Finks didn't mean to get the Phaeton himself. After all, he didn't mean to challenge Lin Mo's status, he just wanted to see the power of Lin Mo who is so admired by so many people. So, how could Finks, who really came out of this idea, know that his actions turned out to be a blatant provocation in the eyes of others Lin Mo? Of course, he can't get Phaeton's meaning. However, although Finks couldn't see it, Shalnark, who had been watching as a third party, could see it clearly. After seeing everyone's reactions, immediately, Lin Mo's weight in Shalnark's heart rose again, surpassing Crollo, the head of the Phantom Troop. It seems that Lin Mo's status in the brigade seems to be much higher than Crollo's leader. Shalnark stroked his chin, thoughtful. After all, Lin Mo was not the only one who was provocative by Finks. When he just faced Crollo, his words were so direct. At that time, apart from a trace of displeasure on Phaeton, Pikenaden and Franklin's expressions, there was no extra action. But it was different when it came to Lin Mo. All the old members started to attack Finks both openly and secretly at the same time. There is a feeling that Finks' blood will be splattered on the spot if there is a disagreement. Such a contrast has to make Shalnark think more. In fact, let's not mention Nobunaga and Uvajan, after all, these two were indeed Lin Mo's die-hard fans. And the reason why Phaeton, Franklin and Pikenuitan will treat Finks provocatively between Crollo and Lin Mo is such a big difference, mainly because of timing. Of course, it doesn't mean that they don't maintain Lin Mo. In the past 3 years, including Crollo, they're indeed like Nobunaga, and they are more and more grateful to Lin Mo for his selfless teaching of various application skills in mind. Give them. Although their mind was not initiated by Lin Mo, these complete sets of advanced application skills and various training methods are enough to be regarded as precious. And the more they come into contact with the outside world, the more they can appreciate its preciousness. Nowadays, many so-called hunters who have been systematically taught outside Side do not necessarily dare to say that they have learned all the advanced applied skills in the field of mindfulness. For example, the first burst library who helped the Chimera ants to open the read. Not to mention the group of trash fishes like Lin Mo encountered in the Sky Arena, they don't even know what Ning is. If it wasn't for the existence of Lin Mo, this would be the norm for a wild path like the Phantom Troop. In addition to Franklin's increased gratitude to Lin Mo, there is another very critical issue, that is, timing. At that time, when Finks proposed to wrestle with Krollo, after Krollo had already agreed to the arm wrestling competition, that is to say, Krollo himself had already participated. Advertisement at this time, of course, Finks' invitation will not be regarded as a challenge to Krollo's status. After all, everyone present clearly understood that this so-called wrist power ranking was just a joke. There is simply no way to bring any reference value to the strength gap between the men. Therefore, at most, I would only think that Finks' attitude would be a little presumptuous, so at most Franklin looked at him a little unhappily and didn't say much. Lin Mo is different. He had just come over, and he had no idea what was going on in front of him. According to normal logic, it should first explain the situation of the wrist strength ranking, and then invite Lin Mo to ask him if he wants to join in. The last is to submit an application for arm wrestling. As soon as you come up like Finks, you don't talk about it, just say a word, let me see your strength, and you look provocative. How can this not be misunderstood? Okay, I see, 35. After answering a sentence, Lin Mo didn't even lift up his sleeves, and just put his hand on it. Seeing this, Finks didn't call out, "You look down on me," in a very naive way, but just looked a little more dignified. Growing up in Meteor Street since childhood, he understood very well that words are useless, and results are everything. After firmly grasping Lin Mo's hand, he said in a condensed voice, "Prepare, start, 35. As soon as Finks finished speaking, the muscles on his arms suddenly tightened and began to exert force. However, no matter how much strength Finks exerted, or even condensed all the strength of his whole body, even his face began to flush, it was still like a mud cow entering the sea, and he couldn't press Lin Mo's arm even for a single moment. Seeing that the table seemed to be about to stand up, Lin Mo's arm muscles suddenly burst, and then a force directly pressed Finks's red palm due to the squeeze of the blood vessels in his hand, and pressed it firmly in an instant, on the desktop. Although Finks, with its excellent balance, landed smoothly after being overturned by Lin Mo. Uvajan's power is not as terrifying as Lin Mo just now? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Not only that, but even Finks's entire body was turned over because of Lin Mo's enormous power. But now he is in a state of confusion, squeak. Single G. Although Lin Mo's arm didn't press, the table started to creak a little with his strength. Chapter 178. Tui. Scumbag. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket Lin Mo's physical power is indeed stronger than Uvajan, and the strongest power he can exert is much stronger than Uvajan today. And the reason why his power becomes so powerful is precisely because of the ability of open black lens bracket complete mimicry close black lens bracket. As long as he records the powerful person he has met and contacted with complete mimicry, and then imitates his own muscle state to become this person, then Lin Mo can directly possess the full power of this person. At present, the most powerful person among the people recorded by Lin Mo is Biscuit, the pseudo-loli. That's right, it's not a enhanced Nen, but a transformation Nen from Biscuit. Don't look at her as a transformation type, but her physical body can really be called 1,000 tempering, and I don't know if it is to make up for the lack of combat power on Nen, the defect. Or maybe her Nen, magic beautician, Miss Cookie, actually does some wonders in the face of exercise. All in all, today's Biscuit can be said to be the strongest existence in terms of pure physical fitness among the people Lin Mo knows. Of course, Netero may be better than her when she was young, but although Netero at this time can be said to be well maintained, her pure physical fitness will inevitably be eroded by years. In this respect, it is no longer Biscuit, opponent. Of course, this is referring to the Biscuit in the state of the muscular woman. The moment when Lin Mo exerted force, his arm muscles burst, because he mimicked the muscle state of his arm to Biscuit's muscle state at that time. Of course, like Biscuit in the state of a muscular woman, her arms have directly become big muscle tyrants. It doesn't mean that Lin Mo's own strength can't compare to Finks. No matter how bad Lin Mo is in this area, he has completed the course of Dr. Crazy's muscle enhancer. That is to say, his own physical strength can reach 100 tons at this time. But the problem is that Lin Mo not only pushes down Finks, he also overturns Finks. It's not that Lin Mo didn't mind Finks' attitude just now. He was just guilty of pure bad taste. To achieve this level, Lin Mo's 100 tons of strength would not be enough. That's why Lin Mo chose to turn his arm into a muscle tyrant. Looking at Finks, who was still in a dazed state at this time, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction and cancelled the muscle mimicry of his arm. Seeing that Lin Mo's swollen arm suddenly shrank again, everyone was a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, there are too many shocks created by Lin Mo, so everyone won't make too much fuss. Advertisement, and just now Lin Mo really didn't show any signs of using Nan. Even if all the members of the brigade haven't reached their peak, they can be regarded as Nan's good players in the outside world. If you still can't tell if Lin Mo has used Nan, then it's better to pretend that the piece of tofu is dead. When Lin Mo uses material representation, he will cover his hands with a layer of mental energy to disguise. Idiot, now you know how powerful the deputy commander is. Phaeton looked at Finks, who was still confused, and stabbed him again with disdain. Looks like, Uvajan, your wrist strength ranking may not be guaranteed. Krollo, who was sitting above the wood, suddenly laughed after watching the whole process. With his keen observation, it is naturally not difficult to discover the terrifying power contained in Lin Mo's arms at the moment of swelling. I am afraid that even Uvajin is still unable to resist in the face of such power. Ta-tat. Feeling two familiar vibration frequencies coming from the ground, Lin Mo, who was about to say something, stopped, moved his eyes slightly to the door behind him, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Deputy Commander, let's have a competition too. Isn't it not allowed to fight in the brigade? So I held an arm wrestling contest, so that I could arrange various physical strengths in this way. In fact, without Krollo speaking, Uvajin planned to invite Lin Mo to have a good match after seeing Lin Mo overturn Finks. He could also vaguely feel that he would probably not be Lin Mo's opponent. But Uvajin has always been like this, he is never afraid that others are stronger than him, he will worry that his opponent is not strong enough. After listening to Uvajin's words, Lin Mo suddenly felt in his heart. No wonder Finks suddenly invited himself to arm wrestling. And it turns out that the arm strength ranking of the original Huxia Brigade was created by Uvajin, but this is quite in line with Uvajin's character. Fighting is not allowed within the brigade, so it's not bad to have a wrist strength ranking to enhance mutual affection. It is estimated that this will become a tradition in the future. In the original book, Phaeton clearly stated that they had not gathered for more than 3 years, and also said that this time number 4 and number 8 have changed their faces. The number 4 and number 8 here refer to Hisoka and Shizuku. For Flowers Zero however, even so, Hisoka and Shizuku are still ranked in the brigade's arm strength rankings. Since there was no gathering, it means that the biggest possibility is the arm wrestling when inviting them to join the group. Advertisement. It looks like a strange tradition has been added to the spider tattoo. Facing Uvajin's invitation, before Lin Mo could answer, a clear female voice came from the door. Uvajin, what do you want to compare with Lin Mo? Hearing this, everyone followed the prestige and saw Maki, who was still cold-faced, and Shizuku, who was very talented, walking from the door. Yo, Maki, long time no see, how are you doing? Seeing Maki's arrival, Nobunaga, Uvajin and other old members began to say hello to Maki. And Krollo looked at Shizuku who came with Maki, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 0. Sure enough, Lin Mo likes human women, it should be said that she is a beautiful human woman. Following Shizuku behind Maki, looking at the members of the brigade who had already gathered, he said casually, hello, my name is Shizuku, and I am the 8th member of the brigade. Shizuku is just naturally dumb, not shy or stage fright. After introducing himself, Shizuku finally found Lin Mo who was looking at him with a smile on his face in the crowd. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he ran over, Lin Mo. Shizuku is obviously very close to Lin Mo, the deputy head of Lin Mo, who has brought him with him from the beginning, is willing to teach himself, and also gave him a lot of interesting props. Shizuku, do you always forget to insert bookmarks in the recent improvisation book? Looking at Shizuku with a well-behaved face, Lin Mo still couldn't help but touch her little head. Yes, this bookmark is so annoying, I always forget to put it. Shizuku complained and said to Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo's attitude towards Shizuku, everyone except Uvajin was slightly taken aback. It was immediately understood that Shizuku was the same as Maki. As I said before, they're just not interested, not ignorant. And Pike Nuiton in the crowd looked at Lin Mo with some resentment, his eyes seemed to be looking at some crumbs. He, Tui, scumbag, originally thought that Lin Mo accepted Nyan just to accept the apprentice Pike Norton. At this time, after seeing such a scene, she began to seriously doubt what Lin Mo's motive was at that time. Chapter 179. Lin Mo, I must get you. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Bump, with the sound of the collision between the arm and the tabletop, the expression of Finks at this time seemed to be broken, and the whole body turned gray and white like a stone statue standing there. Lost. And still lost. I lost to 2 little girls who looked very weak. Finks looked a little skeptical about life and looked at himself. Although he didn't have the palm of a casserole like Uvajin, he was much bigger than the little girl who looked a little dull with glasses on the opposite side. How could oneself be suppressed by the opponent so helplessly? This does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. Excuse me. After Shizuku won Finks, he said something very polite to him. However, this sentence added a knife to the young heart of Finks, who had already begun to become riddled with holes. Ha ha ha, it looks like our wrist strength rankings have come out. 093. Uvajin exclaimed excitedly as Shizuku and Finks finished their match. No, there should be one person who hasn't come. There are only 12 people here, according to the leader, all 13 people in our brigade should have been found. Phaeton interrupted Uvajin's words in an unhappy tone, and then his eyes began to show impatience. Captain, what is the origin of this guy number 4? Was he not ready? Although Krollo mentioned in the text message, anyone who is free can come over, and there is no mandatory gathering of all members. But now that all of their original members have appeared, just one of his new members dared not to come, which undoubtedly stirred Phaeton's nerves. Hearing this, Uvajin was a little stunned. After counting on the spot, he found that there was really one person missing. Originally, Uvajin hadn't paid much attention. After all, there were only 8 people when they divided the police. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to the lack of a new recruit. Really, is this guy so arrogant? He doesn't come when everyone comes? People are double standards. Logically speaking, Krollo did not force everyone to come, so logically speaking, people have no reason to come. But now that everyone is here, if he is the only one who doesn't come, it is inevitable that people will have opinions. If he doesn't come this time, next time I have the chance to meet, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Uvajin's forehead became violent. He came. Just as Uvijin's words fell, Lin Mo felt a flash of breath outside the door. Advertisement. As Lin Mo's voice fell, everyone turned their attention to the door. Crack, crack, crack. I saw a slender man in the dark, walking towards them while applauding. It's really amazing. I think I'm good at absolute, but I didn't expect to be discovered just after I came here. Your Excellency must be our deputy head, Lin Mo. A gentle and slightly magnetic elegant male voice echoed in the shipyard. As the figure walked in, his appearance was finally revealed in the darkness. A man with long silver-gray hair, dressed in black priest-like clothes, with a ring on his left lip and pale skin, as if he had not been exposed to sunlight in 10,000 years, walked over with a smile on his face. With the natural swing of his hands, the spider tattoo with 4 on the palm of his right palm is clearly visible. The overall temperament is quite gloomy. With his arrival, the atmosphere in the entire shipyard has become a lot suppressed. If he had to use one word to describe him, vampire would undoubtedly be the most appropriate word. All in all, it's a guy that people can't like at first sight. Face shadow. Tongchi was born in Meteor Street, the 4th member of the Phantom Troupe, and the predecessor of Hisoka. Like Crollo and Pike Nuaton, they are all traits, Nen, and their ability is God's Puppet Master. Its ability is manifested in several aspects, the core of which is the soul puppet, which can control the puppets made by himself, but without eyes. The puppets have the memory of others and can exert the limited Nen held by the person. This ability is very similar to the human puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion in Naruto to a certain extent, and this ability alone is enough to make the face shadow an army. However, there are also certain restrictions, that is, if you want to make a doll of the other party, you must collect the data of the other party in detail, and it is not clear how detailed it is. But from the original novel, it took at least 9 to 10 years for Face Shadow to make the puppets of all the members of the Phantom Troupe after joining the brigade, so it can be seen that it might not be too simple. But according to Face Shadow, if a puppet has no eyes, it is like a human being without a soul. So in response to this, Face Shadow, like Crollo, carried out the next step of development on the basis of its own Nen, soul summoning. When the eyes of the doll and others are facing each other, the eyes are taken away. If the doll is defeated, the eyes will return to the owner. After taking the eyes of others, the doll will become a doll with a soul, will be much stronger than those without eyes. The stronger the strength of the eye master, the greater the amplitude of the doll, so basically there is no amplitude to capture the eyes of ordinary people. If you want to obtain the amplitude, you must at least have a certain amount of energy, Nen. If you can get your own eyes, the amplitude will be maximized. In the follow-up, in order to make up for the problem that its own lack of combat power is likely to become a weakness, the Face Shadow has been further developed again, Doll Catcher. Its ability is manifested by combining the 3 dolls with itself, enabling itself to use its Nen. In this way, according to Face Shadow's vision, he will no longer have any weaknesses and become a real, God's puppet master. I have to say that his ability is indeed worthy of the name, God, and to a certain extent, it is indeed quite powerful. Advertisement, however, in order to cultivate this ability, Mian Ying paid a very heavy price. Don't look at the dark and gloomy look on his face, in fact, he is the same as Uchiha Itachi and Hokage, he is actually a very serious girl control. Lei Zi, this is his sister's name, is a very sensible and well-behaved girl. In order to cultivate this ability, Mian Ying directly killed his sister and sacrificed to the sky. Maybe this price is nothing to others, isn't it just paying a person's life? But in fact, the restrictions and vows in the underworld are not calculated like this. I said before that Nen is a rather spiritual power. The same goes for the price. Mian Ying sacrificed his sister, just like what he had sacrificed was his most precious thing. It is because of this that he was able to develop such a powerful Nen. Of course, although Mian Ying killed his sister and sacrificed to heaven, he still got a bug, that is, he made Lei Zi's doll. The doll with the same memory as Lei Zi looks no different from the real Lei Zi, and even more perfect. Because after becoming a puppet, Lei Zi can be said to be immortal, not growing up, not getting old, and having the appearance of a well-behaved younger sister in her mind. At the same time, he obeyed his own words, it just couldn't be more perfect. It was because of this plan that Mian Ying sacrificed Lei Zi so decisively. And the reason why he joined the brigade was of course just to collect the information of the brigade members and make their corresponding dolls. Later, Hisoka appeared just after he successfully collected everyone's data, so the Face Shadow released his doll substitute and pretended to be killed by Hisoka. Successfully escaped. That only means that your absolute is not hot enough. Lin Mo replied casually to the question facing the shadow. Really? Looking like this, I have to practice basic skills to get around. Face Shadow pretended to be humble and lowered his head. At the same time, under the cover of his long hair, the shadow's eyes began to look at Lin Mo greedily and hot, as if he was looking at a stunning beauty. Lin Mo. As expected of the most powerful existence in the Phantom Troupe, he easily sensed my rival. Whether it's gas or Nen, it's quite scary, I didn't expect even the alertness to be so high. Open black lens bracket lick, close black lens bracket. The face slightly stretched out his tongue and licked the corners of his somewhat dry mouth. An existence like you must put you in my collection. I must get you. Lin Mo, Chapter 180. I want it all, open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Mian Ying, the 4th member of the brigade, character, Nen, is a puppet master, please give me more advice. After speaking, the face began to imitate a noble etiquette, and bowed slightly to the crowd. Nasty guy. Although the face is very humble, but for some reason people don't like it when they see the face that doesn't fit in with the surrounding. Don't say I like it, I don't even have a good impression. You're number 4, do you know that all of us are waiting for you? Uvijin took a step forward, looking down at his face with some displeasure. Uvijin's height is 2.58 meters. It is not an exaggeration to say that such a terrifying body is condescending. Oh, is that so? The time should be right. Facing the imposing Uvijin, there was no change in his expression or tone, and he calmly glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. 99 exactly, the second hand at this time just crossed 12, and with the movement of the second hand, the hour and minute hands also stayed at the position of 12 at the same time. Look, it's only late now, isn't it? UB asterisk 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 D. 39. Just when Uvijin was at a loss for words, Finks stood up. Get your common sense 10 minutes before the meeting time. Is that so? I'm really sorry, then I'll pay more attention next time. Although 35 Faces is really sorry, his tone is completely lacking in sincerity. Open black lens bracket Ichichi. Close black lens bracket. I don't know why, no matter what this person does, Mian Ying seems to be able to stir up the nerves of the police. Uvijin was very friendly, and put his arm on the shoulder of the face, laughing. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about this, since we are a member of the brigade, then let's wrestle our arms, we are going on a brigade. The wrist strength ranking in the group is only one of you. As he spoke, he clamped the shoulders of the face shadow to pull him over. Just like Lin Mo, he turned his face over. Open black lens bracket condensation, close black lens bracket. Seeing Uvijin put his hands on his shoulders, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. His shoulders twitched quickly, intending to break free from Uvijin's big hand with an instant explosive force. However, it was of no use. The direct power gap between Uvijin and Face Shadow was too great, and Face Shadow couldn't get rid of Uvijin's hold at all. Physically stronger than expected. Feeling the power in Uvijin's hand, the Face Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly. Uvijin doesn't use sentence, and the Face Shadow is not easy to use. Otherwise, it will become a provocation, advertisement. Helpless, Mian Ying could only be brought to the table by Uvijin. My wrist strength is not very strong, so I guess I'm at the bottom, so I'd better start the challenge directly from the bottom of the ranking. In the last place, the 12 of them just came down, and the last one was Pikenoten. It is estimated that Mian Ying said that no matter whether he is telling the truth or not, there are some hidden plans in it. Uvijin wouldn't let him escape so easily, his eyes flickering fiercely. That's not good, as a new member, you should communicate more with us old members. Seeing Uvijin's attitude, Mian Ying knew that words alone were not enough, so he said directly. Although I also want to communicate with you more, it's okay to wrestle your arms. I remember that when members of the brigade directly disagree, they will use coins to decide, so let's flip coins. 99. Hearing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. It seems that although this face has almost zero EQ, at least his IQ is still online. Knowing that continuing to use words like this with Uvijin will only make the atmosphere tense. When 35 Lin Mo embodied a coin with a spider pattern in his hand and bounced it directly. Forget it, he also wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. Although he was quite disgusted with this person, Mian Ying, he didn't want to continue pulling with him. Thank you, Deputy Head. After 39 took the coin that Lin Mo bounced, he smiled and thanked him. When Uvijin saw this, he also understood Lin Mo's attitude, so he could only temporarily suppress his disgust at the shadow, and said, yes, 99. Snapped, the Face Shadow will catch the coin tossed above. It's the opposite. He slowly spread out his palms and revealed the coins before smiling. Tut, Pike, then come on. 35 Uvijin, with an unhappy tut, stepped back and said hello to Pikenoten. The situation that followed was almost as expected by Lin Mo. After several stalemates, Mian Ying pretended to be defeated. However, his poor acting skills, it is estimated that even Shizuku could not hide it, not to mention that everyone on the battlefield is not weak, so the performance traces are too strong. Therefore, Mian Ying once again gained the disgust of a group of brigade groups as he wished. Does the later Hisoka know better than him? Anyway, Hisoka's bad taste is bad taste, and like Mian Ying, he joined the brigade with ghosts. But anyway, people won't treat other people as fools to play this kind of meaningless drama. Hisoka's arm strength when he joined the group was only behind Finks. However, although it was a child's play, the ranking of wrist strength in the brigade was finally settled. The first, needless to say, is Lin Mo, the second is Uvijin, the third is Maki, the fourth is Shizuku, the fifth is Finks, the sixth is Franklin, the seventh is Phaeton, the eighth is Crollo, the third is ninth Flakes, Nobunaga 10th, Shulnark 11th, Pikenoten 12th and the face at the bottom. 99 After the farce was over, Crollo put away his books and stood up. Advertisement. It seems that everyone has already arrived. I believe everyone is very curious about the purpose of calling everyone here this time. Then I'll cut a long story short. This time our target is the Treasury of the United States of Shigali. Crollo's peaceful voice began to echo through the empty shipyard. Oh, the Treasury? Commander, is there anything you want in it? Hearing this, Shulnark asked with interest. It should be an ancient book or something. After all, the head of the regiment likes books. Phaeton began to make his own speculations. It could also be a calamus. I heard that only a few pelagic fish were found in the world, and one was frozen in the Treasury of the United States of Shigali, and the deputy commander also likes delicious food. 5. Franklin also speculated thoughtfully. Can it be gold and silver treasures? After all, the Presbyterian may need these things. Nobunaga also interjected. All. Without waiting for others to continue to guess, Crollo gave the answer directly. Take all the treasures in the treasury of the United States of Shigali. Crollo's words surprised everyone except Lin Mo, who didn't want to be so cruel and even planned to take all of them without leaving them alone. Really or not, Captain, if you take away everything in the treasury, it will be like going to war with AO97 country. Uvijin couldn't help but ask, are you afraid of going to war with the power of a nation, Uvijin? Although Crollo was prepared to fight against the entire country with 13 people, Crollo still maintained his original calm tone and even brought a smile. Scared? How is it possible? I'm excited, ah ye. Lin Mo, who had been on the sidelines all the time, couldn't help but chuckle after listening to all the conversations. There really is your Crollo. If you don't know the inside story, you may really be fooled by your words. Said to snatch the treasury of the United States of Shigali, in fact, it is simply to avenge the Meteor Street while shocking the outside world, and by the way, it can also bring the treasure back to the Star Street. Just loot the treasury and put a note in it that says, we don't reject anything, but don't even think about taking anything from us. I'm afraid anyone with a brain knows who did it. But the problem is that as long as no one is caught, then they have no proof that it must be someone from Meteor Street. Meteor Street can also be said that someone copied their classic sayings and then blamed them. This is the reason why the Presbyterians formed the Phantom Brigade. They needed a criminal gang that could not be caught in the outside world, but had the smell of Meteor Street. Acts as a removable, deterrent. But that's fine, there's a lot of good stuff in the treasury. The northern scale fish that Franklin mentioned is quite good, and it's better to take it back and show it to Menchi to see what dishes can be made. As for the others, let's see what's pleasing to the eye, and bring a few back to Menchi or Biscuit. Chapter 181. Do you have any questions? Subscribe. It was night, and the full moon hanging high in the sky began to be gradually obscured by a group of dark clouds, making the originally bright night sky dim. But it doesn't matter. As the capital of the Chagalito United States, the city of Bimaravingo is still brightly lit even though it is midnight now. In other words, this is the real start time of the nightlife in Bimarawan High City. Octopus. Live octopus. It can be grilled or boiled or eaten raw. Pan-fried sea bass. Delicious pan-fried sea bass. Clams. Freshly fried clams. Come and have a look. 35 The cries of various vendors are endless in the streets and alleys, and everyone's faces are filled with happy faces. Although the United States of Chagalito is not a big country, the national happiness of the United States of Chagalito is actually no worse than that of a big country. The main reason is because they have world-class fishing grounds, and the prices of seafood and other aquatic products are extremely low in this country, and basically all citizens can afford them. Although it was extremely lively on the ground and the voices were full of people, in the night sky where no one noticed, there were two inconspicuous hot air balloons floating in a certain direction in the sky. Except for the occasional flash of fire, these two hot air balloons are under the natural protection of the night, and it is difficult for ordinary people to notice them. At this time, the people driving the two hot air balloons were the members of the Phantom Troop. It seems that the habit of Yukashin, the Phantom Troop, has existed from the beginning. But hot air balloons do work. Sitting in the hot air balloon, Lin Mo looked bored at the brightly lit street below. I didn't expect the United States of Shigali to be a little-known place, and their nightlife is quite rich. 35. Compared to this, I'm still interested in the little cook you found. When are you going to introduce her to me and Shizuku? Maki, who was sitting next to Lin Mo, not only did not answer Lin Mo's words, but instead hit Lin Mo's vitals. Maki knew about Menchi's existence. Of course, Menchi also knew that Maki and they existed. If it was Menchi's original willful personality, it is estimated that he would have a trouble with Lin Mo. However, the timing of Lin Mo's choice was very good at that time. It was really when Menchi was in a period of inferiority. After seeing Lin Mo's power, he pointed out the existence of Maki and the others to Menchi. I have to say that although Pua is very hateful, it is really useful. No wonder no matter what Pua, their first step is always to knock each other's self-confidence. When the other party is an inferiority complex, then many excessive demands will actually be persuaded and accepted by the other party. Therefore, although Menchi showed a trace of sadness, she finally accepted it very smoothly. Advertisement after all, there is no rule in this world for monogamy. In a world with a power system, it is always the norm that the strong are respected. As Lin Mo, who has replaced Netero as the strongest in the world, isn't it normal to have several wives? It's just that they know, but Lin Mo has never introduced them to each other. After all, one side is going to practice mindfulness, and the other side is also doing medical treatment, so it's not that Lin Mo is deliberately blocking it, it's just the wrong time. Maki, do you want to meet Menchi? If you want, I'll introduce Menchi to you after the operation is over. Lin Mo threw the ball back to Maki directly. Hearing this, Maki rolled his eyes directly at Lin Mo. My good fellow, this great diversion of heaven and earth is so perfect. Answering questions with questions, another typical Pua. Oh, is that the relationship between the deputy head and Miss Maki? At this time, the figure who was sitting in a hot air balloon with Lin Mo and the others suddenly came in and said gossip. This guy. Really brave. After hearing Mian Ying's interjection, both Uvijin and Nobunaga did not look at Mian Ying angrily, but looked at them with sympathy. Things like this don't need the two of them at all. Lin Mo himself will teach the face how to behave. As for Shalnark, he is totally in the mood for a good show. I have to say that this guy's emotional intelligence is really low to the extreme. Didn't Uvijin, Nobunaga and Shalnark turned their heads to look at the scenery outside after hearing Maki speak. I don't know if I want to be close to Lin Mo, so that it is convenient for later data collection. This guy, Mian Ying, dares to interject. Are we familiar with each other? Ah, yes. Do you have any questions? Lin Mo replied casually as if he glanced at his face. At the same time, a black ink-like evil thought began to radiate from Lin Mo's body, and suddenly pressed towards the shadow. Wrapped in this pitch-black evil thought, Lin Mo seemed to have a grinning devil emerging from his body, staring at his face, as if he was looking at that part of his body that was delicious. As Lin Mo's evil thoughts came out, suddenly, the already low temperature dropped several degrees again because he was at a high altitude. Boom! Facing Lin Mo's evil thoughts, Mian Ying had to start to stimulate the thoughts in himself, trying his best to resist the erosion of Lin Mo's evil thoughts. But despite this, when facing Lin Mo's endless evil thoughts, the face still seemed to be in a boundless hell, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. This feeling of oppression and suffocation is something that Face Shadow has never faced in his life. Advertisement. It's like looking straight at the angry demon lord in hell. No katakana middle. No problem. D. A drop of cold sweat began to seep out of Face Shadow's forehead, and then dripped onto Face Shadow's feet. What kind of monster can have such a huge amount of energy? Feeling the evil thoughts that Lin Mo's puppet is about to materialize, even the face full of ambition to make Lin Mo's puppet can't help but back down in his heart. Can such a monster really be made by yourself? Lin Mo, the treasury of the United States of Shigali is about to arrive, and we can start preparing for an early drop. Just when the atmosphere was dignified, Krollo's voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie in Lin Mo's hand. After glancing at the face again, Lin Mo picked up the walkie-talkie, put it to his lips and said, I see, head of the regiment, 55. Then Lin Mo began to take back all the evil thoughts radiated out of his body. After all, Lin Mo wasn't a devil either, so he killed him just because of his appearance. Besides, Lin Mo is also a little curious whether the Face Shadow can make his own doll. Well, it's impossible with a high probability. After all, Face Shadow's own strength is just like that. No matter what you do, it's impossible to make a doll stronger than him. Unless you learn from Lin Mo's life, but looking at his ill appearance, it doesn't seem like he has much vitality to give him. However, his God's Puppet Master is still very useful, and can be used as a cannon fodder detective when exploring the Dark Continent. Although this ability can be imitation, by imitation, it is not a strike-type Nen after all. But in the future, Krollo can be arranged to steal a huge wave. There are only two people in the whole brigade who will operate hot air balloons, one is Shalnark and the other is Krollo. So for now, I'd better let him go first. Besides, he is also the deputy head of the brigade, and Mian Ying is also a member of the brigade. If he kills him directly, wouldn't he take the lead in committing the crime? And a building in the southwest of the park, which was heavily guarded and looked a bit like a museum or a bank, was the goal of their operation. Okay. Shalnark shrugged and operated the gas valve on the hot air balloon. Finally, it landed in a national park. After all, it is a national park, and there is still relatively dense vegetation around it, which is just enough to provide some cover for the hot air balloon. The height of the hot air balloon began to slowly decrease. Lin Mo said to Shalnark after putting down the walkie-talkie. Shalnark, it's over to you. The Treasury of the United States of Shigali. Chapter 182. Die for me. Add more subscription. The United States of Shigali is a very strange country. In the past history, the United States of Shigali was a very poor and backward country no matter what era it was. Its status in the world is simply the existence of a small fishing village. But they themselves are unwilling to only develop a fishery direction, so they began to learn from the countries in the world and began to move towards the industrial field. However, the police of the United States of Shigali too, who had no money or skills, said that they had developed industry, and they could not even enter the door of industry. In the end, a lot of manpower and material resources were spent, and in the end, nothing was obtained. It was just making the people's livelihood even more difficult. Since 1962, the development policy of the United States of Shigali has been completely changed. After realizing the reality, it began to develop in the direction of fishery. With the advent of the era of mechanization, they have gradually got rid of the image of poverty and backwardness in the past with world-class natural fishing grounds. However, after they started to develop in material aspects, their spirits were still barren. So he began to pursue the rebuilding of confidence in his own nation and the improvement of spiritual realm, and began to advocate the long history and traditional culture of his country. This led to a very bizarre decision by the United States of Shigali. That is to build their own treasury into a museum, so that everyone can see how rich the heritage of the United States of Shigali is. Of course, some of them involve the national-level heavy treasure 097, and they are not really brainless enough to put them outside together for everyone to visit. Shizuku, put away the hot air balloon. After landing, Lin Mo rubbed Shizuku's hair and ordered. Oh, alright, Bulgogi, it's time to get to work. After Shizuku answered Lin Mo obediently, his thoughts condensed, and a vacuum cleaner with eyes, teeth and tongue suddenly appeared in Shizuku's hand. Hey! As Shizuku pressed the switch on the vacuum cleaner, the mouth of the bold-eyed fish began to make a strange sound. Suck the two hot air balloons in front of you. As soon as Shizuku said the target, the mouth of open black lens bracket bubble-eyed fish close black lens bracket suddenly released a strong suction force, slowly sucking the two hot air balloons, which are quite large compared to open black lens bracket bulgo-eyed fish close black lens bracket, from the air. When the hot air balloon was about to approach the mouth of the bull-eyed fish, the huge volume of the hot air balloon was suddenly twisted and deformed by an inexplicable force. It became a size just enough to be sucked in by the bull-eyed fish. After the convex-eyed fish made two human-like swallowing sounds, the hot air balloon that Lin Mo and the others were riding in disappeared. "Let's get moving," Krollo said as Shizuku put the balloon in place. Call out. At this moment, all the members of the Phantom Troop, C-Day, turned into a black influence scattered around and disappeared in place. Advertisement. As the members of the Phantom Troop left, the Chagalito United States National Park returned to its original silence again. Yawned. A heavily armed soldier standing guard at the gate of the Treasury of the United States of Shigali yawned. "Hey, Jack, you're so uninspired, it looks like you sneaked to the casino yesterday to play again." A soldier standing guard with him next to him put his elbow on Jack's waist and joked. "Yeah, I'm really annoying, but it's my turn to be on duty today," Jack complained when he heard the jokes of his companions. "Okay, don't complain, you don't know how many brothers envy you, how good the vigil is, basically there's nothing to do, the salary is high, and at most it's just a little tired to stand. Yes, after all, for decades, this treasury has never happened. Although boredom is boring, it is better than leisure." Squeak. However, before Jack could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a rushing sound of tires rubbing against the ground. "I saw a truck not far away, as if it had drunk fake wine." Hey, what's the situation? But if there is a peanut, it's not like this, right?" Jack was a little bit taken by the snakeskin of the truck to the show. "No, this guy is coming here." Seeing that Jack, the sand sculpture, was still in a daze, the companion who was watching the night with him directly pulled him away. Boom. In the next second, the truck slammed into the gate of the United States Treasury of Shigali 2, as the gasoline leaked. After the truck burned for a while, it suddenly turned into a huge fireball and exploded. Fortunately, the defense of the main entrance of the Treasury is strong enough, otherwise, under the full-speed collision of this giant truck, if the ordinary building is estimated to have been hit by the truck long ago. Woo! After the roar of the explosion, a harsh siren began to sound throughout the night sky. Quick! There is an accident at the main entrance of the Treasury. What exactly is going on? With the commotion, all the garrison forces in the bright and dark parts of the Treasury were blasted out by this explosion, and they were all surrounded. The surrounding people also began to look at the wreckage of the truck that was still burning in front of the Treasury gate, and they were talking about. "Did you see it just now? It looks like a truck driver suddenly drove past. Is it because of drinking or sudden illness? If it is because of drinking, then it is too bad." 35. Advertisement. In the crowd, a blonde, baby-faced young man glanced at the large characters, game_over, displayed on his phone. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he put away his phone and disappeared from the crowd silently. Carrying the fate of others, inserting the attached antenna into the opponent's body can make the opponent become Shalnark's puppet until he dies or the antenna falls. Apparently, the truck driver who had just drank fake wine was the puppet that Shalnark used to operate the phone after plugging into the antenna. He manipulated the driver to crash into the front door in order to draw out the garrison forces near the National Treasury. After that, it was the turn of the special attack team in the brigade to appear. Clap. Just as the guards at the gate of the Treasury were rushing to put out the fire to check the specific situation, a burly and strong figure with many ornaments and several scars on his face, who looked a bit like Frankenstein, had come to the Treasury at some point. At this moment, Franklin's body was surging with energy, and he stretched out 10 fingers at the guards of the Treasury. Pop. 99 Franklin's originally intact fingers were suddenly broken, revealing the inner core like the barrel of a gun. Franklin looked at this group of guards who were still confused, and a ferocious smile began to appear on his face. "Give me all to die." Boom boom. Endless fire-like energy fluctuations continued to emerge from Franklin's 10 fingers, and the bullets kept shooting at the guards who were still preparing to check the situation as if they didn't want money. Open black lens bracket, two-handed machine gun, close black lens bracket. 99. Damn. It's the enemy. Although Franklin always looks like a good man, as a man of Meteor Street, he is bloodthirsty in his bones. Ha. P.S. Thank you for the reminder for the update ticket. Thank you for the monthly ticket and reminder for the summer pirate boss. Thank you two bosses for their support. These bulletproof vests, which were supposed to block bullets without any pressure, failed to perform as they should, just like an ordinary vest that was easily pierced and torn by Franklin's bullets. Franklin couldn't help laughing wildly when he saw the bloody, blood-splattered scene in front of him. The screams began to rise and fall in the crowd. Although the soldiers were all wearing bulletproof vests, they were facing Franklin's bullets. The soldiers standing in the back row could only watch as their comrades were beaten to pieces by Franklin's bullet storm, and then they didn't even have time to raise their guns, and it was their turn to step in the footsteps of these predecessors. What due to the sudden incident and the fact that most of their attention was attracted by the truck, after the soldiers reacted, they couldn't even make a counterattack. Chapter 183. Like a gorilla treating an ant. Open black lens bracket subscription, close black lens bracket. Damn. Listen to the people in front of me. Now, immediately, stop it immediately, lay on the ground with your head in your hands, or we'll shoot. Squeak. One by one. Dozens of police cars rushed over from the roads on both sides of Franklin, and after surrounding Franklin firmly, a sudden break came to a stop. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader hid behind the open car door after getting out of the car, sweating profusely and nervously holding a walkie-talkie in the car and shouting loudly. And his figure reached Franklin's ears through a loudspeaker mounted on the roof. At this time, Franklin's left and right sides began to be surrounded by SDF personnel. And the onlookers who were still eating melons have long since dispersed. Not far from the treasury of the United States of Chagaladu is the General Administration of the Self-Defense Forces in Bimer-Wengao City, or in fact, the buildings in this area are basically all government agencies of the United States of Chagaladu. Courts, tax bureaus, security bureaus, Congress, etc. are basically attached here. In addition to the General Bureau of the Self-Defense Forces, there are 5 branches of the Self-Defense Forces alone, scattered in this area. This ensures that no matter where there is a problem, the Self-Defense Forces can arrive within 1 minute. After the commotion in front of the treasury, the Self-Defense Force received the news immediately, and a large number of Self-Defense Force personnel rushed over in an emergency. However, the scene they saw after rushing over made the members of the Self-Defense Force almost doubt their lives. In the eyes of them who have not awakened, reading, a huge terrorist is holding up his bare hands to the soldiers at the gate of the National Treasury. Then the soldiers were sieved by an unknown force. However, if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. Since it is suspected that Franklin was involved in the attack here, it is of course the duty of the Self-Defense Force to arrest him and bring him to justice. Call out, in the face of the middle-aged man's warning, Franklin didn't hang them, just glanced at them with some disdain. Then 4 black shadows suddenly flashed out from behind Franklin, and quickly flashed towards the Self-Defense Forces surrounding Franklin. Shish. In front of the 3 police cars that were originally parked on Franklin's left side, a crescent-like knife light suddenly flashed out of thin air. Immediately, the police car was perfectly cut in half from the middle, and as some electronic components in the police car were cut off, some sparks flashed and fell into the fuel tank. Boom, the 3 police cars exploded like 3 bombs. The huge explosion shockwave directly blew the surrounding self-defense forces who were completely unaware of what had just happened to the death without their entire bodies, limbs, flesh, and bones flying around in the air. Not only that, the 3 police cars turned into high explosive bombs even caused a certain chain reaction, and the flames that burst out to the surroundings directly detonated the 2 police cars in the back row at the same time. After everything was done, the members of the self-defense force finally discovered that a person who looked like a Ronin appeared in front of them out of thin air. Like a person with nothing to worry about, where is he acting handsome and closing his sword? Open. Open fire. Fire at me. Don't leave any openings. Kill them all. 35. Advertisement Franklin's 2-handed machine gun didn't turn on reading, and they couldn't understand it, but the katana in Nobunaga's hand was a real thing instead of reading. Although I don't know how Nobunaga managed to cut the steel police car in 2 with just a katana sword, just like a hot knife cutting butter, everyone can clearly see Nobunaga's stunning knife just now. The matter has come to this point, there is no doubt at this time, these guys must be the culprit of today's incident. At the order of someone in the self-defense forces, all members of the self-defense forces immediately began to fire freely at Nobunaga's figure. However, before the bullet hit Nobunaga, a man who was more than 2 meters tall like a beast stood in front of Nobunaga like a wall. The most terrifying thing is that when the bullet hit the beast-like man, not only did it fail to kill him, let alone kill him, it didn't even cause a slight wound. On the contrary, the moment the bullet touched the man, it bounced off with a metal-like collision sound. Oh, God, could this man's body be made of Fiddleman metal, the hardest metal in the world? How could God allow such monsters to exist in this world? Stronger than anything else, only to be strong, this is Uvajan's creed. Although it has not grown to the height of the original. If faced with rocket launchers or large-caliber sniper rifles, it may be a bit reluctant. But the small-caliber pistols and submachine guns held by the self-defense forces alone cannot cause any damage to Uvajan's body at this time. Hey ha 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 ha. 9. Looking at the group of self-defense forces in front of them with disbelief on their faces, and even with their hands trembling with their guns raised, Uvajan let out a grin in excitement, bent his body slightly, kicked his feet, and smashed the road while suddenly moving towards jump in the crowd in the back row. Not even using his own fists. At this time, Uvajan was like a beast, spreading his hands and calling out to the heads of the members of the self-defense forces one by one. Crack. The sound of the fracture of the neck bone began to sound one after another in the self-defense forces, and the fingers that were not sharp at first became sharp like blades under the power of Uvajan, flesh and blood. Uvajan grabbed the head of a self-defense force member and swung him directly in the crowd as a weapon, knowing that the self-defense force member's head could no longer bear it, and it broke and fell. This guy. Seeing Uvajan, who treated the group of self-defense forces like an orangutan treats ants, a smile appeared on Nobunaga's mouth. After that, Nobunaga's waist flashed coldly, and he pulled out his samurai sword and rushed over. At this moment, Uvajan and Nobunaga seemed to be back when they were in Meteor Street. On the other side, on Franklin's right, the situation on the left was roughly the same, except that the people who shot were Faden and Finks. Although Faden and Finks were still unable to receive bullets without injury like Uvajan, but facing the speed of the two, the members of the self-defense force could not hit them even once. Today's Fadens are not the time when they were surrounded by guns and could only attack in a roundabout way. A few random small movements directly flashed through the dense barrage like a butterfly, and then a single blow of the hand knife slashed the heads of all the opponents in the row. One after another blood springs began to spew out in the crowd. Advertisement. Although Finks is not as flexible as Fadens, in the face of ordinary people under the reaction force, Finks can still easily rely on the small walk in the surrounding crowd to cover, rotate his body, approach easily, and then twist their necks into twists one by one. It took less than 3 minutes to complete the whole process, and the self-defense force of more than 300 people in the audience was easily wiped out by the 4 of them. None of them even used their respective nen. Ask for flowers 0. While Uvajin and the others were enjoying their fight, they were sitting on the roof of the National Supreme Court next to the Treasury of the United States of Shigali. At this moment, 3 figures appeared strangely on the roof of the building, which should have been empty. They were standing there watching Uvajin's performance. A gust of night wind came out, and the long black slim-fit trench coat on Lin Mo was carried backward by the sudden night wind, making a strong sound in the air. The other 2 figures beside Lin Mo are of course Maki and Shizuku. Oh, look at this, they have grown up a lot. Seeing that the first wave of reinforcements from the United States of Shigali were killed in less than 3 minutes, Lin Mo couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Lin Mo, aren't we going to play? Maki looked at Lin Mo, who had no intention of shooting at all, and couldn't help but wonder. Don't worry, the main dishes haven't been served yet, so leave these appetizers to Uvajin and the others, so they won't have to play when I make a move. Maybe they will blame me in their hearts. 0. Lin Mo turned his head slightly to Maki and pointedly said. At the same time, Lin Mo's mind also began to appear in his mind. Although the main reason for taking the hunter exam was for mimic, netero, no matter what, since Lin Mo has obtained the hunter license, of course, it is impossible for him to let him eat ashes. Therefore, when investigating the United States of Shigali, in addition to simply searching the internet for things about this country, Lin Mo conducted a deeper intelligence collection on the Professional Hunters Dedicated Intelligence website. Hunters Dedicated website, because after opening the website, the computer interface will directly enter a virtual scene similar to a bar, so it is also known as Hunter Bar. The conditions of use of this website are not nen. To enter this website, a hunter license must be inserted into the card reader of the computer. However, after purchasing the information, there will be a burst of mind on the computer. Bring the awareness of the information buyer into the virtual scene formed by the website like a hologram. At this step, the buyer must be asked to turn on reading. Said to pull the buyer's consciousness. In fact, Lin Mo feels that this is more like implanting an illusion into the other party's brain. It's the same as Itachi's Tasuki reading, but this illusion can be easily resisted if a certain mind is wrapped around the body surface. However, the good thing is that the flow of time inside is the same as you do. No matter how long it is inside, the outside world will only pass 1 second. This website has information collected by hunters scattered all over the world, which can be used for information exchange as well as information trading. That is to say, all the information on this hunter website is not free. If you want to get the information you want, you must pay a certain amount of money. But for Lin Mo, this is simply dispensable. If he wants to, it may be a bit too arrogant to say 1 second, but there is no problem at all to become the world's richest man in a few seconds. Although the United States of Shigali is only a small country, it is also a country. So Lin Mo paid 1 billion ren for secret intelligence about the United States of Shigali. In addition to various weapons such as rose, as well as the details in the treasury. Lin Mo also found a more interesting name, Scalefish Special Attack Team. 8, Chapter 184. The Real Thief Open Black Lens Bracket Subscribe Close Black Lens Bracket. According to the information on the Hunter's website, the Scalefish Commando of the United States of Shigali is a nen team that was officially formed by the United States of Shigali in 1980. The members of the Scalefish Special Attack Team are composed of 30 powerful nen. 15 of the members will be dispersed in various parts of the country to prevent any emergencies in these areas, while the remaining 15 members will stay long-term in Bimaravan, the capital of the United States of Shigali, inside the high city. As the ultimate garrison of the United States of Shigali. The list of specific personnel is ominous, among which only 5 or 6 members have been recorded. Since the United States of Shigali has basically no sense of presence in the world, of course, there are basically no national-level criminal gangs or terrorist organizations that will set their sights on this place. Although he openly opened his treasury to everyone to see, the problem is that the treasures they disclose may not be comparable to the auction items in the annual auction of the underworld. Therefore, the Scalefish Special Attack Team has not had many chances to shoot, and naturally they only have a few records. And all of them were made by members scattered in other parts of the United States of Shigali, and basically there is no reference value. 097. As for weapons of mass destruction such as rose, Lin Mo will not take this into consideration. After all, it is in the capital, even though a single rose can make everything rest, but the problem is that it is not only the enemy who stops everything, but also his own people. People are not stupid. As long as they are not at the moment of national subjugation and genocide, they will definitely not use these weapons of mass destruction in their own homes. So something like rose is not called defense, it is called everyone to die together. Regardless of the fact that the United States of California, as a country, constituted only 30 people, it is considered a small number of official institutions. You must know that the total number of hunters in the Hunter Association today is only a few hundred people. The Hunter Association is the largest nen organization in the world, and even its total number is only a few hundred people. It is conceivable that only a small country, the United States of Shigali, can form a 30-member nen organization. Pretty good. And the difference between nen and nen strong is sometimes bigger than the gap between man and pig. It's not that your aura nodes are open to the high-sounding so-called nen. Look at the group of people who were trapped on the island of greed in the original book. They are the most typical examples, and they are also the ones who have opened nen. Even if he can't play with a 12-year-old child, Lin Mo can understand it. After all, Gon is the protagonist of Destiny, and this island of greed can also be said to be reserved for Gon by Kim Free CSS. But not only can you not play, you are still trapped in the game? This is simply incomprehensible. Therefore, the truly recognized Nen people are not so easy to find. Just find someone or a soldier to help them forcibly open the aura nodes and it will be done. Not to mention that they can't have enough talent to stop the spewing life energy after opening aura nodes. Even if they can barely complete a little, then the talent in mind will become a problem. Wasting resources on people who are talented garbage is simply a matter of not worth the gain. No matter how much they invest, their natural height has long been limited to a certain level, and no matter how much they invest, it is just a waste. Since it can be clearly marked as a powerful Nen in the intelligence network, it means that this scale fish special attack team must have 2 brushes, and the gas volume is at least 20,000. That's right, it's 20,000. This is what Lin Mo found out later. It turns out that if you have 20,000 chi outside, you can be called a strong man. Such a standard makes Lin Mo feel a little speechless. Advertisement. Although 20,000 to 200,000 didn't make any difference to Lin Mo, they should be just right as a spider's nutrient. After all, it is also the team that he appointed to go to the Dark Continent. The Phantom Troop must become stronger the better. Boom boom boom. Lin Mo's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of helicopter propellers turning. Lin Mo murmured after glancing at the direction from which the sound came from. It seems that the second wave of reinforcements is coming. This time, it is estimated that it will not be the small caliber weapons of the self-defense force. It should be dispatched with heavy weapons such as Gatling and rocket launchers. Listen to the people below. You are now surrounded by us. No matter which faction you are from, immediately put down your weapons, put your hands on your head, lie on the ground and surrender, or we will kill you. In the combat helicopter group, a middle-aged man in a suit in one of the helicopters shouted with a microphone in his hand. His voice reached Uvajan's ears through a horn mounted outside the helicopter. After listening to what he said, Franklin, who had already cleared everyone, looked at his hands jokingly and said, "Drop the weapon." Did he mean my hand? After speaking, he raised his hands to the helicopter group and grinned. "I'm really sorry, I can't do what you asked me." Boom boom. 35. As Franklin's thoughts surged, his 10 fingers turned into 10 gun barrels again, and he kept shooting thought bullets towards the group of helicopters. Avoid the direction of the man's fingers. Fire. It seems that there should be Nen among this group of people, but since they did not come down to fight directly but command the helicopter, it means that the combat effectiveness of the opponent should not be strong. They should have come to confirm whether Uvajan and the others are Nen probes. Boom, one of the helicopters exploded because Franklin was the first to set fire. The other helicopters then began to evade randomly, although they were still hit from time to time due to the density of Franklin's barrage. But for this kind of gunship, this damage is still within the acceptable range. With Franklin's shot, the helicopter group also began to fight back against Franklin and them, directly bombing them with missiles. At least 10 missiles bombarded Franklin and the others with long-tail flames. Of course, although Franklin and the others are arrogant, they are nothing like this heavy weapon, let alone them, even the current Uvajan can't carry it. So at the moment when the missile was launched, the 5 of them began to dodge around. Boom, under the simultaneous bombardment of more than a dozen missiles, the entire street in front of the Treasury Gate was directly bombed into ruins, and the fire that burst out when it exploded made the half-sitting Bimare Wengao city illuminated by it. And they seem to know the gate of the Treasury, or how strong the entire Treasury is, and they are not afraid that it will be affected by the explosion. Advertisement. After Uvajan they dodged a wave of bombardment, they fired another round of bombardment to the ground. Just suppress them like this, their purpose should suit our Treasury, just temporarily hold them back from entering the Treasury. I've notified the Scale Fish Special Attack Team people to come over, and they can arrive at the scene in 5 minutes at most. 55. It was the person who just issued the order, who instructed the helicopter group. Understood. Sir. Open black lens bracket square special attack team close black lens bracket. This is the god in the hearts of their soldiers. Although the Scale Fish Commando is not well known in the outside world, it is a well-known existence within the military of the United States of Shigali. After hearing that the Squad Fish Commando was coming soon, everyone felt a burst of excitement. After seeing the inhuman strength of Franklin and the others, their panicked hearts suddenly calmed down. However, will things really go his way? He never thought about why Franklin and the others had to stay outside with these people. Joe Zahn. There is a certain gap between the first and second waves of attacks, but they have no intention of entering the Treasury. Why is this? Questions like these were never thought of by that officer, and there was no such concept in his mind at all. In fact, Franklin and the others have been following Krollo's plan. Their purpose was simply to attract the attention of the Chagalito United States on the periphery of the Treasury. And the people who really went in to steal the Treasury were Krollo and Pikenoden. While the scene outside the Treasury was in full swing, Pyseria, the Treasury was no less so, and the bodies of security guards inside the Treasury were everywhere. The corpses were scattered all over the field, and blood flowed to the ground through the bullet holes in the foreheads of the security guards, or the throats of the guards were slashed with daggers. Since the Treasury siren was sounded from the very beginning when Shalnark attacked the 0.8 gate of the Treasury with an empty truck, even if the personnel inside the Treasury pressed the siren, no one would know that someone had sneaked in at this time. After all, in their view, the prisoners were clearly fighting with their defensive troops outside the gate, and they hadn't even had time to enter the Treasury. This. Mr. Charlie. The revolver in Pike Nuaton's hand fired a bullet, which shot the security guard beside a supervisor who looked like a headshot. So, of course, the traces of Krollo and Pikenoden have not been found. Boom, as for the phone calls, Crollo and Pike Norton will not give this group of people a chance to make a phone call. After Pike Norton made his move, Crollo walked up to a middle-aged greasy man who was huddled and shivering in the corner of the office and said, after taking a casual glance at the name tag, Treasury Security Director, Charlie Manson, in front of the office, Crollo's mouth curved into an arc, and he said to him in a gentle tone, this is the last one. Now can you tell me where the treasure of the United States of Shigali is and how to get it? Chapter 185, 40 square kilometers, circle, subscribe. Although Crollo's voice sounded very mild, all Charlie's felt at this moment was a biting chill. I don't know. How could the information about the country's treasures be on my little general manager? What am I really? I don't even know, please spare me. While speaking, Charlie's tears and snot started to flow uncontrollably. A miserable and pitiful look. However, in the face of Charlie's miserable betrayal, Crollo only saw indifference and ridicule. Ha ha. The security chief who is still in the treasury at this point, if he doesn't know what to say, it's an insult to Crollo's IQ. Looks like he's not being honest. Pike, it's up to you. Looking at Charlie's outstanding acting skills, snot and tears, a trace of boredom flashed in Crollo's eyes. After speaking, Crollo stood up and gave up a position. Hearing this, Pike Nuaton stepped forward and replied, leave it to me, Captain. Seeing this, Charlie thought that Pike Norton was going to torture him and cried out with a, wow. You. What are you doing? I really don't know anything, please don't hurt me. While speaking, she also showed a pitiful look at Pike Norton, trying to arouse the pity that Pike Norton might show as a female 23. However, after Pike Norton walked up to Charlie's side, he didn't do anything to him, he just put his hand on Charlie's shoulder and said, don't be nervous, I didn't plan to do anything to you, I just wanted to ask if you know anything about Chongbao. I don't know, I really don't know anything. 39. Seeing that Pikenaton really wasn't ready to do anything to himself, Charlie's mood calmed down a little, at least he stopped crying. Is that so? Where is the place to store the heavy treasure, do you have any impression? Neither, Charlie replied looking at Pike Norton with a sincere face. Well, that's it, well, now you're useless. After that, Pikenaton directly took out his revolver and placed it on Charlie's forehead. Wait, although I don't know, but I know that there is a place. Seeing that Pikenaton is really ready to kill himself, Charlie's face changed and he said quickly. Bang, 35 advertisement however, before he could finish speaking, Pikenaton pulled the trigger and shot Charlie in the head. As I said, you're useless. Phew, after finishing speaking, Pikenaton also erected the revolver in his hand and blew the smoke that was rising from the barrel of the gun. Have you got the information? Pike, of course, take it easy. Pike Nuaton patted the western skirt that was slightly wrinkled due to squatting and said with a relaxed expression. Open black lens bracket exploration of memory close black lens bracket. This is the NEN developed by Pike Nuaton in the past 3 years based on his natural talent of looking into the depths of memory. As long as you touch the other party's body, you can extract their memory. Before reading the other party's memory, Pikenaton usually asks the other party related questions first. Asking questions is to facilitate reading the deepest memory of the other party, as a pebble to arouse all relevant memories in the other party's subconscious. At the moment of touching the other party, you will see the other party's memory, so other things in the other party's mind will not affect the memory reading. At the same time, Pikenaton can also materialize memory into bullets and shoot them into other people's heads to achieve memory sharing. Using the same method to hit the extracted person back can make the other party lose their memory and change their minds, like a baby. Then Pikenaton began to say with a straight face, the vault where the heavy treasure is stored is in the basement 100 meters below the ground, 35. And in order to open the door of the vault, the biometric information of the other 2 security chiefs other than Charlie must be collected at the same time, and the dynamic password authorization of the Prime Minister of the country must be obtained at the same time. And the entire vault is made of the highest strength metal known to the world today, Feidelman metal. If you want to break it violently, it may be more troublesome. 9. Hearing this, Crollo chuckled lightly. There's no need to worry about this, as long as the location is known. Seeing this, Pike Nuaton was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted, I almost forgot, Commander, you stole the ability of teleportation a few days ago. That's right, so you just need to know where the location is. With that, Crollo's hand surged, and a black book with a bloody handprint on the cover appeared in Crollo's hand. Open black lens bracket best of thieves close black lens bracket. This is a materialized book, which is used to steal other people's NEN, and the NEN that was stolen can no longer use that kind of NEN. Crollo seals the stolen NEN in a book, which must appear in his right hand when using it. When you want to use the stolen NEN, you can take it out and use it at any time. Some time ago, Crollo and Pikenaton encountered a very difficult control system, NEN, and the ability of teleportation was stolen from him. The reason why Crollo and Pikenaton can sneak into the treasury so easily just now is because of this ability. Advertisement, beep. Lin Mo, we've done it here, you can send Shizuku in. At this time, the walkie-talkie in Lin Mo's hand, who was still standing on the roof of the National Supreme Court of the United States of Shigali, watching the play, suddenly sounded a beep, and then Crollo's voice came. It seems that they have found all the treasures in the treasury of the United States of Chagaray. There should have been 3 members who had sneaked into the treasury. According to the plan, Crollo should use teleportation to bring the other 2 into the treasury and the subsequent vault. Then let Pikenaton use exploration of memory to find out where the treasures in the treasury are placed. In the end, Shizuku used bubble-eyed fish to pack up all the treasures in the treasury and take them away. The plan can be said to be quite perfect, with almost no flaws in every aspect. It's just that Lin Mo has the ability to slaughterhouse, so he asked Chrollo and the others to prepare the previous things first, and he took Maki and Shizuku to watch the show by himself. Just send it over with slaughterhouse. Chrollo has no problem with this either. Is it time for me to appear? Shizuku asked Lin Mo with his head tilted when he heard his own voice coming from the walkie-talkie. Ah. Just suck everything that moves in it into the bulge-eyed fish. Looking at Shizuku's cute appearance, Lin Mo couldn't help touching her little head again and smiled. Road. Oh, okay. Shizuku nodded very obediently. Seeing that Shizuku was ready, Lin Mo raised his right hand slightly, and as his mind moved, the whirlwind of room rolled up in his palm. Open black lens bracket room close black lens bracket. An extremely terrifying circle, with a radius of 3,600 meters suddenly unfolded with Lin Mo at the center. The city of Baimaravangao is neither big nor small, and the area of 40 square kilometers covers almost the entire administrative area. The moment Lin Mo's room unfolded, all the Nen present immediately noticed it. The strength of the deputy commander is indeed a pervert. Is such a circle really something a human can do? Looking at this terrifying circle, everyone in the Phantom Brigade couldn't help but start to fall into a state of shattering their three views. Originally, when Lin Mo separated from them, the radius of his circle was only about 200 meters, but now it's more than 10 times when we meet again. How does this not make them doubt life? It's like throwing their cognition on the ground and rubbing it back and forth. 186. Space fragmentation. Subscribe. The old members like Phaeton and the others are still like this, not to mention the new members of Finks, Shulnark and the others, who are new to Lin Mo's circle, for the first time. Gollum. 9 a saliva swallow sounded in Finks' throats. Is this the strength of the deputy head who is admired by everyone? This kind of strength has simply surpassed the scope of human beings. Although the greed in the shadows hidden in the shadows was a bit more intense at this time, a trace of fear inevitably emerged in its depths. Just like when human beings face the giant dragon, although they are greedy in the treasure of the giant dragon, they also fear the power of the giant dragon at the same time. And the commander of the Nen who was sitting in a certain gunship, of course, felt Lin Mo's oppressive circle for the first time. A touch of cold sweat oozes from his forehead. This. The commander looked in the direction that the circle spread out just now with a horrified expression, and finally found three figures standing on the roof of their country's Supreme Court at this time. Put the searchlight over the top of the Supreme Court. The commander shouted in the walkie-talkie with a panicked expression. After receiving the order, the armed helicopter groups followed the commander's order and turned their noses to the roof of the Supreme Court. Open black lens bracket slaughterhouse close black lens bracket. Instant before the light of the gunship came over, Lin Mo moved Shizuku to the side of Chrollo and the others in the treasury. Looking at the dazzling searchlight, Lin Mo mocked Maki next to him and said, "Looks like we've been found. You, circle, are so big, can you not be found?" Maki replied angrily to Lin Mo. While the two were flirting, the traces of Lin Mo and Maki were also passed on the internal communication channel of the helicopter group. Sir, 2 suspected accomplices of the suspect were found on the roof of the Supreme Court, requesting instructions. 35. Fire. Fire. All missiles on them. All. A terrifying Yuan commander like Lin Mo, let alone seeing each other in this lifetime, never even thought that such an existence would exist in the world. Advertisement in the face of such a monster, there is no need to think about it at all, it must be the first to strike first. But, sir, if you bomb it directly, the Supreme Court building will also be. The driver looked at the issued Supreme Court and said with some hesitation. Don't worry about it, it feels like firing, if anything happens, I'll be responsible for it all. Seeing that the driver was still hesitating, the commander yelled directly into the walkie-talkie. Yes, sir. Seeing that his commander's attitude has begun to be hysterical, the next driver no longer hesitates. The thumb immediately pressed the red button on the joystick. Tumultuous, immediately, more than 30 armed helicopters in the sky fired missiles at Lin Mo and Maki. Ah, it looks like they're saying hello to us. 9. In the face of more than 30 missiles hitting him, Lin Mo's face not only did not change color at all, but instead showed a playful smile. Maki, who was beside Lin Mo, was also not panicking at all, not even moving his footsteps. He just stood here calmly watching the more than 30 missiles with tail flames. It wasn't because Maki was confident that he could take down more than 30 missiles with his own strength. Her confidence comes entirely from Lin Mo next to her. As long as he's there, Maki doesn't have to worry about anything. Because Lin Mo can definitely do it all. There's a saying in my hometown, it's called courtesy. Since the other side has started to say hello, it's not good for me to continue to be indifferent. Crack one by one. Lin Mo began to condense his thoughts on his hands. With the concentration of Lin Mo's thoughts, the air near Lin Mo's fist seemed to be unable to withstand Lin Mo's strength, and a series of translucent cracks began to appear. These translucent cracks started to spread out from the center of Lin Mo's fist. Is it a newly developed move? Maki glanced curiously at the translucent cracks in Lin Mo's hands. It is estimated that it is a new move developed by Lin Mo in the past 6 months. Afterwards, Lin Mo raised his fist sideways and slammed into the direction of the missile, just like the white beard in One Piece, and punched it with a punch. Advertisement. Crack knock. As Lin Mo punched out, the translucent white cracks that originally only stayed around the fist spread in the direction of the missile, covered with white cracks in an instant. The sound of glass breaking in the space came from Lin Mo's fist. Open black lens bracket space fragmentation close black lens bracket. Clap. After these missiles were affected by the space crack, they first paused in the air for half a moment, and then waited until the crack spread to the end. Suddenly, the entire space covered by the space cracks shattered like a huge piece of glass. Everything in this space is torn apart along the crack lines. Boom boom boom. First there were the more than 30 missiles, followed by the armed helicopters behind the missiles. The whole area seemed to be setting off fireworks, and there were continuous explosions, huge roars and extremely dazzling firelights. This time, it was estimated that the entire city was directly awakened. Space fragmentation. As Maki guessed, this ability is a new ability developed by Lin Mo during his cultivation with Menchi. At the beginning, Lin Mo was planning to develop a large-scale AoE ability such as the historical Whitebeard's Gengen fruit. After all, he could not achieve sunshine by means of bombing space. That being the case, it's better to develop an ability that can be used for replacement first. So at this time, the first image that appeared in Lin Mo's mind was the scene where Whitebeard smashed the Admiralty with a punch during the war on the top. At that time, a group of people on the internet debated for many years whether the white cracks on Whitebeard's fist were still able to use the shaking fruit to shatter the space. Some people say that what Whitebeard shatters is the air, and some people say that what he shatters is space. No matter which one it is, Lin Mo doesn't have the ability to shake, but he has the ability to space. Lin Mo can easily develop the space cracks that Bai's beard can't do. It's not right to say that it's easy. Anyway, Lin Mo still spent a month for this. Space fragmentation is the same as bombing space. Its core only acts on Lin Mo's hands, but after the expansion of room, space fragmentation has a larger attack range than bombing space, a lot. Although the attack power of bombing space is stronger than that of space fragmentation, it can only act in a straight line, while space fragmentation can cover all aspects of up, down, left, and right. Although space fragmentation cannot cause earthquakes and tsunamis like the quake fruit, its attack power is undoubtedly much higher than that of the quake fruit that is simply vibration. Wherever the crack goes, no matter what material it is, as long as such a thing exists in this space, then for space fragmentation, there is no difference between cotton and steel at all. It can be said that all things are equal. Even the space is cracked, as something that exists in this space, can it not be cracked along with it? Chapter 187. The main dish is coming open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Of course, like bombing space, the power of space fragmentation will be weakened to a certain extent after leaving the body, and it cannot exert 100% of its power. Therefore, if you encounter a Nen who is wrapped in a billion set of energy outside your body, you can still effectively resist it. Sugar palm. After the roar in the sky, the explosive wreckage of the gunship fell to the ground like a goddess scattered flowers. Quiet. The audience began to fall into extreme silence. Only the hum of the helicopter's propellers and the burning sound of fires below and in the rubble-strewn streets. The original attack, the bombardment of artillery, and the sound of Gatling's movement all stopped under Lin Mo's punch. Is that human being? It was just one punch that smashed the entire area together with the more than 30 missiles? Although the space crack is caused by Lin Mo's Nen, it is also a real substance, so ordinary people can see it. Just like a thief's intention, embodied in Krollo's hands and the chains in Kurapika's hands. Only ordinary people can see abilities like Hisoka's flexible love, or Franklin's two-handed machine gun, which are completely composed of thoughts and have no materiality. So at this moment, the group of pilots naturally thinks that Lin Mo's strength is so great that with one punch, the space is shattered directly. Not to mention this group of pilots, even Chief Letter 097, Phaeton and the others did not expect that Lin Mo would use such a mighty force to eliminate the more than 30 missiles. At first, they thought that Lin Mo would use unlimited spell to bounce these missiles back. After all, their impression of Lin Mo was still 3 years ago. At that time, Lin Mo's move was invincible. Even now, Phaeton and the others still don't know how to decipher Lin Mo's unlimited spell. However, although the two abilities of unlimited spell and bombing space are very powerful due to the nature of their abilities, they have never displayed their terrifying power intuitively. This time, the space fragmentation was different. With one punch, the entire space was shattered. The power was completely beyond their imagination. If it is said that this world really has the existence of God, it is estimated that the so-called God is probably the same. This idea appeared in Franklin in their minds at the same time. Beep beep. A burst of sirens from far and near came from the left and right sides, breaking the relative silence of the scene. It seems that after the armed helicopters of the Air Force, the armies such as Special Forces also began to arrive, and the third wave of reinforcements from the United States of Shigali also arrived. Advertisement, I'm ready to go and warm up. 33 Maki casually glanced in the direction of the teams that appeared on both sides, and said to Lin Mo. Let's go, the main course is almost here, go down and warm up. Hearing this, an inexplicable smile appeared on Lin Mo's face, and he said something. Just when Lin Mo sensed his room breaking into 15 fast-moving figures, it seemed that the Scalefish Special Attack Team of the United States of Shigali was coming. Really, it looks like the timing is just right. Of course Maki knew what the main dish Lin Mo was referring to. Lin Mo had told the people in the brigade what information he had obtained before, including the information about the Scalefish Commando. After listening to it, they were even more excited. Call out, Maki walked to the edge of the roof, stepped out in one step, and fell directly below the pull of the planet's gravity. When it was halfway down, the thought line in his hand was thrown out and hooked firmly on the building in front, and then the whole person swayed towards the troops on the left like Spider-Man. Open black lens bracket, empty road, close black lens bracket. Although it is a bit ridiculous to use clouds as a traction material, there is absolutely no problem with buildings. Judging from Maki's sophistication, it is estimated that he has almost completely mastered it. Apart from Maki, Faden and the others below also calmed down their inner turmoil after hearing the sound of the siren. As for the gunship above, Lin Mo just knocked out about half of it with one punch, which means there are 15 helicopters left. What are you still doing in a daze? If that person can't beat him, he will first join the army troops below to attack the thief below. As for this one upstairs, just leave it to the adults of the Scalefish Special Attack Team. It seems that this commander is lucky and not among the 15 helicopters that were just bombed by Lin Mo, C-Day. However, although the commander was tough on the surface, when he spoke about the back, his tone obviously became hesitant, which was obviously lack of confidence. The commander of the Nen understands the difference between the Nen better than ordinary people, after seeing the power of Lin Mo. This is after witnessing the power of Lin Mo, which can be called divine power. The commander's heart was also unavoidably fluctuated. Can the adults of Scalefish Commando really kill this thief on the roof? Yes, sir. After hearing that Lin Mo was not to be dealt with, the group of drivers was obviously relieved. Advertisement after all, the scene of Lin Mo blowing up the space with one punch is still vivid in my mind. As a result, the helicopter groups that were still surrounding Lin Mo began to turn around and start chasing the Uvagins below. However, the group of helicopters that had been lined up well seemed to have suddenly mixed into a husky, and began to flutter left and right in the air. Hey, number 3, what the hell are you doing? When the commander saw this, he became furious and shouted into the walkie-talkie. Tumultuous, then, the answer from the number 3 gunship to him was a missile. Directly from the gunship number 3 to another gunship flying next to it. Immediately, a burst of fire broke out in the sky again. After everything was done, before anyone else could react, the pilot in the number 3 gunship said in a weird tone on their internal communication channel. No, they're too good, we're not rivals at all. Their strength. How strong is it? It's just that strong, ah. While roaring, he continued to fire at several gunships next to him again. The bullets and missiles seemed to want to light up in an instant, and they frantically launched towards the other gunships around. Boom boom boom. A few more gunships didn't react as fast as they were beaten into fireworks. Fire. He may be under the control of the enemy, just kill him. Seeing this scene, the commander still can't react. There must be a operation system, Nen in the enemy, and number 3 should be controlled by the opponent at the moment when everyone was stunned. So he immediately ordered the others to knock down number 3 quickly. Boom, after another roar, the number 3 gunship was instantly bombarded by 4 gunships. Shalnark, who was hiding in a building somewhere, looked at the flashing fire outside the window and murmured helplessly. Oops, it's broken again, and it looks like I'm going to find another puppet again. The commander's guess was right. Shalnark took advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned by Lin Mo's broken space, sneaked into the number 3 gunship closest to the building from a building, and put the antenna on it, on the driver. After being attacked by Shalnark, the gunship formation, which originally had 15 remaining, was reduced to 5 again in an instant. Originally, there were more than 30 armed helicopters in a formation, but now there are only 10. Chapter 188. Reverse it, the world. Open black lens bracket subscription, close black lens bracket. The commander was sitting in one of the helicopter gunships, gasping for breath. It wasn't because of the strenuous exercise he had just done, but because of the psychological pressure that the whole situation had brought him. The members of the Phantom Brigade never planned to cover their faces, so the commander could see their appearance quite clearly. That's about the age of 10 or 20 years old. I didn't expect that just a group of young people can make a fool of themselves in the United States of Shigali. Not to mention that Lin Mo, the real monster, hasn't really shot yet. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, there was another change in the building on the left. Bangling, more than 10 windows on the 10th and 20th floors of an office building on the left suddenly shattered, and more than 10 people with dark and hollow eyes rushed out from inside, and suddenly jumped in the direction of the armed helicopter. Touch one by one. These more than 10 strange characters without eyes seemed to really not care about their own lives at all, completely ignoring the rapidly spinning propellers above the gunships. With his own flesh, he completely destroyed the propeller above. Even if the entire lower body of a few people has been rolled into scum, they are completely ignored, and they have not even screamed out. And there is a very strange place, that is, even if it is rolled into slag, there is no flesh and blood blooming in the air. It's just that some crumbs of unknown material and material were rolled out. Looking at the dolls in front of them that were basically the same as real people, Lin Mo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It's a face. Originally, Lin Mo thought that he was going to hide his clumsiness to the end, and it would be okay to make soy sauce from the end to the end, but he didn't expect that he would directly kill the remaining 10 gunships. Are you trying to do something bad, Face Shadow? Lin Mo all maliciously began to speculate on the idea of the face. Beep beep beep. As the propeller on the armed helicopter was destroyed, the rapid alarm sound in the cabin began to sound continuously, and at the same time, the entire cabin was in a burst of red light, adding a touch of urgency to the already tense atmosphere. Damn it. The helicopter's flyer blade was destroyed by an unknown object. What should I do? All the buttons are out of order. Faced with such an emergency, all the pilots were sweating with nervousness, and they kept performing various operations on the instrument panel of the helicopter. Advertisement, however, no matter what they did, they were completely unable to prevent the helicopter from falling. After all, your flyer blades have been lost. What are you playing? Damn it. Is there one hidden in the building? I'm careless. It looks like it's over. Compared to the panicked driver, the commander is the commander after all. When he was prompted in the cabin that the monsters in the flyer blades were broken, he knew it was over. It's just that there is still some unwillingness in my heart. I didn't expect that number 3 just now was just a bait. That's right, the gunship number 3 controlled by Shalnark just now was really just a decoy. He deliberately flew to the right of the helicopter group before the attack. Then he suddenly launched an attack on other helicopters. This time the pilot will of course choose the subconscious principle number 3 helicopter. This is equivalent to forcing the remaining helicopters to get close to the office building on the left. And in this office building, there are 2 people in ambush, Face Shadow and Peeling Crack. Although the United States of Shigali is not very strong, it is still a country. Of course, there will be things like gunships. So Krollo deduced early on that they would have to dispatch the Air Force. So they specially arranged for the 2 of them to ambush in a nearby high-rise building, and find an opportunity to shoot down these planes at any time. According to the original plan, they should shoot at the same time, but now half of the planes have been dealt with by Lin Mo. Then it doesn't matter if the Face Shadows take care of all of them. No matter how much the crew screams for help, a helicopter without a flyer blade will not change the laws of physics because of their will. Boom. With a loud bang on the ground, the last 10 gunships also made 10 giant fireballs to burst on the ground. Let the streets that are already very dilapidated in a few minutes all day long. At this point, all the Air Force reinforcements of the United States of Shigali have been wiped out. Afterwards, the shadows and flaking cracks also began to fall from the office building. After a little buffering on the floor, they landed on the ground smoothly. After the 2 of them landed, they glanced at each other slightly, then went to support Maki and the others in their battle. Before leaving, the Face Shadow secretly glanced at Lin Mo. The Phantom Troop, all members, officially joined the battle. Maki and their battlefields are also unusually frequent. This round of the United States of Shigali has spent its blood, armored vehicles, tanks, RPGs, Gatlings and other heavy weapons. Basically, all the weapons that can be dispatched in the city have been dispatched. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Fortunately, Lin Mo passed on Doflamingo's skill pack to Maki before, otherwise Maki might have had enough trouble in the face of these heavy weapons. Advertisement now with Doflamingo's skill pack. Lin Mo can already award Maki the MVP of this battle in advance. With just a few gestures, countless lines of thought split all the surrounding enemies, and a single move can clear a large circle of personnel. This group of ordinary people is too vulnerable when facing Nen like Maki. Even the tank couldn't stop the cutting of Maki's line, and with a single super strike whip, the entire tank was directly cut in half. Moreover, Maki itself is small in size and very agile in movement speed. Basically, all firearms and artillery can't aim at Maki. She can easily dodge into the crowd. These armored vehicles and tanks are her natural barriers. 0. There is also Uvajin. After all, it was strengthened by Lin Mo's special training. Whether it is the strength of the mind or the physical quality, there is a qualitative improvement. Maki and Uvajin are in different battlefields on the left and right, and they both perform exceptionally well. The situation on the battlefield is basically no problem, although in Lin Mo's perception, several of them are all hanging on. But it's just a skin injury, but it's almost time for the battle to end. Lin Mo stretched and looked at the screams, explosions, and roars on the left and right sides. Lin Mo suddenly opened his hands as if to embrace the sky. Then suddenly facing both sides, raised the middle finger. Turn it upside down. The world. Open black lens bracket room. Slaughterhouse close black lens bracket. Instant, with Lin Mo's order, all the tanks and armored vehicles of the United States of Shigali on both sides of the battlefield, as well as all the troops and members of the self-defense forces, suddenly disappeared in place. It made everyone in the brigade who had been fighting with enthusiasm in this group of army personnel fell into a state of confusion for a while. What about people? Why did it all disappear all of a sudden? Have I been dreaming just now? When the whole team was full of question marks, only Maki and Uvajin reacted. After all, Lin Mo had shown the ability to teleport people instantly. Although there has never been such a large-scale transfer, if anyone can do this, it must be Lin Mo. Sure enough, in the next second, countless screams in the sky over 1,000 meters began to sound in the air. The screams of thousands of people resounded directly throughout the city of Bimarawan. 8. Chapter 189. Purgatory on Earth. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. What happened today is destined to go down in the history of the United States of Shigali. Not to mention the fact that the treasury, which had been unattended for decades, was attacked today. Just the unreasonable scene that tens of thousands of people in Bimaravan saw before them was destined to give the Chagalito United States has left a heavy mark in the annals of history. Thousands of army personnel of the United States of Shigali too, a large number of tanks, armored vehicles and other objects fell from a height of 1,000 meters like rain. The screams from all of them resounded directly throughout the city of Bimarawan. Looking at the sky in the direction of the voice, everyone, including the brigade, and Maki Uvajin and the others who were already mentally prepared. I couldn't help being completely shocked by the spectacular performance that I saw in front of my eyes. Touch. 35 One of the armored vehicles slammed into a high-end residential building after a high school free fall for more than 10 to 20 seconds. Due to the weight of the armored vehicle and the acceleration of gravity, the 10-story building was completely smashed by it. Boom. Immediately after landing, the armored vehicle turned into a high-explosive bomb and exploded suddenly. As this sound fell, the rest of the things that were sent to the sky by Lin Mo began to fall to the ground one after another. At the moment when the soldiers landed, they turned into a pool of flesh and splashed around. A layer of bright red bloody paint is directly applied to the entire area. Except for 1 or 2 passers-by who came out to watch the fun with bad luck and were killed, it did not cause much damage to Weihai. What is really serious is that those tanks and armored vehicles, if lucky, fall on the road or the ground, but if one is unlucky, they are located in a private house, high-rise building, or some other building. Basically, at least 70% of the people inside are dead. When Lin Mo chose the location, he chose randomly, and he didn't pay much attention except to avoid the people in the brigade and the national treasury. So whoever's home will be chosen after this fall is entirely up to luck. Anyway, the dead people were treated as if they encountered natural disasters or terminal illnesses. Who made them unlucky? God chose it. Boom, 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 35, boom. Not only the sound of falling and the roar of subsequent explosions began to sound in the entire area, the current Bimarawan High City seemed to have really turned into a purgatory in the human world. Advertisement screaming, crying, roaring, and all kinds of sounds symphony in the city one after another. At this time, Lin Mo, who caused all this, was rubbing the temples on both sides of his forehead with his right thumb, index finger and middle finger to relieve the swelling of Lin Mo's brain at this time. Lin Mo's, immortal, can only heal physical damage and cannot heal the damage caused by mental power. Just now Lin Mo sent thousands of targets at the same time. Because the mental energy needed to be invested was too great, Lin Mo's brain was overloaded and there was a strong swelling and tingling. Damn, I'm being careless. I overestimate my own mental strength. I wouldn't pretend to be forceful if I knew it earlier. Originally, there was no difference in Lin Mo's transfer in several batches, but Lin Mo just committed the second soul, so he had to try to transfer it all at once. So at this time, he was paying for his pretense just now. This? How the hell? How did it become like this? 15 figures in red and black combat uniforms suddenly flashed out from a distance, and the first one was an old middle-aged man who looked at the scene of the deserted land and said incoherently, "How long did it take from finding the enemy's trace to arriving by yourself?" "Maybe 15 minutes at most. 15 minutes to turn this area into a battle-damaged area." At the same time, it also wiped out thousands of its own troops and an entire formation of armed helicopters. Air and land, the army has not had time to wait for the arrival of their Scalefish Special Attack Team, and the entire army was wiped out in such a short period of time. Even though he had a bad premonition in his heart when he saw Lin Mo's inhuman circle, otherwise he wouldn't have sent all 15 people out. But I really didn't expect the other party to be able to destroy everyone in such a short period of time. Just as the entire Scalefish Special Attack Team looked at the surroundings that had turned into purgatory on Earth, 3 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the Treasury Gate. And their appearance also drew the attention of the 15 Scalefish Special Attack Team back. Now instead of thinking about how the enemy did it, it is better to find a way to kill the enemy. Are you the thieves who invaded our United States of Chagalitu? 1. The leading middle-aged man looked gloomily at the overly young faces of Krollo, Pikenoden, and Shizuku. Oh, it's really not a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into everyone from the Scalefish Special Attack Team as soon as I came out. Krollo glanced briefly at the red and black combat uniforms on them and immediately recognized them. Advertisement. The middle-aged old man glanced at Krollo and the 3 of them with flickering eyes. During the fight just now, the number, clothes, gender, and general appearance of the Phantom Troop had been transmitted to all members of the Scalefish Commando by radio. After comparing the 3 of Krollo and the information passed over in my heart, the middle-aged man immediately discovered that the 3 of them were not the 9 thieves mentioned in the information. Shalnark had been hiding in secret, and it seemed that there were 12 of them. And judging from the fact that they were hidden behind the scenes until they appeared out of thin air in front of the Treasury Gate, these 3 people should have looted the Treasury. However, it is meaningless to continue to entangle the things in the National Treasury. The matter has come to this point. No matter what, the 2 sides are already in a state of immortality. In other words, there is only one thing to consider now, and that is to kill them all. The United States of Shigali will be the laughingstock of the entire international community if only one person is let loose. At that time, the United States of Shigali, which has not had much world status, will become even worse. Taking advantage of the fact that there are only 3 people on the other side and there are 15 of us, let's get rid of the 3 of them first. As for the boy on top of the building mentioned in the information, I'll leave it to the end to see. To be honest, at this time, the middle-aged old man was quite unconvinced when he mentioned Lin Mo. Just the circle, with a radius of more than 3,000 meters that Lin Mo is still maintaining at this time is enough to explain the terrifying aura that Lin Mo possesses. He even suspected that the army, rain, that just fell was caused by the other side through some kind of nen. To be able to move these thousands of objects to an altitude of thousands of meters in an instant, this kind of ability really makes him unimaginable. How huge a mind or how powerful nen is needed to do this. He really doesn't like 0.8 playing against Lin Mo if he can. Although the intelligence said that the boy on the roof looked at most about 18 or 20 years old. He is 57 years old this year, and has been a Nen for more than 30 years. The more he understands Nen, the more he understands that there is an insurmountable gap between Nen from the very beginning. Age is not a factor at all, but the problem is that their status as Scale Fish Commando is doomed that they have to face Lin Mo. After all, it is also a state institution. Although their status as Nen is detached, they are not some people who are greedy for life and fear of death. They have already made preparations to die for the country at any time. And, if things still can't be done in the end, the mid-brain old man is still the last resort. The middle-aged old man's eyes were somewhat complicated, and he felt his heart slightly with his right hand. Chapter 190. Are you planning to have more people bullying less people? Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Since you know our Scale Fish Special Attack Team, then it's best. I advise you to do it without your hands. If you are willing to surrender obediently at this time, I, Locke, as the captain of the Scale Fish Special Attack Team, can promise you that now if you give up your resistance, I can promise to spare your life. Yours will be spared. Charges will be given lightly. If you continue to resist stubbornly, you have also seen that we have a total of 15 people, and now we can kill you on the spot. However, although Locke was coercing and enticing, on the other hand, the movements of his feet never stopped. Sand, its right foot is slowly approaching Krollo's direction as it drags and rubs the ground. When the other members of the Scale Fish Special Attack Team, behind Locke saw this, they all looked at each other a few times, and their body muscles began to tighten slightly. Is this? Go on, the moment Krollo opened his mouth, Locke exclaimed. In order to be able to face Lin Mo, the real big boss, in the best state, at this time, Locke can no longer control whether he is military or not. In order to kill the three of them as quickly as possible before Lin Mo comes down. Boom, under Locke's order, all 15 people instantly launched an attack in Krollo's direction. Under the attack of the 15 Nen, a huge bombardment instantly appeared in the direction where Krollo and the others were originally, and at the same time, the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Are you done? The ADC in the back row was blocked by the smoke and dust in the sky, and he couldn't see what was going on inside. He could only watch the subtle changes in the smoke with vigilance, preventing Krollo and the three from rushing out of it. And only a few ads who followed up with melee attacks understood that the attack just now didn't touch them at all. Because there is no real feeling of the attack on the body in the fist. The ability to teleport, sure enough, they have already succeeded, and they just squeezed it out of the treasury. Locke's eyes changed, and through the observation just now, he instantly deduced that Krollo had the ability to teleport. Instant, Krollo, with Pyknoden and Shizuku, suddenly appeared behind several long-range shooters. At the moment of appearance, a short knife with a unique shape appeared in Krollo's hand at some point, and it slashed towards the back of the head of one of the shooters of the Scale Fish Special Attack Team. Advertisement Bian's knife. It is an ultra-short knife similar to a dagger forged by a murderer named Bian Ni Duolong more than 100 years ago. As a swordsman, Bian Ni will cast a short knife and write a number on it every time he kills a person. There were 288 knives that he forged. After Bian was arrested and imprisoned, he once said in prison, "It was the screams and expressions of the victims that inspired me." The most important thing is that every knife of Bian's knife is left with the thought that Bian Ni Duolong inadvertently injected when casting this knife. Therefore, every Bian's knife can be regarded as cutting iron like mud. In the original book, Krollo used a Bian's knife to easily cut Silva's arm. At the same time, Shizuku also raised his hands, and the bulge-eyed fish appeared in her hands at the moment when his thoughts condensed, and Pike Nuiton also raised his revolver to aim at one of them's heads at the same time. Just as Krollo and the others were about to succeed, Locke's voice came from the smoke. Be careful around you. The other party has the ability to teleport. 35. Hearing this, the expressions of the Scale Fish Special Attack Team were condensed, and their vigilance subconsciously shifted from the smoke to their backs in an instant. It was this transfer that saved their lives. Call out. After feeling the sharpness like a sharp edge in the back of their head, all of them quickly burst out. Kankin dodged the attack of the three of them Krollo. It's a pity, but it's not completely ineffective. Drip. 359 One of them suddenly had a bright red fine scratch on the back of his neck, and a drop of blood really seeped out from it. Peefed. The next moment, that person fell to the ground without even a single sound, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead. Poison. In an instant, all the members of the Scale Fish Special Attack Team reacted. Although the situation was urgent just now, they could clearly see out of the corner of their eyes that Krollo definitely didn't hit completely, at most a little rubbing, and the ground without any blood seeping out was a good proof of this. However, he has fallen to the ground in an instant, and there is no possibility of police other than poison. Krollo is a natural thief, except for the companions around him. All other things are only useful and useless in his eyes. Advertisement and poison is undoubtedly a very efficient method of defeating the enemy. This person from the Scale Fish Special Attack Team does not have the poison resistance of Silva. Like this kind of anesthetic that only needs 0.1 milligrams to make super large animals like whales immobile, it only takes one breath to directly put it. He turned it over. Looking at the players who fell to the ground after retreating to his side, Locke looked at Krollo and the others with a solemn expression. Originally, I wanted to catch them by surprise and get rid of the three of them first, but I didn't expect to lose a member on my side. But, it seems that the other party won't last long. Following Locke's line of sight, I saw Krollo, who had completed the blow, suddenly began to sweat slightly on his face, and even his breathing became a little more intense. Captain, what's wrong with you? Sensing Krollo's strangeness, Pykonoton asked anxiously. It's okay, it's just that the energy consumption is too much. Krollo waved his hand. The space system Nen, like 100 instantaneous movement, is not so easy to use. Without the support of inhuman energy like Lin Mo, Krollo has begun to feel a little tired after using momentary movement, frequently in a short period of time. Twice. 3 times at most, that kid's power is going to bottom out. The odds are on our side. Looking at Krollo's burden, and having been a Nen for more than 30 years, Locke instantly judged Krollo's situation. However, he seems a little too immersed in his own analysis. The Phantom Troop is not just Krollo and the other 3. Are you planning to use more to bully less? Phaeton's slightly feminine voice suddenly sounded in the air. Hush hush hush. As Phaeton's voice fell, a few bursts of air were heard. As these high-speed moving figures stopped, their appearances also appeared in front of the Scalefish Special Attack Team at the same time. These figures are Uvijin and Maki. They rushed back from the left and right sides at the same time, including Shalnark. At this time, all of them occupied a position and directly surrounded the people of the Scalefish Special Attack Team. Do it. The same words, but the person who shouted at this time is not the same person. Chapter 191. Phaeton who makes people feel like a bully. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. 12 to 14. Without Lin Mo's Phantom Brigade itself, the number of people is 2 less than the number of Scalefish Special Attack Team. In addition, the Scalefish Special Attack Team is quite mediocre in terms of Nen and talent and skills. But anyway, the Nyen that people have practiced for so many years is not practiced in vain. At least in terms of experience and cooperation, it is a lot higher than the people of the Phantom Troop. Especially in such a large-scale melee, it is not as simple as one-on-one that only depends on the strength of individual combat power. The cooperation of Nen, the tacit understanding between teammates, and the mastery of various timings. The key to victory and defeat is more on various cooperation, unless you have the strength to crush any opponent like Lin Mo. Otherwise, cooperation is especially critical in team battles. In terms of cooperation, teams like the Phantom Brigade that have been separated for many years have no cooperation at all, and are basically fighting on their own. At most, 2 people are used as combat units. For example, Uvijin and Nobunaga, Phaeton and Finks, Maki and Shizuku, Krollo and Pykonoton are just barely. The reluctant cooperation of the 2 was matched with the perfect cooperation of the 14 people on the opposite side. The result is clearly self-evident. At the beginning, the reason why Krollo was able to temporarily suppress the 15 people on the opposite side with 3 people, even killed one of them. The main reason was because the Scalefish Special Attack Team saw that this area had changed from a prosperous administrative area to a hell on earth in just over 10 minutes, and their mentality was inevitably shaken. Severely degrade their condition. In addition, Krollo's sudden teleportation is a very powerful ability, and the poisonous short knife. That's what made Krollo's victory just now, and now, as the mentality of the Scalefish Special Attack Team has calmed down, their cooperation has become more and more perfect. As for the people in the Phantom Brigade, it can only be said that the more people there are, the more chaotic it will be. After realizing this, Krollo and the others also wanted to divide the battlefield. But how can people follow your wishes? It is impossible to attract all kinds of opponents to the police place. As soon as you leave, they will turn around and besiege your teammates with others. Damn it. Uvijin, who was hit by 2 bullets on his body again, couldn't help roaring in the sky when he was in pain, and the crimson mental energy all over his body exploded under his roar. It even caused a whirlwind to swept all around with him as the center. Then Uvijin concentrated his thoughts on his right fist, and a terrifying energy wave radiated from his right arm. Open black lens bracket super destruction fist close black lens bracket. Advertisement. As Uvijin's charge was completed, Uvijin hit the ground with a 45 corner punch. Boom, backquote. The violent energy was suddenly detonated in the ground, and the ground began to crack inch by inch under Uvijin's super destruction fist. A huge wave of crimson psychic energy blasted straight towards the 3 members of the Scalefish Special Attack Team, in front of Uvijin. Good guy, the melee attack of super destruction fist seems to be a new application developed by Uvijin, and it can be used as a long-range weapon. But think about it, in the Crimson Phantom, Uvijin can also release the Super Destruction Fist as an energy wave. However, although Uvijin's Ultra Destruction Fist was very powerful, his speed was still too low, so the 3 people on the opposite side would dodge Uvijin's Super Destruction Fist directly. Boom. After they dodged, the energy wave slammed into the building on the side, and as the energy wave collided with the building, a dazzling red light flashed, followed by a huge roar. It directly blew a huge gap out of the real building, which was much more powerful than the missile fired from the armed helicopter just now. However, if you can't hit someone, even if you have the power of a nuclear bomb, it's useless. Hey, Uvijin, don't go crazy. This will be a waste of energy. Nobunaga drew his knife to block a person who was also using a knife, and then stepped behind Uvijin and said. As Uvijin unleashed his ultimate move, Phaeton and Flake Crack couldn't help but have a blast. One after another, it's so annoying. At this time, the bandages of the peeling and cracking husband were completely removed, revealing his body that was covered in this dense wind tunnel. After blocking the attack of the members of the Scalefish Special Attack Team, who suddenly appeared on both sides again, he muttered something very unhappy. Then, after taking a look at the situation around him, he suddenly began to spin rapidly on the spot. With the rapid rotation of the peeling and cracking man's body, a sound wave suddenly centered on his body and swept away toward the surroundings. Fighting dance side, Jupiter. At this time, the sound wave that spread out turned into a huge Jupiter-like sphere, and it ran through the surroundings at the speed of sound. Peeved. 35. Although Flakes was spinning rapidly in place, the members of the Scalefish Special Attack Team, who had surrounded him, had already chosen to dodge for the first time. However, two members did not completely escape the blow. It was crushed and flew out by Jupiter, and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out in the air. This is also because the attack range of Jupiter, of the peeling and cracking man at this time, is not as large as in the original book, which allows others to escape. However, it is worth mentioning that, in addition to the enemy, the Flakes also affected Franklin, who was on the edge of Jupiter. Fortunately, Franklin himself was in the marginal zone, and he did not take 100% of Jupiter's damage. In addition, after sensing the strangeness behind him, he immediately mobilized a lot of mental energy to defend. Otherwise, this time Franklin would not be as simple as just groaning. Advertisement. Hey, Flakes, you guy, can you say something before using your abilities? Jupiter, who was Flakes, gave Franklin a lazy donkey who had collapsed to the ground and dodged a bullet. Get up and complain. The peeling and cracking after the big opening is obviously starting to be a little difficult. After all, there is still a big gap in the gas volume compared to the original. I can't do the same as the original book, and after opening Jupiter, I still look like my face is not blushing and I am not out of breath. After taking 2 breaths, Flakes said with a little apologetic, sorry, the calculation is wrong. 55. Originally, according to the calculation of the Flakes, it was true that Franklin would not be affected, but the problem was that Franklin was not the wood standing there forever. Coupled with the chaos of the battle, Franklin just dodged a few bullets from the opponent, and he also entered the attack range of Flakes. If it is said that the peeling and cracking man is only annoyed, he will take a look around before opening up to see if it will affect his companions. Phaeton on the other side was obviously on the verge of losing his mind. I don't know if it's because the airship is thin and short, and it looks easy to bully. Many times the people of the Scalefish Special Attack Team will target him intentionally or unintentionally, obviously intending to take him away first. Therefore, Phaeton's shirt was completely broken at this time, and the exposed pale upper body was covered with dense small wounds. Although it was not serious, it still looked very penetrating. Gotcha. After Phaeton once again resisted the attack of one of the enhanced men from the Scalefish Commando, there was a sound of fractures in his left arm. Pooh! After spitting out a bloody spit from his mouth, Phaeton's pure white thought that was wrapped around his body suddenly turned into an ominous black-red thought. Damn 9 to the power of 9. Phaeton's bangs drooped down, blocking his slender eyes, and at the same time muttered an unknown language. How dare you get carried away? As if aware of Phaeton's strangeness, Finks suddenly sweated from his forehead and shouted at the other members of the Phantom Troop. Oops. Hurry up and leave Phaeton. You will be implicated. Once this guy gets angry, he will use his abilities in all directions regardless. I just wanted to see it last time, but I was almost killed. Obtained. P.S. Thank you Gon Leong. I have no money, and PANGB bosses for urging more votes. Thank you 2 bosses for their support, Van. A set of strange clothes with many awls and only revealing red and white eyes like armor was put on Phaeton. As soon as Finks' voice fell, as Phaeton's ominous thoughts became stronger and stronger, a ray of thought suddenly burst out from his body. They all looked at each other, and then they did not choose to retreat from Phaeton, but instead posted to the other members of the brigade. However, the problem is that Finks reminded everyone in the brigade and also exposed the general situation of Phaeton's ability. After the light passed, Phaeton immediately changed his outfit. This group of Scalefish Special Attack Team are not fools like the ants who have never touched the world of Nen. After listening to Finks' words, they saw that the airship had become very ominous at this time. This guy has a wide range of abilities, and if he is provoked, he will not be merciful. If he is involved, he will die instantly. At this time, Phaeton was restrained in his thoughts, only covering his entire body with a layer of pure black evil thoughts, and the malicious eyes on the suit stared at him with a fist that broke him. The Enhancement System, Nen. Chapter 192. Lin Mo ends. Subscribe. Just when the bottom was in full swing, Lin Mo finally eased the mental damage just now. Although he was still in a headache just now, he could still see the battle situation below. After all, his room has never been recovered. It seems that it is still a bit reluctant for the current Phantom Brigade to fight the Scalefish Special Attack Team head-on. Although it was just facing some ordinary troops, it is still not small in terms of consumption. And the experience and cooperation of the other party is not a level of existence compared with the current Phantom Brigade. Although it is a little lower in strength than the Phantom Brigade, it still has the upper hand. After rubbing his temples again, Lin Mo looked at Phaeton, who was about to go mad, and muttered to himself. Forget it, I should have absorbed enough nutrients anyway. Let's go down and clear the field. If Phaeton really messes up like this, maybe he will really hurt his own people. After all, the Phantom Troop is Lin Mo's team exploring the Dark Continent, so Lin Mo also values members other than Maki and the others. Instant following his thoughts, Lin Mo's figure suddenly disappeared on the roof of the Supreme Court. Originally, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Maki, who was using the spider web wall to block the opposite claw, directly blocking Maki and an inhuman sharp claw. An invisible fluctuation firmly isolated the claws 3 or 4 centimeters away from the body surface of the figure. 100. Lin Mo, You still know you're coming down? After seeing the person coming, Maki said to Lin Mo angrily. At the same time, Maki also breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Although he didn't know the specific lethality of Phaeton's nen, he saw that Finks was sweating and nervous. Gas. It is estimated that the power will not be weak, and seeing how Phaeton was about to lose his mind, Maki was really a little worried that he would use it regardless. They were intentional to stay away from the scene, but the problem was that the people from the Scalefish Special Attack Team were sticking to them like a dogskin plaster. Wherever they go, the people of Scalefish Special Attack Team will be posted. And of course Phaeton will also chase where. Isn't it because you guys are playing well, so I'm not ready to spoil your fun. Lin Mo laughed and went back. Hearing this, Maki rolled Lin Mo's eyes again. Cool? What a joke, this battle can be said to be the most suffocating battle Maki has ever fought. It is clear that each person is not as strong as himself when taken apart alone, and even two people are not their opponents together. But they can do one to the other, take turns to disgust you for 4 or 5 times, never fight you recklessly after knowing your strength, just sway you head on and run away. Behind the side, Side waits for an opportunity to attack. Advertisement such a hell. Seeing Maki's cute look with his eyes rolled, Lin Mo wasn't ready to tease him, just in a few seconds of conversation with Maki. At this time, Lin Mo had 2 more fists hanging on his body, as well as 3 bullets. It has to be said that they are quite good at timing. At this moment, the 3 members of the Scalefish Special Attack Team, hanging on Lin Mo's unlimited spell, were looking at Lin Mo in horror with incredible expressions on their faces. Hit, can't hit. Draw, and can't draw back. Although Lin Mo has rarely used the unlimited spell technique, the disgusting power of this trick has always been there. At that time, Uvajin and Nobunaga's unrequited expressions perfectly exemplified the disgusting level of this trick. Crack. Several translucent cracks spread out from Lin Mo's fingertips. As the cracks spread, the sound of ice cracking began to be heard in the air. He casually pointed at the 3 people hanging on his body. The translucent crack instantly spread to their whole body, no more or less, just right. Clap. Open black lens bracket space fragmentation close black lens bracket. The entire space was shattered like a piece of glass, and the stumps and broken arms of these 3 people exploded all around in an instant. Space fragmentation and unlimited spell are not surprising when used alone. But the current Lin Mo used 2 abilities with completely different spatial properties at the same time. This is Lin Mo's biggest gain in the past 6 months. As Lin Mo's abilities are developed more and more, his proficiency in spatial attributes is also gradually rising. After Lin Mo fully developed space fragmentation, Lin Mo found that he could use 2 different spatial properties at the same time. Whoa! Lin Mo's blow, space fragmentation, directly caused a shower of blood to rain down the entire battlefield. This blood rain directly focused everyone's attention on Lin Mo. Locke stared at Lin Mo, who appeared at the scene. Rooftop boys. Lin Mo's appearance features are too obvious, so Locke recognized Lin Mo at a glance as the boy on the roof mentioned in the intelligence. Advertisement. After seeing Lin Mo's appearance, everyone in the brigade felt like Maki and breathed a long sigh of relief. After all, Lin Mo's strength is here. Even if Finks thinks that Phaeton's ability is very strong, he doesn't think he can withstand Lin Mo's previous punch. Even if Phaeton unleashes his abilities, Lin Mo can just blow it up with a single punch. At this time, Phaeton, who was not far away, had already prepared his nen. His eyes were still staring at the enhanced system, and he said bitterly, "Give the pain back to you." As he spoke, he condensed the strange thoughts in his body in front of him, compressed it into a small ball, and shot it into the air suddenly. Open black lens bracket. The unpardonable person close black lens bracket. Burned by the scorching sun. Rising_sun, 55. As Phaeton's words fell, the originally concentrated thought energy ball suddenly released an extremely terrifying thought energy fluctuation in the sky. Everyone, don't resist. At this time, Lin Mo's words also reached the ears of all the members of the Phantom Troop. Although they didn't know what Lin Mo wanted to do, out of their trust in Lin Mo, they all subconsciously chose to obey Lin Mo's orders. Open black lens bracket room. Slaughterhouse close black lens bracket. Instant. 35. In an instant, the entire crew disappeared from the scene before Phaeton's blazing sun erupted, and appeared on the roof of the Supreme Court. This place is the best viewing spot that Lin Mo has chosen before, and it is the best place to watch the little sun created by Phaeton for a while. Originally, the ability of Krollo's teleportation was able to pull everyone from the brigade out of the battlefield. But apparently the amount of breath he had now become breathless was not enough to remove the entire crew. Tumultuous, the next second after Lin Mo and the others left, Phaeton's original psychic ball suddenly swelled into a huge fireball like the sun. Next is their flesh and blood, which resisted the heat that was not as strong as this, and gradually began to blacken and carbonize. At this time, their thoughts seemed to have no effect, and they were completely unable to resist this sun-like heat except prolonging their pain. Phaeton usually copied his hometown dialect that no one could understand, and usually walked up to this group of members of the Scalefish Special Forces, who had fallen to the ground and let out a crazy and sickly laugh. The first thing was the clothes, all of which burned and destroyed at the moment when the small sun appeared, and then their skin and hair disappeared as if they had evaporated in less than a second. In just an instant, the earth was scorched and cracked by this terrifying heat. Ah! It's very hot. Your throat should be so hot that you can't breathe, right? It's okay to let you all run away, as long as you can still run away. Ha 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 ha. The Earth is still like this, not to mention the members of the Scalefish Special Attack Team, who had no time to escape. Incomparably terrifying heat continued to radiate from it with the appearance of the small sun. Chapter 193. Lin Mo's props. Subscribe, open black lens bracket a person whose sins cannot be forgiven close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket blazing sun close black lens bracket. It's just the Nen that Faden has been able to develop in these 3 years. Among them, the unpardonable person, is Faden using the embodied chi to create a garment with many alls and only revealing his eyes, so as to prevent himself from being affected by the ability of blazing sun. Simply put, it is a fire-free suit. Open black lens bracket blazing sun close black lens bracket the Faden uses his own injuries to transform into a special fuel, and then creates a small sun with his mind, and when the sun bursts, all the creatures around it will be burned to death. The more damage Faden himself suffers, the greater the power of blazing sun. Curious tough. In the area around Faden, all flammable objects burned up one after another, and even the watch began to appear and slowly turned into lava. The surrounding buildings could no longer resist such astonishing heat and began to crack and collapse till the operator. This amazing heat even spread to the roof of the building where Lin Mo and the others were. Open black lens bracket exit. Close black lens bracket the small sun created by the flight and in midair gradually extinguishes as the fuel runs out. It looks like the fuel has run out. The temperature has also started to weaken. What a pity. If I had suffered a little more damage just now, I could have died a little easier. At the moment when the blazing sun went out, the unpardonable person on Faden also disappeared at the same time, revealing Faden's topless body again. At this time, he was still looking at the enhanced system, Nen, who had been burned to a skeleton and talked non-stop. Although it is said that this move, blazing sun, is completely indistinguishable between enemy and foe, it is undeniable that the power is indeed very powerful. With just one move, Faden wiped out the remaining Scalefish Special Attack Team. If the follow-up Faden can develop it to smash the blazing sun directly, the power will definitely become more terrifying. However, just when everyone thought that everything was settled, although it was a little better than the enhanced Nen, there was a sudden change in the corpse of Locke, who was also about to be burned into a skeleton. A palpitation surged from Faden's heart, whose expression had recovered from his madness. Danger. Boom. 55. A violent explosion with a radius of more than 10 meters suddenly exploded from Locke's body, and the powerful shockwave brought about by the explosion directly broke through all the glass on the surrounding buildings. All the members of the Scalefish Special Forces, who had a skeleton left, were all turned into ashes in the air with a huge roar. And the only living creature within the blast range, Faden only had time to materialize the unpardonable man, and was blasted straight away by the blast. This sudden change stunned everyone in the Phantom Troop. Advertisement. Even Lin Mo couldn't help frowning. Unexpectedly, this guy Locke is the same as Netero when he fought against the Ant King, hiding thunder in his body. Faden, after Finks roared, he jumped directly from the roof and went straight to the position where the Faden was blown away. Open black lens bracket room. Slaughterhouse close black lens bracket. Instant, to prevent Finks from running over, Lin Mo directly teleported to Faden with a slaughterhouse, with all the crew. I just had an experience of being transferred by Lin Mo. This time, everyone cooperated with Lin Mo's ability very tacitly without Lin Mo's opening. Although there was a flying tank that manifested, the unforgivable person, in the moment before the explosion, and was immune to the fire damage caused by the explosion, but despite this, the shockwave of the explosion was unavoidable. At this time, Faden was completely in a coma, and only his slightly undulating chest proved that he was still alive, and there was even a large pool of blood left on his chest. Apparently it was spit out at the moment of impact. You don't have to get started, just by looking at Lin Mo, you can see that Faden is in a very bad state at this time. Broken bones in many parts of the body, severe damage to internal organs, and even damage to the brain. Faden, Finks, who was the most nervous of the Faden, directly picked up the Faden on the ground when he was brought to the Faden by Lin Mo. Looking at the Faden whose breathing was getting weaker and weaker, Finks couldn't help but shouted anxiously. Attempt to wake Faden from his coma. Except for Lin Mo, Maki, Shizuku and Uvijin, and the face shadow, everyone else looked at Faden's miserable state with uncertain expressions. The explosion took over from the front, and it was still when the ability was used up and there was not much energy left. Crollo, who had originally planned to leave after stealing the treasury of the United States of Chagalito, was already thinking of holding a grand funeral for Faden in the United States of Chagalito. Hateful, Nobunaga kicked a stone next to him with a savage kick. Looking at the gloomy crowd, Maki, Shizuku and Uvijin, who knew that Lin Mo could materialize the Archangel's breath, turned their attention to Lin Mo. Seeing this, Lin Mo was no longer able to continue watching the show, so he took a step forward and said, "Okay, don't cry anymore, with me and Faden, I can save you with just one breath left." Originally, I wanted to see if Finks would cry. After all, Faden gradually became weaker despite his breathing. But his tenacious vitality will definitely not die for a while. Anyway, with the cheating healing ability of Archangel's Breath, Faden can be healed in an instant. For flowers 0 katakana middle advertisement, so you can wait a while and satisfy Lin Mo's bad taste first. Deputy Commander, can you cure Faden? When Finks heard the words, his eyes were starting to turn red, and he looked up as if he had caught a life-saving straw, to Lin Mo. As I said before, don't look at Finks' arrogant appearance, in fact, he is a very delicate person. The original was once teased by Shalnark that he wanted a sentimental little girl. Seeing this, the rest of the brigade members who did not know about the Island of Greed were also taken aback. Lin Mo's mind system and ability characteristics don't seem to have healing ability. Is it to help the flying tank manifest a new organ? Then hand it over to Maki for an organ transplant? Correct. This is not impossible, as long as the medical equipment is embodied, and then the help Faden embody the brand new organs, blood, etc. The rescue can be completely completed. .00 Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up one after another, and at the same time they began to guard their surroundings. Never let any factor interfere with the next surgery. Ignoring Fink's question, Lin Mo directly raised his right hand. A pale green gas began to emerge from Lin Mo's hand, and then condensed in the air to form a blonde girl with a faint glow all over her body. What's your order? Open black lens bracket Archangel's breath close black lens bracket. People who originally thought that Lin Mo was going to build a simple operating room on the spot were a little surprised that Lin Mo could realize the living thing, but they were still puzzled by Lin Mo's actions. What's the use of embodying a girl? Didn't I say that the deputy commander has a lot of magical items? This is a healing item called Archangel's Breath. 39. Props. At this time, Franklin and Nobunaga suddenly remembered the word, prop, that Uvijin mentioned when they were on the way. I read few books, don't lie to me, he is the one who repeatedly manifests. Nobunaga and Franklin looked at the holy girl floating in the air, with some black question mark faces. Can this be classified as prop? Uvijin looked at Franklin and the others with a question mark, and explained in a rather proud tone. I didn't expect to hear this term again under such circumstances. At that time, because the prop was classified as an opportunity, Nobunaga and the others just listened to and envied Uvijin's shit luck and passed. Chapter 194. The Rose, who was thrown to play by Lin Mo, subscription. Archangel's Breath. The holy girl she transformed into blew a light green breeze, directly covering Faden, who had passed out in Fink's arms. As the golden light flashed from Faden's wound, after a while, Faden instantly recovered. Moreover, the body has once again become a spotless state, and even the broken pants have become intact. Even though this shirt still hasn't recovered, it seems that Faden's shirt was completely destroyed, and not even a single thread was hung on Faden's body. Goodbye then. After finishing the treatment of Faden, open black lens bracket Archangel close black lens bracket dissipated into the air as a breeze. Open black lens bracket open eyes, close black lens bracket after recovering, Faden's closed eyes suddenly opened, and he jumped up from Fink's arms in an instant. Judging from his obviously surprised expression, it is obvious that he has not completely come out of the last explosion scene of his brain just now. The people in the brigade looked in horror as they looked intact, and could even be called a spotless Faden. Faden not only recovered from his injuries, but also had his trousers repaired. This is obviously not something that simple treatment can explain. Krollo's eyes flickered twice, but seeing that Lin Mo didn't want to explain too much, he didn't ask any further questions. I am. After standing up from Fink's arms, Faden looked up and down his body. Not only was there no damage, but even his stamina was completely restored. I remember just now. Faden, how do you feel? 33 Compared to Krollo, they were attracted by the regular healing exhibited by Lin Mo, Archangel's Breath. This enhancement system of Fink's is only focused on Faden's physical condition. It's in perfect condition, although he didn't know what happened yet, Faden replied. That's great. It was the deputy head who just summoned a girl to heal you. Fink's looked at Faden, who was still confused, and gave a simple explanation. Deputy head. Hearing this, Faden turned his attention to Lin Mo. Thank you. Advertisement. Faden didn't have the slightest doubt that it was Lin Mo who rescued him. After all, he still clearly remembered the scene of the last explosion. In the face of this kind of equivalent explosion at that time, he could not resist at all because his thoughts were running out. And now that he can stand here intact, there must be some way to restore him. Obviously, only Lin Mo, who has been refreshing his 3 views, can do this. In this regard, Lin Mo just waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing, he just did it casually anyway. Captain, have you got everything? After treating Faden, Lin Mo turned his attention to Krollo and asked. It's all there. 35 Krollo has a smile on his lips, and it looks like he still has some good stuff in the United States of Shigali's treasury. If that's the case, then let's go. Although it seems that the United States of Shigali does not intend to continue to send more troops, if we continue to stay here, if they go crazy and detonate a Rose, close black lens bracket, but it's not very fun. Seeing that Krollo has stolen all the treasures, Lin Mo directly suggested. In this regard, other people of course have no opinion, and they have made troubles, and they are very happy to play. Although the final fight was a bit frustrating, everyone learned a lot from it. It's time to calm down and digest well. Shizuku, let's release the hot air balloon. Lin Mo said to Shizuku, seeing that there was no objection from the crowd. Well, bubble-eyed fish, spit out the hot air balloon. Ha ya, ya. After Shizuku made an anthropomorphic vomit sound, he spit out the 2 hot air balloons from his mouth. Just when the others were busy preparing the hot air balloon, Lin Mo suddenly manifested from his hand an explosive pack that was similar to C4, but much smaller than C4. After tossing up and down, a malicious smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Sure enough, it's not my style to not communicate with each other, since I got a personal mine, then I'll leave you a gift too. Everyone in the brigade didn't pay much attention to what Lin Mo was tossing around. Only Krollo and Shalnark, after seeing what was thrown in the air by Lin Mo, their hearts suddenly trembled, and their pupils began to shrink involuntarily. Repeatedly, what is Lin Mo's hands at this time like a flood of beasts? Open black lens bracket, rows of the poor close black lens bracket. Advertisement, such a strategic bomb is being thrown by Lin Mo? Lin Mo wasn't nervous, but Krollo and Shalnark broke a cold sweat for Lin Mo first. If one accidentally triggers something, all of them will be destroyed. That's right, at this time, Lin Mo's game is the one in the original book that almost killed the Ant King, and then directly poisoned the Ant King, the most representative evil of human beings. Open black lens bracket, poor man's rose close black lens bracket. Lin Mo didn't forget that this was the goal that was set at the very beginning when he planned to participate in this operation. As early as the beginning of the scattered operation, Lin Mo used room slaughterhouse to infiltrate the final arsenal of the United States of Shigali, which had been investigated. It's just that Lin Mo didn't open the circle so big at that time, so even everyone in the brigade didn't notice it. From starting to recording, Rose, to appearing on the roof of the Supreme Court, Lin Mo took no more than 3 minutes for the whole process. By the time he got back to the top of the Supreme Court, Shalnark had just found the truck dummy. According to the Chagalito news agency, a gang of thieves named the Phantom Troop secretly infiltrated the capital city of Bimaravan, the capital of the United States of Chagalito, in the early hours of this morning, and successfully stole Shigali. Picture all the treasures in the treasury of the United States. 5. That night, the whole city of Bimarawan could hear the shooting, artillery and deafening explosions coming from the direction of the treasury. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Moreover, I learned from the video footage received by this station and the testimony of the city of Bimaravan. In addition to this, a very unbelievable thing happened. That was at 1:34 in the morning, which is about the 13th minute of the official battle of the United States of Shigali II with this gang of thieves, when the sky turned out to be a scene of Shigali II united the reign of the soldiers of the Huxia army, and their armored vehicles and tanks. Obviously, what kind of method did this group of thieves use to transport the army units of the United States of Chagalito to an altitude of thousands of meters, and then they fell down alive? And the most important thing is that after this gang of thieves succeeded, they even left behind a regular, poor man's Rose. Today, 10 areas, including the entire administrative area of Bimarawan High City, have all been turned into dead places because of Rose toxin. 35. A rough count of the number of people killed in this disaster is as many as 1 million. For this inhumane practice 0.8, this station strongly condemns, and hereby calls on the countries of V5 to investigate the identity of this gang of thieves called the Phantom Brigade as soon as possible and bring them to justice. And why they can hold the poor man's Rose, and what method they used to send the entire army of the United States of Chagalito into the sky. What kind of secrets are hidden behind it for investigation? Finally, it is reported that the United States of Shigali and the international community have offered a bounty of 500 billion yuan to the Phantom Troop, and have defined the Phantom Troop as a Class A criminal gang. 5. And as long as you provide valid information about the Phantom Troop, you can get a reward of 1 billion yuan. If you have information about the gang, please call 123-0 Intelligence Hotline. Today's emergency report is here, and this station will continue to pay attention to this appalling robbery of the century. Chapter 195. Lin Mo. Did you do the work of the United States of Shigali? Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. We don't deny anything, so don't take anything from us. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Phantom Troop close black lens bracket. Bump. At this time, in the Provisional Congress of the United States of Shigali, a slightly fat old man smashed his fist on the table of the Congress. The high-ranking government personnel of the United States of Shigali had been secretly removed from the very beginning of the fighting. So although they originally lived in the administrative area, this time the incident did not cause much loss to the high-level officials of the government. Too deceitful. It's deceitful. The stinky garbage in the garbage piles on Meteor Street has also begun to dare to poop and pee on the head of our Shigali United States. The slightly fat old man looked at the incomparably dazzling note placed on the council table. At this moment, he only felt that the anger in his heart like a volcano was constantly erupting. 1 million. A whole 1 million people of the United States of Shigali lost their lives in this disaster. How dare these guys hiding in the stinky ditch? It dares to blatantly violate international conventions and put poor man's Rose in the urban area. Isn't it just to frame a homeless man who has long since left the Meteor Street to this extent? Although the anger in the slightly fat old man's heart has not diminished in the slightest at this time, he has to admit that he is beginning to regret it at this time. If I had known earlier, I would not have chosen the homeless man from Meteor Street, just find a homeless man from my own country. Retaliation. We must take revenge. Call me now to the group of shit elders in Meteor Street, and let them give us a satisfactory answer. The slightly fat old man was still roaring at the meeting. Evidence. 35. A middle-aged man with golden glasses sitting in the first place spit out 2 words coldly. What? I said evidence. What evidence do you have that the Phantom Troop is from Meteor Street, 99? Seeing the slightly fat old man dared to ask back, the man with gold wire glasses directly pointed out. Can't this note explain it? I'm afraid an idiot knows who did it, the fat old man roared directly, picking up the note that Krollo had left in the Chongbao vault on the table. This note is a note that Krollo deliberately left in place after he stole the treasure in the treasure vault of the Treasury of the United States of Chagalito. Advertisement. Although the Rose of the Poor, Lin Mo, was placed near the National Treasury, the vault for the treasures of the United States of Shigali was placed 100 meters underground. Therefore, the explosion of Rose did not affect the Chongbao vault. Although the people from the United States of Shigali knew that the area is full of Rose toxin, in order to confirm the specific loss of the Chongbao vault, they organized people to put on protective clothing and enter the Chongbao vault to check it happening. But after they went in, they only saw the empty vault and this note that had been left on the ground. In addition to the famous words of Meteor Street, Crollo also deliberately left the name of the Phantom Troop. Anyway, after doing this, the outside world will give them a name. It is better to leave the name directly from the beginning. Avoid some strange names from the outside world. For example, a group of thieves named Kurd that has been gaining momentum recently, they were named the Kurd Thief Group because the first crime happened in Kurd City. Idiot, you've been a member of parliament for so many years, don't you know? The so-called evidence means that people can get it. You haven't caught a single one, and you dare to go and threaten people with a note? You don't understand such rules. You might as well go back to the countryside and pick up cow dung. Bar. Originally, the man with golden glasses had endured the anger in his stomach, but he was suddenly inspired by the stupidity of this slightly fat old man. After listening to the words of the man with gold wire glasses, the slightly fat old man seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water, and his mind that had been dazzled by anger finally recovered a little bit of sanity. But, should we just forget about it? The slightly fat old man gritted his teeth several times, but he really couldn't be reconciled. Sometimes countries and gangs are similar. Once you act weak at a certain point, the hyenas will not be in awe of you and will come forward to take a bite of your flesh. This time, the entire Scale Fish Special Attack Team of the United States of Shigali was killed in half by the Phantom Brigade, which has made many people think that their country's so-called ultimate garrison force is just a mere appearance. The enemy country and some other gangs that were still somewhat afraid of the Scale Fish Special Attack Team once lost their fear of the United States of Shigali. It is conceivable that the situation they will face next will not be very good. If they still act helpless to the Phantom Troop in the follow-up, those secret actions will only become more rampant, and they will become more passive. Wait. The complexion of the man with golden wire glasses changed several times, and in the end he could only squeeze these two words out of his teeth. We have issued a wanted order, and also notified the Hunter Association, and the matter has now involved Rose. I think V5 should not sit idly by, as long as we catch one person. When the time comes, I will definitely make those stinky rats in Meteor Street pay the price. Katakana middle. Flowers 0 advertisement. Not to mention the reaction of the United States of Zagalitu, what the Phantom Troop committed this time has caused a huge disturbance all over the world. After all, this matter involves Rose, which can no longer be regarded as a simple thief case. It is precisely because of this that the Phantom Troop has directly become a Class A criminal gang of the same level as the Kurdish bandit group that is currently the most popular. You must know that it took the Kurdish robber group 5 years and more than 30 cases to gradually become the current A-level criminal gang from low to high. The Phantom Troop has completed the 5-year level leap of the Kurdish bandit group in just one time. Lin Mo and the others who returned to the Alto Aquatic Wharf did not pay any attention to the storms they had caused in the outside world. At this time, they were enthusiastically choosing what they were interested in. Also known as dirty. According to the regulations, after everyone has finished selecting the things they are interested in, Crollo will convert the remaining items into Johnny and divide them equally. 0.00 and his own portion of the ring will be donated to Meteor Street. However, everyone in the brigade had no interest in Jenny, so after Crollo spoke, they all said that there was no need to be so troublesome. After selecting the items, just throw the rest of the items to the Council of Elders to deal with. Of course, the so-called selection is only for other people. For Lin Mo, just touch it and record it. There's no need to take it away at all. It's too troublesome to hold Lin Mo in hand. Wouldn't it be fragrant to materialize directly at that time? So Lin Mo just picked out a few things from the pile of treasures that Shizuku spat out of the bold-eyed fish, and touched them, then turned into a reclining chair and sat leisurely watching them. Speaking of which, Finks seems to really like the elements of the pharaoh, and at this moment is holding a golden snake-shaped cane and waving it carefully. Finks, are you too old to use a cane? Phaeton joked, looking at Finks who picked up the cane. You old man, I haven't settled the bill with you yet. If the deputy head of the team hadn't arrived just in time, wouldn't you be trying to kill us together? Idiot, I just used blazing sun when I saw the deputy head of the team coming. Phaeton didn't lie, he did look at Lin Mo when Lin Mo appeared. Bell. He was watching with gusto that Phaeton and Finks were flirting with Lin Mo's windbreaker pocket when a cell phone rang suddenly. Lin Mo, did you do the Shigali United States thing? 6 Chapter 196. Lin Mo's indifference. Open black lens bracket. Subscription. Close black lens bracket. Biscuit. Looking at the 3 big characters on the caller ID, Lin Mo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. But Lin Mo wouldn't be surprised that Biscuit called him. Just how much a sensation what they have done will cause the world, Lin Mo can imagine with his toes. Although only vague images of them were captured by the Shigali 2 United States, nothing of their exact appearance has been circulated. It can be said that who can transfer thousands of targets to an altitude of thousands of meters in an instant. This kind of thing, I believe that anyone who is familiar with Lin Mo will react immediately. There is definitely Lin Mo in the people who committed this great robbery of the century. Hey, Biscuit, what's the matter with me all of a sudden? You know, but you still have to ask. Seeing that Lin Mo was on the phone, the voices of everyone in the brigade could not help softening a lot, and Phaeton and Finks, who were still playing around, also stopped their movements. Lin Mo, stop pretending, and tell the truth about the United States of Shigali. Did you do it? There was a seriousness in Biscuit's voice that Lin Mo had never seen before. Didn't you already guess? Despite Biscuit's seriousness, Lin Mo is still indifferent. You be asterisk 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 D. What are you thinking? No matter what it is, Rose of the Poor, isn't this too much? What kind of personal grievance does Lin Mo have? Biscuit will not go to 100. Biscuit also knew about the murder case of the homeless man in the United States of Shigali when he called Lin Mo. Biscuit had previously learned that Lin Mo was from Meteor Street, so he also had a rough guess as to why Lin Mo would attack the United States of Shigali. Biscuit also has no problem with Lin Mo's revenge on the United States of Shigali, even if he sends thousands of people into the sky and throws them to death. Biscuit doesn't feel anything at all. After all, their identity is a soldier, which means that from the moment they accept this identity, they have signed a life and death certificate. The same applies to them, as hunters. Even if they are killed one day, it can only mean that they are nothing more than that. From the perspective of a third party, if you die, you can only say that your skills are inferior to others, and there is nothing to sympathize with. But the commoners were different. They had no decision-making power from the beginning, neither did they provoke Lin Mo, nor did they have any right to speak about the unjust case of the homeless. That is to say, the civilians of Bimaravingo are in a relatively innocent position in this incident. So what really makes Biscuit unacceptable is Lin Mo's practice of leaving the poor man's Rose on the scene after he has finally achieved his goal. Advertisement and the reason why Lin Mo detonated the poor man's Rose in the city of Bimaravingo at the end. In fact, he didn't think about civilians and not civilians at all, as he said before, after having endless life, if Lin Mo wants to not be wiped out of his personality in endless time. He can only pursue his own pleasure. In other words, I can do whatever he wants. In the end, Lin Mo left to open black lens bracket Rose close black lens bracket to the United States of Chagaladu, just because of Locke's behavior of hiding mines in his body, and he didn't consider the commoners in the city higher than the Lawan. How about it? But of course, Lin Mo himself couldn't just admit it. Lin Mo said to the microphone without blushing and heartbeat, "The Rose thing is really not my job. It's the captain of the Scalefish Special Attack Team of the United States of Shigali, Locke, 39. There's a Rose hidden in his body, and it is set to be detonated the moment he dies. I don't know that such a thing will happen. Even I can't stand here to answer your call until I teleport away a moment before Rose explodes." That's why Biscuit said that Lin Mo is more change than change. The truth is mixed, and there is no flaw in telling a lie. It's a fact that Locke has mines in his body. Lin Mo just changed the type of bomb. Anyway, Locke is already there, and there's no proof. So after hearing what Lin Mo said, Biscuit believed 80% of the time. After all, the matter of hiding mines in the body is not only done by the United States of Shigali, many countries have done it. Just as a last resort to die together with the enemy. I just didn't expect that the United States of Shigali was so bold, and their thunder turned out to be Rose. You really didn't do it. Although she believed 80% of the time, Biscuit still had 20% of her suspicions. Having been with Lin Mo for so long, she already knew how lawless Lin Mo was. The indifference to everything around him was unconsciously revealed in his eyes, but Biscuit could see it clearly. In fact, this is a common problem for travelers. After all, he didn't grow up in this world. Except for the people he recognized, he subconsciously looked at everything around him with the same feeling of watching an NPC in a game. That's why Lin Mo can kill millions of lives and still remain indifferent, because from the bottom of his heart, Side, he doesn't recognize these as lives. In Lin Mo's mind, when these people were playing with him, the data on the street was no different at all. Don't worry, it's not me, you know, after I've done what I want to do, I won't waste my time doing police work. 5. Lin Mo emphasized it again. After hearing Lin Mo's reply, Biscuit finally breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. This is millions of lives, if Lin Mo really did it. Biscuit didn't know how to face Lin Mo in the future. Advertisement after all, this kind of behavior is too inhumane for Biscuit. Huh, it's fine if it wasn't you, but you were brave enough. You must know that there are several professional hunters in the Scalefish Special Attack Team. If your appearance is photographed, it is against the law. If you read the 10 Commandments of Hunter, it is very likely that the old man will have his license revoked directly. After learning that Lin Mo didn't do it, Biscuit's tone finally returned to its usual ease. 10 Commandments of Hunters. It is the 10 Commandments of Hunters set by Netero, and it is the commandment that all professional hunters must abide by. 1. The hunter must have a hunting target. Close black lens bracket. Secondly, hunters must have a minimum knowledge of martial arts, and the so-called minimum is the practice of mindfulness. Close black lens bracket. Third, those who have hunter licenses will not be revoked for any reason, and the license will not be reissued for any reason. Close black lens bracket. Fourth, hunters shall not regard fellow hunters as prey, but hunters who commit heinous crimes are not protected by this article. Close black lens bracket. Fifth, a hunter who has left great achievements in a specific field will be awarded 1 star. Close black lens bracket. Sixth, senior hunters who satisfy Article 5 and serve as executives will be awarded 2 stars when the junior hunters they cultivate receive star honors. Close black lens bracket. Seventh, a hunter who satisfies the 6th rule and leaves great achievements in plural fields will be awarded 3 stars. Close black lens bracket. Eighth, the top person in charge of the hunter needs to obtain a minimum amount of trust before he is qualified to assume this responsibility. The minimum trust, that is, more than half of the approval rate. When the chairperson's seat becomes vacant, the next chairperson must be elected promptly. Before the decision of the next chairman, the chairman's exercise power is handed over to the vice chairman. Close black lens bracket. Ninth, the decision of the method for the selection of new compatriots is in the chair of the chairman, but when the method has changed significantly, it needs the trust of more than half of the compatriots to implement. Close black lens bracket. 10th, all matters not recorded this time will be voted by the chairman, the vice chairman and the staff committee through the meeting, and the selection of the deputy chairman and the staff committee is in charge of the chairman. Close black lens bracket. In the original book, Yearfan was revoked his hunter license for violating the 10 Commandments of Hunters in the election chapter. And once the hunter's license is revoked, according to the third commandment, one can no longer become a professional hunter. Many people say that ill fans have their hunter licenses revoked because they used ordinary people to make them into needlemen in the process of chasing Kahlua. But in fact, if you look closely at the 10 Commandments of Hunters, you will find that none of them are related to ordinary people at all. In other words, the matter of harming the people actually did not violate the hunter's guidelines at all. This is why Lin Mo said that there is no so-called justice and evil in the hunter world, only power and pleasure. So it is very likely that Ilmi killed the 2 guards in front of the hospital where Gon was, and these 2 guards should happen to be professional hunters. So Ilmi violated the 4th commandment. Therefore, according to 10 Commandments of Hunters, Lin Mo at this time should have had his license revoked for violating the 4th commandment just like Ilmi. But this kind of thing is all about evidence. Like Lin Mo, who only took a blurry image, it doesn't even count as evidence. Lin Mo was planning to become an examiner during the 214th hunter exam in the original book, and before that, he had to maintain his identity as a hunter. Chapter 197. Lin Mo, have you heard of the Dark Continent? Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Lin Mo, since there's nothing else to do, then Shizuku and I will go back to and Long Academy first. After speaking, Maki picked up a package on the ground and hung one hand behind him casually and waved to Lin Mo. Well, go ahead, be careful on the road. Lin Mo kissed Maki's forehead while Maki was not paying attention. In an instant, a light blush appeared on Maki's originally cold little face. Lin Mo, I want it too. Although Shizuku's brain has not yet fully differentiated the feelings of men and women, after seeing what Lin Mo did to Maki, there was still a little desire in her heart. Do what he thinks, Shizuku always behaves like this. So Shizuku obeyed his heart and said to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at Shizuku in surprise. Although he and Shizuku have always been very close, they were only limited to some ordinary physical contact. And further behaviors like the inevitable kiss have never really been performed with Shizuku in 103. It looks like Shizuku has grown up too. Open black lens bracket dear, close black lens bracket. The moment Lin Mo's lips touched Shizuku's forehead, Shizuku only felt a tingling electric current spread to every cell in his body in an instant. Shizuku's heartbeat started to speed up involuntarily, and the blood flow became much faster than usual. This also caused Shizuku's body temperature to rise, and the skin on the body surface began to stain with red clouds. Although Shizuku doesn't understand why it feels like this, it's really great. It has nothing to do with personality. This is a biological instinctive physiological response, so even if Shizuku is natural, as long as its physiology is normal, there will be such a response. Lin Mo looked at Shizuku, whose face turned red when he was so intimately touched by him for the first time. Lin Mo couldn't help but touch her head again. Remember to bookmark when you read improvisation book in the future. Seeing this, Maki pouted and said, okay, we have to go back, I have an exam in a few days. After speaking, Maki walked directly to the gate of the shipyard without looking back. Seeing this, Shizuku hurriedly waved at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, then I and Maki will go back first. Advertisement as he spoke, he trotted to catch up with Maki's back. After saying goodbye to the 2 girls, Lin Mo looked back at Crollo, who was still sitting on top of the wood without changing his posture, and said inexplicably, okay, it's just the 2 of us now, do you have something to say to me alone, Captain? Now only Crollo and Lin Mo are left in the shipyard, and all of them, including Pikenaden, have left to seek new breakthroughs. Although no one mentioned it just now, after experiencing the Scalefish Special Attack Team fight, everyone can clearly feel their inadequacies. No one will complain about the tacit cooperation or dispel nausea. Everyone has only one thought, that they are not strong enough. Therefore, after the division is completed, everyone chooses the things they are interested in, and then they go their separate ways again, digesting and summarizing this battle experience by themselves, and seeking new breakthroughs from it. Even Pikenaden, who hasn't been separated from Crollo since the Phantom Troop's inception, is no exception. As for the remaining treasures, Crollo had already contacted Right Nosla and shipped them back to Star Street through the Nosla family. Therefore, the remaining things that the brigade can't look up to can just stay where they are, and the Nosla family will arrange for people to come and collect them later. Although Pike Nuiton is positioned as an intelligence assistant from beginning to end, no one on the battlefield will show mercy to you just because you are an intelligence assistant. The first action of the Phantom Troop was so dangerous, and the subsequent actions will only be more dangerous. Whether it's for the sake of yourself or the entire brigade, you must be able to keep up in terms of strength. However, everyone left, except for Crollo, who had been sitting on the wood after picking out the basic ancient book, and had no plans to leave at all. Seeing this, Lin Mo probably had some conjectures, guessing that Crollo had something to say to himself in private. Pop. 35 Crollo closed the book he was flipping through, raised his head and stared at Lin Mo with a faint gaze, and said something that surprised Lin Mo. Lin Mo, have you heard of Dark Continent. Hearing Crollo's words, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed involuntarily. If I remember correctly, Crollo didn't know that the 6 continents of Hunterworld were actually on top of Lake Mobius until the original book's Kahin's Throne Contest. Advertisement not to mention the Dark Continent. The reason why the Phantom Troop appeared on the Black Whale in the Throne Contest was because they wanted to steal the jug of the egg in the jug ritual passed down by Cajun for generations. It wasn't because they knew about the Dark Continent that they got on the ship. And Lin Mo is also because the Phantom Troop wants to steal the pot of the Cajun Empire, and begins to suspect that the Phantom Troop is likely to cooperate with V5 to a certain extent. After all, as soon as Cajun did something, the Phantom Troop just set the target on a pot. Although it is not impossible, it always feels that the timing is too clever. Of course, this is just the author's feeling, there is no evidence to prove it, please lightly spray. Just as V5 wanted to teach Cajun a lesson, the Phantom Troop targeted Cajun. In addition, in the Ant chapter, Finks and the others went back to Meteor Street to help the elders get rid of the killings entrenched in Meteor Street, and Lin Mo's previous doubts about the Phantom Troop's massacre of the Kaluta tribe. It's hard not to think that the Phantom Troop was not an autonomous gang of thieves from the very beginning, but was formed by the elders of Meteor Street. The relationship between V5 and the Phantom Troop stems from the cooperation between V5 and Meteor Street. V5 will entrust the Phantom Troop to execute some things that are not very bright. As for the price paid by V5, it is nothing more than helping the development of Meteor Street or resources. Without waiting for Lin Mo's answer, Crollo continued to say to himself, "Some time ago, a book that I asked Right Nosla to help find a long time ago was found by the Nosla family. And after finding it, he complained very rarely that a science fiction novel is even harder to find than a banned book. It was a book from hundreds of years ago. Although only the rubbings can be found, there should be no problem with the content of 0.8. It records some very incredible things. Even at the time, it was generally regarded as a fantastic book about the delusions of madmen, and it was classified as science fiction when it was published. And I have heard the term, Dark Continent, in it. Although it is very incredible, my intuition tells me that the content recorded in this book is very likely to be true. After all, this book of science fiction, which will be restricted so strictly, is very interesting. If it is just a fantasy, why is it restricted so strictly? Then there is only one answer left, and that is that the content recorded in this book is real in this world. And the name of the book is A Journey to the New World. Lin Mo, if you are interested, I recommend you to read it too. I believe you should feel the same way I do. Chapter 198. Then please, head of Lin Mo, subscribe. Journey to the New World. When Lin Mo heard the 5 words spit out from Crollo's mouth, he instantly understood why Crollo had already learned about the existence of the Dark Continent. Good guy, Lin Mo didn't expect the Nosla family to be so powerful. Even a banned book like Journey to the New World, that disappeared for 100 years and was strictly prohibited from being released by V5 could be found. This is not Lin Mo's irony, this is the first time Lin Mo has expressed admiration for Right Nosla from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, in addition to his talent for licking people, he actually has a talent for finding things. If Crollo gets Journey to the New World, then Crollo will have no doubts about the Dark Continent. As Crollo puts it, the biggest flaw in Journey to the New World is in its perverted limitations. If it's purely a science fiction novel, there is no need for such restrictions at all. After all, there is number 404 content in it. Since the world is so closely guarded against this book, it shows to a certain extent that there is absolutely something wrong with the content of this book. With Crollo's keenness, it is normal to perceive that the things recorded on 23 are real. Originally, Lin Mo planned to wait until the original work was almost started before slowly revealing the existence of the Dark Continent to the Brigade, now that Crollo already knew about the Dark Continent. So now it doesn't matter. No, I also know a little about the Dark Continent. Sure enough, I have a hunch that you are likely to know about the Dark Continent. Then Lin Mo, I want to ask you what you think about the Dark Continent. Do you think we should go? 99. After learning that Lin Mo knew about the Dark Continent, Crollo's mouth twitched slightly, and then asked. Lin Mo was a little unsure about Crollo's attitude, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Aren't you the head of the group? What do you think?" Hearing this, Crollo pointed out directly, "I'm just the head of the Phantom Brigade of Meteor Street, but the matter of going to the Dark Continent obviously has nothing to do with Meteor Street, so if possible, I hope you, Lin Mo, become the Phantom of the Dark Continent, Brigade Leader." When Crollo said this sentence, his tone was very flat, as if there was nothing other than the head of the group. In fact, this is indeed the case. Crollo is not a person with a strong desire for power. Otherwise, the Phantom Brigade he formed would not be in such a loose and free state, nor would he obey the instructions of the Presbyterian Church to a certain extent. What he pursues from beginning to end is only what he is interested in. As long as he can get what he is interested in, it doesn't matter if he is controlled by others to a certain extent. As said before, Crollo is a natural thief. Advertisement. What face, power and other things are dispensable to him. Even if he needs it, he only needs it because it helps to obtain what he is interested in. In essence, what he pursues is the same as Lin Mo from beginning to end, that is his own pleasure. The reason why he insisted on becoming the head of the Phantom Troop was simply because of Crollo's agreement with the Council of Elders. At the same time, Crollo is also very self-aware, regardless of the dangers of the Dark Continent that he learned from the Journey to the New World. It is just that this Journey to the New World has been strictly guarded by V5 for so many years, which means that V5 must have already known the existence of the Dark Continent. In this case, it is impossible not to explore this new continent with various hopes and disasters with V5 habits. However, now in the world, let alone human migration to the Dark Continent, apart from the Dark Sonata, which is suspected to be from the Dark Continent, I have never heard of any Dark Continent product. You can learn a piece of information just from it. That is, V5 has definitely explored the Dark Continent once, but has no doubt returned in frustration. It is very likely that he even paid a very heavy price, otherwise he would not be so strict with Journey to the New World. Since even V5 is like this, although Crollo is confident, he will not be arrogant enough to think that he can accomplish what even V5, the top 5 countries in the world, have not been able to accomplish. Lin Mo is different. If there is anyone in this world who can comprehend the will of God with a non-God body and can accomplish things that cannot be done by the power of all human beings, Crollo believes that only Lin Mo, who is like a child of destiny, can do it. Lin Mo looked at Crollo's serious expression, and he could feel that what Crollo said at this moment was all from the heart. Anyway, Lin Mo was also prepared for a follow-up showdown with Crollo, and he was not prepared to give up the leadership of the Dark Continent as before. When he was in Meteor Street before, if Lin Mo wanted to, he could completely remove Crollo and directly become the head of the Phantom Troop. On the one hand, the reason why he did not persist is because the position of the head of the Phantom Brigade in Mobius Lake feels more like a tool person. There's no benefit to messing around with it. Although Lin Mo can completely ignore the request of the Presbyterian Church, after all, it is not Lin Mo who deals with the Presbyterian Church. But the problem is that Lin Mo doesn't need the help of the brigade to get anything in the lake. Basically, he can get it by himself. Advertisement, that is to say, Lin Mo needs the assistance of the team only in places like the Dark Continent, which do not tell you about strength, but only about rules and dangers. Otherwise, Lin Mo probably won't die, but is it possible to be controlled or restricted? This is unknown. So to be on the safe side, Lin Mo finally gave up the idea of exploring the Dark Continent by himself like Dong Free CSS. And the ghost knows whether there will be any butterfly effect if Crollo does not become the leader. For example, because they did not cooperate with the Presbyterian Church, they did not recommend anyone to join the Phantom Troop. In this way, Shizuku and Shalnark will not be destroyed by Lin Mo. After all, the search for new members has always been the responsibility of the head of the group, and the original only mentioned that Shizuku and Shalnark would join the brigade, but did not say how they joined the group. That is to say, if Lin Mo becomes the head of the Phantom Brigade, it is very likely that Shizuku and 103 Shalnark will not interact with the brigade. On the other hand, the most important reason is that Lin Mo's eyes never stayed in Mobius Lake from beginning to end. After learning that he is an invincible talent, Lin Mo's eyes have been on the Dark Continent. As for later, if Crollo refused to give up the position of the head of the regiment, Lin Mo never worried about this matter. After all, this world respects power, and the big deal is to kill Crollo secretly. Anyway, it is easy to accomplish this with your own strength. P.S. Thanks to the rotating boss Zhang Sanfeng for his rewards and reminders. Thank you for your support. A non-strike ability like Lin Mo's, Imitate, cannot be replicated. It is still very helpful for going to the Dark Continent, such as letting Crollo use the Thief's Will to steal Nobu's 4-dimensional apartment. It still feels pretty good, then please, head Lin Mo. Of course, if possible, Lin Mo still doesn't want to kill Crollo like this, and I have to say that he is indeed a talent. So as it is now, it's like a pillow just happened to be dozed off, it just doesn't need Lin Mo to figure it out himself, and Crollo will automatically hand over the leadership. In the face of Lin Mo's hypocrisy, Crollo didn't care at all and just replied jokingly. Well, since you have said so, then I will reluctantly agree. Chapter 199. Half Angel, Half Demon. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. After establishing the leadership of the Dark Continent, Lin Mo chatted with Crollo for a long time, and even brought Shalnark back in the end. By the way, Lin Mo left a flying thunder god kunai for everyone before they parted. First, it is convenient for them to call themselves if there is an emergency, and secondly, there are a few more movable coordinates, so if they are going somewhere someday, they just happen to be nearby. So calling Shalnark back is not a hassle, just dodge twice. The reason for bringing Shalnark back is also very simple, that is, after Lin Mo and Crollo discussed, they are ready to tell Shalnark about the Dark Continent, and let Shalnark help collect relevant information. After all, the reason why Lin Mo took a fancy to Shalnark was precisely because of his intelligence gathering ability, and now he can make the best use of it. Lin Mo's information on the Dark Continent is all from the original book, and what the original book reveals is definitely only the tip of the iceberg. For example, what is the gatekeeper referring to? Lin Mo didn't know any other information except that he knew that they didn't like rude people. And the information hidden by V5 is definitely not the only one, there must be more things that Lin Mo doesn't know. So that's where Shalnark comes in. As for the others, Lin Mo and Crollo both agreed that they should not tell them about the Dark Continent. After all, it is still too early to actually go to the Dark Continent, and I have not even figured out how to get there, so it is useless to say it now. HO, don't worry, I know what to do. Just when Lin Mo and the others were discussing the Dark Continent in the Chagalitu United States, they were far away in the President's office in the Hunter Association headquarters on another continent. At this time, Netero was busy dealing with the troubles caused by Lin Mo and the others. After seeing Netero hang up the phone, the Bean Noodles man looked at him nervously and asked, President, did V5 say anything? Don't worry, it's still the same, let me post the wanted list of the Phantom Troop on the Hunter website, Netero said casually. That's it. The matter involves the Rose of the Poor, don't they plan to let the president of V5 do it yourself? Obviously, the Bean Noodles people don't believe that the people on the V5 side are so good at talking. HOHOHO. Although it involves Rose, V5 feels that there may be some moisture in the news, and this Rose most likely belongs to the United States of Shigali. 0. After all, although there is no evidence that the Phantom Troop came from Meteor Street, everyone has already tacitly accepted it. If the Phantom Troop has Rose, it means that Meteor Street also has Rose. Advertisement. If that's the case, your Meteor Street's current attitude towards the outside world doesn't need to be as humble as before, especially when this homeless case came out, whenever Meteor Street revealed a bit of news that they owned Rose. The United States of Shigali didn't dare to execute such a homeless person. Since Meteor Street did not do so, it means that they have no corresponding confidence. Then it can basically be concluded that there is no Rose in Meteor Street, and since the Phantom Brigade, as a subordinate team of Meteor Street, will not have it. Netero said with a twinkle in his eyes. Having said that, but there may be Lin Mo in the Phantom Troop, that's. The Bean Noodles man said hesitantly. HOHOHO, but V5 doesn't know, and Biscuit sent me a text message saying that Rose has nothing to do with Lin Mo. Netero knew what the Bean Noodles people wanted to express. The rain in the army was not only Lin Mo's handwriting when Biscuit could see it, but Netero could also see it. If Lin Mo is really a member of the Phantom Troop, then it will no longer be impossible for the Phantom Troop to have the poverty's Rose. With that large-scale space teleportation ability and the ability of material embodying, Lin Mo can completely sneak into any place he wants to sneak into, and then record the poor man's Rose. But as Netero said, the people at V5 don't know what Lin Mo's specific abilities are. Netero is not a fool. How could he casually say Lin Mo's specific nen, even though Lin Mo never cared about it? After all, he was disguising his true ability from the beginning. But even so, Netero wouldn't really be so low in emotional intelligence that he would tell Lin Mo's abilities, so the only information Netero revealed at the time was that Lin Mo was an embodiment, nen. In addition, Lin Mo has already defeated Netero to become the strongest in the world at this time. Although he was born in Meteor Street, he would never think that he would obey the Presbyterian Church in Meteor Street. So this has also become a misunderstanding of V5 and others. After all, the fact that the Phantom Troop is a subordinate team of the Meteor Street Presbyterian Church has been acquiesced by everyone, and even if Lin Mo is the strongest in the world, even if he is subordinate to others, this person cannot be the elders of Meteor Street. Therefore, until now, no one thought that Lin Mo would be involved with the Phantom Troop. As for Netero himself, despite his kind-hearted grandfather, Netero's heart is actually much darker than Biscuit's. After learning that Lin Mo is likely to be a member of the Phantom Troop, which means that it has basically been confirmed that Lin Mo has violated the 4th commandment in the 10 Commandments of Hunters, Netero's attitude towards this matter does not matter at all. In fact, Netero didn't care at all even if it was the Rose that Lin Mo had placed. Hunter is a profession with a very high mortality rate, and it is not an exaggeration to say that one would give up one's life, so professional hunters usually keep in touch with their trusted hunters, and dare not neglect them in the slightest. For hunters, disappearance is more unusual than accidental death. Today, the average number of missing persons per year in the Hunter Association is only 0.6. Advertisement. In the original book, in the 3 years that Periston was the vice president, as many as 18 people disappeared. 10 times as much as before. Not to mention the death, no one knows what Periston did and wrote. But doesn't Netero know about the dangers of Periston? How could Netero not know, but he nevertheless appointed Periston as vice president? It's just because True wants to put the type of opponent he is least good at dealing with, by his side, just to see what kind of challenge Periston will give him. To put it simply, Netero's move is to use the hunter's life in the Hunter Association as the coin of the arcade, put it into this arcade called Periston, and enjoy the long-lost challenge that Periston brings him. As for those ordinary people, not to mention, there is no protection for ordinary people in the 10 Commandments of Hunters, established by Netero itself. Even if a professional hunter committed a massacre, Netero would not revoke his license. At most, he will only be wanted, and then allow other hunters to hunt him. Not to mention that Netero's approach in the Ant chapter is no different from Lin Mo's, and there is no such group of mortals in his eyes. And Lin Mo is also the same. The fundamental purpose of his launch of Rose is not to cause massacre at all, but just to exchange gifts. You give me a thunderbolt, and I return you a thunderbolt. It's that simple. Good luck. Lin Mo's eyes are only on this. As for the consequences of achieving this goal, he will not consider it at all. And Netero only wanted to fight Ant King, and Netero never thought about the consequences of achieving his goal. It's just that Netero's actions in the Ant chapter are obscure after all. So the essence of Netero is actually no different from Lin Mo. Half angel, half devil. Angel founded the Hunter Association to provide a good growth environment and convenience for the younger generation, so that these younger generations only need to focus on what they are interested in, and do not need to pay too much attention to other trivial matters. Demons, for their own pleasure, can ignore other people's lives as nothing. So does such a Netero have any thoughts on what Lin Mo did? Chapter 200. 3 years and 3 years, finally waiting until the grapes are ripe, subscription. Autumn and winter come, time flies, and 3 years have passed again in a blink of an eye. The time has also come from 1990 to 1993. During the past 3 years, the United States of Shigali has been tracking down the whereabouts of the Phantom Troop in an attempt to regain its place. However, the Phantom Troop seems to have disappeared out of thin air, and has never been active in this world again. Just relying on the few blurry silhouette photos taken by the scumbag camera 3 years ago, it is impossible to provide any effective reference at all. However, due to the sky-high remuneration offered by the United States of Shigali, there are still a lot of fake news floating to the hotline 1230 mentioned in the news. After all, as long as you provide information, you can get 1 billion rennies. In the face of such a huge amount, how could there be no speculators? Anyway, they don't need to pay anything, all they have to do is make a phone call and tell me where the Phantom Troop appeared. It doesn't matter if you don't check it out and it's fake, anyway, 2 if 1 fails, 3 if 2 fail, and 100 if it doesn't work. Maybe it's really possible not to be fooled by these 100 phone calls for place names? That's a billion ringtones. At first, 103 at the hotline center really thought that someone had seen the information about the Phantom Troop, and sent someone to check it carefully, but later found out that he was a group of speculators. Gradually, the hotline center was also closed by the United States of Shigali. After all, when people call, it's not like you're not going or not. Why don't you go? It costs manpower and material resources, and there is a 99.9% probability that it is fake news, but why don't you go? What if it happens? Then you say you should go or not. It's not that no one has thought about the fake news punishment system, but the problem is that there are so many people all over the world and their phones are full every day. Can they punish them in the United States of Shigali? Therefore, the entire hotline center can only be turned off. Those who provide false information like this can only be regarded as the lowest level, and there has been a sensational scandal that happened in the United States of Chagalito. That is, there is a gangster who collects debts. From the very beginning, he is not looking for petty profits such as 1 billion ringgit, but he wants the full bonus of the 500 billion ringgit. So he teamed up with a few people who owed debts but couldn't pay them back, as well as family children, and took them to have plastic surgery. After erasing obvious biometric features such as fingerprints, he dressed them up as members of the Phantom Troop. Advertisement take it to the United States of Shigali to say, "See that he has captured members of the Phantom Troop." Since there were no members of the Scale Fish Commando, reorganized by the United States of Shigali in the city, they reported the case at that time. The local government did not immediately find out that they were all non-men. After simply checking their faces and fingerprints, because they could not find their information, they thought they were from Meteor Street. According to the normal process, a deeper level of biometric information verification should be carried out to determine whether these people are members of the Phantom Troop. However, this little gangster informed the media very early, and made a big deal about having caught a member of the Phantom Troop. At the time, the government official didn't know if he didn't react or what. Jin also bravely admitted, although his original words are doubtful, but the media care about it. Directly out of context to the newspaper. As for the final result, everyone can guess that the United States of Shigali once again made a big joke in the world. In the end, he could only angrily put the little gangster in jail. But the problem is, at most, it can be regarded as a hindrance to official business, and it is not even enough to report false cases. After all, people can say to death that they really don't know. Anyway, it was not him who contacted this group of people in the early stage and brought them plastic surgery. All he did was play the wave at the end, catch them and take them to the United States of Shigali. So Shigali too, United States can't lock him up for a few days, so he can only be released. I heard that after this guy was released from prison, he also became famous and published a book. Every time he appeared in public, he was a slap in the face of the United States of Shigali. When he heard about this, Lin Mo was a little dumbfounded. But it doesn't feel that there are many surprises. After all, the greed of human nature destined them to do this. However, at this time, Lin Mo didn't have time to pay attention to the disturbances of the outside world, and he had lived quite well in the past 3 years. The reason is precisely because after these 3 years of growth, both Maki and Shizuku have gradually grown up completely. After careful planting and full infusion for so long, the 2 grapes on the trellis are finally ripe. So on the basis of more than 6 years of love, they naturally turned their love into wine. Since the gentlemen of the audience probably don't like watching it very much, I won't go into details in this paragraph. Advertisement, I can only say that Maki is very transparent and Shizuku is very moist. As for Menchi, Lin Mo and Nyan did not forget, but Menchi was 2 years younger than Maki and the others, and because their mother had specially warned them, Lin Mo did not completely attack Menchi. Ahem. But I have to do almost everything. After all, Menchi doesn't have only one hole, it's just the last step. And Nyan, not to mention, is still just a primary school student, and has not officially graduated from Biscuit. However, according to Biscuit, I plan to let Nyan start to contact reading in the near future. Therefore, Nyan will not worry about Lin Mo for the time being. The harvest month has not yet come, and it will take a while to cultivate it. But even so, Lin Mo has been very happy. 3 years after another, it has been 6 years now. Do you know how Lin Mo spent these 6 years? A good generation of gun kings, he has been holding back for 6 years, and this is a loss. As long as Lin Mo doesn't want to, there is no physiological need. Otherwise, he will definitely not be able to go to the clubhouse. Therefore, at the moment of release, Lin Mo really felt incomparably smooth, both physically and psychologically. In addition to these romantic things, in the past 3 years, the strength of several women has grown quite rapidly. After several years of hard work, Maki finally learned all the human nerves. After having enough knowledge reserve, he successfully developed the 2 skills of mind thread suture and parasitic thread. The ability is almost approaching the culmination, and the rest is only accumulated over time. The reason why Maki can cooperate with the official Sky Arena depends entirely on the identity of the owner of Lin Mo. If there is no special reason, outsiders will never be allowed to intervene in the Sky Arena, even as the landlord. The Sky Arena itself has been self-contained a long time ago, and a complete closed-loop system has been formed internally. But Lin Mo is different. Any player with missing arms or legs will be sent to Maki after agreeing to pay a certain amount of medical expenses. It just happens that a large number of injured patients can be used to practice and master these two neurological skills, and at the same time, it can improve their micro-manipulation ability, and can also satisfy their little fun of making money. It can be said that it is 3 birds with 1 stone. He is stuck with a market development plan that has been stranded for many years in the Sky Arena, the market expansion plan of the Olympia Fighting Conference. At this time, Maki is in the Sky Arena, as the only medical staff working with the official. Chapter 201. The Trembling Noble Sun open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. There is really no way for Lin Mo, the old pigeon Sky Arena, and I want to talk to Lin Mo about why he has not participated in the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. Lin Mo didn't even bother them at all, and didn't even want to talk about it. Today, the Sky Arena finally waited until Lin Mo took the initiative to come to the door. Therefore, in the face of Lin Mo's request to make Maki an official collaborator, Sky Arena did not immediately refuse. Instead, I took this opportunity to have a candid talk with Lin Mo. It is nothing more than wanting to make Lin Mo agree to participate in Olympia Martial Arts Tournament on this condition. In fact, Lin Mo didn't think it mattered much about this request of the Sky Arena. Anyway, it was just a matter of Flying Thunder God's art. Anyway, when the time comes when the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament starts, Fei Lei Shen will kill the other landlords in the past. Therefore, Lin Mo agreed very readily and agreed to participate in this Olympia Martial Arts Tournament. After getting an affirmative reply from Lin Mo, the CEO of Sky Arena was so excited that he directly sent a wave of bonuses to all Sky Arena employees, and called all the senior management back for a meeting on the same day. It is bound to take advantage of this golden opportunity to expand the market of Sky Arena again. Because Lin Mo promised that he would only participate once, which means that this time is the only chance for Sky Arena. Whether the plan they have been planning for so long will be successful depends on this time. The Olympia Fighting Tournament is the world's most influential martial arts feast held every 2 years. The year Lin Mo first came to the Sky Arena coincided with the year of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. Now, 6 years have passed and the year has come to 1993. The time has come again to the year of the Olympia Fighting Conference. Beep beep beep. At this time, in the Republic of Bardocha, the vehicles on the road near the Sky Arena seemed to be like the second ring road of Beijing during the rush hour of Lin Mo's previous life. It was so blocked that the whole road was filled with irritating horns. Uncle, has the Sky Arena always been so lively? In the back seat of a taxi, a cute little jungtai with silver hair and blue eyes and eyes shaped like peach petals looked around like a curious kitten. Not all the time, just in time for the upcoming Olympia Martial Arts Conference. And this year, according to the promotion of the Sky Arena, the participation of the Trembling Prince should be a sure thing. It is precisely because the participation of the Trembling Prince, Lin Mo, was confirmed this year, so this year it was only here. So many people poured in all at once. This group of people came early to grab a seat. Otherwise, if you really have to wait until the time is up, you probably won't be able to squeeze in. The driver in the front row first said a few words like a complaint. When he mentioned that Lin Mo would participate in this year's Olympia Martial Arts Tournament, his expression suddenly became high, and his tone was full of anticipation. The Trembling Noble Sun. This is a nickname given to him by Lin Mo's fans after he killed Tour. Advertisement. Lin Mo's fighting style is quite elegant, which is recognized by everyone. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, he never even folds the corners of his shirt. Calm, elegant and handsome, this is the initial impression of Lin Mo. Therefore, the 3 words, Your Highness, Lin Mo, are well deserved. And the prefix, shudder, it was because of the tyranny that Lin Mo showed in the battle with Tour's landlord, which made the audience silent, and even caused tremors because of being too excited or afraid. In this way, Lin Mo obtained the title of the Trembling Prince. As soon as this title came out, no matter Lin Mo's face fans or fighting fans, they all agreed with this title. I don't know how many times better than the slap in the original Sky Arena. As a result, the Sky Arena is really a waste of its name. Before the 200th floor, players used what they used as a unique trick to name them. For example, Kalua is directly called hand knife, Kalua, and Gon is push palm, Gon. This name is not as good as the Namikaze Minato in the next village. Obviously, the driver should also be a fan of Lin Mo. It's just that he is not Lin Mo's face powder, but a fighting fan attracted by Lin Mo's elegant posture on the fighting field. Lin Mo, the silver-haired little jungtai in the back row, was obviously stunned. He always felt as if he had heard this name somewhere. That's right, it's Lin Mo, little brother, don't you even know who Lin Mo is? The uncle driver looked at the silver-haired little jungtai through the rearview mirror with some doubts. By the way, little brother, you should have come to watch the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament. Are your family members already waiting in the Sky Arena? In fact, he wanted to ask from the beginning. This little boy looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old, but he came out of the airport alone and took a taxi to the Sky Arena. It's not because the uncle driver has any bad thoughts, but because he has a son in his own family who is about the same size as Mrs. Silver-haired Xiaozheng. Seeing this situation is just a touch of parental indignation in my heart. In the end, that guy was so irresponsible, he just threw his son to this place alone. If you see each other's parents when you get out of the car for a while, you must teach each other a good lesson. No, I'm here to sign up for the Sky Arena, and the old man in my family said that if he didn't reach the 200th floor, he was not allowed to go home. Saying that, there was a hint of slyness in the eyes of the silver-haired little Jungtai. For Flowers 06 advertisement, although he is still young, he can still roughly feel the emotional ups and downs of the driver's uncle at this time. Sure enough, just as the silver-haired Xiao Jungtai's voice fell, the driver's uncle immediately exploded. What? How can there be such ruthless parents in this world? He even drove his son to the Sky Arena and said he would not be allowed to go home until he reached the 200th floor? 35. After more than 40 minutes, the taxi that the silver-haired little Jungtai took finally drove to the gate of the Sky Arena, which was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from where they were just now. I won't charge you this time. If you encounter anything, remember to call your uncle. Sigh, little brother, why don't you give me your parents' phone numbers, and let me teach them a lesson, it's so outrageous. 5. As he spoke, the driver's uncle became a little excited again. Point 0. Although the silver-haired little Jungtai felt a little funny, he couldn't help but be warmed by the concern in the driver's uncle's eyes. Teach your dad a lesson? If this uncle driver can really do it, it would be great, and he will definitely record the embarrassment of his father being taught. But unfortunately, according to my grandfather, it seems that my father has only been taught a lesson by one person since his debut. At that time, I also told me that if I encountered this person in any mission in the future, I would definitely start the final means immediately and give up the mission immediately. And also my own stinky big brother, when grandfather mentioned that person, his whole body seemed to turn into ice cubes. There was a chilling chill all over his body. That dark, cold and twisted aura made the naturally sensitive silver-haired Xiao Jungtai's hair stand on end. Although it was only for a moment, it was still the breath that he unintentionally revealed. But he was still caught by the silver-haired little Jungtai. Since then, he has gained a deeper understanding of the nature of his eldest brother. That kind of dark and twisted aura is completely unlike what humans can have. Don't worry, uncle, don't look at me like this, in fact, I'm very strong. Before getting off the car, the silver-haired Xiao Jungtai replied to the driver's uncle. It's still very strong. Just your little arms and calves, you really can't remember to call me. By the way, looking at my brain, I don't even know your name. Seeing that the silver-haired Xiao Jung was about to get off the bus, the driver's uncle warned again. Open black lens bracket pause, close black lens bracket the silver-haired little Jungtai, who was going to close the door after getting off the car, pause. He didn't know if he should say his name, after all, his surname is more sensitive. Although it is difficult for a normal person to think of it for a while, it cannot be ruled out. However, after a moment of silence, the silver-haired little Jungtai still smiled and replied, Kahlua, just call M chapter 202. When I grow up, I will arrest my father for money, subscribe. Master, Mr. Kahlua has successfully arrived at the Sky Arena. There was no accident on the way. It's just that Mr. Kahlua revealed his name to a taxi driver before getting off the bus. Do you need me to deal with him? In the dark of a certain alley, a sturdy woman with double ponytails, a purple-black butler's suit, and a pair of single-sided glasses, who looked a little old and sturdy, was looking at Kahlua from the entrance of the Sky Arena next time. He said to the phone in his hand. Kahlua is the heir of the new generation of the Haka family who beat the enemy. Although Silva said that he was going to go out to the Sky Arena alone, he was not allowed to go home until he reached the 200th floor, and he did not leave any room for him except for the travel expenses. The next cent. But Kahlua, as the most precious treasure of the entire Haka family, how could there not be a certain security force around him? Otherwise, if an accident happened accidentally, Kahlua died. It is estimated that the entire family of beating enemies had no tears when they cried. You must know that in the world of full-time hunters, there is no shortage of accidents. Or in other words, only a world where there is an extraordinary power system will always be full of 103, all kinds of accidents. After all, that's what human nature is. After having power, the reverence for the world will inevitably decline, and the self-restraint and restraint will also decrease immediately. In this way, the desire and ugliness in human nature will continue to emerge from it and put into action. Therefore, it will inevitably cause various accidents in the world to occur frequently. This kind of thing is inevitable in any world that has a system of extraordinary powers and that exists as a species of human beings. Human nature is inherently evil, and Lin Mo has always seen this very clearly. The evil here does not mean that human beings do not have good qualities, but that these good qualities of human beings are only above the things they want to treat. But human beings themselves are evil. Putting aside the performance and looking at the essence, the existence of human beings makes the earth continue to accelerate its demise, which undoubtedly proves that human nature is inherently evil. Therefore, it is said that at the beginning of human beings, what is inherently good is the evaluation of human beings themselves, but if you look at it from an objective point of view, maybe human beings are like an invasive alien species to the earth, and the existence of human beings will only continue to cause damage to the ecological chain. Is this still inherently good? And from the background of the whole world of full-time hunters, the old thief Fujian wanted to express the same meaning. Don't forget, humans first took refuge in the Mobius Lake from the Dark Continent. So for the ecological chain in Mobius Lake, isn't human beings an invasion of alien species? All kinds of garbage in Meteor Street, Poor Man's Rose, and other large-scale polluting weapons that are dubbed the evil of human beings, the gatekeeper's disgust for human beings. All of these show that the human beings in this full-time hunter world are inherently evil. Is it just a name? Silva's slightly low voice came from Zipo Nian's phone. Advertisement, yes, only the name. With Zipo Nian's ear, she could easily monitor Kahlua and the uncle driver. So she knew very well that the uncle driver had no malice towards Kahlua, and even treated him very well, which made Zipo Nian have a good impression of the uncle driver. After all, Zipo Nian himself was among the so many young masters in the entire being enemy family, and his favorite was Kahlua. So if she could, she didn't want to hurt the uncle driver, but obviously, it's not her who makes the decision now, but Silva behind the phone. As just a name. After pondering for a while, Silva gave the result. Can't blame Silva for being too cautious, after all, the enemies of the Haka family can be said to be all over the world, if the existence of Kahlua is accidentally revealed by the driver. It may cause unnecessary trouble. If Kahlua had activated the reading at this time, Silva would not have been so strong. In the beating enemy Haka family, the so-called growth is not at all how old you are, but whether or not you have opened mind. Only after opening mind can one truly wander outside alone. And now Kahlua is obviously not at this stage yet. Open black lens bracket call, close black lens bracket. After receiving Silva's reply, Zipo Nian also breathed a sigh of relief, but still replied calmly. Understood, sir. After the call was interrupted, Zipo Nian glanced dotingly at Kahlua, who was lining up to sign up for the competition. He looked at the overly handsome face on the poster posted in the alley next to him, and muttered to himself with a complex expression. Is it a coincidence? The man who made Mr. Silva return with a broken arm actually happened to appear in the Sky Arena. Hello. Welcome to the Sky Arena, please. The lady at the front desk of the Sky Arena, after completing the mechanical greeting, she raised her eyes and subconsciously looked for the figure of the contestant, but she couldn't see any figure in front of her, so she couldn't help but let out a word, doubtful. Here, Kahlua reluctantly took a few steps back, so as not to be caught in the main perspective by the table. Little brother, did you go to the wrong place? This is the entrance to the players, and the entrance to the audience is at the main gate on the left. After seeing Kahlua's figure clearly, the young lady subconsciously thought that Kahlua was a spectator who went the wrong way. After all, Kahlua's age is here, and no one would think that he came to participate in the competition at first. No, I just came to participate in the competition. Don't look at me like this. I have 5 years of martial arts experience. 9. This is the experience that MIG imparted to Kahlua before he went out. The descendants of the Haka family who beat the enemy will basically be put on the Sky Arena for training at a similar age. After all, although the Sky Arena looks like a dish to the real experts. Advertisement, but as a novice village, it is undoubtedly a very good existence. Here you can see a variety of methods, which is a good accumulation for newcomers. In the original work, Kahlua also took 2 full years to hit the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Moreover, the Haka clan and the Sky Arena are both within the territory of the Republic of Batokia, and they are in the novice village right in front of their door. Therefore, MIG beat the enemy, of course, was no exception, and was sent to the Sky Arena around the age of 6. It's just that his requirements are not as strict as Kahlua's, and he won't be allowed to come back until he hits the 200th floor. Silva only asked him to hit the 120th floor. After all, the talents of Migi and Kahlua are not of the same order of magnitude. Of course, Silva also taught according to his aptitude, and did not set the same difficulty for Migi to beat Kahlua. Otherwise, maybe now MIG beat the enemy and still hasn't been able to go home. As the only existence in the family who does not control Kahlua, the relationship between MIG and Kahlua at this time is not very close, but it is not too bad. At least Kahlua himself still likes to get along with Migi. Therefore, before Kahlua went out, MIG beat the enemy gave Kahlua a little advice. When registering at the front desk of the Sky Arena, you can make up your own martial arts experience, which can be more convenient in the process of registration and queuing later. Sure enough, after hearing that Kahlua has 5 years of experience in martial arts at such a young age, the young lady praised in surprise. I see, I didn't expect you to practice martial arts for 5 years at such a young age, little brother, this is really not easy, come on, this is the registration form, just fill it out. I don't know if she is naive or simple, but in a word, she really believes. As he spoke, he handed a piece of paper and a pen to Kahlua under the table. Basically, it is no different from the form that Lin Mo filled in at the beginning, and it is also some basic information such as identity, genre and so on. Other than that, it's life and death. Miss Sister didn't know if it was because she saw that Kahlua was too young, so she specially warned. Little brother, getting into the ring is a very dangerous thing, there will be all kinds of accidents at any time, and even the risk of death, so you must think carefully before filling in. Got it. 55. Although it feels good to be cared about, it is also very troublesome to be treated as a little kid who doesn't know anything. Alas. Children are trouble, when will they grow up? When I grow up, I'll arrest dad and that be asterisk 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 D brother Ilmi. Well, they must be worth a lot of money. Chapter 203. Isn't this the only one who made dad deflate? Subscribe. After Kahlua filled out the form, the young lady handed him a number plate and encouraged him. I wish Kahlua player Wu Yun prosperous and become the next shivering noble son, Lin Mo. This young lady also sees Kahlua as a child and looks so cute, so she has such a good attitude towards Kahlua. Generally speaking, they do not know how many contestants they will receive in a day for the reception of the Sky Arena, and there has been no waves for a long time. Arnold. Actually, I have a question I want to ask, what exactly is Lin Mo referring to? Seeing that someone mentioned Lin Mo's name again, Kahlua couldn't help asking. In fact, he wanted to ask the uncle of the driver when he was in the car before. The name was too familiar, and he always felt like he was going to remember it right away, but he couldn't. Anyone who has experienced this feeling knows that thieves are uncomfortable. It's just that the uncle of the driver at the back has been focusing on talking about his father's problems, so Kahlua didn't ask any more questions. Now that Miss Sister mentioned it again, Kahlua couldn't help it anymore. You don't know the shivering noble son, Lin Mo? Miss Sister looked at Kahlua with an alien expression on her face. If a child outside doesn't know Lin Mo, it's not surprising. After all, Lin Mo is not famous enough to be known to all women and children. But when you come to the Sky Arena, and you don't know about Lin Mo, it's really rare. Well, that's Lin Mo. At this moment, the promotional screen behind Kahlua just showed the picture of Lin Mo, and the young lady immediately pointed behind him. Open black lens bracket the shivering noble boy. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket return to Sky Arena after 6 years. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket what kind of visual feast will he bring us this time? Let us fully look forward to the world's highest fighting conference Olympia Fighting Conference held by our Sky Arena on October 26th. Close black lens bracket. The screen plays some classic scenes of Lin Mo in the game before. After careful editing and exciting dubbing, the overall impact on the senses is very strong. The moment Kahlua saw the screen, her pupils contracted and she stood there. It wasn't that he was shocked by the passionate Peng Bai picture, but after seeing Lin Mo's unforgettable face, Kahlua finally remembered who Lin Mo was. The name Lin Mo is a bit difficult to pronounce in the language of the full-time hunter world, so you may not remember the name Kahlua very well. After all, Zeno mentioned it 3 years ago, but Lin Mo's face is obviously hard to forget after seeing it once. It is the same for men, women and children. Because he is really handsome. Advertisement. So the moment he saw Lin Mo, Kahlua immediately remembered how holy Lin Mo is. This isn't the only person that Grandpa said made his father shriveled. When he was a child, Kahlua also worshipped Lin Mo for a while after hearing about someone making his dad deflate for the first time. An existence like him turned out to be the owner of the Sky Arena? Kahlua was still a little disdainful, thinking that a guy like MIG could easily play in the Sky Arena with more than 100 layers is just a good reputation. But it's not really that great at all. But after learning that Lin Mo was the owner of the Sky Arena, Kahlua's thoughts changed instantly. Start to put away your pride. At the same time, he also believed a little bit about the world's highest level fighting competition as stated in the slogan. After all, people who can make their father helpless to participate in this Olympia martial arts conference must have a certain level. And not only his own father, but also his grandfather. Although Kahlua was only about 3 years old at the time, he could still clearly distinguish the solemn expression on his grandfather's face when he mentioned Lin Mo. This had to make Kahlua begin to have a strong curiosity about Lin Mo. After glancing at the time on the screen, Kahlua began to think about it. There are still about 5 months or so. I remember MIG once said that there is a certain bonus for every game played in the Sky Arena, and it is quite generous. Originally based on Kahlua's character, he planned to buy snacks when he got the money. But now it seems that it is not good, and you have to save some money to buy tickets for the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. It's rare to come across an existence that can make dad shriveled. No matter what, you have to see it with your own eyes. If I can learn a trick and a half from him, I might have a chance to arrest dad in the future. While thinking about it, Kahlua's face showed the expression of a kitten that caught a fish. After having the goal, Kahlua's eyes showed a flash of fighting spirit, and he took the number plate given to him by the staff and walked into the gate of the player passage. KO. Player number 3027, you can go to the 30th floor. While speaking, the referee pressed the device in his hand a few times, and after 2 beeps, he spat out a ticket. While handing the bill to Kahlua, looking at his young body, he added a rare sentence. Come on, 35. Advertisement at this time, in the auditorium outside the stadium, although Zipo Nian's body was quite strong, he was still perfectly concealed under the cover of this dark audience. At this moment, Zipo Nian looked at Kahlua who defeated his opponent neatly, and couldn't help shedding tears of emotion. Master Kahlua's talent is really good. He already has such strength and speed at the age of 6. He is a perfect killer. As long as Master Kahlua is around, we can definitely afford the brand of beating the enemy Haka. Disgusting, it seems that I am really old, and even the lacrimal glands have become so developed. Zipo Nian sighed while wiping away her tears. His face was full of moving smiles. Okay. After the random result of the ticket, Kahlua walked off the ring with a look of indifference. The strength of that person just now was completely a rookie, so it is no wonder that the fat man MIG can easily hit more than 100 layers. It seems that the real masters of the Sky Arena are above the 200th floor. No wonder my father would say that he must never register on the 200th floor, and he would go home immediately when he reached the 200th floor. After only one battle, Kahlua roughly estimated the situation in the Sky Arena. However, even though it was below the 200th floor, it would be too naive for Kahlua to estimate the strength of all the players on the first floor. If it were that simple, Kahlua wouldn't have been boiled for 2 years in the original book. In the original book, Kahlua had told Gon that from the 90th floor to the 100th floor, and staying above the 100th floor were 2 levels of police. The 100th floor is a watershed, because after crossing the 100th floor, the treatment will be better, and you will directly enjoy the hotel level package, so everyone will fight to protect the level. There are also many people who will do anything, and the longer they stay at this level, the better they are at protecting it. Once entangled with these people, it will take a lot of time and energy. Since Kahlua would say so, it must be because he has encountered these guards himself, so he knows how difficult they are. It is estimated that Kahlua will be stuck on the 100th floor. I hope he can still maintain such an optimistic attitude. Chapter 204. Lin Mo. Come back in the evening, I will let you call Ba. Subscribe. The water passed by, the leaves fell one after another, and the time passed quietly for 5 months. The time has finally come to the day that the high-level executives of the Sky Arena are looking forward to, October 26th, which is the start date of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. Due to the official promotion of the Sky Arena, this year's Olympia Martial Arts Conference can be regarded as the most watched one in the world. This level of attention has even caused a sensation that the entire official government of the Republic of Batokya has come forward to personally stand on the platform of the Sky Arena during the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. The Sky Arena at this time can be completely described with a loud voice. Several areas centered on the Sky Arena have been changed to pedestrian streets, and no vehicles are allowed to enter. At this time, this entire area can be called a sea of people. There are all kinds of food vendors, souvenir shops, and even street performers who got their licenses early. It is densely distributed throughout the region. A pair of father and son hung a banner on the side wall with the words, "Father and Son Roadside Performance," and began to sell their art on the street. The younger son stood on a wooden plank supported by a cylinder, performing a clown tossing a ball, while the father by the side played a moving music with an accordion. But just this little trick in the past can still attract a crowd of onlookers and applause. Coins of various denominations and small banknotes fell into the piano boxes placed on the roadside. The street performers are still like this, not to mention the vendors next to them. Okay, I've kept you waiting, this is your octopus balls. A grilled sausage. A total of 2020 nuns, I'll give you a fraction, and I'll charge you 2000 nuns, 39. Unlike the vendors in the general market, they don't need to sell anything at all. But the guests still came in like a tide. Basically every vendor's booth is full of long queues. Because the floating population in today's Sky Arena is too large, so much that it is difficult for even the merchants to digest it. Even to the point where demand is in short supply. This was the reason why the entire Sky Arena had already entered the busy period ahead of schedule, even though there were still 5 months before the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. Let's not talk about the booming business. In such a special period, the general selling price is about 2 or 3 times more expensive than before. For these vendors, such an opportunity is like coming over with a sack to grab money. It's just the business district near the Sky Arena, not to mention the Sky Arena, the center of the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament. Various TV stations, newspapers, magazines and other media flocked to the sky, directly surrounding the entire Sky Arena so that it could not be drained. Fortunately, the Sky Arena specially reserved a channel in advance for the VIP spectators who came to watch the game, otherwise they would not even be able to enter. Oh, the Sky Arena is quite big this year, I heard that the old man Netero has been invited over. At this time, on the 234th floor of the Sky Arena, Lin Mo stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass with only a pair of shorts on, looking at the crowd as dense as ants, and said something with a chuckle. After all, this is your only time to participate in the competition, can the Sky Arena take the opportunity to promote it properly? Maki's voice came from behind Lin Mo. Looking back, I saw Maki in a cool three-point style, and really grabbed his hair with both hands and was about to tie it up. Look at the slightly messy hair on his auricle and forehead, and the slightly rosy skin on his body. It's not hard to see that it's clearly been through a big battle just now. Advertisement. As for Shizuku, she was even more extreme than Maki, she didn't even put on a suit, she just sat on the sofa beside her and continued to read books. Looking at Maki's unintentionally revealing sexy, and at Shizuku, who was dumb, big and cute, Lin Mo couldn't help but get excited again. As if sensing something, Maki glanced at Lin Mo's panties again, and said angrily. Don't forget that you're going to play in a while, are you sure this time is enough? After hearing this, Lin Mo had no choice but to curl his lips and give up his original plan. After all, Maki was right. With his own fighting power, this time is really not enough. It's better not to start. Bell, bell, bell. As soon as Maki finished speaking, the landline beside him rang. It was estimated that the Sky Arena had called to remind Lin Mo that it was almost time for the opening ceremony. Sure enough, after Lin Mo answered the phone, a sweet and polite female voice came from the microphone. Hello, is this the landlord Lin Mo? The opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament is about to start. Please let me know if you are here. Get ready. Got it. 35. After replying absently, Lin Mo hung up the phone directly. After taking a warm look at Maki and Shizuku again, Lin Mo put away the impulse in his heart and walked quickly to the cloakroom. I can't watch it anymore, it's going to happen if I watch it anymore. Looking at Lin Mo, who left in a hurry, Maki showed a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. Just now, her lip nibbling the hair tie and pulling her hair was intentional, just to tease Lin Mo, so that he could watch and not eat. After a while, he was all dressed up, put on a black casual slim suit and walked out of the cloakroom. Generally speaking, the owner of the Sky Arena will be dressed in fancy clothes on the day of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. The purpose is to quickly attract the attention of the audience and help to build their reputation. After all, they rely on fame to eat, and the more famous they are, the more money they make. So it's all for the sake of a good meal, not shabby. And Lin Mo, apparently without this trouble, just put on a casual suit for daily travel and came out. Although it has not been dressed up in the slightest, it is still enough to defeat everyone in terms of justice. Face value is justice. After Lin Mo came out of the cloakroom, after giving Maki a revengeful kiss on the lips, he whispered in his ear. When I come back at night, let you call Ba. Lin Mo knew for a long time that Maki did it on purpose. Shizuku only wore the Emperor's new clothes. She was naturally indifferent to Lin Mo, and she was too lazy to change. According to Shizuku, she had to be pulled down again, not change. Maki is different. Although Maki used to tie his hair, he never had the habit of biting the hair tie with his lips, but Maki was playing a conspiracy, and he couldn't resist it at all. Hearing this, Maki gave Lin Mo a blushing look, but he didn't say anything to refute. Because Lin Mo is really too strong, and she has indeed called once again when she can't stand it again, so of course she has no confidence to refute Lin Mo's words at this time. Afterwards, Lin Mo also lowered his head and leaned over to kiss Shizuku's lips, who was sitting on the sofa reading a certain book with relish. At this time, Shizuku had completely given up on the improvisation book, and there was nothing she could do. She really couldn't remember the matter of bookmarking. It is not as convenient as reading ordinary books. After tidying up his collar again, Lin Mo said hello to Maki and Shizuku, and walked into his own elevator to the top floor of the Sky Arena. As the elevator got closer to the destination, the ever-passionate voice of the MC who presided over the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament began to gradually enter Lin Mo's ears. Fighting lovers all over the world, I've made you wait so long. Sky Arena, on the 250th floor, is the top floor of the Sky Arena. At this time, the top floor has been officially transformed into an arc-shaped fighting venue by the Sky Arena, and the overall style still follows the Baroque art style as always. Under the grand tone of the atmosphere, it is very luxurious and high-end. Advertisement at this moment, the auditorium of the venue has begun to be densely filled with spectators who were fortunate enough to grab tickets and come to watch the game live. And from time to time, new audiences keep coming in. Trouble let. Somewhere in the auditorium, a childish voice sounded in the crowd, and a little boy was holding a pile of snacks such as popcorn, chocolate, fruit soda and so on that were almost as high as his head. While shouting, he squeezed into his place from the crowd. The little boy who managed to get to the position, put down the pile of snacks he bought, finally showed his head, wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead and sighed. Really, it feels more tiring to squeeze in than me to fight a game. Hey, aren't you the one who hit the 100th floor at the age of 6 recently and is known as the prodigy Kahlua who is expected to become the next Lin Mo? As soon as Kahlua sat down, she was recognized by a young lady next to her and said in surprise. "Ahahahahahahahaha, it should be me, right? What a shameful title." Kalua's mouth twitched a little, and he replied with a haha. "You also came to see my husband Lin Mo. If you take a closer look, you are quite cute. Although you can't compare to my husband, you are not disgraced by the title of the next Lin Mo." While speaking, Miss Sister also looked up and down at Kalua's appearance. OMG, meet Lin Mo's brainless fan. Kahlua, who has been in the Sky Arena for more than 5 months, is no longer the little white who had never even heard of Lin Mo's name. He knew that Lin Mo had a group of die-hard fans in the Sky Arena when he collected information on Lin Mo a few months ago. And the most obvious sign of this group of brain-dead fans is that others call Lin Mo the most shivering noble son, but they are better, calling their husband directly. Fortunately, just when Kahlua didn't know how to answer, the MC who was in the studio came out to the rescue. Dear audiences, in this Sky Arena, the world's strongest fighting feast, the Olympia Martial Arts Conference is finally about to open. Of course, all the competitions will be broadcast live in various regions of the 5 continents through TV, radio and the internet. Only the lucky viewers who have grabbed the limited tickets will be able to enter the venue. I'm so envious. 9. While talking, the MC made a coquettish shout to highlight the superiority of the audience. Actually at the moment, it's not just Kahlua. Even Silva, Zeno, Ilmi and other members of the Haka family who were in the Tora area and the base camp of the Haka family in the Kakulu Mountains gathered together in the living room and watched it together through a live webcast, in this Olympia Martial Arts Conference. As for their technical support, of course, it is MIG beating the enemy. Dad, let's see what's the use of this Olympia Martial Arts Tournament. Just this group of fish in the Sky Arena, can't test Lin Mo's strength. 99. MIG beat the enemy and said indifferently while stuffing potato chips into his mouth. Wen Yan Zeno looked back at MIG's increasingly plump figure, shook his head and sighed. MIG, although your mind is very good, it is always out of tune, and you are not willing to cultivate well. Don't need to see if others can test his depth, we just need to see Lin Mo play. But that's fine. The technology is getting more and more developed now. It's fine if you jump out as a technical support to beat the enemy Haka. After saying that, Zeno turned around and continued to watch the live broadcast. Fortunately, my daughter-in-law can give birth, especially Kahlua, this little guy who can be said to have the strongest talent for beating enemies in all generations. Otherwise, if only MIG is born, then beating enemies will end sooner or later. Even though it was born a lot, in the end even, that thing, was born together. However, Zeno knows that he can't blame Kikyo in this regard. The source of that thing comes from his grandfather, Maha Punch, in the final analysis. Even if this generation does not appear, it will appear in the next generation, sooner or later. Moreover, the problems of his grandfather must be dealt with in his own generation, and we must not let that thing affect the development of the little Kahlua. Chapter 205. The world's attention. In fact, it is not only the people who beat the enemy Haka family who are interested in this year's Olympia Martial Arts Conference. At this time, the members of the fandom troop scattered all over the world are also watching the live broadcast of the Sky Arena at the same time. Although Sky Arena has spared no effort in propaganda during this period of time, even Nobunaga, who has been burying himself in the deep forest, has received the Sky Arena flyer in the forest. Not to mention other people, under such propaganda, even if you don't know that Lin Mo will participate in this Olympia Martial Arts Conference, it will be difficult. So because of Lin Mo's existence, everyone watched the live broadcast one after another. At this time, Nobunaga, who had washed away the dirt generated in the forest, put on a set of werewolf costumes and pushed open the door of the bar in a small town on the edge of the forest. He went straight to the seat of a muscular man who was over 2 meters tall and had a muscular body. No matter who it was, he just grabbed a large glass of beer on the table and drank it. Ton. Hey, Nobunaga, this is my beer, you want to get it yourself? Uvijin looked at Nobunaga with a displeased look, who really didn't consider himself an outsider, and shouted Nobunaga, who picked up his own beer and poured it on himself. Nobunaga and Uvijin are good friends themselves, and they made an appointment to watch the show together long ago. Oh, you can drink frozen beer after taking a shower. Nobunaga ignored Uvijin's dissatisfaction at all, and just squinted at Uvijin. Uvijin, you are so embarrassed to say, you must wait for me to pay for a while. How many times do you dare to complain that I drink your beer? It's my treat every time, okay. Hearing this, Uvijin not only did not have the slightest shame, but also laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha. I'm a thief. If you want to grab it, why should you buy it with money? Seeing Uvijin's upright and shameless face, Nobunaga couldn't help but slap his forehead 103. Forget it katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. I guess even Lin Mo wouldn't be able to persuade Uvijin. Sometimes it's not about money or not, it's about whether or not there is. For example, if they rob the tavern now, won't they have to buy wine next time when Nobunaga comes out of the forest? However, it is estimated that Nobunaga can't make sense even if he talks to Uvijin. After ordering 2 more glasses of beer, Nobunaga watched the live broadcast on the TV, his eyes flashed, and he knew. Another 3 years have passed, and I don't know how the deputy commander's strength is now. It is estimated that it has become more terrifying. After Uvijin took the beer from the boss, he picked up a glass and poured it. Then he casually wiped the beer stains left on his mouth with his arm and said to Nobunaga. Isn't this nonsense? I have been with the deputy head for a period of time before, you should also feel it. It will be very difficult to move forward after our strength reaches a certain height. But the deputy head is different. His strength growth seems to have no bottleneck at first. No matter how high the gas volume is, it is increasing at the same rate, 99. This is just the state that the deputy head has not been cultivating. If the deputy head hadn't been so lazy during this period, his overall strength would have at least tripled. Uvijin's eyes now had a rare flash of wisdom in his eyes. And among them, world celebrities who want to witness the world's highest level of fighting with their own eyes also came to the scene one after another. After the MC introduced the audience, she began to introduce the row of world-famous people sitting in the highest stand. Advertisement. The golden high chairs behind them all show the nobility of their identities. This group of people are either royal dignitaries or oligarchs in a certain field. Among them, the 10 old men also sent a member to participate as their representative. Don't look at the fact that Sky Arena and the underworld don't seem to be on the same page. One is a sports league, and the other is an illegal league. But in fact, many thugs, red sticks, and leaders in the underworld had participated in the competition of the Sky Arena, and some of them were even able to successfully hit the 100th floor. After all, there are not many other people who mix black, and the most money is. Under the powerful money offensive, many fighters will be poached by the underworld and change careers to join the underworld. And this year, because of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference, Lin Mo, the strongest in the world, has participated. In addition to these ordinary world celebrities, there are also 5 real bigwigs, V5's diplomatic representatives. Since Lin Mo defeated Netero to become the world's #1 powerhouse, V5 has never stopped researching Lin Mo. But the problem is that although Lin Mo's public shots are not too few, they are basically the videos left when he was in the Sky Arena, and most of them have no reference value. The only thing that can have a little reference value is the bombing space that Lin Mo used when he was in the landlord battle with Tour. But the problem is that Lin Mo didn't even show all the abilities of bombing space at the beginning. It only revealed the ability to pull people or objects down around him. So until now, the people of V5 know nothing about the detailed NEN information except for a representation system revealed by Netero. But the problem is that Lin Mo, who has the Flying Thunder God's technique, has always been in the dark. He may be in Aegean continent 1 second, and he can appear in Yoruba continent the next second. It is impossible to capture Lin Mo in detail, let alone record his information. So now, in Lin Mo's data, in addition to being able to pull objects over, there is another question about NEN's ability to teleport. Since Lin Mo is a materialization system, NEN, it means that Lin Mo must materialize something to achieve the effect. But the question is what exactly is Lin Mo embodied, and no one knows that. No one had suggested before that whether or not Crollo or the Nosra family should be brought over. After all, even Silva can discover the relationship between Crollo and Lin Mo. As V5, how could they not have thought of this? It's just that I thought about it again and it was rejected. Since Lin Mo, Side, is not like Netero and Maha, both of whom have clear ties, they are somewhat manageable for V5. Lin Mo is different. Although the Nosla family pays a part of the income to Lin Mo every year, Lin Mo basically belongs to the Nosla family who never asks about it. From this, it is not difficult to see that the Nosla family is simply a dispensable existence for Lin Mo, and it is impossible to become his tie. So if V5 shoots against Crollo and the others, God knows what Lin Mo's attitude will be. Once a powerhouse like Lin Mo gets out of control, the consequences will be very serious, especially if a powerhouse like Lin Mo is suspected of having the ability of teleportation. If you really want to do something, it's more dangerous than Netero and Maha. Advertisement therefore, in the end, V5 decided not to take this risk. First, they can't guarantee that they can afford the consequences of Lin Mo's madness, and secondly, they have basically never heard of anything Lin Mo has done in the past few years, so they comforted themselves that they were not in a hurry. For a time, porcelain did not touch pottery and the like. Some time ago, they received news that Maki and Shizuku are both Lin Mo's partners. After learning this news, they secretly felt a little bit of fear in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't choose to start with Crollo and the others. With the energy of V5, how could they not know that Lin Mo put Maki into the Sky Arena as a cooperative healer on the condition of agreeing to participate in the Olympia martial arts tournament? As for Shizuku, she has always been inseparable with Maki, so it is normal to deduce that she is also Lin Mo's partner. Otherwise, who have you seen who dated their boyfriend and brought their best friend? Therefore, after learning that Lin Mo participated in this Olympia martial arts conference, V5 made a phone call without the official invitation of Sky Arena and asked Sky Arena to reserve 5 positions for them. Just kidding, is it possible to observe Lin Mo's shot up close? How could they miss such an opportunity? The heads of all official Nen organizations, teams and agencies in their own country were convened overnight. Let them find a Nen who is most suitable for the ability to detect covertly. And these 5 people will also become their V5 representatives to participate in this Olympia martial arts conference, to detect Lin Mo's strength, ability and other information at close range. At this time, they were sitting in the 5 most central seats in the highest stand, looking at the lower ring with serious expressions. They all came with tasks, and naturally it was impossible to maintain the same happy mood as normal audiences. In fact, the pressure on the 5 of them is quite great, because the organization requirements are that Lin Mo must not discover their probe, and at the same time, Lin Mo must bring back as much detailed information as possible. Can this pressure be great? As everyone in the audience knows, the higher the number of floors our Sky Arena can go, the higher the strength will be. And from the 230th time to the 250th floor, it is a match between floor master, which is the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. If there are social media platforms such as Dodad and Weibo in the full-time Hunter world, it is estimated that the real number of Lin Mo's fans will not be less than 1 billion. As expected of you, I will never let go of any wool. This year's publicity effect is quite satisfactory to Sky Arena executives. With the addition of Lin Mo, a pair of female causal weapons, Sky Arena's influence really spreads around the world like a virus. Of course, if the audience in front of the TV also wants to get this booklet, they can buy it on the official website of our Sky Arena, and we will deliver it home with free shipping. The MC's opening ceremony is still going on. Although most people know that the Olympia Martial Arts Conference is a fighting conference between landlords, she still has to introduce it as usual. Audience friends at the scene, you can look at the left side of your seats. There is a booklet on it, which records the basic information of all 21 landlords of our Sky Arena, before the game starts. You can find out for yourself first. Moreover, this year, a large wave of Lin Mo's face powder has joined in, and it is estimated that it is necessary for them to explain. Chapter 206. Netero's Invitation X. The formation of the 12 earthly branches. Open black lens bracket. Subscription. Close black lens bracket. Then, let's not talk nonsense. Now all players are invited to enter. While shouting in her passionate voice, the MC of ceremonies waved her hands and pointed to an entrance that looked like a player's passage. Wow! After hearing the driver's sister say that the contestants are about to enter the stadium, the audience couldn't help but get excited. It's finally here. I can finally see Lin Mo's graceful figure again. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen my husband for a long time. One of Lin Mo's stubborn fans even burst into tears of excitement. 66. And the person in charge of V5 sitting in the top grandstand was no exception. Hearing that, his expression became more solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the exit of the player passage. Although the audience outside was very much looking forward to the player's appearance, Lin Mo, who was walking in the player tunnel to the exit, looked at the group of monsters and monsters behind him with disgust. Nima really has everything to wear. Although Lin Mo has already made a plan to attract attention, so he will wear strange shoes and clothes, but he never expected to reach this level. Purple, red, green, tight, prickly, Nima and women's. The most excessive thing is one of the fat guys. Is this Nima sure it's not the sexy clothes she wears at home? Looking at the group of demons and monsters behind him, Lin Mo couldn't help but speed up a few steps, as if there was something unclean behind him. To be honest, Lin Mo really regretted his decision to agree to participate in the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament after looking at the monsters and monsters in the water after he came up. If it weren't for the fact that he had already received the benefits of others, Lin Mo would have really thought about whether to leave, Flying Thunder God, directly. It's really as uncomfortable as breathing a piece of air. Despair, as if receiving a signal, as Lin Mo took a step at the exit of the player's channel, a huge sound wave suddenly erupted in the audience. What, husband, 99, my husband is so handsome. Come on Lin Mo, the shivering noble boy, F*K them. Except for a few who called out other players' names, most of the audience were Lin Mo fans. At this time, in the audience Kahlua called Nympho was no exception. She even pulled Kahlua excitedly and asked Kahlua to follow her and call her husband Lin Mo. Kahlua. Look, it's the husband is here, hurry up and shout with me. Forehead. Kahlua didn't know what to say about this. Although he came to see Lin Mo, he really couldn't do it if he made him go crazy with this group of people. Fortunately, Kahlua's nature is kind after all. If it was replaced by Ilmi, it is estimated that a few needles would have gone down earlier and the world would have become quiet. But fortunately, the nympho girl didn't pull Kahlua all the time. After pulling it twice, she stood up in excitement and went crazy at Lin Mo's figure. Seeing this, Kahlua also let out a long sigh of relief and then casually flipped through the brochures issued by his Sky Arena. Rather than focusing its audience on Lin Mo, Kahlua focused more on Lin Mo's opponents. After all, the information collection for Lin Mo has basically been completed before. Except for the moment when Lin Mo just appeared, Kahlua looked at Lin Mo a few times, and then Kahlua turned his attention to the person behind Lin Mo who was wearing a purple one piece which didn't feel like a serious pair, on the bald fat man. Advertisement. This guy is what Lin Mo said was a lunatic who ran away in a sexy suit. Let me see, Gold Lev, how many gladiators have been beaten, and how many referees have been knocked over? Kahlua was stunned when she saw the information displayed in the brochure. Dude, is this a fight to kill a referee? It seems that it should be a large area damage player? All in one. 35. After seeing all the contestants appear, the MC roared again. From these 21 contestants, the strongest floor owner will be determined. The strongest floor owner will inherit the ownership of the top floor of the 250th floor. Hearing the term, strongest, the audience boiled again. Those who can be selected to watch the game are basically the old fans of the Sky Arena, which means that except for a few Lin Mo fans who are like Nympho, the rest of the Lin Mo fans are basically the same as Lin Mo and Lin Mo. Tour's duel attracted Lin Mo's fighting fans. For this group of old fighting fans, the word, strongest, immediately touched their G*********T. At this historic moment, the legendary man also came, 99. Let's welcome Mr. Isaac Netero, president of the Hunter Guild, 35. As if the explosions weren't enough, the MC's sister released a bomb again. You must know that the outside world does not know the fact that Netero was defeated by Lin Mo. At this time, he is still the strongest in the world. This time, the Sky Arena was able to invite Netero over, which was really unprecedented. Hearing this, the audience all looked towards the arena, all wanting to see what the world's #1 powerhouse looks like. However, the Sky Arena official seemed to be deliberately trying to whet the audience's appetite. Netero himself did not play, but the screen on the big screen changed, changing from the studio to another room. Netero was wearing a loose dance suit, holding a small note in front of the camera and saying, "To all the floor owners who participated in the Olympia fighting tournament, I am Isaac Netero, president of the Hunter Association, 99. Now you are at the top of the Sky Arena, and you will fight for honor, but winning the battle and standing at the top also means the beginning of loneliness. At the moment when the winner is decided, you will become someone else. Chasing the target. 35. The former opponents have also disappeared far behind, and there is only an empty surface in front of us. When we encounter this situation, what is the powerful endpoint? Is there any meaning to what you have worked hard so far? Maybe you will find that you have lost everything. Anyway, please enjoy it." It's rare for Netero to speak so earnestly, and he doesn't know if it's really out of emotion or just how much money is in the Sky Arena. But Lin Mo could feel it, and part of this sentence was indeed written by Netero himself. Although the epilogue at the end feels like the content of the note suddenly disappears, leading to a hasty end. After Netero's speech was completed, the picture on the screen switched back to the studio again. Miss MC was not at all embarrassed by Netero's anticlimactic and still said passionately, "Did everyone hear it? The president's speech? Did everyone understand it? 35. Enjoy. Enjoy the moment that is exclusive to this space. That's what President Netero told us. Then, before the official start of the Olympia fighting tournament, enjoy the dance brought by the official mascot of the Olympia fighting tournament. It _is_a_show _time." It seems that there is no sign of Netero coming out at all. Lin Mo estimates that Netero should be arranged to appear as the final guest of honor. Lin Mo, who was returning to the player's channel, was already feeling a little bored watching the lights and music starting to sound in the surrounding venues. At first, I thought that coming to participate in this Olympia martial arts tournament was just a matter of passing through, and it would be a matter of seconds after casually fighting twice. I didn't expect them to be the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony again, and what kind of speeches are they going to give? The whole process has been delayed from the afternoon to the evening. Kahlua in the audience had prepared a lot of snacks, but they had already finished eating before the game started. Glancing at the group of puppets that were slowly descending from the ceiling, Lin Mo estimated that it would be a while before the official martial arts tournament began. "Do you want to go and chat with that old man Netero?" Lin Mo always felt that Netero's sudden appearance at the Olympia fighting tournament should not be just for bad money, otherwise he wouldn't have brought the flying thunder god kunai that Lin Mo gave him at the end of the Hunter exam. Advertisement. For Flowers 0. That's right, after Lin Mo learned that Netero was officially invited by the Sky Arena, he had sensed Netero's flying thunder god kunai. Later, it was found that its coordinates appeared in the Sky Arena, which means that Netero carried Fei Lishan kunai with him. Therefore, Lin Mo deduced that Netero should have something to talk to Lin Mo about when he came to the Sky Arena this time apart from just bad money. Just after returning to the player channel, Lin Mo didn't care what other players thought, turned into a white light in the eyes of the rest of the players, and disappeared in place. "President, what are you doing at the end of your speech?" "I have written the speech in advance." At this time, in a room on a certain floor in the Sky Arena, the Bean Noodles man was complaining to Netero, who was in the left ear and the right ear out. However, when the Bean Noodles man was halfway through his words, he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden white light in the room. Compared with the surprise of the Bean Noodles man, Netero seemed extremely calm, as if he had expected Lin Mo to come over. He stroked his beard and smiled. Point 0. Ho ho ho, Lin Mo, long time no see. 35, yo, President Netero, it looks like you're not surprised at all that I came to you. After Fei Lei Shen came, Lin Mo found a place at random and sat down, then greeted Netero. Netero just smiled. Ho ho. Again, he knew that Lin Mo must have noticed that he was looking for him, so, Flying Thunder God, came here at this time. There is no need to explain things that everyone is tacit. When the Bean Noodles man on the side saw Lin Mo's appearance, he left the room consciously. Netero said before that he came to the Sky Arena this time except because they gave too much. There is one more thing I plan to chat with Lin Mo. So after seeing Lin Mo, the main character, the Bean Noodles man also greeted Lin Mo in a friendly way, and then walked directly to the door, leaving the space for the two of them. After pouring a cup of tea for Lin Mo in the prepared cup, Netero pushed the tea in front of Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, you've been a hunter for almost 3 or 4 years, right? After Lin Mo took over the tea, seeing Netero suddenly chatting about daily life, he raised his eyebrows and said, It's been 3 years, it's not like your style, old man, to be so obtuse, just say something. Ho ho ho. Since that's the case, then I'll just say it straight. Lin Mo, are you interested in coming to the Hunters Association to serve as an official? Seeing that Lin Mo had already made it clear, Netero didn't beat around the bush, straightforwardly said. Join the Hunter Association? Hearing that, Lin Mo's eyes couldn't help condensing. Is it? That's right, it's too wasteful to stay out of the country with your strength, so I want to invite you to help me manage the Hunter Guild. Although Netero said this righteously, how could Lin Mo, who knew the inside story, not know? 12 earthly branches. It is an internal organization of the Hunter Association composed of 12 hunters that Netero recognizes its strength. Netero will entrust them to run the Hunter Association when there is something wrong, and they will serve as play opponents in their spare time. The latter purpose accounts for most of the factors. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Each of these people was given a code name, and these people who were so committed to President Netero changed their names and even changed their outfits in order to match the code name. It can be said that he is the most loyal fan of Netero. Except Peristone and Kim Free CSS, of course. Netero invited Lin Mo to join the Hunter Association at this time. If he guessed correctly, Netero's one office and half office should actually refer to the 12 earthly branches. Chapter 207. Mobius Who X Black Record X Threat, subscribe. Hey, Lin Mo, you can also see, old man, I'm old now, and I have to continue to work so hard every day to manage the big and small things of the entire Hunter Association. In the past few years, the old man has really felt powerless, but the burden on me, the old man, can't be lifted. In the entire Hunter Association, I am most optimistic about you, Lin Mo, 99. So, Lin Mo, can you come and help me? Seeing that Lin Mo didn't respond, Netero immediately turned the conversation around and started to sell miserable to Lin Mo. It even blocked the flow of facial thoughts, making the wrinkles on his face even more aggravated. In the original work, after Netero used up 100-style Guanyin 0 style, he became dry and old because his whole body was exhausted. Therefore, it is inferred that mind can achieve Tsunade, Yin Seal, to a certain extent, close black lens bracket effect. However, this move by Netero was of no use to Lin Mo. He calmly took a sip of tea and said, Okay, old man, let's just do it. What are the benefits and obligations? Although Lin Mo had already guessed what Netero wanted to do, Lin Mo did not refuse the first time, but planned to ask what he could get and what he needed to pay before making a decision. Not to mention Periston and the other brainless fans in the 12 earthly branches, but Jin for CSS, the well-known prodigal son, even joined the 12 earthly branches. 107. Even Jin for CSS, the most irresponsible, troublesome and shy person among the full-time hunters in the whole article, even joined the 12 earthly branches. There must be something to attract Kim for CSS, he will agree to join the organization. So Lin Mo was a little curious, what kind of price Netero offered to hook Jin Free CSS to him as a working boy. And judging from the fact that Kim Free CSS has been absent every year and has almost become the recognized absentee king, it is estimated that there should not be much compulsion. So it doesn't hurt to hear Netero's price tag first. Seeing this, Netero curled his lips and put away the look of a miserable old man. Alas, today's young people really have no sympathy. Looking at Lin Mo, who was still indifferent, Netero calmed down and said seriously, Lin Mo, you should already know the existence of the Dark Continent. After all, Lin Mo's strength is here. After so many years in the outside world, Netero can't believe that he will not be aware of the truth of the world. Hearing this, Lin Mo didn't deny it, and admitted it very simply, that's right. If that's the case, then you should also aim at the Dark Continent, 99. That's right. Then, if you are willing to join the Hunter Association, then you will have the authority second only to me, which means that you will be able to freely browse the information collected by the Hunter Association over the years, including the Dark Continent. After listening to Netero's words, Lin Mo finally understood why Kim Free CSS chose to join the 12 earthly branches. It is estimated that Netero also used this condition to lure him. But there is one thing to say, the temptation of Netero's condition is indeed great. Although Lin Mo already has the ability to transfer space for his own use like slaughterhouse, he still arranged for Shalnark to find information about how to go to the Dark Continent. Logically speaking, based on the ability of room, slaughterhouse, that Lin Mo exerts, he can take the entire Phantom Brigade to the Dark Continent through space transfer. After all, 1 slaughterhouse is not enough, then 10, dozens of times, and a few more times will eventually be able to reach the Dark Continent. That said, Lin Mo doesn't actually need to collect the regular way to go to the Dark Continent. And the reason why Lin Mo still arranges Shalnark to collect information in this regard is because he finds that he can't leave this hunter world simply by moving. Advertisement: this is a previous attempt by Lin Mo. One day, on a whim, he planned to imitate Tony's Big D*K to fly high into the sky after building the steel battlesuit, so as to try to see if he could see the existence of the Dark Continent through a certain height of sight. And it was this time that Lin Mo finally understood why Lake Mobius was called Lake Mobius. Mobius Lake. Although Lin Mo had a flash of conjecture in his mind when he learned that the world of full-time hunters is only in this place called Mobius Lake. But only after he came to this world, did Lin Mo know that the conjecture of his previous life was correct. The reason why this lake was named Mobius Lake by the old thief Fujian is because it originated from the Mobius ring. Mobius ring. It is a magical ring discovered by German mathematicians Mobius and Johann Listing in 1858. It is a paper tape circle made by twisting a piece of paper 180 degrees, and then gluing the two ends together. However, such a simple thing has an extremely terrifying concept. Infinite loop. If you use a pencil to draw a line along the strip, when you finish drawing and return to the starting point you just drew, you will find that the front and back of the strip are marked with pencil marks. In the process of drawing the line, in fact, there is no intention to turn the paper tape over, but it can achieve the effect of drawing lines on both sides. The structure of the Mobius ring is different from the ordinary ring. It seems to have no end, and it also goes on and on. After the original Lin Mo reached a certain height, no matter how many meters he moved up, the height under his feet remained unchanged. The whole sky seems to have been applied with a layer of unlimited spell. In other words, the entire Mobius Lake is actually a secret realm in the Dark Continent. After all, at the beginning of the Full-Time Hunter anime, it was mentioned that this world existed, the secret realm and the Devil realm. It is precisely because of this that other species and various disasters in the Dark Continent cannot invade Mobius Lake, making the entire Mobius Lake like a paradise. But it also trapped humans in Lake Mobius. It is estimated that the so-called Gatekeeper family is actually the family that controls the key to the gate of Mobius Lake to a certain extent. It is very likely that he was deceived by the ancestors of mankind thousands of years ago or used some means to reach an unbreakable deal, and put the human beings who were fleeing in the Dark Continent into the Mobius shoe. After all, the attitude of the gatekeepers to human beings is too strange. While hating human beings, they will come into contact with human beings, and even lead the way and open the door for them. The same attitude is not normal. It is precisely because of this that Lin Mo believes that the transaction between human ancestors and the gatekeepers must be unpleasant, and it is very likely that humans have used their own rhetoric or some small tricks to fool the gatekeepers. It will lead to the hostility of the gatekeepers to human beings. But since this kind of transaction is inviolable, they have to obey human orders to a certain extent. That is to say, if Lin Mo wants to go to the Dark Continent, he must first figure out how to get there, how to go to the road, to the gatekeeper, how to get in touch with the gatekeeper, etc. prerequisite for going to the Dark Continent. In the past 3 years, although Shalnark has also collected some information on the Dark Continent, to be honest, it is basically scraps from the corners. There is very little that can be done. Advertisement. Therefore, at this time, the conditions proposed by Netero made Lin Mo very excited. With the database of the Hunter Association, Lin Mo believes that there should be something he wants. However, although Lin Mo is very excited in his heart, he is still calm on the surface. After all, Netero hasn't said what he wants to accomplish. After drinking a sip of tea, Lin Mo decided to take back part of the initiative. Oh, does it include black records as well? Open black lens bracket condensation, close black lens bracket. The moment he heard the open black lens bracket black record close black lens bracket, Netero's aura suddenly changed, from the original gentle grandfather back to the world's #1 martial artist in an instant. Lin Mo. You kid, where did you inquire about the black record? Netero can't help but be nervous. If there is any powerful stain about Netero in front of the world, it is only black record. Once this black record is released, not only Netero himself, but even the entire Hunter Association may face a situation of disintegration. Even an existence like the V5 can have massive uproar. Open black lens bracket black record close black lens bracket. This is a book sealed by the Hunter Association and V5. What is recorded here is all the dark incidents committed by Jed, the founder of the Shadow organization who founded the Hunter Association with Netero and formed all the darkness that bears the Hunter Association. And the reason why V5 is involved is precisely because most of these things are things that V5 ordered, Soul Shadow, to commit. The horrific incidents recorded here, I dare not say that each one is more serious than Lin Mo's original, Rose, but at least it is an existence of the same level. Absolutely stunning. That's why Netero is so nervous. After all, what Netero is tied to now is the Hunters Association, and this black record just hits Netero's life. But the problem is that they can't completely destroy this black record, so they can only seal it up. After all, this black record is dangerous, but it is also a guarantee between the Hunter Association and V5. Existence of almost the same nature as nuclear weapons. This is also the reason why Jade 0.8 did not even need to collect intelligence after returning from death for many years, and he knew that the Hunter Association had never destroyed the Black Record. As one of the founders of the Hunter Association, Jed is all too aware of the filth within the Hunter Association. You must know, not to mention the V5 side, in the entire Hunter Association, the number of people who know the existence of Black Record is definitely not more than one palm. As if seeing Netero's thoughts, Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I know the existence of Black Record through some kind of ability item, and the news about Black Record has not spread to the outside world." It was the lifeblood of the Hunters Association, so Netero couldn't be more nervous. But if Lin Mo knew about the existence of the Black Record, does that mean that this information has been spread unintentionally? But he still looked at Lin Mo with a very serious expression. "So, Lin Mo, are you trying to threaten the old man me by mentioning Black Record at this time?" Although Netero doesn't know much about Lin Mo, he can still feel that even if Lin Mo knows about the existence of Black Record, he shouldn't mess around. Although Netero breathed a sigh of relief in his heart after receiving Lin Mo's reply. And only Netero has seen the content inside, but the problem is that since Lin Mo can know the existence of Black Record, what about others? Chapter 208, The Reply of Netero x Lin Mo Against My Heart. The moment Netero's voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became more solemn than ever. There was even a trace of killing aura wafting from Netero's body. Although he appreciates Lin Mo's younger generation, it does not mean that Netero will be willing to accept Lin Mo's threat. If Lin Mo really means this, even if he can't beat Lin Mo, Netero will bite a piece of meat off him. After seeing Netero's reaction, Lin Mo knew his purpose had been achieved. He never thought of threatening Netero from beginning to end, he just planned to gain a certain amount of initiative in the next negotiation. After all, Netero was someone who had personally traveled to the Dark Continent, so he might need Netero's help in some places in the future. If possible, Lin Mo doesn't want to offend him too much. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, breaking the original dignified atmosphere a little, and said, "How is it possible, no matter how I say my strength is helped by the flow of the heart that you created, old man, do I seem to be such a person who doesn't care about love? I just happen to know the existence of Black Record, and I was a little curious." 99. Hearing this, although Netero's original killing aura began to subside, he still said solemnly, "Is that just the way it is?" "That's it." Lin Mo spread his hands, pretending to be innocent. "Ho ho ho. What, old man, I almost thought Lin Mo, you want to fight me again, to tear down my old bones." Although Netero is still skeptical at this time, he has been dealing with the people of V5 for so many years, and he has long lost the edges and corners of his youth. In fact, there are some things Netero sees very clearly. If Lin Mo really wants to do something, Netero can't stop it at all. After all, he has already lost to Lin Mo 3 years ago. Now 3 years later, his strength 23 is declining, while Lin Mo's strength is even better, building. Under the circumstances, Netero, although seemingly tough on the surface, is actually a group of panicked people. Fortunately, Lin Mo, although he seems to be incompetent, is still a very nostalgic person. It seems that he has no intention of prostituting the information on the Dark Continent that he has collected for many years. It's just that he shouldn't be able to take much responsibility for it. Looking at Netero, who changed his face in an instant, Lin Mo couldn't help but complain about this guy again in his heart. I don't know if the group of politicians dealt too much with them. "Okay, old man, you can now tell me which position you plan to invite me to." Ignoring Netero's tricks, Lin Mo got straight to the point. "Ho ho ho. Since that's the case, let me just say it straight. Recently, the old man, I plan to form a team within the Hunter Association that can assist me in running the entire Hunter Association. If the 2 earthly branches are compatible, let's just use the 12 earthly branches as the name. 35. Lin Mo, I would like to invite you to join in." After speaking, Netero looked at Lin Mo with a sincere face. "Then what are the duties that the 12 earthly branches need to perform?" Not being deceived by Netero's forehead expression, Lin Mo calmly took a sip of tea again and asked. "Just helping me run the Hunter Association while I'm busy with other things," Netero said with a twinkle in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, then this so-called something is entirely up to you to decide, right?" 35. He has basically determined that the reason why Netero wants to form the 12 earthly branches is to be a hands-on shopkeeper without being talked about by the bean noodles every day. Cough cough. Seeing Lin Mo's half-smile expression, Netero coughed a little awkwardly. "Of course, there is no mandatory requirement for a talent like you, Lin Mo, after all, you are usually quite busy." Netero said very against his will. How could Netero, who had known Lin Mo's character from Biscuit for a long time, didn't know that his lazy cancer had reached a point where there was no cure, but in order to return the words smoothly, Netero could only choose to say it. Such an unconscionable thing comes out. Advertisement, all in all, Lin Mo, what's your answer? At this moment, in the Olympia Players Lounge, this group of landlords dressed like monsters and monsters were constantly adjusting their state. A burly-looking man was benching up and down with several tons of dumbbells. The previous needleman, whose clothes were covered with large and small steel needles before Lin Mo complained, was doing ultra-high-speed rope skipping. And next to him is a small man with sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks, with 2 smashing hairstyles, who wants to cosplay Saiyan but is thin and short, like a small mouse in the shape of a fine mouse, who is frantically outputting to a sandbag. The other landlords are also conducting various warm-up activities in this small lounge. Those who practiced with their more alien-like big heads, squatted and lifted irons, and even competed with each other for positions. All in all, they made a group of demons dance in the entire lounge. Fortunately, Lin Mo simply ran to Netero's side. Otherwise, I would probably want to wash my eyes now. In fact, although their group of landlords have mixed attitudes towards Lin Mo, some people are jealous of his fame and appearance, and they think that Lin Mo's behavior that he doesn't care about fame is that he is fake. There are also people who truly admire his strength and style, and believe that he is indeed worthy of the popularity sought after by thousands of people today. In any case, one thing they all have to admit is that this Olympia Martial Arts Conference has truly gained attention from all over the world because of the existence of Lin Mo. Without a doubt, this is definitely a once-in-a-century opportunity. Therefore, this group of landlords are striving to appear in the most perfect manner for a while, so as to further enhance their reputation and make crazy money in the next 2 years. In the corner of the lounge, the two landlords who seemed to have a good relationship glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. One of the frogmen who looked more like a frog sat on a chair and complained. "Why hasn't it started yet? When will the idiots in the Sky Arena arrange to dance?" And standing next to him is the big guy in women's clothing who almost got his jaw dropped. Hearing his friend complaining, he twisted his body and said in a low voice. "That's right, people's hands are itchy. Speaking of which, can such an existence have fans?" It must be said that human tastes are quite diverse. Ding dong. After a melodious prompt sound, the speaker in the corner began to hear the sweet voice of the broadcaster of the Sky Arena. "The first round officially starts now. Please Lin Mo players and Gold Lev players go to the channel of both players to get ready." As soon as the announcement of the broadcast ended, all the landlords in the lounge looked at the bald fat man in purple sexy clothes with gloating eyes. Whether you like Lin Mo or don't like Lin Mo, there is no denying that Lin Mo is very strong. Although they have never really fought against Lin Mo, they should not be too familiar with Tur, who was beaten to death by Lin Mo in the ring before. In truth, Tur's strength is definitely one of the best among their group of landlords, and many people have suffered losses from his invincible, bone-turning hands. Although they did not go to the scene to watch the match between Lin Mo and Tur, they actually obtained videotapes that could record the reading through their respective channels. Reading, as an invisible thing like the life energy of a living being, it is reasonable to say that it cannot be recorded by electronic devices such as cameras. But there are exceptions to everything, and it is not completely impossible to record NAN on the tape. As long as a operation system NAN injects his NANT into the camera, the NANT can be recorded to record. Although it was never mentioned in the new anime or in the manga, in the old anime, Youngu did explain why the videotape could record open black lens bracket reading close black lens bracket before the duel between Gon and Hisoka. By the way, the cameras that are currently broadcasting the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament are all cameras that have reading. Therefore, this group of landlords also witnessed how Lin Mo beat Tur to death in the ring with one punch and one punch without any resistance. But this is the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. Although the outcome is also very important, the more important thing is how to show yourself in front of the audience. So at this time, their gloating over Gold Lev was not because he was destined to lose, but because he was destined to lose. But if they fought against Lin Mo, they were destined to be taken away from all the focus, and they would not be able to show themselves to the world smoothly at all. Although the players who meet Lin Mo later will be a bit unlucky, but they will not be as completely useless as Gold Lev. Advertisement after all, at least they successfully showed themselves in the first game, although this group of landlords can't say how to deal with it. But at such a grand ceremony, they will give each other some face, and even if there is a relatively large gap in strength, it will also give confrontation a chance to show. Only the first person who fights against Lin Mo is the worst, and there is no chance for him to get ahead. Huh. Seeing the gloating glances from the group of people around him, Gold Lev's expression turned ugly. But what can he do now? Official protest with Sky Arena. Although he doesn't look very smart, he's not really stupid. If he does things at such a time, the Sky Arena as a platform father may not know how to deal with him afterwards. Maybe his flesh and blood may appear in a certain cat food and dog food. Therefore, Gold Lev didn't have much choice. He could only open the door of the lounge with his own heavy steps and walk towards the player's passage. The first round is about to begin. As soon as the screen turned, the perspective returned to the ring. 107. At this time, the group of singing and dancing performers who were scattered all over the arena had all disappeared, and the lights had changed from colorful black to bright and simple incandescent lamps. After seeing that all the audience had basically returned to their seats, the impassioned voice of the MC reverberated throughout the venue. As the voice of the MC rang out, pictures of Lin Mo and Gold Lev began to appear on the 4 large screens above the center of the ring. The players who were about to debut, how much sweat did they put in before standing here? What did they think, and why did they live? Status, reputation, money, bet all these lives. Before the official start of the competition, the MC started to render the atmosphere according to the content of the manuscript. First round. Lin Mo versus Gold Lev. Shush. Get off the stage, you horny pig. If you look so ugly, don't come out and be embarrassed. 55. With the introduction of the MC, Gold Lev began to walk out of the contestant passage accompanied by the boos of the audience. Because of his appearance, Gold Lev himself is not particularly strong, so his reputation has not been too high. Now, for the famous Lin Mo, the audience instantly turned on the mocking mode, and even rose directly to the level of personal attack. But gradually, the audience realized that something was not quite right. Because in the passage on the other side of Gold Lev, Lin Mo did not appear in it at all. In an instant, a part of the audience thought of the deceptive routine of the last Olympia Martial Arts Conference in the Sky Arena. During the publicity, it was said that Lin Mo would appear, but in the end, I didn't even see a shadow of Lin Mo. Originally, when Sky Arena was promoting it this year, all Lin Mo fans believed in the Sky Arena event. Later, the credit crisis was lifted because Sky Arena specially recorded a VCR for Lin Mo stating that he would definitely appear in this year's Olympia Martial Arts Conference. But if Lin Mo will appear in the VCR simply according to what he said in the VCR, he can be regarded as showing his face at the opening ceremony. Strictly speaking, it should be considered a scene. Some keen viewers began to have a bad premonition. This Nima will not be another routine, right? Immediately, an excited audience stood up directly from the seat and roared hoarsely, Rinama, refund. Chapter 209. Not Lao ex-father, kind son, filial piety beating the enemy guest X Lin Mo's nuclear bomb kick open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. What's going on? What the hell is going on? What about Lin Mo and others? In the Sky Arena studio, the head of the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament looked at the out-of-breath staff boy and questioned him. Huh. I asked the other landlords in the lounge, and they said that from the moment they returned to the player tunnel at the opening ceremony, Lin Mo turned into a white light and disappeared. Gone. 99. After taking a few breaths and calming down, the staff member replied. Open black lens bracket drop. Close black lens bracket. A drop of cold sweat emerged from the forehead of the chief executive and dripped onto his leather shoes. Shouldn't they really just give away their Sky Arena like this? If this is the case, even though it's not bad for him, his career is bound to come to an end. After all, the Sky Arena knows what to do with Lin Mo, so he will definitely be angry. At this time, compared to the cold sweat of the person in charge, the MC was also anxious in the face of the unanimous roaring audience, and kept comforting. Please rest assured, everyone, that our Sky Arena will never make false propaganda, and we also believe that Lin Mo has a very high professional ethics and will never just walk away like this, fighter. Since the MC can't even think about whether Lin Mo really gave up their Sky Arena, she still didn't say that she would definitely find Lin Mo before she spoke. Instead, they first took their Sky Arena out of this matter, and then pushed the blame to Lin Mo personally. Please rest assured, we have arranged for the staff to find and understand the situation, and I believe there will be new news coming soon. Although the MC has done her best to appease, the audience under the stage was not at all satisfied and continued to roar. Don't talk so much. You did false propaganda last time, now you want to lie and deny it, right? That's right, I think you were just dogs who can't change to eat shit. Stop talking nonsense, get your money back. Although the outside world was making a lot of noise because of Lin Mo's sudden disappearance, the room of Netero where Lin Mo was at was peaceful at this time. Speaking of which, the Sky Arena is indeed good enough for Netero. Not only did the 251st floor, where the final winner of the Olympia tournament live, was given to Netero as a temporary residence. According to Netero's preferences, he even built a tea room full of Japanese style. At this time, the two people who had just finished chatting about all the details of the 12 earthly branches in the tea room raised their teacups and took a sip of tea in a very tacit understanding. Ho ho ho, Lin Mo. It seems like your name has been shouting outside, is it really okay not to show up? Hearing this, Lin Mo curled his lips a little unhappy, to be honest, he really wanted to just give up. But as a good man with credit, his temperament does not allow him to do things that go back on his word, unless you add money. But now that no one has added money, Lin Mo has no choice but to put down the teacup in his hand and greet Netero. Okay then, I'll go first. Don't forget to visit the Hunters Association a week later. Got it, I'm not old enough to be Alzheimer's. After connoting a sentence of Netero, Lin Mo turned into a white light and disappeared in place. Advertisement, aren't you old? You're not old. Looking at the place where Lin Mo disappeared, Netero murmured in a trance. With Netero's observation, after 3 years of separation, when he met Lin Mo again this time, he had begun to notice a trace of Lin Mo's abnormal vitality. This kind of surging vitality that has been maintained for so many years is simply not like what human beings can have. Refund. Refund. Trash Sky Arena, never again, 55. Please don't worry, viewers, we are all ready, one by one. At this time, the center of the arena in the still noisy venue was surrounded by a white light, and Lin Mo's figure suddenly appeared in it. The sharp-eyed MC immediately noticed that Lin Mo was still at the scene unknowingly, and roared as if she had caught the only life-saving straw. Appeared. The hot man finally appeared, 39 with the roar of the MC, the audience's attention finally shifted from the refund to the arena. Wow. After confirming that Lin Mo really appeared at the scene, the audience changed their faces in an instant, from roaring in anger to today's excited celebration. Kahlua, who had already planned to leave, also sat back in her seat the moment she noticed Lin Mo appeared. It's just that the expression on his face at this time was still dignified from the original relaxed. During the time just now, Kahlua didn't dare to say that he would stop staring at the ring all the time, but the corner of his eyes never left. But even so, there was still no trace of objects moving to the position where Lin Mo was standing in his line of sight. As expected of the existence that can make my father shriveled, there are really two brushes. After seeing a part of it with his own eyes, Kahlua immediately began to concentrate, trying not to miss the next minute and second. After seeing Lin Mo's appearance, the referee who had no sense of existence at the moment seemed to be afraid that Lin Mo would suddenly disappear again. He rushed to the middle of Lin Mo and Gold Lev with his hands and said, The game is a 3.3 round knockout system. Now, start. After speaking, the referee suddenly crossed his hands, indicating that the match between the two sides could start, and then retreated to the corner of the ring again with lightning speed. If possible, he actually wanted to leave the ring. This time, he is not because of Lin Mo, but Gold Lev, who is already a famous bad referee in their group of referees. When you destroy your opponent in a game, you will also destroy the referee together. After the match started, Gold Lev looked at Lin Mo with a dignified expression and said, "Lin Mo, I know you are very strong, but I am not a vegetarian. Even if I can't beat you, I will take a piece of meat off you." 5. Speaking of which, Gold Lev held his hands to the sky, and the thoughts that were generally considered good in the eyes of ordinary people began to condense in his hands. Gold Lev is very clear about his position, and he was very clear from the beginning that he is not Lin Mo's opponent. Therefore, Gold Lev can only choose to enlarge his moves at the beginning, even if he can't cause any kind of scars to Lin Mo. At least he can show his heroic appearance for everyone to see. In this way, although there is Lin Mo in the front, it can improve the reputation a little bit. After the energy condensed to a certain level, Gold Lev's eyes flashed fiercely, and he shouted, "Earth!" Bump! Advertisement. A bloody collision sound suddenly echoed from the venue. A puff of smoke blew past, and Lin Mo's figure had disappeared in place. No one knows when he disappeared, no one knows how he disappeared, and no one can capture his movement trajectory. Including Netero and the large group of people in the Daddy Hawk family were not caught. At this time, Killua's forehead had begun to seep cold sweat. Too fast. And it's unbelievably fast. Killua can guarantee that if he is on the stage, he will be instantly killed in an instant, and he still does not know what happened. Unlike when Lin Mo appeared just now, this time Killua dared to guarantee that he was staring at Lin Mo with all his attention, much more seriously than the nympho next to him. But still, he didn't see it. Don't say that you have seen it, there is not even a trace of it. It's almost like teleportation. Apprenticeship katakana middle. Catch dad. I don't know why Killua, whose mind should have been blank at this time, suddenly raised these 5 words. In fact, not only Killua, but also the 5 representatives of the V5 who are Nen did not see, but they themselves know that Lin Mo is the world's #1 powerhouse, so it is not surprising that Lin Mo has such a speed. That's it. Compared with Lin Mo's speed, they were more concerned about the trace of thought condensed on Lin Mo's feet at this time. The moment Lin Mo attacks is definitely the best moment to find out his strength. It's just that Netero and Beat the Enemy are different from the audience at the scene, and no one in the audience including Killua and V5 is really unaware. After all, the 5 representatives of V5 were selected as representatives not because of their own strength, but because their Nen were the most suitable for covert investigation. So it's not surprising that they couldn't catch them. As for Netero and beating the enemy, it was not because Lin Mo used the slaughterhouse space to move there, but because Lin Mo's speed at this time had exceeded the speed of the camera's screen capture, so there would be frame breaks. The phenomenon. In their eyes, Lin Mo basically appeared in front of Gold Lev in the form of teleportation. Lin Mo, who came to Gold Lev, looked at the fat man in purple sexy clothes. He really didn't want to get his hands dirty, so he learned from Manjiro Sano in Tokyo Swastika's Avengers with a new kick. Kicked on Gold Lev's temple. Boom. Lin Mo's right foot circled a perfect arc from top to bottom and kicked it directly on the floor of the ring. With such force, it hit the ground directly through Gold Lev's huge body. On the surface, the whole floor shattered into a giant pit. Gold Lev, who was half floating in the low air due to the rebound, had his eyes widened, his forehead was sunken and bleeding, and he passed out completely after unconsciously groaning in his throat. Lin Mo didn't kick him to death directly. Although this fat man was a bit disgusting, he really didn't do anything to offend Lin Mo. Therefore, in Lin Mo's eyes, he is not guilty of death. With Lin Mo's current strength, you can see at a glance where Gold Lev's bearing capacity is. The kick just now seemed terrifying, but in fact, most of the strength was unloaded on the ground. Although this Gold Lev seems to be very miserable at this time, at most it is the same as the rookie killer quartet that Lin Mo encountered in the Sky Arena before. Thing. Chapter 210. Chen Long Lin Mo open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. K katakana middle. K. Oh, winner, Lin Mo contestant. After reacting, the referee immediately pronounced Lin Mo's victory. Originally, when Gold Lev raised his hand, he thought he was going to die. He didn't expect him to be released by Lin before he even released it. Mo is done. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Lin Mo used a kick that he had never done before, as expected of Lin Mo, who is called the Trembling Prince by fans. 99. This blow is so elegant, it's not lacking in violent beauty at the same time, it's a perfect blow. Lin Mo's nuclear bomb kick just now was so handsome that the MC had completely forgotten about the fact that Lin Mo's disappearance caused her to suffer. At this time, the MC of ceremonies is no different from those Lin Mo's brain-dead fans. She is looking at Lin Mo with love in her eyes, and her mouth is full of extreme praise. Even the MC who had just complained about Lin Mo did so, not to mention the audience who were originally Lin Mo fans. A group of enthusiastic fans blushed and used all their strength to vent their inner excitement. The audience burst into cheers that seemed to overturn the entire roof. No wonder the audience is so excited, after all Lin Mo's kick is really handsome. At this time, the big screens on all sides were still repeating Lin Mo's astonishing rebroadcast. However, just as the flushed audience was staring at Lin Mo in the center of the ring, there were 5 people in the auditorium with pale faces and cold sweat on their heads, as if they had suffered some internal injury. What a monster this is. Although Lin Mo didn't use any abilities just now, they didn't find any useful information. But just detecting a portion of Lin Mo's air volume was already shocking to them. They were even attacked by a part of their abilities, although it was not serious, it was terrifying enough. You know, this is because they haven't been able to fully detect Lin Mo's gas volume at all, if they just continued to reluctantly use the ability to detect it clearly. It is estimated that it is not as simple as the bottom of his own thoughts, the pale face and the cold sweat. It is not certain how much life force will be lost to be enough. After all, although Nen is very magical, it also has to pay attention to the basic law of conservation of energy. With their unconditional and very secret detection ability, it is impossible to detect much information, and the consumption of mental energy is also huge. But even if the energy consumption is very large, it is already a very exaggerated thing that Lin Mo's entire energy has not been detected after the energy is exhausted. Now, the Lin Mo gas they have detected at the cost of running out of gas is 2.23 million. Although this kind of gas is enough to be called a non-human being, they can feel that Lin Mo's full gas is definitely more than that. At least double it again, to the level of more than 4 million. And that's why they looked at Lin Mo in horror. Is such a power really what humans can have? However, what they don't know is that Lin Mo's gas volume is not more than 4 million at all, but a terrifying value of 7.7 million. And it is still growing at a rate of 138 points per hour. All in all, the 5 delegates who came over from V5 this time were technically screwed up on their mission. The ability is detected every day, but nothing has been detected about the materialized objects. Now I only know that Lin Mo's speed and physique are amazing and his aura is terrifying to pervert, and no other useful information has been obtained. Even the gas volume could not get a clear value. The 5 suddenly looked at each other very tacitly, and they spread their palms to compare 5. Faced with the monster Lin Mo, they have nothing to do. It is impossible to detect it once. Just the recent chi has exhausted their chi, and they have not been able to accurately detect it. Not to mention other, more cryptic information. Unless you really learn Lin Mo Krypton, or even if the mind is full and then try again, the same result will be. But to be honest, they can become official Nen, and there must be a certain degree of loyalty to their own country. If it was a time of national crisis, they would be very willing to sacrifice their lives, but now it is just an exploration mission. Although it is also very important for V5, people are sensory animals after all, and this kind of exploration task really does not bring them much sense of crisis, so that they need to sacrifice their lives. Advertisement to put it badly, they are just part-time jobs, and they didn't spend their lives in such a place. Although if they go back like this, their political careers will inevitably be affected to a certain extent, but it is better than losing their lives. But failure is a failure, at least it can't be said that he has not even explored the specific amount of gas. So at this moment, the 5 of them all put down their rivalry and compared each other with 5, in a very tacit understanding. The meaning is very obvious. When the time comes to report, I will say that Lin Mo's gas is too much, and directly report 5 million. In their perception, no matter how strong human beings are, it is impossible for them to be able to exceed the value of 5 million in gas volume. At least after obtaining this accurate gas volume value, even if the mission fails, they will not return empty-handed. I hope that only doing it can reduce the punishment a little. It will take about a week to complete the entire Olympia Martial Arts Conference, and there will be a total of 26 matches during the period. The process first selects a strongest player in addition to the previous champion, and finally this strongest player will have a decisive battle with the previous Olympia Martial Arts champion. There are a total of 21 players in the entire Olympia Martial Arts Conference, that is, the first is 20 to 10, and then the 10 is to 5. The next step is to play a game between these 5 players, according to the final total number of wins, who is the strongest among the 20 players. Finally, it will be a showdown with the previous champion. You must know that in these 26 games, except for Lin Mo, who was killed in a flash no matter who he faced, the duels between the other players would last for at least an hour. This is already an unspoken rule among this group of landlords. I won't say who wins and who loses. The important thing is how to show yourself. That is to say, at least 90% of the time in this hour, they are playing fake matches, just as pure as WWE. Only in the last 10% of the time do you really start fighting in earnest. After all, although winning or losing is not the most important thing, the winner will undoubtedly get more exposure. Therefore, at the last moment, they will still use their professional qualities to fight with real swords. In any case, Lin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to what these monsters were playing. Anyway, he had already left his mark on the ring at the opening ceremony. When he came on stage, he went directly to a flying thunder god, and after knocking out the opponent with a KO, no matter how the audience shouted, another flying thunder god left the field. Anyway, these audiences will only think that their speed is so fast that they can't see it, and they will not think that Lin Mo is teleportation. After all, when Lin Mo moves in front of the opponent with his own speed, they can't see it, don't they? So in terms of results, it's not bad at all. During the past week, Lin Mo took it as himself to relive the long-lost time to go to work. As for the people who beat the enemy Haka and the Phantom Brigade, of course, it is impossible to watch every match of Lin Mo. They just watched the first match and they didn't watch the other matches. Because it is not necessary, although they don't have the same Nen in exploration as the 5 representatives of V5. But their current strength can be regarded as a number of masters in the world. Naturally they have a certain vision. Although it is impossible to see the specific degree of Lin Mo's growth, it is still possible to form a concept in the heart from the degree of mental energy covered by Lin Mo's kick to Gold Lev and the power caused by it. After watching Lin Mo's nuclear bomb kick, Silva beat the enemy stood up and walked to his room without saying a word. Although Silva beat himself up and gave up the idea of finding Lin Mo's revenge, he never gave up the idea of going beyond Lin Mo. I can't do it myself, at least my son, Kahlua, who can be said to be the most talented in the history of the enemy's bloodline, is still very likely to surpass Lin Mo one day in the future. However, after seeing Lin Mo's kick, Silva's heart began to shake. It's only been 6 years since I had a fight with myself. In just the past 6 years, Lin Mo has grown to a height that he can't even see. Yep, just can't see it. This feeling is like facing the sea. You know the sea is big, but you don't know how big it is. You know the sea is deep, but you don't know how deep it is. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers 0. Advertisement at this time. Silva beat the enemy like a deep sea phobia patient floating on the sea on this small raft. And Lin Mo is transformed into a terrifying beast hidden in the sea. It is completely unknown how big Silva is, but it is this unknown that makes his heart fluctuate more violently. With the data of this game, there is basically no need to watch the rest of the game, and it is impossible for the remaining landlords to force Lin Mo to have more strength anyway. Boom! Lin Mo once again used a nuclear bomb to kick the champion of the last Olympia Martial Arts Conference to the ground. Sano Manjiro's nuclear bomb kicking Lin Mo has made him more and more proficient. During this Olympia Martial Arts competition, Lin Mo faced every opponent he encountered. Basically a nuclear bomb kicked the opponent KO. Of course, the most important thing is that this action is really handsome, and you don't have to get your hands dirty. Player Walkley Austin can't come back. Winner, player Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo kick his opponent KO again, the referee made a decision in the next second. Compared to the first time he was surprised, he was obviously much more proficient in business at this moment. In the past, Lin Mo may still have some interest to see how the nen of this group of people is, and whether there is any merit that is worth learning from the next time he develops his abilities. For example, the 4 rookie killers who just went to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Now, Lin Mo doesn't have the leisure to play with them. Point 0. Finish get off work early and leave work early. Appeared. Lin Mo's nuke-like kick appeared again. The power of this move did not disappoint us, it is still so strong, another beautiful KO. So far, the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament that lasted for a whole week is finally over. And our shivering noble son, Lin Mo won the championship with absolute strength. Let's congratulate Lin Mo together. Boom boom boom. 39 at the moment when the voice of the MC fell, fireworks began to shoot out from all around the venue, and they exploded directly in the venue. And the audience in the auditorium also began to cheer in the skillful atmosphere of the Sky Arena. The Trembling Prince, husband, first, husband, best, 35. Lin Mo is awesome. This time, it was rare for Lin Mo to not leave the venue immediately, but to stay where he was and enjoy everyone's cheers. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that Netero is about to come out to present an award, so it can be considered to sell him face. Ho ho ho, Lin Mo, congratulations on becoming the new Olympia Martial Arts Champion. Sure enough, after announcing Lin Mo's victory, Netero walked into the ring with a trophy made of gold and diamonds, and handed over the trophy representing the champion to Lin Mo under everyone's attention. Wow, Netero is still the #1 in the world today. Although it is not as good as Lin Mo in terms of fame, it is undeniable that Netero has always been a household name in the time of full-time hunters. He is a character written in textbooks, and Netero is an inescapable existence for students in this world when they study modern history. Therefore, his appearance once again caused an uproar in the audience. President Netero, who is more powerful between you and Lin Mo? Just as there was a lot of discussion about Netero's appearance in the audience, one of the loud voices shouted with his talent. Ho ho ho, this old man is already quite old, he's already old, and now he can't compare to this group of young people. Netero pointedly smiled while supporting his long hooked beard. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he has actually admitted the fact that he is not as good as Lin Mo, but others will automatically take Netero's remarks as his self-effacing. Okay, in addition to awarding Lin Mo an award, here I am going to use this platform to announce something. 99. Recently, Isaac Netero feels that he is getting old and is gradually unable to handle the affairs of the Hunter Association, so I plan to form a team of 12 to help me manage the entire Hunter Association. 12 earthly branches for the time being. I have invited Mr. Lin Mo, the champion of this Olympia Martial Arts Tournament, to be the first 12 earthly branches member, codenamed Shenlong. While talking, Netero also compared Lin Mo a wink. J. Chapter 211. The old man is the president. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. President Robert Antoine, the head of the review department just now, has come to you again. This is the 5th time he has come to you in the past few days. I really can't help him. I almost grabbed my collar this time. If it doesn't grow long, you can see him again. After the Bean Noodles man knocked on the door, he pushed open the president's office of the Hunter Association and walked in, complaining to Netero, who was eagerly writing something on the rice paper with a brush. Since Netero officially filed the establishment of the 12 earthly branches in the Hunter Association, the head of the Hunter Association's review department has been trying every day to find a way to get Netero back. The Hunter Association itself is a semi-governmental organization. Therefore, Hunter Associations often contract some work from the government or enterprises, and most of these commissions are entrusted to hunters within the association. For hunters who accept entrustment in this case, regardless of whether the work is successful or not, the association, 110, will guarantee that they will receive a certain reward according to the risk and difficulty. Therefore, some hunters will only choose this kind of work, so they are ridiculed as being specially brokered by the association, referred to as associate professional. Like this kind of perfect commission that can get paid no matter whether it is successful or not, of course there will be a lot of hunters flocking to it, so such a task that is directly issued by the government or enterprises to the hunter association will often face a lot of monks and porridge situation. At this time, the review organ of the association will examine whether the hunter's ability and personality are suitable, so as to select the object to be entrusted. To put it simply, the review department of the hunter association is similar to the review department within most organizational teams, and what they do is to offend people. In the original book, Mo Laowu and Norbu commented on the censorship department after they returned from the Battle of the Ant King, describing them as stubborn thinking, completely unaware of the actual situation, and only put their performance and contribution to the association first. Also known as the association in the examination department, they only focus on decency. At this time, it had been a week since the end of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference, and it was also the time when Netero and Lin Mo agreed on the first 12 earthly branches meeting. In fact, before Netero looked for Lin Mo, everyone else had basically contacted him. Except for Kim Free CSS, who was a little hesitant, everyone else agreed directly. It's just that Lin Mo was the first member of the 12 earthly branches to be disclosed by Netero, so he said that Lin Mo was the first member of the 12 earthly branches at the final awards ceremony of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. And a few days ago, when Netero gave Kim Free CSS the deadline for replying, Kim Free CSS's call finally reached Netero. Advertisement in the end, he was unable to resist the temptation of the Dark Continent and agreed to Netero's invitation to join the 12 earthly branches. In fact, this 12 earthly branches is actually just a team that Netero suddenly created on a whim. Originally, what Netero really wanted to do was the world's 5 largest nen. It's just that when Netero took stock, he saw that in addition to the powerhouses who had come to their level, there were a few very good lil guys below. Therefore, the 12 earthly branches team was born at the whim of Netero. However, obviously, the Hunter Association has different opinions on Netero's sudden creation of the 12 earthly branches, and the most obvious objection is the Hunter's censorship department. After Jin Free CSS agreed to join the 12 earthly branches, Netero had already entered the basic information of all the 12 earthly branches in the Hunter Association but kept it for the record. Previously, the review department only knew that Netero had created a team that was second only to the 12 earthly branches in power, and only confirmed to invite Lin Mo, who defeated Netero to become the new strongest person in the world. Therefore, after learning the news, the censorship department did not take much action after all, although the censorship department attaches great importance to qualifications and contributions to the Hunter Association. But when a person's strength reaches a certain level, other things become less important. With Lin Mo's strength, he is indeed qualified for the 12 earthly branches, a position that surpasses everyone in the Hunter Association except Netero. As for the other 11 people, since they don't know who they are for the time being, although they are still very unhappy with the 12 earthly branches, the team department that suddenly appeared to ride on their heads, the review department still stayed on the ground a few days ago. You must know that the previous censorship department only needed to be responsible for Netero alone, but now according to the power granted by Netero to the 12 earthly branches, the 12 earthly branches are almost under one person and more than 10,000 people. And this 10,000 people obviously also includes their censorship department. However, due to the fact that there is no point to refute for the time being, the people in the censorship department have not yet acted. But after Netero released the information of the remaining 12 earthly branches members, not only the censorship department, but the entire Hunter Association had already exploded. Just like Kim Free CSS and Port White Giganti, the fame is still there, and they have gained a very dazzling presence in the world. But there are still fake newcomers like Kong Jae and Pian who have just joined the Hunter Association for a few years. Advertisement. Although these newcomers have been very active in the past few years, at most they can only boast of a supernova in the Hunter world. Is it far? First, they have no qualifications. Second, do they have any achievements that can completely overwhelm them? And third, they are not like Lin Mo who can defeat Netero and directly fight for it with strength. Therefore, everyone is very dissatisfied that they can be selected for the 12 earthly branches. The censorship department found a reason to run to Netero's office every day, begging Netero to take it back. Simply proposed to cancel the entire 12 earthly branches. As I said before, the essence of Netero is actually no different from Lin Mo. They are the kind of people who can do whatever Lao Su wants. He didn't even pay attention to the people in the censorship department. He only met Robert Antoine, the director of the censorship department, once for the first time. No matter how he quoted the scriptures, Netero just replied, "Don't, old man." After that, I never paid attention to him again. In the past few days, the Bean Noodles people have come forward to stop Robert Antoine outside, and they are too lazy to see him. Netero has always disliked Robert Antoine, who is stubborn and rigid, always talking about his qualifications. It doesn't matter if you want to give opinions or anything, after all, the censorship department does this in the first place. Whatever he wants to do, if he dares to give his opinion next time, you can reply to him, "This old man is the fire. Cough, president." After all, the censorship department is directly responsible to Netero 0.8, which means that no matter whether Netero wants to or not, many things in the Hunter Association must be in contact with Robert Antoine. If he dares to do it, do you really think that if the old man is defeated by Lin Mo, he will become unable to lift a knife? 35. After speaking, Netero put down the brush in his hand, turned around and took out an iron weapon shaped like a small trident from the drawer behind him. And the older Netero people are, the more they get out of the way, and naturally they don't look down on the rigid and stubborn Robert Antoine. Counting the time, they should all be here too. It's almost time to call the late-stage lazy cancer patient here. Netero would have kicked him out of his side long ago if it weren't for the fact that the censorship department really needed some kind of scrutiny like Robert Antoine's. But if Robert Antoine really dared to do something to the Bean Noodles man, he would not be able to kill him, but he would definitely be beaten into a pig's head and hung on the gate of the Hunters Association. Chapter 212. Paris Stonehill open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket, instant. A white light flashed, and Lin Mo instantly appeared in front of Netero. Ho ho ho. I have to say, Lin Mo, your flying thunder god technique is really convenient. 5. Netero said to Lin Mo with some emotion. To be honest, he really envied Lin Mo's ability. If he could have this super long distance teleportation ability, he would have a lot of fun. Yo, old man, is your 12 earthly branches completed? Call me at this time. Ignoring Netero's emotion, Lin Mo said hello casually, then found a chair and sat down. Ah, alright, don't sit down, I specially prepared a conference room for you, 12 earthly branches, and it is estimated that the others are almost there, 99. Netero glanced angrily at Lin Mo, who would never stand if he could sit down. At the same time, just as Netero led Lin Mo to the conference room of the 12 earthly branches, a dazzling golden light suddenly fell from the sky in the square in front of the gate of the Hunter Association. Boom, after landing, the golden light in the outermost layer suddenly dissipated around, leaving only the white spherical aura that was suspected to be protective in the inner core. After a few seconds, the white spherical psychic hood also followed the footsteps of the golden light and dissipated because there was no external psychic supplement. If anyone who has played Greed Island at this time will see this scene, their jaws will be shocked. Isn't this the effect of using the mobility spell card to land on the island of Greed? And why do spell cards work in the real world? This is not scientific. When the white spherical psychic hood disappeared, an unshaven man with a shabby beard and a worn turban was finally revealed inside. From the original Gon, he was able to successfully bring Pier out of the island of Greed and successfully use it in the real world. Advertisement. That means that the spell cards in Greed Island can be used in the real world. And Kim Free CSS, as the creator of Greed Island, if he wants to use these spell cards, it is a matter of one sentence. To a certain extent, Jin Free CSS actually has the same ability to move over long distances as Lin Mo. It's just not as convenient as Lin Mo's Flying Thunder God's art. All I lie. This is not the recent successful discovery of the Ruluka civilization ruins in the archaeological world, and the complete repair with their own money. In addition to considering the protection of future relics, the surrounding facilities are also built to facilitate the public to visit, so it is regarded as a model of relic management, and as Jin Free CSS followed by the world. But it's better to be famous than to meet. Sure enough, Mr. Kim Free CSS and the legendary one. Indomitable section. Just as Kim Free CSS watched the Hunter Association building in front of him constantly doing psychological construction in his heart, a gentle but inexplicably disgusting figure came from behind him. No way, although Jin Free CSS is strong, he has one of the highest IQs in the Hunter world at the same time. In the original book, in his duel with the professor of Barbad University when he joined the team of Bijand, he said that such ancient Cape language can be spoken a trillion by himself. And Kim Free CSS said that he never went to school, just like to memorize the things he is interested in, so he can achieve such an inhuman level. It is conceivable that Kim Free CSS's monster-like talent is not only in the body, but also has a terrifying IQ. But his character was just too awkward. The thought of meeting many strangers in a while made him uncomfortable. Especially seeing this guy Lin Mo again. Therefore, before formally entering the Hunter Association, he still needs to do some psychological construction of himself. No way, who told me that I couldn't resist the temptation of the Dark Continent, so I could only bite the bullet. As a result, I didn't expect that just when I was doing psychological construction, a figure that made me very disgusted just by the sound suddenly appeared from behind. I saw a handsome young man with dazzling blonde hair, greeting Kim Free CSS with a friendly smile on his face. Advertisement. Different from Kim Free CSS's sloppy appearance, this young man is wearing a neat striped suit, with his warm and kind smile. Anyone who sees him will have a perfect initial impression of the young man. However, when Kim Free CSS saw the young man, not only did he not have any good feelings, but his inner disgust was constantly increasing. The eyes seem sincere, but they are empty, and the smile looks like sunshine, but it is false. Even that handsome appearance seemed a bit inconsistent. All in all, this is a nasty guy, more nasty than Lin Mo. The reason why Kim Free CSS hates Lin Mo is not because he is unhappy with Lin Mo or for any other reason, but simply because Kim Free CSS can't say anything about Lin Mo when he fights with Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo holds that Whale Island, that is like a lore for Kim Free CSS. Every time these three words are mentioned, Kim Free CSS will be shorter in front of Lin Mo. How can Kim Free CSS be able to speak Lin Mo in this situation? 110. Not to mention now that Lin Mo has beaten Netero to become the world's no. 1. He really can't beat him, he can't say it. If that's the case, can I still escape if I can't beat it? So as long as Lin Mo appears in the Island of Greed, Kim Free CSS will never go back, lest if he encounters Lin Mo, isn't he not happy for himself? It's just that this time, no matter how much you hide, it's useless. The first meeting of the 12 earthly branches, Netero has given a death order to attend. Otherwise, the intelligence information of the Dark Continent will not be discussed. Still the same sentence, who made Kim Free CSS unable to resist the temptation of the Dark Continent. Who are you? Kim Free CSS's tone is very unfriendly, and he doesn't like this guy who exudes a fake twisted face all over his body. Of course, his tone can't be much better. However, the blonde youth didn't seem to feel Kim Free CSS's disgust, and the smile on his face became a little brighter as if he had been praised. The blonde young man pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Ah, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Paris Stonehill, a 2-star hunter. This time I came to the Hunter Association by President Netero. Invited to attend the meeting of the 12 earthly branches. 35. Everyone will be colleagues in the future. Please take care of Mr. Kim Free CSS. Chapter 213. The Essence of Twisted Noodles. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Normally, human beings will feel happy when they love and be loved. But from the population base of the whole world, no matter how abnormal people are, they may be born. For example, people who can only be happy when they are hated, when they see cute things, they will want to hurt and destroy them for no reason. Such an extremely sick person will disguise himself as an ordinary person and dissolve in human society. At this time, the handsome blonde, seemingly very masculine and gentle young man in front of Kim Free CSS is such an extremely morbid person. Paris Stonehill. At this time, like Jin Free CSS and Biscuit, they are both 2-star hunters, and they are also invited by Netero to become a member of the 12 earthly branches codenamed Z-Rat. If the original trajectory is followed, he will be successfully promoted to Samsung Hunter in a few years, and at the same time, he was officially promoted by Netero to become the vice president of the Hunter Association in 1998. Many people believe that Pariston became the vice president of the Hunters Guild in 1996, 3 years before the plot began. But in fact, when the original story progressed to the election chapter, 2 years have passed since the beginning of the story. In the election chapter, Ugly Cow, Mahostan Nana said that since Pariston became the vice chairman 3 years ago, the number of missing Hunters associations has increased tenfold. That is to say, the annual payment for Paris Stone to become the vice president of the Hunter Association was actually 3 years before 2001 in 1998. Compared with the above identities, Pariston also has a more secret identity, that is, Bijan de Netero, the son of President Netero, a spy who was placed in the Hunter Association. Behind the seemingly good young man with a bright smile is actually a careerist with a very cunning nature, and he is also the only member of the 12 branches who fights against Netero. In order to pull Netero down from the chairmanship before his death, he gave Netero all kinds of troubles. For him, Netero is the opponent of the game, and making trouble for him is also a part of the game. Possessing great eloquence and great skill, within 3 years of becoming the vice president of the Hunter Association, he was able to inadvertently use the association hunters as slaves, embezzle the association's reserve fund, and at the same time make a full 18 people. Hunter is missing. After introducing himself, Pariston continued to smile at Kim Free CSS and said, "Advertisement. Mr. Kim Free CSS, in fact, I am more interested in your achievements in the game world than the ruins. I heard that although the Island of Greed you developed is a game for hunters, it is actually a killing game. Is it true? After all, although I haven't played the Island of Greed, I have heard that some of the items in it have very magical effects. For example, I heard that there is a card called Archangel's Breath. Injuries can be recovered in an instant. 5. But Nyen can't be made out of nothing, and it must pay a certain price to achieve such a terrifying effect, so now there are some rumors in the outside world that Jin Free CSS is that you actually trap the players in the Island of Greed. And then use their vitality as the price to maintain the effects of the props in the Island of Greed for their own use, such as the ability you just dropped from the sky. It should be derived from the cards in the Island of Greed rather than yourself, right? As expected of Pariston, eloquence and ability are first-class existence. Although he himself has never played the Island of Greed, he is quite familiar with the abilities in the Island of Greed, and even the ability of Jin Free CSS to fall into the sky just now can guess the cards in the Island of Greed. Ability. And his disgusting skill is indeed a first-class existence. The point is that he can still speak with reason, and put himself in the position of a third party. After all, everything is said by the outside world. The more Pariston spoke, the more prosperous the smile on his face, and the more serious the distorted aura on his body. This guy, Kim Free CSS looked at Pariston's disgusting smile, and an irresistible urge to beat him up occurred in his heart. But despite the short contact with Pariston, Kim Free CSS can clearly feel it. Even if Pariston was beaten until he vomited blood, and then stomped his head under his feet, he would still laugh wildly in his heart. In order to convince him, he must be defeated mentally. Pariston Hill, in fact, knew who Kim Free CSS was the moment he met him. It's just that the unpleasant aura on Pariston's body made Kim Free CSS not give him a good face. Although he was a little reluctant, Jin Free CSS agreed to join the 12 earthly branches anyway, so he would definitely make a preliminary understanding of his foreign colleagues in advance when he came to attend the meeting. Pariston, at the age of more than 10 years, became a 2-star hunter like himself, and the outside world's reputation for him was quite good. Advertisement. It can be said to be quite perfect in every aspect. However, Kim Free CSS sees a dissonance behind Pariston's seemingly perfect resume. Oh, is that so? Who told it? Was it the double-cooked meat king of the Kajin Empire? Kim Free CSS glanced at Pariston and said sharply. That's right, What Kim Free-CSS found in Pariston's near-perfect resume was the slightest dissonance he exhibited with the Cajun Empire on a mission. Although it is quite subtle, it is also perfectly rounded by Pariston. But Kim Free-CSS has no reason to feel that the relationship between Pariston and the Kakan Empire is definitely not as simple as it seems. Open black lens bracket no 1 by 1, close black lens bracket. Sure enough, as soon as Kim Free-CSS's voice fell, the smile that had been hanging on Pariston's face disappeared instantly. This is the first time that Pariston has fallen behind in a verbal battle with people, and the smile that seems to be on his lips forever can't be hanged on at this moment. And after Kim Free-CSS said these words, he walked directly from Pariston to the Hunter Association without looking back, leaving only Pariston, who had lost his smiling mask, to stay where he was. For a long time, Pariston watched Kim Free-CSS leave, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Unlike the previous fake smile, this time he smiled from the heart. Interesting. I didn't expect that in addition to Netero, there is such an interesting existence in the Hunter Association. It seems that in the future, it will not be boring. And Lin Mo, who had never met before and defeated Netero. Kim Free-CSS and Lin Mo. I don't know what kind of fun you two can bring to me in the next time. This is really looking forward to. Chapter 214. Suspect Lin Mo is Kong J of the Phantom Troop open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Clap. Inside the Hunter Association, the front door of a huge conference room that was apparently just renovated was suddenly pushed open from the outside. After sensing the movement from the main entrance, the people sitting at the conference table turned their heads to look at the main entrance. At this time, except for the 4 vacant seats, the remaining 9 seats were filled with people. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if the old thief of Fujian has a soft spot for the number 13. The number of members of the Phantom Troop is 13, and the 12 earthly branches, including Netero as the leader, happens to be 13 people. Ho ho ho. It looks like everyone came early. Netero laughed as he stepped into the conference room on his unique one-valve clogs. Lin Mo followed Netero indifferently and walked into the conference room. President Netero. In the entire 12 earthly branches, except for Lin Mo, Kim Free-CSS, and Pariston, the rest of the 12 earthly branches are Netero's stubborn fans. After entering the conference room, Lin Mo casually glanced around. At this time, the 12 earthly branches hadn't made themselves look weird, and their dresses were quite normal. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that Netero has not officially given them a name. After seeing Netero walk in, all the Netero fans got up and greeted Netero respectfully. As he spoke, he glanced curiously at Lin Mo behind Netero, the first member of the 12 earthly branches to be revealed by Netero. It's not because they know that Lin Mo beat Netero to become the strongest in the world, in fact most of the people here don't know that Lin Mo beat Netero. The reason why they were curious about Lin Mo was mainly because basically everyone in the entire list of the 12 earthly branches had this or that merit, even someone like Kong J who had only joined the Hunter Association for a few years. But only Lin Mo, there is absolutely no trace of merit in his profile, not even a star hunter. He's just an ordinary hunter, and the only commendable estimate is his status as the champion of the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament and his huge fan base. However, although the Olympia Fighting Tournament claims to be the highest fighting competition in the world, in fact, everyone knows how much water is inside. Advertisement. Due to the existence of Lin Mo, this year's Olympia Fighting Tournament has long been publicized by the Sky Arena, but they actually don't bother to watch such a big game. Not to mention the strength of this group of so-called landlords is to death, and at least 90% of the time in a match is actually an exhibition match. Watching a game like this is a waste of time. It is better to hunt a few more targets with this time. Therefore, in addition to knowing that Lin Mo has a huge number of fans, they are not very clear about Lin Mo's strength. No matter what their real strength is, other people can at least be able to see a little bit from their past deeds and completed tasks. And Lin Mo is completely unable to judge by the resume. Therefore, most people are very curious about Lin Mo. Being selected as one of the 12 earthly branches by Netero must have its own merits, but it cannot be because of the number of fans behind Lin Mo. Of course, most of it doesn't include Portby Gigante and Kong J, the 2 men who met Lin Mo. In fact, the eyes they looked at Lin Mo contained bad looks. Portby Gigante still couldn't get used to Lin Mo's cheating for Menchi in the end, but Kong J didn't forget that he was teleported into the sky by Lin Mo and fell down alive. When I hadn't contacted Nan, I had been investigating for a long time. How did Lin Mo teleport himself from the ground to the sky in an instant? It wasn't until after passing the Hunter exam in the second year that he came into contact with Nan. Kong J realized that there really is a superpower in this world. Therefore, I always think that Lin Mo was simply invincible at the beginning. Bullying yourself, an ordinary person who doesn't know how to read. With reading, now that he has mastered the power of reading, Side, he will definitely be able to find his original place. So Kong J silently vowed in his heart that if there is a chance in the future, he must teach Lin Mo a good lesson and pay back double the damage he suffered at the beginning. Not only that, in addition to these personal feuds, Kong J also seriously suspects that Lin Mo is a member of the Phantom Troop who committed the inhumane robbery of the century in the United States of Chigali. After all, the U.S. Army reign of Chigali too was too similar to his ability to be teleported into the sky by Lin Mo. So it's not surprising that Kong J has such doubts. At this time, Kong J looked at Lin Mo with a large part of the scrutiny in addition to the bad advertisement. Although Kong Jae wanted to question what happened to Lin Mo, he wanted to test whether Lin Mo would reveal anything. But Netero was present again at this time, and if he rashly attacked, he would show some disrespect to President Netero. So Kong Jae could only hold back for the time being with some unwillingness in his heart, and talk about it when he has a chance. Ho ho ho. You don't have to be so polite, let's all take your seats. Seeing that everyone was a little cautious after he came in, Netero couldn't help laughing, ho ho, and smiled as he walked to the main seat in front of the conference table and sat down. Lin Mo, on the other hand, chose a vacant seat at random to sit down, and then materialized an improvisation book in his hand and looked at it without anyone else. Just like this, he started to feel the fish in a straightforward manner, and there was absolutely no intention of wanting to have a serious meeting. Anyway, the main purpose of Lin Mo's coming here is for the internal database of the Hunter Association, and he is not interested in the matter of the 12 earthly branches. After going through the scene this time, it is estimated that nothing will happen again in the future. So even catching fish won't have any effect on Lin Mo. But others don't think much of it. Seeing Lin Mo's indifferent face and disrespectful look of Netero, they all cast angry glances. Even the few female members who originally had a good impression of Lin Mo after seeing his handsome face were no exception. Compared to beauty, they still worship Netero. 0. But obviously, Lin Mo turned a blind eye to these people, and was still flipping through the improvisation book in his hand with relish. However, Netero didn't say anything at this time, and it was hard for them to speak their responsibilities. It seems that the randomly generated content this time is quite interesting. Just as Netero finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. Are there 2 people who haven't come yet? Netero looked at the 2 vacant seats, touched his hook-shaped beard, and seemed a little distressed. Clap. Chapter 215. The sword is drawn, subscribe. Isn't this coming? Kim Free CSS, who was scruffy and had no image to speak of, pushed open the door, glanced at Lin Mo's position at random, and chose a place farthest from him to sit down. Yet another disrespectful. Looking at the impolite Kim Free CSS, all the members of the 12 earthly branches present except Lin Mo looked at him with some frowns. However, they have heard of the name of Jin Free CSS, and they have recently become popular because of the discovery of the ruins of the Leluca civilization. Known as a model for archaeology. However, compared to the title that has only been circulated recently, Kim Free CSS has a more famous name in the hunter world. God-hating prodigal son. It is said that the hunters who have been with him, except for his team members, will eventually become very mad when facing the matter of Kim Free CSS. All in all, Kim Free CSS's attitude, while rude, is not surprising. My colleagues. Hello, my name is Pariston Hill. I'm very sorry for being a little late, mainly because I just met Mr. Kim Free CSS outside and had a good chat with him, so I wasted a little time. Really sorry. Just when everyone was having some complaints about Kim Free CSS's attitude, a gentle and hearty voice resounded from the door again, 100. Pariston, who showed a sunny smile, walked in from the door with an apologetic face. Is that Paris Stone? He looks so handsome. Yes, but I feel more handsome than the handsome guy who just followed behind the president. 39. Behind him, there were vague comments from the 2 staff members of the Hunter Association. Pariston's popularity in the Hunter Guild has always been quite good, known for his gentle smile and handsome face. But at this time, everyone in the 12 earthly branches looked at Pariston's expression full of apologetic, and all they could feel was falsehood. Like Kim Free CSS, they both saw right through Pariston's disguise. After all, he was selected as a member of the 12 earthly branches by Netero, and his eyesight is quite good. One more nasty guy. Looking at Pariston, who was seated in the last vacant seat, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Seriously, what is the president thinking? Why did you recruit these 2? No, 3 nasty guys. Ho ho ho. It seems that we are all here, and since that's the case, I'll stop talking nonsense and officially enter today's theme. Netero looked at the conference table that had become full at this time, looked around at all the members of the 12 earthly branches and said. First of all, the 12 earthly branches as a team that runs the Hunter Association when the old man is incapable of doing things. That is to say, when the old man is not there, the 12 of you will represent the old man in the operation of the association. It's up to you to decide everything big and small. As for how to manage it, you don't have to worry too much, the Bean Noodles people will assist you at that time, and when there are differences of opinion among you, you can decide by voting. Do you have any questions about this? No. The 9 members of the 12 earthly branches who truly support Netero unconditionally replied one after another. I do have a question. Advertisement. After they finished answering, Pariston still kept a sunny smile on his face, raised his right hand and said. You say. Netero glanced at Pariston with some interest. I also know about Pariston Netero, and he is quite popular in the Hunter Association. I heard that his backup team has even appeared recently. But more than that, Netero cared more about his relationship with the Kajin Empire. What Kim Free CSS can see, there's no reason Netero can't. And the reason why he chose Pariston among the 12 earthly branches, in addition to wanting to observe Pariston up close, is also partly because he feels that doing so may make things very interesting. What are the criteria for selecting the personnel of the 12 earthly branches? Pariston asked Netero like a good student. Does the staff choose the standard? If you have to say it, it should be my approval. Netero replied thoughtfully. In fact, Netero's grading standards for people are different from Hisoka, and it is never entirely based on strength to judge a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have added Kong Jae and Pion, two newcomers who were obviously underpowered at this time. You know, even if he grows to the stage of the original book, Pion's score in Hisoka's eyes is only 77 points. Netero's scoring standard consists of three major parts, namely physical fitness score, mental ability score, and impression score. The physical fitness score is actually the strength score, which is determined by the opponent's comprehensive strength, including but not limited to chi, nen, physical fitness and other strength factors. The mental score is composed of mental abilities such as endurance, adaptability, judgment and creativity. However, the first two are just for reference by Netero, and the impression score is the most important scoring standard for Netero. This cannot be evaluated by the various abilities listed in the physical and mental points. If you want to be more specific, it is the aptitude score for the profession of becoming a hunter. So to sum up, Netero's approval. Do you agree? As expected of President Netero, the prestige within the Hunters Association is really scary. Under Paris Stone's seemingly sincere compliment, the hidden subtext is actually to say that Netero is a dictatorship. After all, only Netero's approval can become the highest level of the entire Hunter Association except Netero, while others are working hard but still can't get promoted. What is not a dictatorship? Others can't hear it, it doesn't mean they can't hear other people present. After all, the existence that can be selected as the 12 earthly branches by Netero is not only a reckless man with strength and no brains, but a hunter who surpasses other hunters in the above three comprehensive evaluations. Sure enough, as soon as Paris's call ended, everyone except Lin Mo and Kim Freecy SS all looked at Pariston, who was still smiling, with murderous expressions. The evil thoughts of the 9 people began to radiate from their bodies and pressed towards Pariston. Roll the entire conference room into a dark vortex. Boy, what did you just say? I didn't catch it. As Netero's #1 fan, Porter White Gigante looked at Pariston with an angry expression. The muscles on his body were slightly tense. As long as Parisstone's next sentence couldn't satisfy him, he would put Parisstone on the ground. However, in the face of the evil thoughts of these 9 people and the threat of Portby Gigante, Pariston's face became even more smiling, as if these evil thoughts were a compliment to him. Advertisement. What's wrong? I'm bragging about the prestige of President Netero, am I wrong? Ah, am I being hated by them? That's really so happy. While thinking about it, some part of Parisstone even began to bulge slightly, and a flash of light suddenly bloomed from it. What's wrong? I'm bragging about the prestige of President Netero, am I wrong? Boom. After hearing Parisstone's reply, Portby Gigante could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and a tyrannical thought suddenly spewed out of Portby Gigante. Others say he can, but Porter White Gigante will never allow anyone to offend President Netero. You stinky stinky. Just as Port White Gigante was about to shoot on the spot, Netero stopped Port White Gigante, who was about to go mad, with a hoa smile. Ho ho ho. Well, Potter, there's nothing wrong with what Pariston said. The old man thinks that he has some prestige in the Hunter Association. After all, this is the association I created. Netero's words put Parisstone back. This is an association created by Lao Su. I can play whatever I want, can you control it? Pariston, who was slapped back by Netero, wasn't annoyed. At this time, his target had already shifted to Port White Gigante. He shrugged innocently at Porter Gigante, revealing his provocation. Once again, Port by Gigante's forehead burst into blue veins. After another wave of pleasure, Pariston turned his head to look at Netero again with satisfaction. By the way, I have another doubt, President Netero. You keep talking. To be honest, Netero had already begun to be somewhat interested in Parisstone at this time, not that Netero's orientation had changed, but that no one from the Hunter Association had dared to question him face to face for a long time. Although Robert Antoine, the Minister of Censorship, was so arrogant in front of the bean noodles, in fact, he didn't dare to fart when facing Netero. Even if he wanted to make Netero take back the fate of the 12 earthly branches, he would only say some rules. I didn't dare to confront Netero at all, otherwise I wouldn't be dismissed by Netero's, I don't want it. Parisstone is different. Although he seems to be respectful at 0.8, he is attacking himself inside and out. Although he is not very good at fighting in words, there is no doubt that Pariston's existence has indeed made Netero feel the long-lost sense of challenge. President Netero, the question I want to ask is whether the 12 earthly branches are allowed to join the A-level international wanted criminals. After saying that, Pariston turned his head to look at Lin Mo, who had put down the improvisation book in his hand and was having fun eating melons. Seeing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Although he already knew what Pariston was referring to, although Lin Mo did not deliberately hide that he was a member of the Phantom Troop, he would never admit it. Your Excellency Lin Mo, you should be a member of the Phantom Troop that committed the inhumane heist of the century in the United States of Chigali. 95. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Lin Mo to reply Pariston, he continued on his own. Murder by Mr. Kim Freecy SS. Oh no, the Hunter game Greed Island once had survivors escape from it. Jin Freecy SS, who was suddenly queried by Pariston, pouted a little unhappily. What is wrong? This guy Pariston definitely said the words, killing game, in front of the 12 earthly branches, on purpose. Although it may be useless, it can be disgusting easily. Freecy SS is also pretty good. Chapter 216. Kong Jae, who was almost screwed off by Lin Mo, subscribe. According to him, in a place called the Rocky Area in the Island of Greed, there was a time when a player approached a house in the middle, they would be teleported to a kilometer above the sky, and then fell alive, on the ground. This method is obviously different from the army rain that fell in the United States of Chogali. It is precisely because of this that under my unremitting efforts to investigate, I finally found a survivor, who identified Lord Lin Mo, who was in the Rocky area. Excuse me, what does Your Excellency Lin Mo have to say about this? Open black lens bracket crack crack crack, close black lens bracket. If it wasn't for inappropriateness, Lin Mo would have really wanted to applaud Pariston. He didn't say anything, he had revealed all the things that were so long ago, and the vast sea of people could be found by Pariston to this player, which is indeed worthy of a sincere compliment. That's right, I can also testify that Lin Mo does have the ability to teleport people to high altitudes. In the 277th Hunter exam, Lin Mo used the ability to teleport me to high altitudes. 55. Looking back at the comic again, I found that when Satats introduced Jin Free CSS to Gon, he said that they were in the 287th issue. Lin Mo was 10 years earlier than Gon, that is, 277. Although Kong Jay disliked Pariston very much in his heart, it was undoubtedly the best time to attack Lin Mo. At this time, Kong Jay can be considered to be willing to go out, although he did not say it clearly, but the meaning is obviously that he had a disastrous defeat at the hands of Lin Mo. With this double evidence, how else can you deny it? Kong Jay looked at Lin Mo with some gritted teeth. 23. When he was lying in the hospital, he remembered the sins he suffered in his heart. Especially at that time, Lin Mo's arrogant attitude, which seemed to be kind but actually arrogant, deeply hurt Kong Jay's self-esteem. And now is the perfect time to take revenge on Lin Mo. If only Pariston spoke, the credibility of this matter would be only about 20% at most, but Kong Jay also followed suit at this time, which undoubtedly increased the credibility of this matter to 100%. 70% or more. The eyes of the rest of the people looking at Lin Mo have already begun to show a trace of difference. After all, the poor man's rose impressed them deeply. Anyway, using poor man's rose was really too much. Port White Gigante even started to stare at Lin Mo quietly, in case he ran away for a while. The Phantom Troop is an A-level wanted criminal with a name in the Hunter Association. If Lin Mo is really a member of the Phantom Troop, he will be hunted by hunters all over the world. Seeing Pariston with a bright smile and Kong Jay gnashing his teeth, Lin Mo burst out laughing. What's so funny? Kong Jay looked at Lin Mo, who was laughing out loud and couldn't help roaring. After all, in order to drag Lin Mo into the water this time, he blew himself up to the fact that he suffered a crushing defeat at Lin Mo, but Lin Mo can still laugh. Evidence. 35. Lin Mo spit out 2 words with a hint of provocation from the corner of his eyebrows. What evidence? Isn't what we just said evidence? Kong Jay didn't understand what Lin Mo wanted to express. Idiot, I really don't know how Netero chose you to become the 12 earthly branches. Does the same effect of Nen mean that I did it? Then, release department, isn't the Nen person misplaced by one person? Staff back the pot. Most of the release department Nen people are shooting psychic bombs, according to what you said. Isn't it true that the only people in the world who can launch psychic brigades are members of the Phantom Brigade? After all, there is a Nen in the Phantom Brigade who uses psychic bullets as an ability. After speaking, Lin Mo spread his hands and looked at Kong Jay as if he was looking at a brainless idiot. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Kong Jay's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Advertisement. Although the truth is such a truth, just like the policemen in the police and gangster movies clearly know that the other party has broken the law, but there is no substantive evidence to nail the other party to death. And from the attitude of Lin Mo just now, Kong Jay is basically sure that there is more than 80% possibility that Lin Mo is one of the members of the Phantom Troop who committed the actual big robbery in the United States of Chogali. 1. Immediately, a feeling of grievance and anger welled up in Kong Jay's heart. Especially Kong Jay himself has an impulsive and irritable character, and he couldn't help it at the moment. His thoughts began to arouse, and he glared at Lin Mo. UB************* D. Still want to be cunning. Boom. Before Kong Jay could finish his words, Lin Mo's endless energy of more than 7 million was instantly transformed into pitch-black evil thoughts and pressed on Kong Jay. The moment the evil thoughts on Lin Mo were released in the entire conference room, it suddenly became like a cold winter. This inhuman evil thought instantly blocked what Kong Jay wanted to say. Kong Jay, who was still amazing at first, can only use all his thoughts to resist the erosion of Lin Mo's evil thoughts. Drop. A wisp of cold sweat could not be stopped from the corner of Kong Jay's forehead, and dripped onto the ground along Kong Jay's cheek. What an astonishing evil. In fact, not only Kong Jay, but in the entire conference room, except for Netero who knew a little about Lin Mo's power, the rest of the 12 earthly branches members all looked at Lin Mo in horror. At this moment, those who didn't understand why Lin Mo was invited to the 12 earthly branches by Netero finally knew why. Lin Mo's invincible power alone is enough to stand at the top of the hunter. Although they are Netero's brain-damaged fans, after feeling Lin Mo's evil thoughts so intuitively at this moment, they were originally determined that Netero is the strongest and their hearts could not help but shake a little. Such an astonishing evil, maybe even stronger than President Netero. Boy, what are you trying to say? Lin Mo's face showed a smile that was brighter than Paris Stone's. However, in Kong Jay's eyes, this smile that can cause countless girls to scream outside is even more terrifying than a demon. Despair. Kong Jay, who originally thought he was not afraid of heaven and earth, could not help but take a step back when facing Lin Mo's smile. After taking one step, a huge sense of shame began to spread throughout Kong Jae's body. Open black lens bracket. Are you afraid? Kong Jae looked at his hands that couldn't stop shaking, and a thought flashed through his heart. However, when things go to the extreme, the huge sense of fear and shame, when Kong Jae's heartstrings are pulled to the limit, will inevitably rebound like a broken rubber band. There was a surge of extreme anger and courage. How could I possibly be afraid of a guy like you? At this time, Kong Jae, who was so embarrassed, had already chosen S*X to not see the shadow of the Demon King composed of evil thoughts behind Lin Mo, and chose S*X without considering the gap between the enemy and ourselves. The knees are slightly curved, like an exposed tiger cub, showing an attacking potential. After all, Kong Jae was just a newcomer at this time. After being judged by Netero that the hunter's talent is extremely high, he has not grown up after all. Whether in strength or in spirit. Advertisement. Kang Jae. Netero scolded Kong Jae back from his irrational state in an instant. After returning to his senses, Kong Jae, with his powerful body control, forcibly overcame the inertia brought about by exerting force, and stayed in place without really rushing towards Lin Mo. Looking at Kong Jae, who was successfully reprimanded by Netero, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. If Kong Jae really rushed over just now, Lin Mo would definitely slap his head off. At that time, even if he killed Kong Jae on the spot, it would be just self-defense. But unfortunately, it was stopped by Netero. After Lin Mo curled his lips a little boringly, he took the evil thoughts back into his body. In addition to deterring Kong Jae, Lin Mo wanted to stimulate him through this evil thought. Just like in the original book, Hisoka used evil thoughts to stimulate Mimicry during the hunter exam. It's all to speed up the opponent's head. Now that Kong Jae is awakened by Netero, there is no practical point in continuing to release evil thoughts. Kong Jae, Lin Mo is right. If there is no substantive evidence to prove that Lin Mo is a member of the Phantom Troop, then his performance alone cannot convict him. If you have any other evidence, you can take it now, as long as there is sufficient evidence that Lin Mo is a member of the Phantom Troop that committed the great robbery of the century in the United States of Chigali. I can add more. You promise that this old man will definitely bring Lin Mo to justice. Netero said to Kong 110J with a serious face. Afterwards, he glanced at Lin Mo meaningfully, and finally added. Otherwise, what you are doing is slandering. If you really do it, even if Lin Mo kills you on the spot, it will be your own fault. 35. Netero's remarks made Kong Jae wake up, and cold sweat started to soak his back. After returning to his senses, Kong Jae is no longer an idiot who can't see the difference between the enemy and me. He thinks of Lin Mo's evil thoughts like a prison and Lin Mo's maliciousness hidden behind that bright smile. Kong Jae understood in an instant that Netero's scolding just now was saving his life. It is estimated that if I really moved in Lin Mo's direction a little bit just now, my life would have been lost at this time. Yes, I'm so sorry, President Netero. After knowing Netero's intentions, Kong Jae said to Netero gratefully. Afterwards, he looked back at Lin Mo, whose face was full of boredom, and his lips twitched twice, but he still didn't say the provocative words. My current strength is much worse than Lin Mo's. No matter what kind of opponent he has faced since he was a child, he has never lost, even against an adult with a strong upper body and a strong body. Kong Jae's martial arts talent is indeed very good, no matter what kind of move, as long as he looks at it a few times, Kong Jae can reproduce it exactly. With such a powerful talent, Kong Jae naturally gradually became a little arrogant. Except for Netero, the world's #1 powerhouse, he thought that others were just like that. I think that I can take over Netero's mantle sooner or later and become the next strongest in the world. Until he met Lin Mo when he took the hunter exam for the first time. P.S. Thank you for the reminder ticket sent by the rotating boss Zhang Sanfang. Thank you for your support. I didn't want to say it at first, but I didn't expect the boss to support it so much. I am really grateful. In fact, I recently found out that my wife is pregnant, and I have to take care of it carefully in the first trimester. I tried my best, but I really couldn't complete the amount that the boss urged. However, there is still no problem with the original update volume, so please rest assured. Advertisement. Chapter 217. The World's Top 5 Nen Subscription. Previously, Kong Jae thought that the reason why he was not Lin Mo's opponent in the hunter exam was mainly because he had not yet activated reading. So the duel with Lin Mo itself is unfair. As long as he has enabled reading, then Lin Mo will definitely not be his opponent. However, the evil thoughts emanating from Lin Mo just now slapped his face fiercely. The direct gap between myself and Lin Mo is not something that can be made up by opening sentence. Sometimes the gap between the annual ability value and the yearly ability person is bigger than the gap between people and pigs. Of course, that's not to say Kong Jae gave up. When his strength grows to surpass Lin Mo, he will definitely return the humiliation he suffered today to Lin Mo. After seeing Kong Jae sitting back in his seat without saying a word, Lin Mo turned his head to look at Pariston, who started the conflict first. And you, do you have any substantial evidence? In response to this, Pariston raised his hands and smiled in surrender. No, I'm just a reasonable doubter. Now that I think about it, if only Nen has the same effect, it really doesn't explain anything. Since Lord Lin Mo has said so, he must not be a member of that damn B**************** D Phantom Troop. Bar. 39. This guy is really annoying enough. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Periston. Lin Mo is very sure that Periston absolutely believes that he is a member of the Phantom Troop, but the last two words that scolded the Phantom Troop are actually scolding Lin Mo. But Lin Mo couldn't refute it. After all, if you refute it, wouldn't it just be self-inflicted? Do you want to find a chance to kill him? Lin Mo looked at Periston's disgusting smile, and the killing intent began to rise suddenly in his heart. As for Kong Jae, Lin Mo didn't take him seriously at all. His talent may be okay in the eyes of ordinary people, but for Lin Mo, he can only be classified as a trash fish, and he can't threaten himself in the slightest. Although Periston's strength is the same in Lin Mo's eyes, his disgusting skills are first class. This is also the main reason why Lin Mo will kill him. As for Kong Jae, he couldn't even be disgusting, so his hated eyes that he thought were well hidden were actually just ignored by Lin Mo. Ho ho ho. Well, it seems that everyone's misunderstanding has been resolved, so let's continue. Seeing that Periston also sat down, Netero said, in addition to letting everyone know each other, I want you to be a witness together. Presumably some of the people present here have already learned the news that this old man is no longer the world's #1 powerhouse. 35. As soon as Netero finished speaking, everyone except Jinfrisi SS and the others who had already learned that Lin Mo had defeated Netero, exploded. What? How is this possible? Backquote. Kong Jae, the most impatient, was the first to sit still and jumped out. Yes, how could the president lose to others? Among them, Yinda, the largest and most emotional giant, also looked at Netero in disbelief. Advertisement. Although the others did not speak, the expressions on their faces were the same as what Kong Jae and Unda expressed. Netero has occupied the world's strongest for too long, no matter what kind of task, as long as Netero takes a shot, it will be 100% complete. While most people haven't actually seen Netero in action, Netero's quest is never a secret. It has always been open to the Hunters Association and can be viewed by any licensed hunter. Just from these mission files, you can see how strong Netero is. They had a hard time believing that Netero, who could accomplish that impossible task, would one day be defeated. Ho ho ho. It's not surprising. After all, the old man is already old. In terms of strength, it is estimated that it is only about half of the heyday, and with the rise of this generation, there are more and more people. I have reached a level like this. 99. Netero explained with a smile as he stroked his beard. It is because I see more and more new generations entering my realm, in order to inspire more people, so I decided to put the Nen who have reached this realm into a list, and temporarily named it as the world's top 5 Nen. Of course, once a newcomer enters this realm, the list will also become the world's top 6 Nen. 35. After listening to Netero's explanation, they instantly rolled up a storm in their hearts. 5. In other words, there are 4 people in this world who have reached the height of Netero, but they don't know anything about it. This could not help but give them a feeling of sitting in a well and watching the sky. Each of them is either a leader in their field, or a peerless genius who has been exaggerated since childhood. Although they didn't say it, there was still a hint of arrogance in their hearts. However, at this moment, they were told that 4 people in this world had already reached the peak that human beings could achieve in their opinion. How can this not make them feel frustrated? But after all, they were hunters recognized by Netero, and soon, after defeat, a flash of fighting spirit suddenly ignited in their eyes. Chador Yorkshire directly asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. President Netero, what is the realm you are talking about? That's right, their biggest concern isn't who the remaining 4 are, but how they can get to what Netero said. They are all arrogant people. Originally, under the blessing of idle filters, they may not have expected to surpass Netero or reach the same height as Netero. But now, when I learned that someone else has reached the same height as Netero, my inner arrogance was instantly aroused. Since people can do it, they can definitely do it too. Well, that's why Netero came up with the world's top 5 Nen. Therefore, what they are most concerned about now is how to do it, hoping to get some goals for the next efforts from Netero's mouth. Hearing this, Netero touched his chin and said with some distress. How to say, the process of reaching this state is different for everyone. If you have to say something in common, it should be integration. Integration. Chador Yorkshire looked at Netero in confusion. That's right, it's integration unless you are a talented person, otherwise, if you want to reach a state like ours, you must integrate all your own power. Whether it's Netero's 100 styles of Avalokitesfera or Jed's 100 ghosts and resentments and Zeno's dragon to beat the enemy. Advertisement. All of them integrated all their abilities together, so as to exert a more powerful power than ordinary Nen. When Lin Mo was developing Room, it was for this reason that Room was developed. Ho ho ho. Okay, I have already given you a hint to you little guys. It's up to you what to do. Then now I will announce the candidates for the World 5 Nen, and you will be responsible for releasing the news after this meeting. Netero looked at the contemplative crowd, smiled and continued. The people who were still thoughtful at first came back to their senses in an instant. What they were most concerned about was how to reach the realm that Netero said, and the second concern was the issue of this candidate. Who can be recognized by Netero to the same level as himself? The first person to choose is the old man himself. Of course, everyone has no opinion on this. The second is, the old monster who beat the enemy Haka. Maha beat the enemy, the old man almost died in his hands. As he spoke, Netero made a look of lingering fears. Although they don't know exactly who Maha Dodike is, the name of the Dodike family is well known. The world's #1 killer family. Moreover, As a killer, not only did he make his home a famous tourist attraction in the local area, but he was still open to everyone without incident, and even the government had no intention of dealing with them. Therefore, they still have no doubts about the strength of this killer family that has been standing in the world many years ago. Moreover, even Netero shouted at the old monster of the other party. One can imagine that the other party is at least a strong man in the same period as Netero. Not to mention the fact that Netero almost died at his hands despite being joking. Therefore, they have no doubts about the second candidate, Netero said. As for the remaining 3 candidates, they are all among you. 35. As soon as Netero's words fell, everyone's eyes instantly fell on Lin Mo and Porpi Gigante. They still remember the inhuman evil thoughts that Lin Mo just released, and they have such terrifying thoughts, since Netero said that the remaining 3 candidates are among them. Then Lin Mo must occupy one of the seats. Just relying on this monster's arrogance, it is enough to get a glimpse of his strength. The reason for looking at Port White Gigante is also very simple. He is not only the second 3-star hunter besides Netero, but is also known as the man closest to Netero in terms of reputation and strength in the Hunter Association. I don't feel like I've found any existence that is so powerful beyond their level. Chador Yorkshire glanced around his colleagues in confusion. Like Kim Freesey SS, she also conducted a shallow survey of the members of the 12 earthly branches before coming to the meeting. It's not like the third candidate is talking about him, right?
So one of the candidates Netero was referring to was probably right. But besides Lin Mo and Porpi Gigante, who was the third person to choose? Afterwards, she glanced at Kim Freesey SS, who was sitting next to her, without saying a word, with a sloppy appearance. Although he is very famous in the archaeological world, and his handling of the ruins is also a model in the industry, he has never heard of him having anything special in terms of combat effectiveness. Chapter 218. Pre-nuptial Contract. Subscribe. The world's top 5 men. In a dimly lit room somewhere in the world, a seductive and sexy man with teardrop-shaped and star-shaped makeup painted on his face and blood-red hair standing up wanton. He stared at the information displayed on the screen. I usually watched the man's tongue stick out slightly at the same time, and licked his slightly dry upper lip. His eyes were filled with the light of hunters seeing their prey. Hisoka, if you want to seek death by yourself, I will not stop you, but before you go to the world's 5 great men, to seek death, you must remember to fulfill our prenuptial contract before going. An indescribable magnetic voice suddenly sounded behind Hisoka, who was fascinated by the screen in front of the computer. With the sound of the voice, a man with waist-length black hair and empty eyes, dressed in green clothes with needles and a handsome face like a puppet, walked to Hisoka's side. After glancing at the computer screen, the large characters, Lin Mo, displayed in one row, the black-haired man's breath fluctuated obviously. A dark and twisted breath flashed across the room. Ah, it looks like you are more interested in the world's 5 great men than me, Ilmi. Hisoka tilted his head slightly, and looked at Ilmi, who had withdrawn his breath as if nothing had happened just now, with a playful look in his eyes. No, it's just that I had a holiday with one of them when I was young. You should know that I'm not interested in losing business. Although Yearfan did not explicitly say that he had a 110-day affair with Lin Mo, he did not deliberately hide it. Perhaps compared to Silva beating the enemy, Ilmi sees it better to some extent. Although when he saw or heard the words open black lens bracket Lin Mo close black lens bracket, he would subconsciously recall that when he was pinching his neck, he looked at his eyes as if he was looking at a doll. Then he said to himself with a hint of unhappiness, I don't like your eyes very much. Then after a burst of pain, he fell into darkness. Therefore, when it comes to the matter of Lin Mo, he will involuntarily have a psychological fluctuation because of this matter. Not to mention that his eyes were poached when the other party was unhappy. Just before Kahlua was born, Silva, who was most admired by Ilmi, was cut off by Lin Mo in front of him, and finally was forced to compromise and execute the last resort of beating the enemy Haka. This left a very deep impression on the very young Ilfan. But as he said, he never made any loss-making business, so Ilmi never thought of getting revenge on Lin Mo. Not even the desire to have the last time with Lin Mo. Of course, this is not involving Kahlua. If Kahlua is involved, it is estimated that with the crazy and morbid love of Yearfan for Kahlua, he will be desperate to kill Lin Mo. Oh, is that so? Hisoka said noncommittally. Advertisement. Ah, if you really want to, Side, feel it, I recommend you to go to the Sky Arena and have a look. As long as you reach 10 wins on the 200th floor, you can try to challenge Lin Mo, but can you? It's impossible to walk off the ring alive. 5. Ilmi suddenly stood up with a gun shape, and suggested to Hisoka as if she had suddenly remembered something. Although he himself has no plans to trouble Lin Mo, it would be nice to have Hisoka, a troublesome guy who has some kind of crazy desire for the strong, get on him. After all, this is something that costs nothing to me, isn't it? Moreover, Lin Mo is basically one of the most accessible, World 5 nen. After all, as the owner of the Sky Arena, if someone challenges him, he can still be contacted. Although I don't know if Lin Mo will pay attention, but it is still a connection, and there is still a 50% probability that Lin Mo will challenge, right? As for the other 4, it is estimated that Hisoka would not even have a chance to meet normally. Hey, it's not good for Ilmini to be like this. I feel as if you are deliberately provoking my interest. While speaking, Hisoka also crossed Erlang's legs at the same time, and the 2 strong thighs involuntarily began to tighten and exert force, as if trying to endure some kind of impulse. It's too early, I have to endure a little longer, there should be a certain gap between my strength and theirs. 99. After a moment of silence, the desire in Hisoka's eyes disappeared, and he regained his former calmness. It is not the same as Netero's pursuit of fighting with all his strength in the face of the most invincible enemy. Hisoka's fighting philosophy is to dance together. He believes that fighting should be like dancing with an opponent, and if you please, you come and go. That is to say, Netero doesn't care about the strength of the opponent. The stronger the opponent, the happier he is. Even when he encounters an opponent who is as strong as the Ant King in the original book, no attack can effectively strike him. Netero is still full of excitement, but Hisoka would choose an opponent of similar strength to him to fight, and he enjoys the sense of crisis that is like dancing on the tip of a knife when he fights fiercely with his opponent. But if the opponent overpowers him too much, then there is no such thing as dancing. He is not interested in battles that will be instantly killed by the opponent. You know, in the original book, Hisoka had long awaited the fateful battle with Chrollo, and he also felt that this kind of designed battle had no meaning at all. Therefore, Hisoka will only find it more boring for the battle that will be killed in seconds. Despite his perverted appearance, Hisoka is actually calm and has extremely strong judgment. Under no circumstances would he let his opponents see his weakness. In the original work, Hisoka's battle with Waishidoro in the Sky Arena clearly showed his calm analysis and evil expressiveness. Advertisement later, in Yukishin's chapter, he tampered with the prophecy poem, which made people admire his calmness and boldness. And when Hisoka lost his cool completely, it represented the time when his interest had reached its peak. When entering the state, it will exude a compelling murderous aura. Hisoka in this state best represents his dark side. At this time, Hisoka was obviously not at the point where he completely lost his calm. After being excited, even though they haven't met, Hisoka can still roughly judge the level of their strength from the deeds of Netero and the others, and infer Lin Mo's strength from this. When I meet Lin Mo now, as Ilmi said, it's pure courting death. Be patient. After one's own strength is further improved, he will be able to taste how delicious the so-called world's 5 great nen can be. As for now, Hisoka turned to look at Ilmi, who was standing behind him, and said, Ilmi, please accompany me to exercise. 99. Ah, really, didn't you just kill a hunter? Why do you want it again? Ilmi glanced at the hunter license with some blood on the computer card slot. It's up to you. Who let you arouse my interest? You have to be responsible. After all, this is part of our prenuptial contract. 5. While talking about Hisoka, he smiled at Ilmi and at the same time compared to wink. Since it's a contract, there's nothing I can do. I always feel that the prenuptial contract with you is a loss-making business. There was a rare hint of helplessness in Ilmi's big, empty eyes. Sure enough, Kahlua and Hisoka are the only ones who can make Ilmi's mood fluctuate. About the prenuptial contract between Ilmi and Hisoka, to be honest, I don't know how to complete it. There are really no clues about the gay feeling in gay. In addition to the original book, on the Black Whale to the Dark Continent, Ilfan mentioned that the reason for joining the Phantom Troop was because he was invited by Hisoka to join the Phantom Troop. It is said that he and Hisoka usually help each other, but they both know that sooner or later one of them will kill the other. This time, he accepted Hisoka's request to join the team and kill him. A generous reward. This is their prenuptial contract. But it always feels that it is not so simple. If it is only like this, then isn't it simple that Hisoka wants to fight Ilmi, but I'm afraid Ilmi won't fight him, so I commissioned an assassination mission? Why'd I ask Ilmi to join the brigade, and why is it called prenuptial contract? And if there is a pre-marriage, there should be a post-marriage. Do you guys have any ideas to share in the comment area? Chapter 219. We are thieves. Subscribe. Chrollo, Shalnark. As far as the method of entering the Dark Continent is concerned, the database in the Hunter Association only records 4 things, which are permission, means, qualifications and contracts. Republic of Batokia, Sky Arena, 251st floor. At this time, in the incomparably huge living room, 6 figures were sitting on the usual Baroque-style sofa in the Sky Arena. Lin Mo, dressed in a black velvet nightgown, leaned forward slightly, with his arms casually placed on his knees and his fingers crossed, looking at Chrollo and Shalnark in front of him. Since Lin Mo won the Olympia Martial Arts Conference, the Sky Arena took the initiative to help Lin Mo move the floor to the top floor of the Sky Arena on the 250th floor. As for the other information, it is about all the information that the Dark Continent Hunter Association can collect. While speaking, Lin Mo pushed the thick stack of documents on the table to the front. Chrollo and Shalnark heard the words, took advantage of the situation, and began to look up the information in their hands, frowning from time to time. Maki, Shizuku and Menchi, who were sitting beside Lin Mo, looked at Chrollo and Shalnark thoughtfully, and then looked at Lin Mo. Although they could understand every word of what Lin Mo just said, they couldn't understand what it meant when put together. Hey, Lin Mo, you suddenly gathered us to the Sky Arena, and brought Chrollo and Shalnark too. What are you doing without telling us? Maki said with some dissatisfaction. Obviously, Lin Mo and Chrollo had made some small moves behind their backs, but they had not told them before. 2 days have passed since the 12 Earthly Branches meeting. After the first meeting of the 12 Earthly Branches, Lin Mo has been soaking in the database of the Hunter Association, looking for all the information about the Dark Continent. I don't know if Netero did it on purpose, although there are very clear records about the disaster and hope of the Dark Continent, the Fairy Hall, etc., and even the Gatekeeper and the World Tree have certain records. However, the information on how to go to the Dark Continent only wrote 4 things: permission, means, qualifications and contracts. But it didn't make it clear what exactly it was referring to. It made Lin Mo feel a little crazy. When he ran to grab Netero's beard and asked him what he meant, he would only smile, ho ho ho. Afterwards, he said that you have become a hunter, haven't you? In this case, it only makes sense to find it out yourself. Lin Mo looked at Netero like he was beaten to death and didn't say anything. After pulling off a few of Netero's beards, he saw that he was still a dead pig and was not afraid of boiling water. Finally, he could only give up his plan to seek answers from Netero. I can't really torture him. There is no other way. Lin Mo can only find Krollo and Shalnark non-stop after the end, ready to let them try their best to break through these 4 things in the next time. As for the reason for calling Maki and the others up too, it was because Lin Mo was ready to tell them about the Dark Continent. After digesting what Lin Mo taught them, besides Maki, Shizuku and Menchi didn't know if they were infected by Lin Mo's lazy cancer, and they became more and more lazy. One learns to read, eat, sleep, and exercise with Lin Mo for 2 or 3 people every day, and the others to study recipes every day, and eat all kinds of random food all over the world. So in order to stimulate Shizuku and Menchi and make them feel a little more urgent, Lin Mo prepared to clarify the existence of the Dark Continent with them. While Krollo and Shalnark were contemplating the information brought back by Lin Mo turned his head and explained to the dissatisfied Maki. Advertisement: the world map we know is actually not a real world map at all. In fact, the 5 continents we know are just 5 small islands in a lake in the real world. Hearing what Lin Mo said, Shizuku still didn't respond, but Maki and Menki's pupils shrank instantly. They didn't think that Lin Mo would call Krollo and Shalnark over here to play tricks on them. Therefore, even though what Lin Mo said had a strong impact on their cognition of the world, they still believed what Lin Mo said without hesitation. V5, the upper-class people in this world, deliberately avoid touching this Pandora's box and don't want to face it. This world we know is only a small part of the vast world beyond imagination. Actually, as long as you are careful, you can still find it in some relics. In a certain area, some selected people left records of having been there in their relics. 5. So do you understand? From the beginning, what I wanted was not in this world, which is why I didn't mean to be the head of the Phantom Troop from the very beginning. Because my eyes have always been on, there, that is, in the Dark Continent. 35. Lin Mo's last words were clearly addressed to Maki. In fact, after Lin Mo agreed to join the Phantom Troop and voluntarily backed down, handing over the head of the group to Krollo, Maki was always very puzzled. At that time, even though Krollo had made a deal with the Presbyterian Church, this deal was only a one-sided deal by Krollo himself. Nothing to do with them. At that time, it seemed that Lin Mo was much stronger than Krollo, right? They had nothing to ask of him, and Krollo had nothing in them that they needed. Even if Krollo doesn't agree to submit to others in the end, it's a big deal that they won't cooperate, so why join others? After that, Maki did not ask Lin Mo in private, but Lin Mo just answered her. What I want is not here. Maybe one day when the thing I want comes, I will use Krollo's power. Until now, after hearing Lin Mo's information about the Dark Continent, Maki finally fully understood. It turns out that it was not Krollo who found Lin Mo, but Lin Mo who found Krollo. While Krollo is forming the Phantom Troop of Meteor Street, Lin Mo is also forming the Phantom Troop of the Dark Continent. Having joined the Phantom Troop for so many years, Maki clearly understands how huge the role of the Phantom Troop is. The role here is not only the combat power, but the comprehensive effect. Shizuku's regularity sucking, Krollo's stealing, Shalnark's intelligence gathering, Pikenoden's memory reading. All are capable of providing great help to travel to the Dark Continent full of unknowns. And looking at the appearance of Krollo and Lin Mo at this time, it should have been handed over in terms of leadership, and Krollo still maintains the position of the head of the Meteor Street Phantom Brigade. For flowers 0 katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot after all, Lin Mo has clearly said that, this world, does not have what he wants. And Lin Mo became the head of the Phantom Brigade of the Dark Continent. Advertisement looking at Maki who was still digesting the sudden huge amount of information, Lin Mo turned to Krollo and Shalnark again. What, do you have any ideas about the license, means, qualifications and contracts? Hearing Lin Mo's question, Shalnark raised his brows with a frown and said, Captain, I don't have any definite information yet, but no matter how I look at it, it should be related to V5, and permission means to obtain a license to V5. Well, that's what I think too, and on the gatekeeper side, it is estimated that only V5 can communicate with them, so we need to obtain these 4 things, so that V5 can help us with the connection with the gatekeeper. Krollo followed suit. Well, next, Krollo, you and Shalnark are responsible for continuing to follow up the information on the V5 side, as well as finding the hidden Duhang Hall as soon as possible. It is estimated that it will be difficult for us to obtain the approval of V5. So when it's necessary, it's not good to be soft. We can go straight to hard. After all, we are all thieves. Point 0. With that said, a sneer hung on the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Lin Mo, who has experienced the era of information explosion in his previous life, should not be too clear about the urination of V5, a group of guys who play politics. Getting their permission as the people of Meteor Street is almost impossible. It is estimated that it will be easier only for people from the roots of the Hunter Association who work closely with them, and they don't know what price they have to pay to get their approval. Rather than suffer from this bird's arrogance, it is better to snatch him directly. But the problem is that although Hunter World is only a world within Mobius Lake, this world is not small. The actual area of the Hunter World created with reference to the Earth in the previous life is about 510 million square kilometers. It is not so simple to want to hide the real fairy hall hidden by V5. There are thousands of fairy halls open to the public all over the world. Only the fairy hall that appeared in the original book is the real fairy hall, and the others are just shells for cover. Lin Mo couldn't even guarantee whether the real fairy hall was within the V5 boundary, and whether the real fairy hall was really within the shell of the fairy hall. And facing an area of 510 million square kilometers, Lin Mo couldn't drive a circle inch by inch, and he should not be exhausted. Yes, we are thieves. 8. Therefore, Lin Mo has also made up his mind, and if it is not possible, he will go out to sea with the black whale. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Krollo and Shalnark also looked at each other and smiled. If this is the case, Byongda will not have to cooperate with Kajin and bypass V5 to go to the Dark Continent. The IQ of the two of them, Lin Mo still has a certain degree of confidence. However, Lin Mo does not dare to guarantee 100% success. After all, some things are not guaranteed to be accomplished by your ability. So just hand it over to Krollo and Shalnark. Of course, it would be better if Krollo and Shalnark could find a way to get in touch with the gatekeeper so that they wouldn't be held back. The reason why he wants to form a team to go to the Dark Continent is because he doesn't have to do everything himself. Can he be lazy? Chapter 220. Krollo's confidence open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Captain, since you have already told Maki and the others about the Dark Continent, do you need to tell the rest of the brigade? Krollo glanced at Maki, who was still digesting himself, and Shizuku, who was sitting next to Maki, still reading the novel without heart, and said to Lin Mo. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. To be honest, Lin Mo hasn't quite made up his mind about telling the rest of the Phantom Troop about the existence of the Dark Continent. The reason why he revealed the Dark Continent to Maki and the others was mainly to inspire Shizuku and Menchi, lest they learn from Lin Mo every day. Don't look at Shizuku's heartless look. After a while, Lin Mo will talk to Shizuku again with words that Shizuku can understand. With Shizuku's character, he should know what to do. But for Phaeton and the others, Lin Mo didn't believe it, but worried that it would be a surprise. As Lin Mo said before, as the people of Meteor Street, it is quite difficult to get V5s, 110. That's why Lin Mo planned to investigate secretly, and when the specific location of the target was clear, he would immediately take action to snatch it. But if Phaeton and the others learned of the existence of the Dark Continent, and some of their usual behaviors revealed that they were investigating intelligence about the Dark Continent, they would inevitably be alerted to V5, and their investigation would become more passive. But telling Phaeton about the existence of the Dark Continent isn't all bad. The members of the Phantom Troop themselves are scattered all over the world. If they learn of the existence of the Dark Continent, there may be some unexpected gains at some point in their daily life. After all, although Lake Mobius is only a small part of the Dark Continent, the scope is still too large for Krollo and Shalnark. Based on the words of the two of them alone, it is still a bit of a drop in the bucket to investigate. It is precisely because of this that Lin Mo struggled to decide whether to disclose the news of the Dark Continent to the Phantom Troop. Tell them about it. But not the face. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo decided to tell others. After all, there is Kajin's Black Whale as a guarantee. The big deal is to use this guarantee plan, but if it is successful, then the time for them to go to the Dark Continent will be greatly advanced. And Pycnoden's memory reading is a very useful way of collecting intelligence, with her addition, and the abilities of Krollo and Shalnark. Advertisement. There is still a considerable possibility to find out the real way to the Dark Continent before Kajin. As for the second half of the sentence, Mi and Ying and them are not in the same heart, so the existence of the Dark Continent must be concealed from Mi and Ying. Shadow. I see. 35. After hearing Lin Mo's order, Krollo also replied thoughtfully. Speaking of which, Krollo, why did you agree to face Shadow to join the brigade in the first place? Although everyone in the brigade may not be easy to get along with, at least they are normal people who can communicate. But the breath exuding from the face is too neurotic, and it feels like it is completely impossible to communicate. Seeing that Lin Mo specifically mentioned the face, Shalnark also looked at Krollo in confusion and asked. No way, the face and all of them seem a little out of tune. Although the operation of the United States of Shigali was relatively smooth on the whole last time, there was nothing wrong with the middle figure. But the neurotic aura on his body was too strong, and his emotional intelligence was so low that it made everyone sick when he first came into contact with him. If it weren't for the fact that the rules of the Phantom Troop had been formulated from the very beginning and everyone agreed with this rule, Shalnark would have really wanted to propose that faces be brought up to the Phantom Troop. After all, although they joined the Phantom Troop for various purposes, their essence was the same. That is to insist on retaining their various habits in the outside world. Maintain the rules that don't hesitate to challenge the whole world. So in some cases they have to find team members who can safely put their backs on the other side. The face in it is more like a ticking time bomb. The greed that he vaguely revealed in his eyes looking at the rest of them is really impossible for people to turn their backs to him. I always felt that if the face was behind him, he would be the first to stab him. The reason why I went back to invite Mi and Ying to join was mainly because of his fancy Nen, his God's puppet master, is indeed quite powerful, and Mi and Ying was originally from Meteor Street, and it is normal to have personality problems, but I didn't expect the issue of face shadows to be so serious. Krollo is also a little helpless when it comes to face shadows. In the beginning, he only looked at the ability of the other party and didn't consider the issue of fit. But to be honest, in fact, this can't be entirely blamed on Krollo's ignorance. As Lin Mo analyzed before, Krollo itself has no desire for power. Advertisement. Therefore, Krollo's starting point in selecting candidates has always been based on whether the opponent's strength and ability can help the brigade. As for other matters, as long as he doesn't touch the two major rules of the brigade, he doesn't care at all. Otherwise, Hisoka will not talk about it. He is a new member who joins in by killing the old members, and Chrollo has no right to decide in this regard. But the follow-up Kaluto Dika and Ilmi Dika, two family members of the Phantom Brigade who are obviously not the same as the Phantom Brigade, can't join the Phantom Brigade. Kaluto can still say it's because he can find a mind-eliminating teacher. But Ilmi's words, it is clear that there is a problem. Although it is said to kill Hisoka, in fact, in Lin Mo's opinion, he is more like a nail that helped Hisoka break into the interior of the Phantom Troop. After all, Ilmi was introduced by Hisoka to join the Phantom Troop, and after Hisoka was resurrected from the dead, his goal was to hunt down the Phantom Troop. It is definitely unrealistic for Hisoka to face the entire Phantom Brigade alone, so Hisoka came up with the idea of pinning Ilmi as inside the Phantom Brigade and joining forces with Ilfan to divide the Phantom Brigade. So as to divide them and eat them. Otherwise, I really can't explain why Ilmi wants to kill Hisoka, so I have to join the Phantom Troop if it's because I'm not sure to kill Hisoka alone. Wouldn't it be better to team up with Silva Beater or Xeno Beater? Anyway, it is not unheard of before. It is a very common thing to beat the enemy in the Haka family to join forces to assassinate a target. And the reason why he is helpless now is mainly because the Phantom Troop is no longer the Phantom Troop in the original book since the moment Lin Mo joined. Now the goal of the Phantom Brigade is obviously still the Dark Continent, an existence that makes the entire V5 helpless. There is no need to join the Phantom Troop at all. In this way, it is not surprising that Chrollo will choose to invite the Face in the first place. From the above, it can be seen that Chrollo has an indifferent attitude to the 0.8 candidates of the Phantom Brigade. As long as he is useful to the brigade, he can. Especially after seeing the disaster information that Lin Mo brought from within the Hunter Association. And Chrollo doesn't know if Hisoka is still full of self-confidence after he became the toilet god of war or if he is really big-hearted. He really let Ilmi join in. The current Chrollo really does not have this confidence guarantee. Even if the Phantom Troop is not monolithic, it can still move freely in the Dark Continent. If it was originally only active in Hunter World, Chrollo is confident that no matter how many wicked people come in within the brigade, it will not affect the progress of the brigade as a whole. Chapter 221. 5 Disasters. Subscription. Protect the mysterious ancient ruins, the sphere whose true identity is unknown, plant weapon, gold and silver ingot. Located in the north direction of Mobiushu, after the Sea of Trees and moving forward about 400 kilometers, you will see an ancient labyrinth city, where herbs that can cure all diseases grow. However, the original United States of Sahirda tried to send their country's top special forces to the labyrinth city to capture this magical herb that cures all diseases. As a result, they encountered the plant weapon, gold and silver ingots, guarding here. This special force was directly destroyed by it, and only 2 survivors escaped the scope of the labyrinth city. Therefore, he recovered his life from the plant weapon, gold and silver ingot. According to the data pictures provided by Lin Mo, the body of the gold and silver ingot is an unknown sphere, occupying the head of the human body. And the appearance on the picture is very similar to a sample of the victims after the disaster kept in the basement of the ferry hall. The victim's head had disappeared, and the abdomen had been ripped open. The gold and silver ingot is known as a plant weapon, and most of the characteristics of plants are that the seeds take root, and then germinate and grow into plant prototypes. With this inference, it can be inferred that gold and silver ingots should be similar to the parasitic beasts in Parasitic Beasts. They are all parasitic on the heads of humans and manipulated. After the life characteristics of the human body have completely disappeared, the gold and silver ingot will break out from the abdomen of the human body and look for new parasites again. Therefore, such corpse samples were left in the ferry hall. The dependent body of desire, the gas life body, open black lens bracket eye close black lens bracket. The Mingbo Republic used the power of the Hunter Association to try to find the original material that can become all liquids, open black lens bracket Sanyuan water close black lens bracket. In the end, nothing was gained, and all but the 3 survivors were annihilated. The reason for this is because of encountering a gas life form, open black lens bracket eye close black lens bracket. Even the last 3 survivors lost their minds. About open black lens bracket eye close black lens bracket Lin Mo is also the most detailed disaster among the 5 major disasters. Basically, it can be determined that the symbiote Nanaka in Aluga is open black lens bracket eye close black lens bracket. After all, it is very clear about the dependence of the desire described by E, and the wish of Nanaka is derived from the desire of human beings. Moreover, among the samples of the victims preserved in the ferry hall, those that were twisted into a twist or pressed into a pie are exactly the same as the death state of Nanaka's wish. And the most important thing is that in the original Japanese manga, Nanaka's mantra is exactly the same as that of open black lens bracket eye close black lens bracket. But the problem is understanding, but how to deal with them, Lin Mo really has no clue. Judging from the weirdness of I, it is estimated that even if it is cut off by bombing space, it will not really die. The only thing I can count on now is to beat the rules with the rules. I hope Shizuku's bulge-eyed fish can suck I into it. I don't expect her to really kill I, as long as she can deal with it. A monster capable of spreading murderous aura, open black lens bracket two-tailed snake hell bell close black lens bracket. Located in the wild swamps in the southeast of Mobius Lake, there grows the ultimate longevity food open black lens bracket Nidalomi close black lens bracket. The Akma Federation had sent an expedition team of 1,100 people, but before they could reach the swamp at their destination, they were attacked by the two-tailed snake, Hell Bell. 99% of the people became the food of two-tailed snake hellbell, and only 11 survivors survived in the team of 1,110. Advertisement. The description given in the manga about two-tailed serpent hellbell is a monster that spreads murderous aura. Basically, it can be determined that this should be the way the disaster of two-tailed serpent hellbell will be manifested. For example, making a certain sound can make the creatures herd crazy, and this sound can evoke the murderous aura of the creatures, making the creatures kill each other. Although the data did not specify which disasters the victims collected in the fairy hall corresponded to. And one of the samples is a severed hand that has become somewhat Cthulhu-style. Lin Mo basically determined that this severed hand was the severed hand of the victim of open black lens bracket two-tailed serpent hellbell close black lens bracket. After all, there is a living sample in Immortal disease Zorbai, and other samples are basically confirmed to be caused by other disasters, but this severed hand can't tell what the disaster is. What's more, the fairy agency said that they included the victims of the 5 major disasters, so this severed hand must belong to the victims of two-tailed serpent hellbells. If you look closely at this severed hand, you will find that this severed hand not only grows out of the fingers of the opposite S*X, but one of the fingers has also become a sucker full of sharp teeth. Completely alienated into a Cthulhu style. Therefore, it can be inferred that two-tailed snake hellbell can mutate the human body in addition to spreading murderous aura. In this way, Lin Mo naturally thinks of a character. Melody. Melody and her friend once played the Dark Sonata flute chapter when they were drunk. The friend who played Dark Sonata mutated and died on the spot, while Xuanlu was lucky to escape and survive, but her body also had some kind of mutation, and while it became ugly, it also made her self-hearing as very powerful. And at the same time, she can transmit something that affects people's psychological fluctuations through her voice. In the original book, the melody has repeatedly calmed Kurapika, who was in a state of anger. And Nen, who can influence people's hearts, also comes from this. To a certain extent, this influence on people's hearts is similar to that of two-tailed serpent hellbells, spreading murderous aura. From this, Lin Mo can basically determine that there is a certain connection between two-tailed serpent hellbells and Dark Sonata, created by the legendary Demon King. It is very likely that an ancestor of human beings recorded the sound of the two-tailed serpent hellbell, and through the evolution of history, it became the current Dark Sonata. The equivalent exchange of happiness and life. Open black lens bracket beasts of education Papu close black lens bracket. Located on the steep mountains along the northeast coast of Lake Mobius, there are ore that can generate electricity when submerged in water. Open black lens bracket unmanned stone close black lens bracket. Just a piece of unmanned stone, the size of a string of beads, can release about 20,000 kilowatts of electricity a day. It can be said that it is the cleanest energy known to mankind. However, this area happens to be the territory of nursing beast Pap. In order to ensure the entire route, the United Nations of Bergros sent 1,000 Nen people to investigate, but only 7 survivors were able to return in the end. According to the breakthrough in intelligence, it can be seen that the heads of several dry corpses are connected to a cave through a long dredging pipe, and there are several pairs of red eyes in the cave. It is estimated that the owners of these red eyes are open black lens bracket education beast Pap close black lens bracket. That's right, the United Nations of Bergrosser, one of the V5s, after paying such a huge price, still failed to find out the body of beast Pap, only that their eyes are red of. The description of open black lens bracket beasts Papu close black lens bracket is the equivalent exchange of happiness and life. And it happens that these dry corpses, although it is difficult to distinguish their original faces, without exception, they clearly show a happy and comfortable smile. Advertisement. In fact, after coming into contact with these materials, Lin Mo looked at the dry corpses shown in the pictures, and there was one place that made him very concerned. In the original Chimeric Ant chapter, in order to defeat Peter, Gon underwent forced growth and blackening through restrictions and vows to become Uncle Gia. And after defeating Peter, Gon made a restriction and an oath that was more severe than death. The whole body has become like a dry body, and the appearance of this mummy is very similar to the appearance of the victim of nursing beast Pap. When thinking of the characteristics of open black lens bracket beast of humanity Pap close black lens bracket, the equivalent exchange of happiness and life, this characteristic is too similar to constraints and vows. This kind of equivalent exchange is so similar that Lin Mo suspects that restraint and oath are learned by the ancestors of human beings from open black lens bracket beast of education Pap close black lens bracket. Don't forget, according to the relic information of Hunter World, humans escaped from the Dark Continent. Therefore, in order to survive, it was possible for humans at that time to develop restrictions and oaths based on the special training of the education beast Pap. Moreover, the prefix of nurtured beast, Papu, the full title is beasts that nurture human beings. The 4 fours of cultivating humans here are quite worth thinking about. Another point is that the left by the previous king of the Cajun Empire also looks very similar to the victims of nursing beast Pap. And the ability of this pot fits perfectly with the concept of cultivation. It just so happens that the beasts that these princes get are not really the products of human beings, but more like a cross between humans and some kind of Kamalu. In addition, the reason why Beyonde cooperated with Cajun is to bypass V5 to go to the Dark Continent, which also shows that Cajun knows 113 ways to bypass V5 to go to the Dark Continent, as well as the thought pattern in the Black Whale. All this made Lin Mo lose the greatest advantage that the original traversers had. All in all, everything is the pot of the old thief of Fujian. If he moved from the time of playing Mahjong to the comics, Lin Mo would not be as passive as he is now. And the last disguise becomes hope, which makes people fall into a bottomless despair. Open black lens bracket immortal disease. Zobai close black lens bracket. With the help of Beyonde, the ancient Ganyu kingdom successfully obtained an alchemy plant named Marion. However, on the way back, he deviates from the route and suffers from a terrifying and strange disease called immortal disease, Zobai. Including the hunter who suffered from the immortal disease, Zobai, there were only 6 survivors, and the Marion, who had been brought back through hard work, also withered to death. The description of immortal disease Zobai is to deceive hope and make people fall into endless despair. The hunter in the basement of the fairy hall, who was suffering from the disease of immortality, Zobai, had been self-sufficient for nearly 50 years. According to Lin Mo's understanding, the so-called hope should refer to immortality. The so-called despair is to become an existence that is neither human nor ghost, like a zombie. Is it meaningless to live, but it can't die, and it will be tortured for eternity? It is not known exactly how it feels. The above 5 are all recorded disasters from the Dark Continent in human history. And the 5 countries recorded in the records: the United States of Saerta, Bald Eagle, the Republic of Ningbo, Gallic Chicken, the United Nations of Burgos, Great Britain, the Commonwealth of Akma, Lao Mauzi, and the Kingdom of Guganu, Dragon Kingdom. That is the V5 in the Underworld. The suffixes of the 4 countries correspond to the suffixes of the full names of the 5 rogues other than us, and GUU obviously refers to us. It can only be said that there is really your rich and strong old thief. P.S. The above is purely the author's analysis, please take it lightly. In addition, if you have any ideas about the 5 major disasters, you can say it in the comment area. The author has a lot of pressure to write about the Dark Continent later, Mr. Fujian. The thief is too strong, I'm afraid I can't write this feeling. Chapter 222. Lin Mo. I want it all. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Honestly, although Crollo had guessed it before. As the top power in the Underworld, V5 must have returned from the Dark Continent, so there has been no news of the development of the new continent until now. But what he never expected was that they were beaten back by such a destructive force in the face of these 5 disasters. Do not. It should be said that they are actually facing only one kind of disaster. And until now, with so much information and descriptions of survivors, no country in V5 has the courage to set foot on the Dark Continent again. This shows what? This shows that until now they have not developed an effective way to deal with these 5 disasters. Each time it was forced to find new routes in hopes of avoiding these disasters. However, every time a new route is opened up, new disasters will be encountered. So far, V5 can only hope and seal the existence of the Dark Continent, and wait until one day when the aliens are ready before trying to set foot in it again. Therefore, although the data does not mention any means of these disasters, it is only the harmfulness and strangeness that are presented through the data. Especially the photos of the victims of disasters made Crollo, who has always remained calm in any situation, have a feeling of tingling in his scalp. It has nothing to do with personal ability or nature. This is an instinctive response that is simply engraved on the biological gene level when faced with an unknown terror. Then the task of notifying the others is up to you too. While speaking, Lin Mo collapsed onto the sofa back behind him. In this regard, Crollo and Shalnark flashed a hint of helplessness. Obviously Lin Mo's flying thunder god technique is the most suitable person to contact. But for Lin Mo's lazy cancer, they are not surprised. So after the two looked at each other, they got up and got ready to go out to work. Before they had a clear understanding of the dangers of the Dark Continent, Crollo had already determined that only Lin Mo could lead the Phantom Brigade to the Dark Continent. After learning about the 5 generations of disasters, they would only be more determined that only Lin Mo could do it. Solve these 5 stumbling blocks. But before leaving, Crollo turned around and asked Lin Mo as if he had suddenly remembered something. Captain, you have always said that your goal has always been on the Dark Continent, so is your goal one of the 5 hopes shown in the data? No. Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. Oh, do you still know that there is something more magical than the 5 major hopes in the Dark Continent? 39. Advertisement. Crollo looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Does Lin Mo still know that there are more precious things in the Dark Continent than these 5 hopes? Could it be that he wants to get the world tree? I mean, I don't want one, but all of them, whether it's the herb that cures all diseases, or Sanyuan water, Nidalomi, unmanned stone, and Marion. I want all of these 5 hope. 35. As long as the good things that exist in the Dark Continent and are discovered by me are all my goals, including the world tree at the center of the Dark Continent, it is also one of my goals. As he spoke, Lin Mo's eyes began to show an extremely strong greed. No matter what it is, as long as it is touched by him, it can be infinitely embodied, so it is not a burden for Lin Mo to carry it. As long as you get one, you can have unlimited. Just when Lin Mo and the others were planning to go to the Dark Continent in the Sky Arena. At the same time, Washington, the capital of the United States of Saerta, Bald Eagle, symbolizes the rejuvenation of the highest power in the White Palace of the United States of Saerta. At this time, the President of the United States of Sacerta, the President of the Senate of the Congress, the President of the House of Representatives of the Congress, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, together with a group of people who stand at the peak of the power of the United States of Saerta, are gathered at the highest point of the White House conference room. The political system of the United States of Saerta is a system of separation of powers and checks and balances of power. That is, the President holds the executive power, the Congress holds the legislative power, and the Supreme Court holds the judicial power. That is to say, this small conference room gathers all the power of the entire United States of Saerda. Everyone can be said to be in existence that shakes 3 times after stomping their feet. If a poor man's rose is thrown here, it is estimated that the entire United States of Saerda will enter a state of complete paralysis. Everyone. Now we, the United States of Saerda, have fallen to the #1 power in the world. 35. The Republic of Ningbo, Gallic Chicken, and the United Nations of Burgros, Great Britain, which were flattering to us, have all turned to support the ancient Ganyu Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, and now our right to speak is more and more in V5, getting smaller. The President of the United States of Saerda, Bentham Biden, who was sitting at the head of the conference table, looked around with a faint look around the people who were sitting and holding all the power of the United States of Saerda. The current situation is very unfavorable to the United States of Saerda. Before the Guganu Kingdom has not fully risen, we have suppressed the Ochima Federation, Lao Maozi, and the Guganu Kingdom many times. Now the Guganu Kingdom has gradually started to leave us behind by virtue of the world's largest market, and the old gangsters of the Ochima Federation are gradually recovering from the pain of the past, biting us behind us. If it continues like this, sooner or later, we may end up with the Republic of Minpo and the United Nations of Burgros, who have completely lost their right to speak in V5. Now that we have no choice, we must find a way to seek new breakthroughs. Don't forget, gentlemen, that everything we have today is based on the United States of Saerda, and only when the United States of Saerda is strong can we gain greater interests. 35. Advertisement. Speaking of the back, Bentham Biden's eyes have begun to become a little dangerous. As a member of the interest group of the United States of Saerda, he should not be too aware of how dirty this group of outsiders are in private. As far as he knows, some of them have begun to secretly transfer assets to the new track, the Guganu Kingdom, which can be seen by discerning people. And the reason why Bentham Biden is so eager is not how patriotic he is, but their Biden family has risen in the past by offending the ancient Ganyu Kingdom. Although the Guganu Kingdom did not state it clearly, it has repeatedly rejected the investment of members of the Biden family in private, as long as it belongs to the Biden family. In this way, if the Biden family, who has no way out, wants to not gradually decline, it is bound to find a way to return the United States of Saerda to the position of the world's #1 power. So after transferring assets many times to no avail, Bentham Biden urgently convened this meeting. To bring together all the power groups in the United States of Saerda, one is to beat them, and secondly, he really intends to brainstorm and try to find the future development direction of the United States of Saerda. Although most of the people here are in their own way, looking at Bentham Biden, who is sitting at the main table, and he has begun to exude a hint of danger. The people were still a little terrified. Although the United States of Saerda said that the 3 powers are separated, theoretically speaking, the executive power held by the president cannot suppress the Congress, which holds the legislative power, and the Supreme Court, which holds the judicial power. But in fact, in addition to holding executive power, the president also holds military power that is not counted by voters. Although it is impossible to use the power of the army for their own benefit, the Nen who are hidden from the outside world, large and small, are actually classified in this military power. Although the president cannot use the military without a legitimate reason, he can use the Nen team that is hidden from the outside world. These, well, Nen who are hidden from the outside world will not be subject to the 4th power of media supervision. Therefore, as long as it is not excessive, the president can arbitrarily mobilize all the official Nen of the entire United States of Saerda to a certain extent. This is also the reason why major families are running for president. At this time, in the face of Bentham Biden, who is armed with sharp weapons, of course everyone dare not give up face. But the problem is, they really can't imagine that they can surpass the Guganu Kingdom, which occupies the world's largest economic market, from that place. You know, since the advent of weapons of mass destruction like the poor man's rose, force is no longer the master law of world wars. After all, in a real fight, everyone can only fight to the death. Although none of them gave up the study of force, economics was the main theme of World War before weapons that surpassed other countries were invented for an era. And the ancient Ganyu Kingdom just happened to eat the demographic dividend, forming the natural world's largest economic market. In the face of the ancient Ganyu Kingdom, which gradually developed this advantage, they really couldn't think of any effective way to overtake from the police's corner. Otherwise, they don't have to secretly transfer assets in private. Chapter 223. The Third World Power Besides Military and Economic Subscription. Watching Bentham Biden at the head table start to look increasingly dangerous. As one of the 2 speakers of the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of Saerda, Senate President Dalton Duro took out a handkerchief from his arms, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a guilty conscience, and then slyly embarrassed Benser. Biden says, "Mr. President, it's not that we don't want to make the United States of Saerda great again, but it's just that it's really difficult for us to keep up with the development speed of the ancient Ganyu Kingdom." 39. What's more, in recent years, after the distribution rights of G&E were transferred to the ancient Ganyu Kingdom, our domestic economic situation has experienced a significant decline. It is already very good to be able to maintain the same status. If we want to go further, this. Although Dalton Dulu's words were not completely finished, everyone present knew very well that what he wanted to say couldn't be that you were thinking of peaches. I know that. You don't need to repeat our situation again. Bentham Biden, who was stabbed by Dalton Duro, glared at him fiercely and spat these words out of his teeth. So I'm talking about a new breakthrough direction. A new direction, got it? Since the economy can't beat them, then think of a way elsewhere. At the end of the day, Bentham Biden was still so emotional that his saliva was about to spray into the face of Truman Marx, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court who was sitting closest to him. There was no way he was really in a hurry. Since the rise of the ancient Ganyu kingdom, he directly attacked the United States of Sahirda at the annual V5 conference and took away the right to issue the ring that they had maintained for many years. And because the right to issue ringtones was taken away, the United States of Sahirda inevitably began a bleak journey that lasted for several years. In the past few years, Bentham Biden's assets have still shrunk by 113%. Others can avoid it by transferring assets, only their Biden family has been targeted by the ancient Ganyu kingdom everywhere. If this continues, the Biden family will fall out of the core interest group of the United States of Sahirda. By then, Bentham Biden's presidency will certainly not be preserved. That is to say, Bentham Biden must resolve this matter while he is still sitting in the presidency, otherwise when he is actually ousted, everything will be over. Don't look at everyone in the conference room, all looking like elegant gentlemen in suits and leather shoes. Once the Biden family is in such a situation, they will be the first to bite. The decline of the Biden family will inevitably feed a group of hungry wolves. After Truman Marks tactically leaned back to avoid Bentham Biden's biochemical weapon attack, after slightly tidying up his collar, he looked at Bentham Biden with some dissatisfaction. Although Bentham Biden is expensive as president, they do give him a certain amount of respect on weekdays. But that doesn't mean that Bentham Biden can scold them like a domestic slave. So Truman Marks said with some yin and yang, "New direction. Why don't we just point it directly and hit it directly?" "What did you say?" Hearing this, the anger in Bentham Biden, who was already emotional, came up at once. "I said to fight directly, Mr. President, don't you have the military power? How simple is it to fight directly? It's really impossible to send your NEN people to destroy it." Advertisement Truman Marks' temper has also come up. Everyone is born from the same level of family. Even if you are the president, your status is not much nobler than me. What they didn't know, however, was that Truman Marks' statement woke up the only Speaker of the House of Representatives, Bernard Bartley, who was seriously thinking about it. A flash of light flashed through his mind. "You." And many more. Just when Bentham Biden wanted to say something in his anger, Bernard Bartley interrupted his speech with an excited expression. Bentham Biden turned angrily back to Bernard Bartley, who interrupted him. "Bartley, are you ready to oppose me too?" "No, it's me thinking of a new breakthrough that we, the United States of Sahirda, can try. We can't beat the economy, and the army can't make a breakthrough in a short period of time, but this is the power of the world. In addition to these two, there is a third kind of existence." Bernard Bartley explained with his bright eyes. None of the people present was a fool. When he said this, everyone reacted and shouted in unison. "NEN. That's right, in this world where extraordinary power exists, in addition to the military and economics represented by the main national power, there is also the individual power of open black lens bracket mind close black lens bracket. When the world is unable to carry out large-scale militarized warfare today, the military basically depends on the NEN to maintain. Now all over the world, there are NEN people of various forces fighting in secret all the time. Open black lens bracket read close black lens bracket in this day and age, it has become, to some extent, a more effective force than the military." Although the reaction was a reaction, Bentham Biden still didn't understand what Bernard Bartley wanted to express. Of course he knew the importance of the NEN, but the problem was that the limit of the NEN had been locked by his own aptitude, genes and other innate factors from the very beginning. The amount of chi itself cannot be improved by acquired, it is engraved in the genes of the human body. Cultivation can only speed up the mining of your latent chi, seed, and convert it into manifest chi. That is to say, unlike militarized weapons, the NEN has no rules at all and cannot be produced in an assembly line. It all depends on the talent pool in your country. However, this aspect is linked to population. After all, the greater the population, the greater the probability of producing talents. This is an irrefutable fact. And it has been said before that the Guganu Kingdom has the world's largest economic market because of the demographic dividend. Advertisement compared with the population, how could the United States of Sahirda be the opponent of the ancient Ganyu Kingdom? Wouldn't that be the same as the economy? Unless the United States of Sahirda can produce a peerless master at the level of the world's top 5 NEN. As V5, of course, they received the news immediately after Netero selected the top 5 NEN in the world. There is not much to say about Lin Mo and Maha, they're both very familiar. I just didn't expect that there are still 2 masters like Kim Free CSS and Porpai Gigandi who can reach the level of Netero. It's not that the V5 people didn't think about drawing them over before. Not to mention being a subordinate, just like Netero, it's okay to be able to cooperate to some extent. The two of them are different from Lin Mo, who was born in Meteor Street. Lin Mo, who was born in Meteor Street, is destined to be impossible to be drawn over. They know this very well. After all, the temperament of the people of Meteor Street has always been here, and it is not the first time they have come into contact with the people of Meteor Street. The reason why they V5 dislike the people of Meteor Street is because they are born with chaos, which is a ticking time bomb for them trying to maintain order. It's not that they don't want to destroy Meteor Street, but the problem is who will dispose of their garbage without Meteor Street. You must know that Meteor Street is not a simple garbage storage point in the world, but a garbage disposal station that takes care of this garbage at the same time. Otherwise, rubbish has been thrown in Meteor Street 1,500 years ago, and Meteor Street, which is only 6,000 square kilometers, is obviously unable to store 1,500-year-old garbage from all over the world. And if there is no Meteor Street treatment, 1,500 years of the world's garbage, the environmental pollution alone is enough to corrode all the surrounding areas. This is also the reason why V5 dislikes Meteor Street and has to cooperate with Meteor Street at the same time. Otherwise, where is the garbage produced in the world thrown away? Throw it in the lake. Not to mention the question of whether it will flow back into the lake. If they really dare to throw it directly into the lake, the gatekeeper alone can come and hack to death those who put garbage into the lake. After all, if it could be thrown directly into the lake, the Meteor Street would not have been set up in the first place. Closer to home, in the face of V5's solicitation, Kim CSS needless to say, for this well-known prodigal son in the Hunterworld, V5 can't find him at all, let alone solicit. As for Porter White Gigante, he was originally a fan of Netero's brain, and he was completely obsessed with Netero, and he refused directly and sternly in the face of V5's solicitation. However, V5 is not completely without gains. At least in the process, they have found out that both of them are tied, so they don't have to worry too much about the risk of chaos in the future. Kim CSS's Whale Island, Port White, Gigante's Hunters Association. These two were the ties between the two of them that V5 investigated. That is to say, among the world's top 5 nen, there is still only Lin Mo, the time bomb V5 born in Meteor Street, who has not found an effective means of restraint. Well, that's why I said that V5 hates Meteor Street. Chapter 224. Have you heard of Fiery Red Eye? Subscribe. All in all, for the United States of Sahirda, as long as they have a peerless master at the level of the World 5 nen, they can guarantee that they will be able to take the whole world, including the ancient Ganyu kingdom, in the struggle of the dark side. Shit in other countries including. Especially after the last V5 exploration revealed that Lin Mo's aura was 5 million, which was 250 times that of ordinary nen masters, they had a rough idea of how powerful a human individual could be. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Mo is a mobile disaster. Fortunately, Lin Mo doesn't have any intention of doing things in the world, otherwise, with his strength, he can go anywhere in the world. Because no one will be his opponent, the qualitative change caused by 5 million chi can't really be filled by releasing 250 nen masters. As for the poor man's rose, a weapon of mass destruction, Lin Mo with teleportation can definitely flee directly before the explosion. Therefore, for Lin Mo, the weapons of mankind at this stage basically have no deterrent effect at all. Based on V5's estimation of his strength, it is estimated that his strength has reached the level comparable to the 5 disasters, but it is only slightly worse in strangeness. If it weren't for Lin Mo's background in Meteor Street, V5 would really be very excited about the plan to cooperate with Lin Mo by referring to the cooperation model of Ganyu Kingdom and Beyonde. But unfortunately Lin Mo was born in Meteor Street like a ticking time bomb, and they didn't find any place to restrain Lin Mo. Even if it can reach a cooperation with Lin Mo, it is destined to fail to gain the initiative. V5 is used to being the world leader, and it is absolutely intolerable to lose the initiative. And let alone 5 million chi, as long as someone can reach 1 million chi, it is enough for the United States of Sahirda to dominate the Dark World. But the problem is that I haven't heard of anyone who jumped to the level of world's top 5 nen, all at once. Could it be that Bernard Bartley secretly cultivated a peerless powerhouse with this level of police? While thinking about it, Bentham Biden's eyes at Bernard Bartley began to become suspicious. Shouldn't this old guy start doing things during his term? There is no way to interpret Bernard Bartley's words in terms of politicians. The first thing Bentham Biden thinks about is whether Bernard Bartley has any careful thoughts. So Bentham Biden asked directly, Bartley, of course I am very aware of the power of the nen, but at the same time it is also the most difficult power to develop. Advertisement, strength is never determined by how much resources we invest, but how many talents can be born in our domestic population. And our talent pool can't be compared with the ancient Ganyu kingdom. When his economic development was still very limited, didn't he join our V5 with their strong group of nen? Are you planning to deal with them in the field that they are best at? Or are you going to let us, the United States of Sahirda, master the world's 5 nen, level powers that can turn the tide of war? Bentham Biden accentuated the final words. We say to United States, clearly reminding Bernard Bartley that if he did secretly cultivate open black lens bracket the words of the strongest of the world's top 5 nen, level police officers. This power is first of all the power of the United States of Sahirda, and secondly of his Bernard Bartley. Of course, the power of the United States of Sahirda must be in the hands of the president who has military power. However, Bernard Bartley ignored Bentham Biden's careful thoughts at this time. At this time, he was in the midst of a flash of excitement. No, I don't know how to cultivate a world's top 5 nen level powerhouse. Hearing the beginning of Bernard Bartley, Bentham Biden stared at him ill-naturedly without letting him go on and scolded. Without the power of the world's 5 greatest nen level, we can fight with the ancient Ganyu kingdom? To be honest, Bentham Biden was still relieved when he heard that Bernard Bartley did not have the level of the top 5 nen in the world. After all, the only thing Bentham Biden can do at this time is his current status as president. If Bernard Bartley really has a strong, world's top 5 nen level policeman in his hands, it is not certain that his presidency will be ensured. At that time, even if the United States of Sahirda surpassed the Gubinu kingdom in reading, it would not mean anything to Bentham Biden. No, although there is no absolute individual strength at the level of the world's 5 great nen, we can find a way to improve the strength of our nen throughout the United States of Sahirda to achieve the goal of surpassing the ancient Ganyu kingdom. Bernard Bartley's words surprised everyone present. Increase the strength of the overall nen? Katakana middle dot seeking flowers 0. Some of them didn't understand what Bernard Bartley was trying to say. Although they are not Nen, but they actually know more about Nen than most of the Nen in the world. Advertisement. I've never heard that mind can also be amplified by external means. Did Bernard Bartley mean constraints and oaths? Constraint and oath are indeed useful in improving strength, but the problem is that this thing is the same as Nien, and it also depends on aptitude. Sometimes you can't get your life if you want it, and it depends on whether you are qualified to go to this life. For example, the reason why Gon was able to blacken up and become Uncle Gia was because he could indeed achieve such strength after about 20 years of growth. If someone else were to formulate such restrictions and oaths, after 20 years of forced growth, he would still be a piece of shit and useless. And don't look at the final mission of the original theatrical version, where purgatory can be sealed with life. Netero thinks that anyone can accomplish this feat. In fact, before purgatory sealed Netero, Jed had told purgatory more than once that she was very strong. That is to say, first of all, she must be very strong, and then she can complete the feat of sealing Netero under the harsh conditions of giving up her life. If purgatory were just ordinary people, they would only be directly attacked by constraints and vows. After all, there are many people who are willing to die with the Haka family who beat the enemy. Bernard Bartley looked at everyone's doubtful expressions and did not continue to sell things, and said with a mysterious smile. Otherwise, as long as an individual dares to die, he can unconditionally become stronger through restrictions and oaths, and a situation in which the enemy family is flying all over the sky will be wiped out long ago. From this, it can be inferred that restraint and oath are actually a kind of application within reading, and reading itself is based on personal qualifications. In this case, how can restraint and oath skip qualifications? Wouldn't it be better if a few dead soldiers went up to risk their lives in the event of the 5 great disasters? I don't know if you have heard of the flaming red-eyed aid of the Kaluta tribe, known as one of the 7 beauties in the world. Just as everyone looked at Bernard Bartley with a puzzled look, only one of them thought for a moment, and then began to show a sudden realization. And V5 has never been short of dead men. If it was really that easy, the Dark Continent would have been broken by them long ago. Therefore, constraints and oaths have a certain role, but the role is limited, and it is impossible to achieve corner overtaking. Chapter 225. The Beginning of the Kaluta Clan Extermination. Subscribe. I wonder if you have heard of the fiery red eyes of the Kaluta tribe, known as one of the 7 beauties in the world? There was a hint of mystery on Bernard Bartley's face. Hearing this, McCarthy Rex, director of the Bureau of Investigation, who was sitting at the end of the conference table, had a clear look on his face. The others were still looking at Bernard Bartley with a puzzled expression. Red eye? Based on the status and vision of these people present, although the fiery red eye is one of the 7 beauties in the world, the people of the Luda tribe in Kilu have lived in seclusion many years ago and cannot escape from the world. But they still have a certain understanding of fiery red eyes, and even some people with special hobbies in the presence have kept this fiery red eye in their homes. Kaluta tribe. Like the Chodundu tribe of the Flakes and Undying in the Phantom Troop, they are all ethnic minorities in the Hunter world. The people of the Kaluta clan have a very special physique. When they are emotional, their pupils will turn crimson. This coquettish fire-like color is very sought after and obsessed by human beings, and is known as one of the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. However, it was these eyes that made the Kaluta people proud, and at the same time became their bane. As Red Eye's reputation grew, so did the price of 117 on the black market. And this interest has also begun to attract the attention of greedy people all over the world, so that the Kaluta people began to be hunted by the greed of human beings and had to be forced to choose incognito. Of course, it does not mean that the Kaluta people will never be born. Under such a closed state, a part of the Kaluta people will inevitably begin to have yearning in their hearts. Therefore, there is a rule in the Kaluta people. The premise of allowing people to be born must be through the test close black lens bracket. After passing the linguistics and general knowledge tests, there is a final test. That's the self-inhibition test. Simply put, it is to let the tested clansmen go to nearby towns to buy substances and return to the clan, and within these 24 hours, they must keep their flaming eyes from showing. Of course, this self-inhibition test is certainly not as simple as just buying something. During the procurement period of the people being tested, the elders of the Kaluta tribe would hire some thugs to deliberately provoke the people being tested, so that they could provoke them as much as possible. It can be regarded as making the best use of it. When it comes to disgusting people, this little gangster has always been very good. Kurapika in the original book failed the test because of the provocation of the little yellow hair, and was called the red-eyed demon by the residents of the town. However, due to Kurapika's childhood friend Paulo cheating and swapping the potion, he deceived the elders of the Kaluta clan. Finally, 6 weeks after Kurapika went out looking for a cure for Pilo's eyes, he saw the news of the extermination of the Kaluta clan on the news. According to news reports, all 128 people in the village were killed, and a message was left beside the bodies of the Kaluta people. Open black lens bracket. We don't refuse anything, so don't take anything from us. Close black lens bracket. The famous saying of this Star Street advertisement. Therefore, Kurapika also identified the murderer as the Phantom Troop. However, there is a very strange point. Logically speaking, if 128 Kaluta clan members died, there should be 128 pairs of red eyes. Even the wear and tear that exists during the battle. This wear rate should not be higher than 50%. That is to say, there will be at least 64 pairs of fiery red eyes born. In fact, according to official information, the Phantom Troop only got 36 pairs of red eyes.
It was also because of one of the data that Lin Mo decided that the Phantom Troop went back to attack the Kaluta clan suddenly, and there must be an unknown inside story. Closer to home, in a word, it is precisely because of the regulations of the Kaluta people to go out, so the Kaluta people are not without any clansmen living outside. Although they are very rare, there are still some Kaluta people in the outside world, active. And don't look at the fact that the Kaluta clan were exterminated by a phantom brigade of only 13 people, and they were also considered weak by being forced into seclusion. In fact, from ancient times to the present, the Kaluta people are very famous fighting people. Their traditional clothing is mainly loose and flexible clothing, which is very suitable for labor and fighting. And every time they open their fiery red eyes, the Nyen aspect will not be mentioned for the time being, and there is also a considerable improvement in physical fitness. Therefore, the Kaluta people are an out-and-out fighting nation behind one of the 7 beauties. Everyone, in fact, this incident happened more than 10 years ago, when our current director of the Bureau of Investigation, Rex, had a confrontation with a Kaluta tribe during a mission of the Bureau of Investigation, S tribe. At that time, Rex was only a team leader in the Investigation Bureau, and I was his direct supervisor. At that time, Rex complained to me rarely after he came back. The strength of the Kaluta tribe was unexpectedly strong, and he almost lost his life there. 5. And the way I'm talking about enhancing the strength of the overall Nen in our Sahirta United States is in the secret of the power of the Kaluta tribe. Seeing that everyone was waiting for his follow-up, Bernard Bartley continued quite simply. Hearing this, all the members turned their gazes that had originally been on Bernard Bartley to McCarthy Rex, who was at the end. Upon seeing this, McCarthy Rex nodded and confirmed that what Bernard Bartley had just said was true, then he took over what Bernard Bartley said and continued. The man of the Kaluta tribe named Croft at that time is still fresh in my memory. After he opened his red eyes, it was like a different person, and his strength was one level higher. At the same time, the mind has also changed. No, I should say, it's like opening the second mind system. When talking about this matter, McCarthy Rex subconsciously touched an oversized 8 cm scar at the corner of his eye. Apparently the scar was from when he faced Croft at the time. Opening square bracket exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark closing square bracket. McCarthy Rex's sudden surprise to everyone except Bernard Bartley, who had already known about it. They had never heard that the flaming eyes of the Kaluta tribe had such abilities. If this is true, then, does it mean that as long as a Nen person is transplanted with fiery red eyes, he can get the same amplitude as that person of the Kaluta clan? If this is the case, it is very likely that the United States of Sahirta can really overtake the Guganyu kingdom in a corner in terms of reading. Advertisement. This time, not only Bentham Biden, but everyone present began to show a touch of excitement. Although they can transfer assets to avoid the risk of asset shrinkage. But the problem is that the base for all of them is still in the United States of Sahirta. If the United States of Satrata cannot return to the position of the world's #1 power, although they are not under as much pressure as the Biden family, they will inevitably suffer a lot of losses. There is considerable wear and tear just in the transfer of assets. If they want to go further, it is necessary for the United States of Sahirta to return to the position of the world's most powerful country again. Therefore, when they heard that there was a real hope of overtaking the Guganyu kingdom, all of them became excited. This is a bright interest. Considering the current international situation in which the economy is the most important and the Nen is the second, as long as the United States of Sahirta can take the first position of the Nen's strength from the ancient Ganyu kingdom, which is the first in the economy and the Nen. Then, let's not say that it surpasses the ancient Ganyu kingdom, at least it can be on an equal footing with them to a certain extent. For example, it is possible to propose to share the distribution rights of Geni in the ancient Ganyu kingdom, and there is a great possibility of realization. I'll take out all the red eyes in the house now. One of the impatient members said in a hurry. In his opinion, red eye is more valuable, but in fact the price is just that. Even if he donates all of it, he doesn't feel any distress. Moreover, the first person to stand up and say that he wants to donate may be able to win the favor of President Bentham Biden. It's simply a lucrative thing. Sure enough, after he opened his mouth, Bentham Biden immediately cast an approving look at him, while the several congressmen beside him could only beat themselves angrily in their hearts. Why is it so slow? But then they followed behind and said that they also have a pair of red eyes at home that can be donated to the country. However, just when everyone was talking, and you said that you could find a way to get more red eyes, Bernard Bartley interrupted them. At this time, the Kaluta clan, who were escaping in the deep mountain area of Kaluta, did not know that they had been targeted by the United States of Sahirta, one of the V5. 0.8 Everyone, be quiet. Seeing Bernard Bartley, the proposer who came up with the red eye promotion plan, speak up, they all stopped in embarrassment. If you want to obtain the flaming red eye amplitude of the Kaluta tribe, you must find a living Kaluta tribe. That's why I didn't say anything about the fiery red eye back then. The transplantation of red eyes is ineffective. I tried this experiment more than 10 years ago. These red eyes placed in nutrient solution have long lost their vital features. Not only will there be a rejection reaction, but it will not work at all. Bernard Bartley stood up with his hands on the conference table and placed his fingers crossed in front of him. There was a cold but cruel wave in his eyes, and he said faintly. That is to say, from now on, we will first find a way to find the Kaluta people who have been secluded, and then, arrest them all and study them in secret. The Kaluta family, dangerous.